I Am an Evil Sword Chapter 630 to Chapter 710. When she was planning to win over Liang Guowu, she came up with a much worse plan. This plan took a long time and to Qing Yan, it was not practical. The only advantage was that it could make Liang Guowu wholeheartedly help her. This plan was something she told Liang Guowu. She wanted to use his influence to stand against the Yin Corp sect and obtain the support of the military and Liang Pingguo's large families. She wanted to accumulate power and obtain the support of the top sects and families, as well as the support of the East Qin domain realm experts. She wanted the old emperor to hear the call to exterminate the Yin Corp sect and see the hope of exterminating the Yin Corp sect. Then she would force Liang Pingguo's old emperor to agree, giving him great prestige. But from what Liang Guowu said about the old emperor's performance and how the old emperor summoned Liang Guowu into the palace, her plan was unexpectedly smooth. It seemed like she could directly skip over Liang Guowu. If the old emperor was willing to take charge of this matter, Qing Yan had no reason to stop him. After all, Liang Guowu was only a prince, not even the crown prince. He had too few resources and lacked prestige. If they really followed the plan Qing Yan told Liang Guowu, it was possible to spend 3 to 5 years, there could be many accidents and to convince the top powers to join in, it would be difficult. But if the old emperor was willing to step forward, then Liang Pingguo's military would fully support him. If the domain realm experts behind the old emperor stepped forward, then the other top powers who had grudges with the Yin Corp sect would also be more optimistic about the possibility of exterminating the Yin Corp sect and would quickly join in. Then the time it would take could be seen with the naked eye. To be honest, if the old emperor interfered, then Liang Guowu's benefits from exterminating the Yin Corp sect would be greatly reduced, but Qing Yan did not care. If there was a chance for the plan to develop better, then she would not hesitate to throw away a useless chess piece like Liang Guowu. Of course, for the sake of their past cooperation and her dissatisfaction with the crown prince's faction, she didn't mind helping Liang Guowu. Qing Yan rubbed the space between her eyebrows and muttered softly, "Am I thinking too much?" Liang Guowu still hasn't returned. When night fell, Liang Guowu finally returned. Qing Yan suppressed the nervousness in her heart and asked, "How was it? What did your royal father say?" "Imperial father and the old ancestor agree with my point of view." Liang Guowu's tone was very calm, but there was a deep sense of loss in the calmness. He looked at Qing Yan and said, "They also want to get rid of the Yin Corp sect, and they also think that your plan is very feasible." In the end, it was accepted? Yes, it was accepted. Liang Guowu nodded. And then your father took over? Yes. After hearing Liang Guowu's words, Chen Hao could feel Qing Yan's heart pounding violently. However, she still pretended to be regretful. Liang Guowu looked helplessly at Zhou Ziyun, then at Yi Qing Yan. His expression was complicated. "Miss Ruoyan, I have something to ask you. Can you tell me the truth?" "Ask away." "I want to ask, did you already guess that my father would be moved after hearing this plan?" Today, Liang Guowu was still worried that his elder brother would take advantage of him. However, he did not expect that his father, who had already decided to abdicate, would personally jump out to take advantage of him. When he heard his father's decision, he suddenly wondered if this matter was within the scope of Chen Ruoyan's prediction. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Moreover, this would be the most beneficial to Chen Ruoyan's plan. After all, his father, Liang Pingguo's emperor, was much more capable than him. Therefore, after seeing Qing Yan, he asked this question. "Your Highness, when we first met, I told you that my goal was to destroy the Yin Corp sect. I didn't lie to you, right?" Liang Guowu sighed helplessly. Yes. In this aspect, Chen Ruoyan did not lie to him, but he was too stupid. He did not find out that this Chen Ruoyan had other ways to bypass him and achieve her goal. However, recently, he was forced by Chen Ruoyan to talk to the mirror. Zhou Ziyun and Su Fan, the two advisors he relied on the most, seemed to be busy with various tasks given by Chen Ruoyan: contact the stinging bee tissue, collect information on the Yin Corp sect's evil deeds, write a declaration. Haha, just when he was summoned by his father, she seemed to have given Zhou Ziyun another task. Seeing Liang Guowu's despondent look, Qing Yan could not bear it. "However, Your Highness, don't worry. Although my initial goal has been achieved, I will still support you." "You support me?" Liang Guowu wanted to laugh, but he could not. I've told you before that I've looked for the Grand Chancellor, Lu Yuan, and the Crown Prince's trusted aide, Bai Jia. I wanted to see the Crown Prince, but Lu Yuan refused to see me. That Bai Jia actually had designs on me. Before I left, I told them that I'll teach the Crown Prince's people a lesson. Qingyan said seriously, I've always been a narrow-minded person. I always keep my word. That plan was taken away by my father, how can you support me? Liang Guowu asked suspiciously. Chen Ruoyan was indeed a divine realm expert, she was famous in the southern region. However, her fame and strength, in Liang Pingguo's eyes, was not worth mentioning. Now that the great plan was taken away by his father, he could not think of how the divine realm Chen Ruoyan could support him. Qingyan asked in a low voice, Your Highness, you can recommend me to your father. Liang Guowu was stunned. This woman actually wanted to use him? Why should I believe you? Liang Guowu looked at Chen Ruoyan in disbelief. He did not know where she got her confidence from, thinking that he would still believe her. Not only did she cheat his feelings, but she also planned to use him again and again. He felt that if he continued to believe Chen Ruoyan, he would be an idiot. Did he want to be an idiot? Why can't you believe me? Qingyan said seriously, think about it. If I can be put in an important position by your father, won't I be able to put in a good word for you? Haha. Just then, Qingyan suddenly moved closer to Liang Guowu's ear, and a tempting fragrance rushed into his nose. Liang Guowu's heart suddenly tightened. His first reaction was that Chen Ruoyan might be trying to seduce him. However, what he didn't expect was that Qingyan would say something that made his heart tremble. What if I help you kill your big brother? Liang Guowu looked at Yi Qingyan's almost perfect side profile. There was still a charming smile on her lips. The kind that leaves no trace. Liang Guowu's entire body trembled, but he quickly regained his senses. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked softly, Can I? Why can't I? The successor is dead, shouldn't we change another one? Qingyan whispered, If your father is willing to take over this plan, then he will not be able to abdicate in a short period of time. We will have a lot of time to plan. Why should I believe you? Chen Hao could hear that Liang Guowu did not dare to believe Qingyan. This was understandable. Qingyan used a big pie to build up the other party's ambition. Then halfway through the plan, she accidentally kicked Liang Guowu out of the plan. No matter how beautiful she was, she could not do whatever she wanted. Liang Guowu did not curse her, he was still considered to have self-restraint. How about the heart demon oath? I will kill your brother before the old emperor abdicates the throne. You recommend me to your father. Qingyan slowly retreated, leaving Liang Guowu. If I did not guess wrongly, you pushed all the credit for the plan to yourself. I need you to tell your father the truth. Tell him that the plan was done by me. I need your father to put me in an important position. I need you to give me a way out. Do you need it? My father has already decided to personally take over this plan. The Yin Corp sect is in big trouble. What you want, you have it. Yes. I really need it. What I want to do is not only to borrow your hands to eradicate the Yin Corp sect, I want to contribute more. I want to personally participate. Qingyan stared at Liang Guowu, her eyes instantly turned blood red. That strong murderous aura made him shudder. You do not know how much I hate the Yin Corp sect, how much I want to kill Dai Yi. I wish I could bite them to death. Also, after getting rid of your brother, won't the throne be yours? What you want, you will also have it. This is a win-win situation. Liang Guowu lowered his head and struggled for a long time. Finally, he raised his head and asked, Are you sure you can do this perfectly? Qingyan chuckled, Why, you still don't believe me? I believe. Liang Guowu did not believe in Chen Ruoyan's character, but he believed in her ability. After all, he had seen it with his own eyes. I will not leave any evidence behind. I also cherish my life. I am also afraid of Liang Pingguo's domain realm experts, am I right? But he is after all my brother. Brother? Qingyan smiled disdainfully and said, Then I can give you some time to consider. If you recommend me to your imperial father, I will agree to one condition of yours. Before your imperial father abdicates, as long as you have thought it through and made a decision, you can ask me to help you kill your brother. How about it? Liang Guowu, of course. The conditions I've given you are already very good. It's up to you whether you want to kill your brother or not. Your Highness, sometimes, it's good to leave yourself a way out, a chance. Besides, it's great that I can get your recommendation, but without your recommendation, do you think I don't have any other choice? Liang Guowu looked into Qingyan's eyes, which were filled with confidence. Sure. Liang Guowu slumped against the wall after saying sure. He felt that the woman in front of him was a demon, everything about him seemed to be under her control. Thank you, Your Highness. The corners of Qingyan's mouth curved into a smile as she gracefully bowed to him. I'm leaving. If it was yesterday, Liang Guowu would have wanted to stay by Qingyan's side for a while longer. But now, he only wanted to escape. Liang Guowu returned to his bedroom and lay on his bed. He sighed deeply. To be honest, he couldn't hate Chen Ruoyan. He only felt powerless and helpless. Husband, you're back? Liang Guowu heard Dai Xiaolu's soft voice. He turned his head slightly and saw her leaning against the door, looking at him. Yes. Why did you come back? Why didn't you find your new lover? Dai Xiaolu's voice was filled with sarcasm and jealousy. If it was any other time, Liang Guowu would have been furious. But now, he didn't have the strength to be angry. He didn't even have the thought to think. New lover? Where did this new lover come from? That Chen Ruoyan. Haven't you been staying at her place for the past few days? Her? Liang Guowu smiled bitterly and shook his head. She's not my lover. Between me and her, it's just a cooperative relationship. To put it nicely, it was indeed a cooperative relationship. He was now able to take his position seriously. Dai Xiaolu was skeptical. Is it really just a cooperative relationship? She didn't believe her husband. After so many years, she had already seen through Liang Guowu. She didn't believe that her husband wouldn't be moved by Chen Ruoyan. Chen Ruoyan's appearance and temperament made her feel inferior. She could only retreat. I don't need to lie to you. Liang Guowu turned over to face her and patted the spot beside him. Come here. Dai Xiaolu twisted her handkerchief and hesitated for a moment. Then, she gently sat beside him. Lie down. Yes. She slowly lay down beside Liang Guowu and looked at her husband's face. She didn't know why, but she was actually a little nervous. She was so nervous that she closed her eyes. Following that, she felt a pair of warm hands tightly hugging her. This feeling was familiar and unfamiliar, but it was filled with a sense of security. She heard Liang Guowu whisper in her ear, I know you miss Hao and Ling Er. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to bring them back. Dai Xiaolu gave an end sound as tears flowed out uncontrollably. In Qingya Pavilion, after Liang Guowu left, Qingyan gently pulled out the red blood sword. She looked at the shiny silver blade and instructed, Sir Jianling, you must not reveal your aura for now. Maintain your current state. A top-grade spirit weapon is fine. Now you know fear? Chen Hao asked with a grin. I'm still a little worried. I don't know how important a Dao artifact is to Liang Pinghua, even if it's a demon sword. Qingyan said, Liang Pinghua, the only true top powers are the Ying Corp's faction and the royal family. Only these two powers have domain realm experts. The reason why those powers haven't made a move against me is probably because I've just arrived in Liangdu. It's because of Liang Pinghua or the fifth prince's face, and also because of my strength. But once I get close to Liang Pinghua's core, it's hard to say. A transcendent realm expert with a top-grade spirit weapon was completely reasonable. But if it was a Dao artifact, then it would inevitably tempt some domain realm experts. There were many Dao artifact weapons in the southern region. Almost every top power had one or two, but it wasn't widespread. However, many domain realm experts didn't have a Dao artifact of their own. Qingyan was alone, so she had to be careful. Then why don't you just hide me? No need. It's safer to bring you along. After Liang Guowu recommended Qingyan to his father, she finally met the emperor of Liang Pinghua. She slightly sized up this emperor of Liang Pinghua. The current emperor of Liang Pinghua, Liang Shuyuan, was quite good-looking. Like many aristocratic families with long histories and members of the imperial family, he was worthy of his family. The only flaw in his otherwise perfect appearance was that his nose bridge was slightly flat. His nose was very big, but this also made him appear even more powerful. In addition, he had specially grown a beard, probably to make himself appear more mature and dignified. He sat upright on the dragon throne, his aura steady and dignified without being angry. There was a kind of superior aura accumulated over many years on his body. Ordinary people might not be able to withstand his gaze, but Qin Yan was already used to it. Liang Shiyuan was not old, only 103 years old. This kind of strength was considered relatively young among middle-stage transcendent realm experts. The reason he announced his abdication not long ago was because of the convention of the great imperial families of the southern region. If there were no special emergencies, an emperor would hold the power of the country for a maximum of 60 years. This convention originated from the Nanyue Empire that had already disappeared, and had been passed down to this day. Most of the great countries of the southern region had split up after the collapse of the Nanyue Empire. Even after several thousand years, this system of the Nanyue Empire still deeply affected the countries of the southern region. Heaven-breaking realm martial artists could generally live up to 300 years, and transcendent realm experts' normal lifespan was as long as 500 years. With the development of the human race's martial path, with the support of sufficient resources and cultivation methods, many emperors of the southern region could break through to the transcendent realm even if their talent was not outstanding enough. If an emperor was allowed to control the country for too long, it was very likely to be a disaster. For the emperor, it might also be a disaster. In the southern region, the throne was also like a besieged city. Humans, after doing the same thing for a long time, they would eventually get tired of it. Qin Yan glanced at Liang Shiyuan. Liang Shiyuan was also sizing Qin Yan up. The instant he saw Qin Yan, he indeed felt a sense of amazement. The astonishment in Naka's eyes was quickly restrained. Then, his gaze swept past Qin Yan's waist. "Chen Ruoyan greet your majesty." Qin Yan bowed towards Liang Shiyuan. "Rise." Liang Shiyuan raised his head and said with a smile, "Come, give me a seat and serve tea." Two eunuchs brought over a chair for Qin Yan, and she sat down obediently. Liang Shiyuan began, "I've long heard of Miss Ruoyan's reputation, but I didn't expect to be able to meet you in person today." "Your Majesty, you must be joking. My little bit of fame is not worth mentioning. You're already quite famous. In terms of fame, many experts of the older generation can't compare to you." Liang Shiyuan continued, "Speaking of which, Miss Qin Yan was still a peak-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist half a year ago, right? In such a short time, your strength seems to have increased quite a bit. Is it because of that Dao tool?" "No, it's because the cultivation method I practice is special. However, this is the price I have to pay to practice that cultivation method." Qin Yan pointed at the mole under her left eye and said helplessly, "No matter how I wash it, it can't be washed off." "Is it because of the inner demons?" When the inner demons suddenly erupted, some cultivators might be lucky enough to escape with their lives. However, the inner demons might leave some traces on the cultivator's body. These traces were like a curse, and it indicated that the inner demons could return at any time and completely take over the cultivator's body. "That's right. Your Majesty, do you think this is makeup? Even I find it strange that I was able to break through to the transcendent realm." Liang Shiyuan said solemnly, "Indeed, it's already very difficult for you to remain clear-headed now." Inexplicably, Liang Shiyuan felt that it was a pity. "As long as I don't get agitated and my emotions don't fluctuate too much, I can actually endure it." Qin Yan's tone was indescribably sorrowful. "I heard that you have a Dao tool soft sword, and it's very rare. Can I take a look at it?" After saying this, Liang Shiyuan added, "Don't worry, I've also seen Dao tools before. I'm only interested in the soft sword. After I take a look at it, I'll definitely return it to you." "This?" Qin Yan's expression was slightly troubled. She knew that Liang Shiyuan had an early-stage domain realm expert protecting him. However, with the red blood sword in her hands, she was not afraid. "It's just a Dao tool. Are you afraid that I'll take your good stuff?" "I'm afraid," however, Qin Yan did not say this out loud. "I won't hide it from your Majesty. Before I entered Liangdu, I had already hidden that sword. Why didn't you bring it with you? Your Majesty should know that it's a demonic sword. In my current state, I'll die faster if I bring it with me. I still want to live a little longer." I didn't come to Liangdu to fight and kill. I'm here to seek cooperation, or rather, to seek help. Moreover, I'm also afraid that the sword will attract unnecessary trouble. Qin Yan hesitated for a moment before continuing. If your majesty is really interested in the soft sword, I still have a top-grade spirit weapon soft sword. It's also very rare. As Qin Yan spoke, she pulled out the red blood sword from her waist and held it in front of Liang Shiyuan. Liang Shiyuan was slightly stunned. He took the red blood sword and pretended to examine it for a while before returning it to Qin Yan. The workmanship is not bad. Its flexibility is excellent and it's also very sharp. I can faintly feel the jianling in the soft sword. It's indeed powerful. Your Majesty has a good eye. Qin Yan smiled. When Qin Yan said this, her expression was very natural. It was as if she was sincerely praising Liang Shiyuan's good eye. Seeing this, Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, wanted to laugh. Your idea is not bad. In your current state, the demonic sword will not be of much help to you. No matter how strong it is, it won't be able to help you against the Yin Corpse sect. Liang Shiyuan looked at Qin Yan and said, as for you, it's a pity. Your achievements should not be inferior to Dai Ye's. If I had enough time, I wouldn't be so eager for quick success. I'm afraid that your path of martial arts will be very bumpy. I don't have that much time to wait. So you chose Liang Pinghua? Liang Shiyuan's eyes stared at Qin Yan. Qin Yan stroked her hair and smiled calmly. Isn't this also in line with Liang Pinghua's interests? If we can eliminate the Yin Corpse sect, Liang Pinghua will be like a real country. Miss Ruoyan said it well. It's just that I didn't expect Miss Ruoyan to have such wisdom. Qin Yan shook her head. I don't believe that your majesty can't see the best opportunity to eliminate the Yin Corpse sect. I did see it. Liang Shiyuan smiled and said, I won't hide it from you. I also have some plans in my heart. However, they are not as thorough and perfect as yours. They can't be implemented as well. Qin Yan smiled and asked, I guess your majesty is hesitating. If your majesty is determined to take action against the Yin Corpse sect, I believe that your majesty will be able to have your civil officials and military generals draw up a better plan than mine in a short period of time. Ha ha ha. Liang Shiyuan laughed and stared at Qin Yan. Indeed, I am just hesitating and haven't made up my mind. After all, the Yin Corpse sect is not weak. If we really go to war, we will be using the fate of Liang Pinghua's country as a stake. In terms of numbers, Liang Pinghua is not afraid. However, in terms of quality, Liang Pinghua is at a disadvantage. You said that you want to join forces with the domain realm experts of the other top forces. I feel that it is very good. Even if we have to pay a certain price, as long as we can eliminate the Yin Corpse sect and eliminate the Yin Corpse sect, our Liang Pinghua will not hesitate. Then why did your majesty make up your mind? If I say that it is because Little Five's words in the main hall influenced me, would you believe me? I believe you. Qin Yan's attitude was very proper. She believed whatever Liang Shiyuan said. Haha. Liang Shiyuan laughed and said, even Little Five is so enthusiastic, then why don't I take action? Moreover, Little Five's words are only one of the reasons. Another important reason is that I have sought the opinions of the experts in my family, and the majority of them are in favor of this operation. If that is the case, then the plan to eliminate the Yin Corpse sect will be more assured. Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, I remember that after your majesty summoned the fifth prince yesterday, you put on a show and chased the fifth prince out of the palace. This made many people in Liangdu think that your majesty does not support the fifth prince's plan. I think your majesty is planning to secretly contact the other top forces and test their attitudes. See if they are willing to send domain realm experts to help before making a decision, right? Miss Ruoyan, you have to understand that there are some things that cannot be ignored. I am the emperor, not a true loner. I understand your majesty's painstaking efforts. Moreover, this is the only way. If we accumulate strength in the early stages, we might be able to completely eliminate the Yin Corpse sect with a single punch. Qin Yan waved her fist and gritted her teeth, and this is also the reason why I am here. Yes, yes, yes. Liang Shiyuan deeply agreed with Qin Yan's words. It's good that you understand. Qin Yan said, but I feel that your majesty didn't do it perfectly at that time. Liang Shuyuan said seriously, what do you mean? If your majesty really wanted to set up a trap in the dark first before pulling in the net, then you shouldn't have directly expressed your stance to the fifth prince yesterday. If you wanted to use his plan and just throw him out of the palace, that wouldn't be enough. I feel that, for the sake of the mission, your majesty should first put the fifth prince under house arrest. There are many benefits to placing the fifth prince under house arrest. Not only can it show the Incorp sect your majesty's attitude, it can also ensure that the fifth prince will not accidentally leak the news. Is this good? Is Little Five the one who recommended you? I think this is quite good. Moreover, the Incorp sect is crazy. Since they can make a move on the third prince, then they can also make a move on the fifth prince. This kind of house arrest is also a kind of protection. Qingyan pursed her lips and smiled. If your majesty feels sorry for the fifth prince, you can make it up to him. You know, he is eager to step onto the battlefield again. When your plan is complete, you can fulfill his wish. Haha, so you were waiting for me here. Liang Shuyuan smiled. He felt that this was Qingyan's intention, to fight for benefits for Little Five. Then does your majesty agree? Agree. Why not? Your suggestion is very good. This matter is very important, so we cannot leak too much information. Liang Shuyuan immediately agreed. Then he continued, this time, I invited you over not only to see you, but also to ask for your suggestions. The plan that Little Five told me is already very complete. I want to ask if you have anything to add. I do have something to add, but I don't know if your majesty is willing. Tell me. I can see that your majesty is ambitious and wants to completely control the situation in the country. The Incorp sect is just a big problem for Liangpingua. In fact, in Liangpingua, there should be many forces that do not obey the country's orders. Qingyan asked in a low voice, so, even if your majesty really wants to take the lead to eliminate the Incorp sect, among them, those forces that are not close to Liangpingua, I'm afraid that they will not be very active. This is also something that can't be helped. Liang Shuyuan said in a deep voice, I think that most of the countries in the southern region can't unify all the major forces in the country, right? Although those sects, aristocratic families, and schools aren't strong, if Liangpingua doesn't have a good reason to attack one of them, it's very likely that he'll incur the strong dissatisfaction of the other forces. Pulling one hair will affect the whole situation. If they gather together, Liangpingua's vitality will be greatly damaged. Your Majesty, now is actually an opportunity for you. An opportunity to unify all the forces in Liangpingua and establish the country's supreme authority. Liang Shuyuan stared at Qingyan, even holding his breath. In the southern region, every country's dream of controlling the country's power, just like the Nanyue Empire, but without absolute power, they could not do it. This was because the aristocratic families and sects had infiltrated all the veins of the country, from the officials of the imperial court to the generals in the army, to the city lords of the major cities and ordinary merchants. Their people were everywhere. When necessary, they would be allies to fight against the emperor's power. In their territory, they were the local overlords. Even Liang Shuyuan himself found it difficult to shake their foundations. How? In the imperial family's martial artists. Liang Shuyuan nodded with a gloomy face, how do you know? The Incorp sect is so strong and their base is in Liangpingua. Your Majesty, aren't you envious? Qingyan continued, the Incorp sect chose Liangpingua as their base because in the entire southern region, the climate here is the most suitable for cultivating carrion grass, blood flower. These are the most basic and most expensive herbs to refine walking corpses, right? If the Incorp sect can cultivate them, I don't believe that your Majesty, with the Emperor's power, will not put an effort. What do you want to do? Aren't there those disobedient families, sects, and gangs in the country? Your Majesty can send people to pretend to be Incorp sect people and then eradicate them? Then create panic and force the neutral forces to join the crusade against the Incorp sect? If your Majesty is ruthless, in the crusade against the Incorp sect, you can use them as cannon fodder. As long as you gather them together, in the war, in the process of distributing the spoils of war, you can pull them in, suppress them, divide them, create conflicts, and make them hate each other. Your Majesty can do whatever you want. If the plan is successful, the day the Yin Corp sect is destroyed will be the day the Liang family's supreme power is established. With a thump sound, Qingyan looked up and saw a crack appear on a glazed tile. Was there a need to be so excited? The veins on Liang Shiyuan's forehead popped out. He sat on the dragon throne and looked deeply at Qingyan. Is this possible? Why is it not possible? The only difficulty in the plan is how to shift the blame to the Yin Corp sect. With Liang Pinggua's tyrannical power as the leader, in addition to your majesty's martial artists, this should not be difficult, right? It is indeed not difficult. Shifting the blame to the Yin Corp sect was not difficult. Qingyan smiled and said, if I did not guess wrongly, the martial artists under your majesty should be cultivating the Yin Corp sect's martial arts, right? Liang Shiyuan nodded. The Yin Corp sect was the most tyrannical in the southern region. Cultivating martial artists, of course they had the mentality of learning from the Yin Corp sect. But they cannot cultivate a domain realm expert. If they learn the Yin Corp sect's cultivation techniques, then it is even safer. As long as they kill all the survivors, they can only search the corpses for clues left behind by the murderer. Their first suspect would be the Yin Corp sect, and with your majesty secretly adding fuel to the fire, it is even easier to shift the blame to them. Qingyan asked again, the martial artists cultivated by Liang Pinggua, what is their strongest strength? Peak of the divine power realm. Liang Shiyuan had already placed enough importance on Qingyan. He hesitated for a moment before saying, the Yin Corp sect's cultivation techniques are rather harsh. Their sect's cultivation technique, the mysterious Yin Corp's refining art, we are unable to obtain it. Adding on the fact that we do not have an expert to guide us, after so many years, our Liang Pinggua can only slowly fumble around. The strongest we can cultivate is a peak of the divine power realm corp's refining expert. It wasn't easy to nurture a Grand Dominion realm expert, especially when it came to refining corpses. Liang Pinggua didn't have much experience. A peak of the divine power realm expert? That is still not enough. Qingyan said regretfully, in Liang Pinggua's territory, other than you and the Yin Corp sect, there are no other domain realm experts. But there should be quite a few peak of the divine power realm experts, right? There are quite a few. Some of the large families with long histories have more than one. I actually know a very strong peak of the divine power realm corp's refining expert. He should be able to help. Qingyan said and hesitated for a moment before suddenly asking, oh right, I forgot to ask. Your Majesty, are you willing to accept my suggestion to eradicate some of the powers within the country that you do not like? I personally am willing to do so, but I will need to seek the opinion of the family. This is a matter of dealing with the Yin Corp sect, I need the support of the elders. Although Liang Shiyuan was very curious about the divine power realm corp's refining expert that Chen Ruoyan knew, he did not immediately agree. Time is of the essence. His Majesty knows that I came here in secret today. Can you ask your royal family for their opinion? This is not a problem. Just wait here for a bit. Because of the matter with the Yin Corp sect, most of the experts behind Liang Pinggua's royal family had not gone into closed-door cultivation. Then I will wait for the price. Qingyan sat in the chair and curiously looked around the room. This should be Liang Shiyuan's study. The study was very quiet and no one disturbed them. The dragon throne was very close to the wall and on the wall hung a map of Liang Pinggua. The East Qin and West Qin territories were also drawn on the map. In the northwest direction of Liang Pinggua's map, there was a piece of land that was painted light red. It was about a third to a quarter of Liang Pinggua's territory. The Yin Corp sect occupied the Yin Corp's mountain and it was located in the center of the light red map. This should be the sphere of influence of the Yin Corp's faction. It had already become a country within a country, and it had the tendency to be on par with Liang Pinggua. On the table beside the dragon throne, there were several scattered golden memorials. Seeing these memorials, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She reached out her right hand and slowly grasped it. She wanted to grab a pen. Her Majesty the Empress. She had left the southern region for a long time. She did not know if it was because of the heart demon affecting her mind, but Qingyan found that her memories of the past were a bit blurry. She could not even remember what Zhou Lihua looked like. Regarding her, Qingyan's deepest impression was her eyes that stared at her. In those eyes, there was a hidden killing intent. Qin Yan thought of another person with some fear and then her heart calmed down. Luckily, she still remembered what she wanted to remember. At the same time, Liang Pinggua's emperor, Liang Shiyuan, was respectfully standing beside a square table, listening to the four old ancestors' discussion. After a short discussion, they all agreed to Chen Ruoyan's suggestion. Using the Yin Corp sect's plan, they would attack the other families and sects that disrespected the royal family. Although this move would arouse the Yin Corp sect's vigilance, the Yin Corp sect was currently busy with their own affairs. Moreover, the Yin Corp sect would not pay too much attention to the gathering of cultivators below the domain realm. However, in terms of the details, they felt that they still needed to think it over carefully. As for how to think about it, they didn't come up with any specific plan. In the end, someone said, "Xu Yuan, we agree with this plan. Those aristocratic families and sects should indeed be suppressed a little. Since this plan was proposed by Chen Ruoyan, you should go and ask her. I feel that we're not good at these things." Alright, I understand. Liang Shiyuan also understood that cultivation geniuses weren't necessarily good at politics and strategy. Most of them spent their energy on cultivation to achieve their current achievements. The three patriarchs sitting in front of him were all cultivation geniuses. Oh right, arcane essence, the Dao artifact in Chen Ruoyan's hands. Liang Shiyuan glanced at the round-faced old patriarch. It was this old patriarch's idea to borrow Chen Ruoyan's Dao artifact to take a look. He lowered his head and replied, Chen Ruoyan did not bring the Dao artifact with her. She only had a spirit artifact soft sword. I personally checked it. Really? Seventh grandfather who was protecting me can testify. At this time, Liang Shiyuan's seventh grandfather appeared beside the four old men. Shiyuan is right. Chen Ruoyan was very careful and did not bring the demon sword. Then have you checked her interspatial ring? Liang Shiyuan's expression froze. Old patriarch. Can a Dao artifact be placed in an interspatial ring? Can it be forced out? It shouldn't be possible. Liang Shiyuan took a deep breath. According to what I know, Chen Ruoyan doesn't have any relatives or friends. She even betrayed the House of Blood Fiend. Extorting a confession from someone like her is practically useless. With her current body's condition, the slightest bit of carelessness might cause her to suffer from qi deviation. Hai Ming, you don't have to say any more. From the looks of it, a sober Chen Ruoyan who is willing to help our Liang Pinggua is more important than a Dao artifact. The old man with a long beard sitting at the head said slowly, Xu Yuan, go back. Before we destroy the Yin Corp sect, don't have any ideas about that Dao artifact. She wants to borrow our Liang Pinggua to deal with the Yin Corp sect. Asking for a Dao artifact isn't too much, right? Old ancestor Hai Ming wanted to say something but was glared at by the old patriarch of the Liang family. He immediately shut his mouth. Xu Yuan, don't listen to old ancestor Hai Ming. Go and discuss with that Chen Ruoyan. The strongest old patriarch said, also, do you know why in Liang Pinggua, other than our royal family and the Yin Corp sect, there are no other top powers? Liang Shiyuan wanted to say something but he was not sure. Actually, in the past 1,000 years, in Liang Pinggua, there have been 3 domain realm experts from other powers. But they are all dead. The Yin Corp sect did it? We also did it, Liang Shiyuan did not expect that the royal family would also interfere in this matter. You can blame this on the Yin Corp sect. If the Yin Corp sect is not eliminated, the Liang Pinggua martial artists will not have a day to shine. This sentence is not bad. I understand. You can leave. In the study, Qin Yan heard footsteps and immediately woke up from her thoughts. She looked at Liang Shiyuan's expression and knew that the Liang family had agreed to it. The old patriarchs think that your plan is feasible. As for how to execute it, can you tell us? Also, the matter of the Divine Power Realm Peak Stage Corp's refining martial artist that you know. It is very simple, you just have to disguise yourself as a Yin Corp sect martial artist and kill those families and sects that do not listen to your orders. Then you can blame it on the Yin Corp sect and force the neutral faction to join the crusade against the Yin Corp sect. Then you can gather them together and let His Majesty slowly deal with them. I know a person called Song Liyun. He hates the Yin Corp sect like me. Do you have the confidence to invite him? But Song Liyun has already been declared a traitor. You can change his appearance. Qingyan smiled and said, disguise yourself as a Yin Corp sect expert. To him, it should be easy. If you can kill some of the Yin Corp sect's peak stage martial artists and use his identity, that would be even better. Liang Shuyuan lowered his head and thought for a moment. The Yin Corp sect does not have a divine power realm peak stage expert that has been declared a traitor. I have one in my hands and he should be missing from the Yin Corp sect. Qingyan suddenly raised her head and looked at Liang Shuyuan with surprise. With the grudges between Chen Ruoyan and the Yin Corp sect, Liang Shuyuan believed that she would not betray Liang Pinghua. Because only Liang Pinghua had the power to deal with the Yin Corp sect. Chen Ruoyan also saw it clearly. As the saying goes, don't use people you suspect, don't use people you use. He still had this confidence. This pinnacle transcendent realm expert has quite a high position in the Yin Corp sect. When we captured him, we only wanted to interrogate him about the Dark Yin Corp's refining art. We didn't succeed. Liang Shuyuan smiled and said, he went missing in the West Qin nation. The Yin Corp sect should not know his whereabouts. So, if you want an identity, it is not a problem. Oh. I want to ask, is Song Liyun reliable? He is the same as me. He doesn't want the Yin Corp sect to have an easy time. Liang Shuyuan was silent for a moment. He thought about how Song Liyun had offended many top powers. He stirred up trouble outside and made enemies for the Yin Corp sect. The fact that the Yin Corp sect was forced to gather their disciples back to the sect was due to his efforts. Liang Pinghua's conditions to unite the major powers to deal with the Yin Corp sect was also indirectly created by him. Song Liyun had indeed killed many of Liang Pinghua's troops. But in Liang Shuyuan's opinion, if he could really use him, he would not be calculative. Can you let me meet Song Liyun? Qingyan shook her head, he doesn't trust anyone except me. Moreover, he is now being watched by many powers. It is not convenient for him to show his face. It is not safe for him to appear in Liangdu. If something happens to him in the future, your majesty will not be able to deny it. Chen Ruoyan's words made Liang Shuyuan understand. If Song Liyun hated the Yin Corp sect, Chen Ruoyan was indeed an ally that he could trust. Just like how he could trust Chen Ruoyan. Moreover, as long as there was no evidence of Liang Pinghua and Song Liyun contacting each other, the other factions wouldn't believe him so easily even if they heard that Song Liyun had leaked anything. After all, Song Liyun had killed so many of Liang Pinghua's troops. What do you want to do? We will split into two groups. Liang Pinghua's corpse refining experts will be in charge of someone appointed by your majesty. I will be in charge of contacting Song Liyun and directing his actions. Your majesty will use his intelligence network to cooperate with us. Give us a list of families that we need to eliminate. I will secretly join forces with Song Liyun. Qingyan believed that Liang Pinghua must have an intelligence network in the country. His intelligence network should be above the stinging bee tissue. You're leaving? Qingyan shook her head. It's not that I want to leave, but your majesty should banish me from Liangdu. Liang Pinghua nodded in understanding, then said helplessly, Miss Ruoyan, you're so considerate of our Liang Pinghua. Did his majesty agree? Yes, I agree. Then I'll leave it to your majesty to secretly organize an alliance, unite all the major forces in the country, and contact the top forces in other countries. All right. After Liang Shuyuan finished speaking, he added, if Miss Ruoyan has any other ideas, you can also pass them on to me through the intelligence network. Destroying the Yin Corp sect is my goal. After the discussion with Liang Shuyuan, Qingyan secretly returned to Liang Wuwu's courtyard. She had just finished tidying up the things in Qingya Pavilion when the imperial guards had already surrounded the courtyard. Liang Wuwu was placed under house arrest, and Qingyan was banished from Liangdu. As a result, many people in Liangdu saw hundreds of majestic imperial guards escorting Chen Ruoyan out of Liangdu. Who is this woman? She's so beautiful. She has such a big entourage. Even the imperial guards general is here. Her name is Chen Ruoyan. She's very famous in the southern region. I heard that she has been very close to the fifth prince recently. The fifth prince who is clamoring to deal with the Yin Corp sect? Yes, that's the fifth prince. Some bold martial artists who loved to watch the show curiously followed the Imperial Guards. They wanted to see why the Imperial Guards were following Chen Ruoyan. Qin Yan was escorted to the south gate. The Imperial Guards General, who was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, said coldly, "Miss Ruoyan, His Majesty has orders to banish you from Liangdu. In the future, Liang Pingwa will no longer welcome you. Please leave Liang Pingwa as soon as possible." Qin Yan swept a glance at the crowd. Her face was equally cold. She did not refute and quickly disappeared into the horizon. When the crowd heard the Imperial Guards General's words, they immediately understood. Liang Pingwa wanted to banish Chen Ruoyan. What's going on? Chen Ruoyan has provoked Liang Pingwa? I heard that Chen Ruoyan has been close to the fifth prince recently. She even instigated the fifth prince to persuade His Majesty to deal with the Incorp sect. It seems that His Majesty has already made his decision. This battle is not going to happen. Chen Ruoyan is quite wise. She knows that she can't deal with the Incorp sect. She wants to make use of Liang Pingwa. Unfortunately, her idea is wrong. I don't like the Incorp sect. What a pity. A commoner said, I didn't expect that Chen Ruoyan would be so vicious despite her beauty. She clearly has a grudge against the Incorp sect, but she wants to drag our entire country into it. A woman's heart is the most vicious. Qin Yan didn't care about these commoners' thoughts and quickly left Liangdu. Although her trip to Liangdu had gone through many twists and turns, she was still quite satisfied with the outcome. It wouldn't be long before the news of the fifth prince's house arrest spread. It should be able to temporarily numb the Incorp sect. Qin Yan also didn't think that the powerful Liang Pingwa couldn't even keep it a secret. Next, the most important thing was to see Liang Pingwa's actions. She had to unite the various aristocratic families and sects within the Liangdu Empire, mobilize their armies, contact the top experts of other factions, and ask those Grand Domain Realm experts to take action. All of this had to be done by Liang Pingwa's imperial family. There was also a change in Qin Yan's current mission. She needed to follow the list of aristocratic families and sects provided by Liang Pingwa's imperial family and eliminate them one by one. Then, she would shift the blame to the Incorp sect. In this list, there were aristocratic families that had once defied imperial authority, sects that abused their power, and factions that had peaked Transcendent Realm genius experts who had a high probability of breaking through to the Grand Domain Realm. Similarly, there were also some aristocratic families and factions that were close to the imperial family. These were added by Liang Shuyuan himself in order to fool others. Qin Yan needed to eliminate these factions and let the government secretly create panic and hatred, forcing the factions within the borders to side with Liang Pingwa. At the same time, she also needed to accumulate strength for breaking through to the Grand Domain Realm in the future. That's right. Although Qin Yan didn't dare to break through to the Grand Domain Realm for the time being, she had never given up on becoming a Grand Domain Realm expert. Compared to relying on Liang Pingwa's power, she wanted to use her own strength to take revenge. After all, someone had taught her before that in this world, the most reliable person was not someone else, but herself. At the same time, Qin Yan also gained another identity, the deputy commander of Liang Pingwa's Imperial Black Pinion Guards. She temporarily had the authority of the deputy commander of the Black Pinion Guards within Liang Pingwa's borders. The Black Pinion Guards within Liang Pingwa's borders had to cooperate with her and provide her with any information she needed, other than information about the imperial family. This identity would give Qin Yan a lot of convenience. In the past, when she killed a Transcendent Realm expert, those experts would quickly disappear without a trace, running faster than a rabbit. But now, Liang Pingwa would provide her with detailed information. In the past, when she killed a Transcendent Realm expert, she was afraid that she would kill the wrong person and provoke the anger of those Domain Realm experts. But now that the Incorp's faction had shrunk their forces, Liang Pingwa, who was a threat to Qin Yan, had become one of their own. Furthermore, there was a large pile of precious corpse refining herbs and 10 sets of Incorp's sect full body armor, some precious healing pills and 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. There were also 2 complete corpses of peak Transcendent Realm experts, and the faces of 3 missing Incorp sect Transcendent Realm experts. Of the 3 faces, 2 were personally plucked by Qin Yan in the prison. The other was taken by Qin Yan from the Incorp's faction peak Transcendent Realm expert. Since the corpses did not need a face, with a helmet, it did not matter if they had a face or not. These were the starting funds that Qing Yan had obtained for Song Liyun. In name, she did not take a single cent, saying that once she had the results, she would ask Liang Shuyuan, this rich man, for a precious movement technique. The 50,000 spirit stones were also forcefully given to her by Liang Shuyuan. There are very few people in this world who are as kind as me. Staring at the two large urns in front of her, Qing Yan faintly sighed. Under the two large urns, the flames had already been extinguished. The temperature in the cave was very high, but this temperature did not affect Qing Yan. In the two urns, there were two corpses of Transcendent Realm experts. One of the corpses did not have a face and looked especially terrifying. Qing Yan glanced at the two corpses and calmly lowered her head. She dipped the brush in her hand into the transparent liquid in the bottle beside her and carefully smeared it on the human skin. After waiting for about 6 hours, she finally placed the last face on a clean stone bench. She slowly stood up and stretched, her entire body emitting a soft creaking sound. It should be about time. Qing Yan patted the corpse bag and the corpses that she had originally collected appeared from the bag. After picking out the two Transcendent Realm Peak corpses, the other corpses were now useless. She swung the red blood sword, and the useless zombies immediately fell to the ground. The killing intent in their bodies immediately gushed out and was once again absorbed by the red blood sword. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao was quite satisfied, because the amount of killing intent that returned was much more than the amount that had been injected into the corpse. Although the Walking Dead could not help red blood sword level up, it could help red blood sword collect killing intent. Of course, Chen Hao didn't really care about killing intent, but it was better than nothing. Qing Yan came to the large urn and stabbed the red blood sword into the first corpse. Not long after, the Transcendent Realm corpse opened its eyes, followed by the second. After storing the corpses of the 4 peak Transcendent Realm experts into the corpse sack, Qing Yan stayed for another 2 days. After cleaning up all the traces in the cave, she then blasted the cave to remove the last traces before leaving. In the vicinity of Liangdu, the influence of the royal family was too strong. There was no target that Liang Shuyuan wanted her to deal with. Even if there was, she couldn't make a move for the time being. On the 10th day, Qing Yan finally found her first target, the Ouyang family near Suan City. Before making her move, Qing Yan went to the Black Scale Guards intelligence organization in Suan City to understand the details of the Ouyang family. The Ouyang family claimed to have existed before the establishment of Liang Pinghua, and its influence in the local area was deeply rooted. Ansu City was rich in rice, and most of the nearby land was the property of the Ouyang family. In addition to these properties, the Ouyang family also controlled a small mineral vein of poor quality and formed a loose alliance with several families and sections. On the surface, the Ouyang family had 5 Transcendent Realm experts, and one of them was even at the peak. In fact, they were hiding 3 more in the dark, and 2 of them were late-stage Transcendent Realm experts. However, they weren't in the Ouyang family's encampment, but in the manor near the mountain. Qing Yan's decision was to deal with the 3 Transcendent Realm experts in the manor first. Because letting one go would make her and Jianling's heart ache. Song Liyun's identity was destined not to be used for the time being. Qing Yan put on a freshly made human skin mask and summoned the 3 Transcendent Realm peak walking corpses in the corpse sack. Facing 2 late-stage Transcendent Realm experts and 1 mid-stage Transcendent Realm expert, Qing Yan using 3 Transcendent Realm peak Transcendent Realm experts was clearly bullying them. The 3 corpses easily suppressed the 3 masters of the Ouyang family. Then, they only saw a figure flashing by. Before long, all the other experts in the manor were turned into ruins under the attacks of the walking corpses. Allowing the walking corpses to suck the blood of a Heavenbreaker Realm expert dry, Qing Yan used her divine sense to sweep the surroundings. The martial artists were all dead, and there were still over 100 survivors, but they were all ordinary people. They should all be ordinary people in this manner. Qing Yan had no interest in these ordinary people, so it was good to leave them alive. Putting away the walking corpses, Qing Yan immediately rushed to the Ouyang family's encampment in Ansu City. If it wasn't necessary, Qing Yan wouldn't reveal her slaughter, speed, and illusion abilities. That hidden manor wasn't close to Ansu City, and with Qing Yan's swift movements, she had an overwhelming advantage. By the time Qing Yan arrived at Ansu City, the Ouyang family hadn't sensed any danger yet. The Ouyang family should have had 5 Transcendent Realm experts, but Chen Hao told Qin Yan that there were only 4. However, Qin Yan didn't care. The Black Pinyon Guards weren't omnipotent. The missing Ouyang family expert might have been secretly sent out to carry out other missions. Qin Yan's appetite was very small. As long as that Transcendent Realm expert was there, she would be satisfied. In just 3 months, Qin Yan had once again caused a ruckus in Liangpingwa. Almost every Transcendent Realm expert was in danger. Most of the Transcendent Realm experts had families to feed and a small foundation. It was hard for them to give up. Only a small portion of the Transcendent Realm experts who had nothing chose to flee abroad. Many Transcendent Realm experts hid, but they didn't dare to hide too far away. More than half of them were found by Liangpingwa's Black Pinyon Guards. The Black Pinyon Guards used the intelligence system to tell Qin Yan where they were hiding. Using the red blood sword's sensing ability, Qin Yan naturally took the lives of those experts. Many clans and sects close to Liangpingwa's royal family began to ask for help from Liangpingwa's royal family, hoping that they could eliminate Yin Corp Sec Xing Miao, Tang Mingyu, Jin Zhuang, and Yin Corp Sec's traitor Song Liyun. Some forces that weren't far from each other and were close to Liangpingwa's royal family even hoped that Liangpingwa could send a domain realm expert to help them. Just like how they dealt with Song Liyun last time, this was the opportunity that Liangpingwa was waiting for. Liangpingwa had sent out 2 domain realm experts with great fanfare, and the results were obvious. The 4 demons from the Yin Corp sect fled at the mere sight of them. Very quickly, the 2 regions were completely peaceful. But in the end, Qin Yan took the identities of the 4 people and fled to the other regions. With the Yin Corp Sec Xing Miao, Tang Mingyu, Jin Zhuang, and Yin Corp Sec's traitor Song Liyun slaughtering the Transcendent Realm experts in Liangpingwa, some of the neutral forces could not hold on. They could not ask for help from the Yin Corp sect, they could only ask for help from Liangpingwa. Whatever price they had to pay, Liangpingwa would not be lenient. At this time, those neutral forces had no choice but to lower their heads. The independence of their clans and sects, the pride of a martial artist, were all thrown to the side. After all, for their clans and sects to survive, their lives were the most important. Liangpingwa's royal family's prestige in the region began to grow at a visible speed. As the emperor of Liangpingwa, Liang Shiyuan had been very happy recently. Every time the experts of the Yin Corp sect stirred up trouble, the first-rate powers with divine power realms near the location of the incident would all surrender to Liangpingwa, hoping that Liangpingwa would send domain realm rankers to protect them and chase away or kill those demons. At this time, Liangpingwa would naturally ask for a reasonable reward. Only domain realm experts had the confidence to suppress the Yin Corp sect experts. Within Liangpingwa's territory, there were only 2 top powers that had domain realm experts. They could not count on the Yin Corp sect and they had no other choice. One could only imagine how high the reward Liangpingwa would ask for would be. Liang Shiyuan didn't go overboard with the forces that had always been close to Liangpingwa. He even asked the patriarch to help them once for free to strengthen their relationship. As for the powers that did not care about Liangpingwa, they had suffered greatly this time. Every time Liangpingwa's domain realm experts made a move, these first-rate powers would feel pain. At the same time, Liangpingwa secretly led the subjugation alliance against the Yin Corp sect. The number of members of the families and sects was increasing at a visible rate. Those that did not have a good attitude and refused to join the alliance, Liang Shiyuan would inform Qin Yan and have her bring Song Liyun around. After several powers were destroyed by Qin Ruoyan and Song Liyun, the nearby powers that did not have a good attitude would cry and beg to join the alliance. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. 14 first-rate powers that were not obedient and had bad luck were destroyed. Liangpingwa now controlled all the powers in the southern region. The Black Pinyon Guard commander asked in a low voice, "The powers in the southern region all hope that the 2 old ancestors can personally eliminate those people. What does your majesty think? How many times has it been? The old ancestors have moved out twice and returned with no results." The Black Pinyon Guard commander said, "Old ancestor Hai Ming's meaning is, among those 3 people, can they kill one? If they don't kill one, it will not look good on them." The 2 domain realm old ancestors said that they would move out to kill them, but it was just for show. They were not serious at all. This Black Pinyon Guard naturally knew that the Yin Corp sect experts that wreaked havoc in the southern region were all their people in disguise. The so-called killing one meant that they would no longer use that person's identity. Ying Miao, Tang Mingyu, and Jin Zhuang, any one of these three identities would disappear. Liang Shuyuan shook his head. Liang Pinghua, tell ancestor Haiming to bear with it. The 4. Tell Chen Ruoyan that the southern region has already been decided. Let them go to the west and send a new list. This subordinate understands. When Qing Yan received the pinyin guards, she did not have pinyin Pinghua's Pinghua. Actually, in the southern region of Liang Pinghua, her harvest was already more than enough, according to her estimates, as long as she followed Liang Pinghua's orders and swept through the western region of Liang Pinghua, she would be able to gather enough energy to advance to the domain realm. During this period, with Liang Pinghua's help, the energy she gathered through the red blood sword had far exceeded the total energy she had gathered when she went back and forth between the various countries. With Liang Pinghua's support, her efficiency in gathering energy had increased by a large margin. Another month passed, and Qing Yan finally gathered enough energy for her advancement. However, she still didn't dare to directly rush into the domain realm. The danger was too great. Now that the situation was good, she could make more preparations. She had only raised her strength to the bottleneck of the transcendent realm. She hadn't taken the final step yet. In the western region of Liang Pinghua, the Ying corpse Sexing Miao was killed by Liang Pinghua's old ancestor Haiming. This allowed Liang Pinghua to regain some face and made old ancestor Haiming happy. It allowed the various large factions in Liang Pinghua to see some hope. Thus, Qing Yan brought her three identities to the north. In the north, Jin Zhuang was surrounded and killed by Liang Pinghua's domain realm experts. 2 of the 4 devils that had wreaked havoc in Liang Pinghua had finally died. This caused the various large factions in Liang Pinghua to be excited. It was as if they had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. At the same time, the Ying Corp sect that had been silent all this time finally spoke up. They claimed that Ying Miao, Jin Zhuang, and Tang Mingyu had defected, but sometimes, when they announced that they had defected, it did not completely separate them from the 3 of them. Especially Ying Miao's identity, he was the great-grandson of the Ying Corp sect's 3rd elder. Finally, Qing Yan came to the eastern region of Liang Pinghua. Half a month later, Tang Mingyu was careless and was killed by Liang Pinghua's old ancestor. The last devil, Song Liyun, had disappeared without a trace. This was Qing Yan's suggestion. It was better for Song Liyun to disappear. If the 4 devils died, then those factions that had joined Liang Pinghua would have a chance to return. But if one of them did not die, those first-tier factions would have to think twice. Would Song Liyun appear again in the future? 4 months, it was not long, but it was not short either. But the factions in Liang Pinghua had been completely reshuffled. Many factions with long histories had been razed to the ground by the 4 devils, disappearing into the dust of history. As for the rest, other than the Ying Corp sect's factions, the other factions were all tied together with Liang Pinghua. Liang Shuyuan had given Qing Yan the kill list, but there were no outer factions of the Ying Corp sect. Other than being afraid of alerting the Ying Corp sect, he also wanted the other factions in the country to take note at this point. These Ying Corp sect's peak divine ability realm experts did not offend the factions of the Ying Corp sect. Humans always looked down on others, especially when they were in trouble. Liang Pinghua, Liang Du in the palace, the Black Pinyin Guard's commander saw Liang Shuyuan and his face was not good. What's wrong? Liang Shuyuan's smile disappeared as he asked. Your Majesty, Chen Ruoyan has disappeared. She is near Mount Funan in the east. The Black Pinyin Guard's commander said. Disappeared? Liang Shuyuan's face turned gloomy. A perfectly fine person, how could she disappear? Your subordinate does not know. After destroying the Thunder Light Gang, she disappeared from Mount Funan. At first, our people did not notice. After all, Chen Ruoyan is very mysterious. The Black Pinyin Guard's commander paused before continuing, but didn't Your Majesty want me to inform Chen Ruoyan and the rest to return to Liangdu? We just realized that we could not find her at all. Then what about Song Liyun? Same, she disappeared without a trace. Liang Shuyuan sat on the dragon throne and used his right hand to cover his face. He helplessly sighed. She ran quite fast. The Black Pinyin Guard's commander lowered his head and did not say anything. In his heart, he admired Chen Ruoyan. Not to mention her battle strength, there was no need to talk about her intelligence. On the surface, Liang Shuyuan seemed to be summoning Chen Ruoyan and Song Lakun back to give them generous rewards. However, the commander of the Black Pinyon Guards who had always been by Liang Shuyuan's side knew that Liang Shuyuan's real intention was to kill or imprison them. After all, they knew too much and it was useless, it was dangerous to keep them alive. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry too much. Although Chen Ruoyan seems crazy, she is still very rational. She should know what to do and what not to do. Liang Shuyuan rubbed his forehead. Of course I understand Chen Ruoyan. I am not worried about her spouting nonsense. After all, our interests are aligned with hers. I am thinking about how to explain to old ancestor Hai Ming. He has always wanted a Dao artifact. We only lost a Dao artifact. Your Majesty has already contacted the West Qin Nation, Han Hai Sect, Startling Skysword Sect, and Demon Light Sect. These 5 top powers are willing to send their domain realm experts to help us suppress the Yin Corp's faction. With your Majesty's contributions, even old ancestor Hai Ming will not dare to make things difficult for you. I know. Next, when the domain realm experts from the 5 top powers arrive, we will order the army to mobilize. We will bring the experts of the Alliance and all the domain realm experts to attack the Yin Corp's faction. The Yin Corp's faction will become a part of the southern region's history. And your Majesty will become the greatest emperor after the old ancestor. The Black Pinyon Guard's commander added in a timely manner. Haha, it is only the tip of the iceberg. We have not succeeded yet. We cannot be careless. Inform old ancestor Hai Ming and ask him to pay close attention to the Yin Corp's faction's movements. Once their domain realm experts make a move, you must send news back as soon as possible. Your subordinate obeys. P.S. A little irritated, Koan. I will make up for today's chapter tomorrow. While Liang Pinggua's Black Pinyon Guards were searching for Qin Yan was on her way to Liangdu. She chose to secretly return to Liangdu, not letting anyone know. Liang Pinggua's forces were almost all subdued by the royal family. 3 of the 4 Yin Corp sect devils that wreaked havoc in Liang Pinggua's territory had already been killed. The power of the Liang Pinggua royal family had reached its peak. 4 months' time was enough for Liang Pinggua to contact the other top forces. With Qin Yan's experience, as long as Liang Pinggua was willing to pay the price and take the lead, there would be many top experts willing to deal with the Yin Corp sect. Liang Pinggua's situation was very good. As long as they waited for a period of time and gathered all the experts and armies, the Yin Corp sect would definitely not be their match. Using Sir Jianling's words, flying dragon riding face, how can we lose? Although Qin Yan did not know where these words came from, she could roughly guess the meaning. As long as Liang Pinggua was secretive enough, as long as the Yin Corp sect was numb for a period of time, they would have an absolute advantage. At this time, Qin Yan really could not think of any use for her. Not only was she useless, she could even become a hidden danger for Liang Pinggua. Song Liyun had provoked many top forces before and she knew too much. For Liang Pinggua's alliance, she was a hidden danger. Plus, Liang Pinggua was originally interested in the red blood sword in her hands. If Qin Yan did not hide herself and exposed herself to the Black Pinyon Guards, then she would be stupid. In this world, there was no one worthy of her trust. Qin Yan stepped into the thicket. She raised her head and looked at the towering trees. She felt as if the world was spinning. She took 2 steps back and tripped over a vine. She crawled among the thick fallen leaves. She could clearly smell the scent of rotting leaves. She could also sense the frantically scurrying insects under the fallen leaves. Inside her body, the slaughter god art was also rioting. In these 5 months of continuous battles, in order to hide her identity, Qin Yan intentionally avoided using her slaughter god art and speed god art. She cultivated using her illusion god art more. His illusion god art, which was originally at the entry level, had also risen by a realm, reaching the small success stage. Theoretically speaking, reaching small completion of illusion god art was very beneficial for her mental state. It could reduce the influence of slaughter god art on her along with speed god art and powerful mental force. However, what Qin Yan didn't expect was that even if she didn't use the slaughter god art, it could still break through on its own. Her slaughter god art had already reached perfection, but when she completed the last mission, it suddenly showed signs of breaking through perfection and reaching another level, because she was worried about the inner demon tribulation of the domain realm, Qingyan had no intention of breaking through to the domain realm immediately. However, if the massacre divine art transformed into the massacre domain in advance, then her domain realm inner demon tribulation would also come earlier. In these few months, she didn't cultivate at all. She stored the energy from the slaughter god art in red blood sword, saving it for when the time was right. Damn it! Qingyan fiercely punched the ground. Calm down, calm down. By her ear, Jianling's reminder sounded, don't be angry, calm down. Imagine how beautiful this world is. There are birds chirping and flowers fragrant everywhere. People are kind and friendly. There are no fights, no wars, no scheming. Everyone loves each other. She didn't know why, but when she heard Jianling's words, she felt even more irritated. She even suspected that Lord Jianling was purposely provoking her. Don't think about it, don't think about it, Qingyan repeatedly reminded herself as she desperately suppressed the restless slaughter god art. After more than 2 hours, she slowly climbed up from the ground. Her situation wasn't very good. Her slaughter god art could still break through to the massacre domain at any time. However, she barely found a critical point and used all of her cultivation, mental force, and god art to suppress the breakthrough of her slaughter god art. This kind of suppression was very stable. Really, other people go into seclusion to break through their profound god art and become a domain master, but, sure enough, after Qingyan said this, Jianling's tone was no longer disgusted. He praised the world, so, you don't know how lucky you are. Why don't you completely let go of your body and mind and try to become a domain master? Once you become a domain master, the Yin Corp sect might not be a problem anymore. Lord Jianling, are you trying to anger me to death and inherit the legacy I left in Red Blood Sword? No, no, I'm quite satisfied with you recently. Chen Hao said softly, although you wasted some low-level warriors. I can understand that you have worked very hard. I also admire you for being able to suppress the breakthrough of your slaughter god art. Suppressing one's cultivation was the easiest. It was just like how you wouldn't get fat if you didn't eat or drink. Suppressing the effect of the slaughter god art on one's mind was difficult, but it wasn't impossible. For example, Qingyan was barely able to do it now, but suppressing the breakthrough of the slaughter god art was too difficult. The slaughter divine ability originally had its own will and was difficult to restrain. As for the transformation of a divine ability, it was something that all martial artists pursued in their bones. Every time a martial artist made a breakthrough, they would be able to bring a sense of joy that came from the transformation of their soul, and Qingyan's current state was like a woman on the verge of climax. Her will could be blurred at any time and she would ascend to heaven if she wasn't careful. This was probably the most accurate way to describe it. Ignoring Jianling, Qingyan struggled to stand up. She looked around and asked softly, Lord Jianling, is there anyone nearby? No. Okay. Qingyan pursed her lips and hid in the dense forest. Then, she stealthily changed her clothes. This time, she seemed to have forgotten about the existence of Jianling in Red Blood Sword. She even forgot about her habit of throwing clothes in Red Blood Sword. Chen Hao silently watched and was greatly disappointed. Qingyan only took off her outer clothes, preparing to change into an ordinary black cultivator's uniform. She also changed into a young girl's face. Chen Hao had never seen this face before. It was delicate and pretty, and had a pretty good appearance. It was also not too eye-catching. Perhaps it was something Qingyan had kept in the Zhou nation back then. Didn't she say that there wasn't much stock left? Then, Chen Hao's attention was attracted by a grayish-white cat. This cat had just appeared. It was 2 meters tall and 7 meters long. Its curves were extremely smooth and it had a pair of beautiful green eyes that shined brightly. It seemed to have noticed Qingyan and nimbly shuttled through the forest. Its 4 feet didn't touch the ground and it didn't make any sound. It quickly approached Qingyan who was changing her clothes. Chen Hao quickly made a judgment. This was a rare Xiantian realm demon beast. The southern region was the same as the other regions. Demon beasts were extremely rare in places where the human population was relatively concentrated. For thousands of years, the human race had been in an advantageous position. Wherever humans gathered, except for the demon beasts that were farmed, all the other wild demon beasts had been slaughtered to extinction. Only in a few remote forests were the demon beasts safe places to live. However, this did not include Liangpinghua's hinterland. After all, Qin Yan had said that they were close to Liangpinghua's Xianxia city. This Xiantian realm demon beast should not be living in such a place. Chen Hao looked at Qin Yan again and felt strange. Qin Yan seemed to be unaware and was changing into a matching dress. Was she pretending? Or did she really not notice? Should he remind her? This thought only appeared in Chen Hao's mind for a moment before disappearing. When the demon cat was about 200 meters away from Qin Yan finally seemed to have sensed something. She decisively picked up the red blood sword and whispered, "Lord Jianling, something seems to be approaching. It's a cute little cat. Where is it? Can't you sense it yourself?" Chen Hao said bluntly, "You're a peak transcendent realm expert after all." Qin Yan's face instantly turned ugly. She scanned with her divine sense and then turned to look at the demon cat that was lurking over. Chen Hao noticed that the massacre divine ability in her body had become violent again. Chen Hao instantly understood. Qin Yan seemed to be unable to divert her attention. She was spending all her energy on suppressing the advancement of the massacre divine ability. 200 meters was nothing to a Xiantian realm demonic beast. The moment Qin Yan discovered it, it stopped hiding and sent countless wind blades at Qin Yan. Qin Yan jumped away and stepped on the tree trunk. Using the strength of her body, she bounced towards the demon beast. Chen Hao noticed that during this period, she did not use any true yuan or speed divine ability. She only used the strength of her body. Otherwise, she would only need to gently wave her red blood sword to deal with a higher heaven stage demonic beast. There was no need for her to waste so much effort. Qin Yan rapidly approached that demonic beast, but that demonic beast did not sense any danger. Qin Yan dodged a few attacks, and when she appeared beside the demonic beast once again, the demonic beast finally sensed danger. Although Qin Yan was unable to use her true essence divine ability and mental force, her physical strength alone was not something an ordinary Xiantian realm demon beast could compare with. The crimson blood soft sword sliced open the glossy gray fur of the monster beast, causing blood to spurt out. Qin Yan's slaughtering divine art surged, and her eyes were instantly dyed red. Meow! The demonic beast screamed in pain. This sound woke Qin Yan up, and she reacted abruptly. She retreated almost at the same time as the demonic beast. The demonic beast seemed to have realized that Qin Yan was difficult to deal with, so it quickly fled and disappeared into the dense forest. Qin Yan retreated 100 meters before she managed to stabilize her mind. She looked in the direction that the demonic beast had fled, but she didn't pursue it. If it was any other time, with her temperament, she would definitely not give up until she killed that demonic beast that dared to sneak attack her. You let it escape just like that? It's just a Xiantian realm demon beast. Qin Yan said with disdain. It's you who can't make a move and have killing intent, right? I will adjust quickly. Lord Jianling, don't worry. Okay. Qin Yan's expression was cold as she stared at the blood of the demonic beast on the red blood sword. She felt a sense of danger. She didn't believe that the red blood sword would really guard her to the death. In the entire continent, she was probably the only one who understood the red blood sword the most and was still alive. Lord Jianling, you have to have confidence in me. Qin Yan said with a relaxed expression. I do have that. I have never denied your ability and talent. She said with a faint tone, in at most a month, there will be a huge battle at the Corps faction. There will be a group of domain realm experts there. Chen Hao knew that Qin Yan was hoping that he would calm down. She hoped that this Jianling would be able to see further into the future. A month? Did Liang Shuyuan tell you that? No, it might not necessarily be a month. The earlier the better. If Liang Pinghua doesn't make a move, the Corps faction might notice it. Among the families that Liang Pinghua subdued, there might not be hidden spies from the Corps faction. If it was just the first-class families, the Corps faction might not care, but once the Corps faction finds out that Liang Pinghua is in contact with the other top powers, they will definitely make a move. If I was a Corps faction member and knew of this situation, I would definitely make a move first. So the sooner Liang Pinghua makes a move, the better. You didn't seem to have warned Liang Shuyuan. Qin Yan said without caring, these things, I don't need to remind him. If they can't even keep this secret, then they can't blame me when they die. Yes, but before that, I hope that you can adjust. There is not much time left for you. The blood of a domain realm expert, his red blood sword had not paid for it yet, he really did not deserve the name of the demon sword. Hearing Sir Jianling's words soften, Qing Yan let out a long sigh of relief. She had not forgotten that the biggest threat to her was still the red blood sword. But she still had to rely on his strength. Now it was hard for her to use her own strength, so she could only choose to be low-key. Thinking of this, Qing Yan could not help but feel tired, but she did not dare be careless as she forced herself to stay alert. Now was not the time to relax, she had to rely on her last breath to hold on, but looking at the surrounding desolate mountains, perhaps there would be some blind monstrous beasts appearing, she had an urge to leave. In these 5 months, if she was not killing people, she was on the way to kill people. She had never rested. She knew that the reason why she had fallen to this state was because of the tight battle schedule and the long-term slaughter. Sir Jianling. Are there any strong monstrous beasts nearby? I didn't want to answer this question at first, but based on your past achievements, I'll give you face. There are. Chen Hao said in a low voice, next time, when you want to kill someone, I'll answer a similar question. If you don't plan to do it, don't ask me again. He was really heartless. In the evening, Qing Yan arrived at Xianxia city and rented an inn to stay. Opening the window, she saw the busy streets outside. Listening to the noisy hawking, looking at the street vendors and all kinds of pedestrians, she felt unprecedentedly relaxed. But this kind of relaxation only lasted for an extremely short moment. She quickly closed the window, making the noise far away from her, and weakly lay on the bed. The big bed shook, and after a creak, it returned to silence. She slowly stretched out her slender hand in front of her eyes. There were no calluses on her palm, and one could see the fine lines on her palm, which were glowing under the faint light. Although Qing Yan was very tired, she did not dare relax. She sat up from the bed and walked to the table. With a wave of her hand, the zither that she had not used for a long time appeared in front of her. As night fell, the inn's first floor became lively again. Many of the martial artists were talking loudly, most of the topics were about Liangpinggua's 4 demons. They praised Liangpinggua's royal family's strength and scolded the Yin Corp sex experts for killing the innocent. Some people complained that Liangpinggua's domain realm experts were not working hard enough, allowing Song Liyun to live until now. Of course, the moment these words came out, they were scolded by the other martial artists. They said that Song Liyun hid well, that domain realm experts were not gods. In this sea of people, it would not be easy to find Song Liyun. They said that Song Liyun might have escaped from Liangpingua. Did you guys hear that sound? What sound? It seems like someone is playing the zither. It can't be the zither, right? It should be the pipa. You are all wrong, it is the zither. What is the difference between the zither and the zither? The people at the table near the door were arguing and arguing. They realized that all of a sudden, no one was saying anything. They immediately shut their mouths. Their ears were filled with the faint sound of the zither. It seemed to come from the horizon, like a sobbing sound. It made their hearts ache. In the corner, a middle-aged man who occupied a table lowered his head and secretly wiped away the tears in his eyes. He fiercely drank a mouthful of wine and smacked his lips. His mouth was filled with bitterness. Who is playing the zither? Damn, it's like a funeral, it's so hard to listen to. A tall and sturdy man stood up and threw down 2 gold coins before running out of the inn. His 2 companions stared at his back and looked at each other in dismay. When one person left, there was a second, a third. Not long later, more than half of the guests had left, leaving behind 3 tables of people. These people silently lowered their heads, their eyes slightly unfocused. Go up and see who is playing the zither. It is affecting our business, make him stop playing. The innkeeper reacted and quickly ordered the waiter. Yes, innkeeper. Just as the waiter stepped on the stairs, a bang sound was heard. The waiter could no longer move his legs. A long sword appeared in front of his eyes. The long sword was inserted into the wall next to the stairs. The blade of the sword was aimed at his throat. If he took a step forward, he would directly hit the sword. The song is nice. I want to continue listening. No one is allowed to disturb me. The one who spoke was the middle-aged customer in the corner. Beside him was an empty scabbard. The inn waiter looked at the innkeeper with a bitter expression. The innkeeper shook his head, indicating for him not to move. Now, those who stayed behind seemed to want to listen to the music. What made the innkeeper rejoice was that in less than a quarter of an hour, the damned zither music stopped. In the room of the inn, Qingyan gradually came back to her senses. She pressed down on the strings of the zither with both hands. Sir Jianling, can you just transmit a portion of the spiritual energy from the massacre feedback to me? This will allow my spiritual power to break through to the domain realm for now. That's a good idea. Why didn't you say so earlier? If your mental power is strong, it should be easier to suppress the slaughter god art in your body. Earlier. I didn't think of that. Qingyan rubbed her forehead. Ever since I broke through to the peak of the transcendent realm, I realized that my memory has started to deteriorate. Some of my thoughts can't be sorted out. I'm starting to feel drowsy, just like when I didn't wake up when I was young. Chen Hao suddenly asked, what's 7 XVI plus 65? 142, what's wrong? You should be fine. Qingyan felt that this kind of testing method was like child's play. Are you ready? Do you need me to transmit the spiritual energy to you immediately? Wait, let me leave the city first. Qingyan hurriedly pushed open the door and ran out of the city under the strange gazes of the city guards. After running for an hour, she stopped. Let's do it here. Okay. Within the red blood sword, surging spiritual energy rushed into Qingyan's body. Chen Hao didn't reject helping the sword master store the slaughter feedback energy. His thoughts were simple. If the sword master died one day, wouldn't the energy stored in the demonic sword belong to him? Especially Qingyan, the amount of energy she stored in the demonic sword wasn't small at all. It was comparable to all the energy in an early-stage domain realm expert. As soon as the spiritual energy entered Qingyan's mind, she immediately sank into her mind and activated the 9E Meditation Sutra. Half of her sea of consciousness had already been dyed blood red. In the center of the sea of consciousness was a milky white sphere with a few abnormal blood spots. It emitted a faint light. That was where she stored her spiritual energy after cultivating the 9E Meditation Sutra. The sphere began to spin continuously, absorbing the spiritual energy from the red blood sword. It gradually grew bigger and spun faster and faster. Soon, Qingyan felt her head swell. She knew that the breakthrough was about to begin. Suddenly, the sphere emitted a dazzling white-red light and began to expand crazily. Its spinning speed also seemed to have reached its peak. Qingyan held her head in pain. It was as if someone was madly stirring her brain and turning it into a pile of mush. Compress. At this moment, she heard Sir Jianling's reminder. She took a deep breath and recalled the few numbers recorded in the 9E Meditation Sutra. Relying on her willpower, she began to compress the spiritual energy in her body. When the sun rose, Qingyan finally recovered from the breakthrough of her spiritual energy. In the center of her sea of consciousness, a constantly sparkling, gem-like compressed spiritual energy appeared. According to the 9E Meditation Sutra, the compressed spiritual energy of a domain realm expert was transparent, pure, and resplendent. It was like an ice crystal or gemstone. There couldn't be any impurities, and Qingyan discovered that her compressed spiritual energy wasn't pure. It was stained with blood spots that couldn't be removed. This was a very dangerous sign. Of course, Qingyan was already mentally prepared. She had already discovered it. After her spiritual energy broke through to the domain realm, she finally suppressed the signs of the slaughter god art's breakthrough. She waved the red blood sword. A blood-red light flashed. The blood-red light streaked across the ground, plowing out a 5-mile-long ravine. A mountain peak was split in half by her sword. I can move for now, but I can't stimulate the slaughter god art too much. 3 days later, Qingyan finally arrived near Liangdu. In these 3 days, she would meet a few transcendent realm experts every day. Their destination was the same as Qingyan's, Liangdu. Qingyan knew that Liang Pingguo was probably gathering people. When Qingyan stepped into Liangdu, Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, was excited. He smelled the scent of countless delicious food. They were all transcendent realm experts that Qingyan could deal with. There were so many of them. It was an exaggeration to say that they were densely packed, but when he casually scanned with his divine sense, he could find more than 10 of them. Chen Hao felt like he had fallen into a rice bowl. The red blood sword was vibrating slightly. Qingyan felt her waist itch. Qingyan stabilized her waist with one hand and said in a low voice, "Sir Jianling, don't be agitated." She was taking a risk by coming to Liangdu. Red blood sword was good at concealment. She could do it too, but she could only deceive martial artists who were weaker than her. It was very difficult for her to deceive a domain realm expert unless she had a powerful aura concealment technique or reached the domain realm in illusion. Recently, Liangpinghua's domain realm experts had been very active. Their divine senses covered a wide area. If she was unlucky, they might really notice Qingyan, a peak transcendent realm expert. However, seeing so many transcendent realm experts gathered in Liangdu, Qingyan was even more relieved. With so many transcendent realm experts, it would be difficult for them to notice her. Strictly speaking, this was Qingyan's third time in Liangdu. She hid her strength at the early stage of the transcendent realm and looked for a place to stay. As the capital of Liangpinghua, Liangdu occupied a much larger area than the capital of Zhou Nation. It was also much more prosperous. After walking around for half a day, she found a rather lively inn at the edge of Liangdu. After discovering that there was a late-stage transcendent realm expert inside, she went in as well. As soon as she went in, she noticed that the late-stage transcendent realm expert had noticed her. The late-stage transcendent realm expert looked like a middle-aged man. His appearance was slightly ordinary. His hair was messy as if he hadn't taken care of it. He was wearing an ordinary martial artist's uniform that had been washed until it was white. He looked a little sloppy. On the table in front of him was a long sword. The sword and scabbard were the kind of black scabbard that could be bought at any weapon store. It was the very ordinary kind. This kind of person should be more casual, right? Qingyan thought. Although this inn was small, business seemed to be very good. There were 6 tables, all of which were occupied. Only the transcendent realm expert had a table by himself. Qingyan sat in front of him and asked with a smile, "Senior, do you mind sharing a table?" The transcendent realm expert glanced at Qingyan, took a sip of wine, and smiled. "Do as you wish." Obviously, he had already noticed Qingyan's strength and didn't mind Qingyan's impoliteness. Qingyan was also very clear that this must be because of her strength. If other low-level martial artists sat in front of him, he might not be so polite. Qingyan loved to eat meat, especially the meat of demonic beasts. She ordered 7 meat dishes, and when they were all served, they took up almost half of the table. There were basins, plates, and big bowls. The late-stage transcendent realm expert in front of her looked at the 3 dishes in front of him and couldn't help but glance at her. Then, he saw Qingyan swallow all 7 dishes like a whirlwind. The people at the nearby tables could not help but look at Qingyan. They had seen many martial artists with huge appetites, but it was rare to see a woman with such a huge appetite. Chen Hao didn't mind. It seemed like Qingyan hadn't eaten normal food for 5 months. The last time she was in Xinta City, she didn't eat anything in order to break through her spiritual power. After breaking through, she rushed straight to Liangdu. After finishing everything, Qingyan wiped her mouth as if she still hadn't had enough. She asked the servants to remove the plates on the table, and then served another set, and another set. She then used her chopsticks properly, and slowly chewed and swallowed the food piece by piece. "Senior, there seems to be a lot of transcendent realm experts in Liangdu recently?" Qingyan pretended to be curious and asked, "Do you know why?" N. The transcendent realm expert in front of her looked at her vigilantly and whispered, "You don't know?" "I don't know." Qingyan shook her head. Recently, Liangpinghua's Treasure Cloud Pavilion is going to hold a large-scale auction. It is said that there will be spirit deity fruits, earth-grade cultivation techniques, and all kinds of divine weapons in the auction. Recently, all the major powers in Liangpinghua have been alarmed. "So powerful?" Qingyan asked excitedly. "Of course, why else would I be here?" Qingyan obviously didn't believe the nonsense of this transcendent realm expert in front of her. She guessed that this news should be used by Liangpinghua to confuse the Incorp sect. "I still don't know which clan Senior is from." "When High City's he clan." "What about you?" Qingyan chewed on some dry and hard meat while thinking back to Liangpinghua's he clan. A few months ago, when she was working for Liangpinghua, Qingyan obtained a lot of information about the major powers in Liangpinghua. Among them, there were 2 clans with the surname He. The 2 clans were even related by blood and had the same bloodline. One High City's He clan was in the east, and the other party's accent was also from the east. She could roughly guess the other party's identity. I'm from Tianqing Nation, Wang clan. Tianqing Nation, that's a bit far. I've only been there less than 5 times. Qingyan suddenly asked, Senior is Spirit Sword He Xiaofeng? How do you know? Of course I know. Not long after I came to Liangpingua, I heard of Senior's great name. Qingyan said in a low voice, I heard that Senior's sword skills are outstanding, able to jump levels and kill Divine Realm Peak experts. I never thought that coming to Liang City this time, I would actually see Senior in person. What outstanding sword skills, that's just people bragging. The Divine Realm Peak expert that I killed was already bedeviled. My sword skills just so happened to counter him, so I was lucky to win. He Xiaofeng seemed like he was not used to being praised. Hearing Qingyan say this, he seemed a bit embarrassed. This is a very interesting person, Qingyan thought this. While she was talking to He Xiaofeng, she was also carefully observing his words and actions, some of his habitual movements, and imprinting this information deep into her mind. If Liang Pingwa was to attack the Yin Corp sect, Qingyan would have to participate. She wanted a suitable identity and He Xiaofeng was very suitable. He Xiaofeng's movement technique was very good, his speed did not lose to many Divine Realm Peak experts. He was very strong and had once killed a Divine Realm Peak expert. His fighting style was similar to Qingyan's, he walked the path of agility. He was very famous among the Divine Realm experts in Liangpingua. His personality was a bit of a loner, he was always alone and did not have many friends. This was even better, Qingyan felt that as long as she acted fast enough, it would not be difficult to kill He Xiaofeng in a short period of time. Once she killed him and took his identity, she would be able to infiltrate the Yin Corp sect army. Of course, Qingyan was not in a hurry to act. She planned to observe for a few more days. Senior, when will the auction of the Treasure Cloud Pavilion begin? I want to go and take a look. It will be in 10 days. Only Divine Realm martial artists have the qualifications to enter. 10 days? Qingyan thought for a moment. She felt that within 10 days, Liang Pingwa should be able to gather a group of Divine Realm experts. 10 days later, it was very likely that the experts from the other top forces would arrive. She should not have to wait too long. Thinking of this, Qingyan's heart felt more at ease. When the time came, she would change into He Xiaofeng's face and infiltrate the aristocratic group. They stayed in the inn for 3 days. During these 3 days, He Xiaofeng would occasionally go out. However, he wouldn't go out for too long. Qingyan would also contact him about the Treasure Cloud Pavilion's auction from time to time. The two of them had become more like friends. Qingyan also observed, she was able to imitate He Xiaofeng's usual actions and mannerisms perfectly. At night in Liangdu, the bustling streets were still bustling. But the inn that Qingyan was staying in, because it was far from the center of Liangdu, it gradually quieted down in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night, Qingyan laid on her bed, unable to fall asleep. Suddenly, she felt the ground tremble, her heart palpitated, she suddenly jumped up from her bed. When she looked back at her bed, half of her bed was gone, or rather, half of her room was gone. She looked out and saw that only the part of the inn that she had stayed in was left. Most of the other parts had been completely evaporated. What replaced it was a gully that was more than 30 meters long. At the edge of the ravine, there was a chi-chi sound, black fog constantly rose, emitting a pungent stench. Qingyan did not even think, she quickly held her breath, rumble, 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 countless explosions sounded, the sky and earth were turned upside down, the inn that was bitterly holding on collapsed. Qingyan frantically flew out before the inn collapsed, she looked at the ravine in front of her, it split open the city walls and extended into the distance. And in the direction of the imperial palace. The tall and majestic imperial palace had already disappeared, the imperial palace had already turned into ruins. She raised her head and looked at Liangpingwa's imperial palace in shock. Under the crescent moon, in the clouds, 15 black figures appeared. When she saw these 15 figures, Qingyan could not help but feel her heart palpitate. Yin Corp sect people? She said in shock. The imperial palace had been razed to the ground, all the defenses were under the combined attack of 15. Domain realm experts, even Qingyan did not have the chance to witness it. Yes. Inside Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao replied concisely, that aura is correct, 5 domain realm experts came, there are also 10 domain realm zombies. The thing that you are most worried about has happened, maybe it is because Liang Pingwu wants to take back the various large factions in the country, or maybe it is because the negotiations with the other top factions are slow. After a long time, the news has been leaked. In just a short while, the people who lived near the imperial palace in Liangdu, who knew how many had died in their sleep, and those who did not die ran out from their beds, crazily running on the streets, shouting, "Earthquake! There's an earthquake!" Chen Hao leisurely set his gaze on a naked woman. She was obviously in a state of extreme fear and didn't even notice that she wasn't wearing any clothes. Of course, the others weren't any better. The people of Liangdu who had enjoyed a long period of peace did not know that this was not an earthquake. At this time, the cultivators who lived in Liangdu and hadn't died in a days also appeared. Among them, most of them were madly fleeing out of the city, regardless of whether they were in the Xiantian realm, heaven-breaking realm, or transcendent realm. Like Qingyan, they also noticed the top of the palace. Now, only peak transcendent realm experts could help. They might be able to withstand a blow or two from an early-stage domain realm cultivator, but the question was, why would they want to deal with a domain realm expert? The status of Liang Pingwu's royal family in their hearts was not enough for them to risk their lives. On the ruins of the imperial palace, the 5 domain realm masters from the Yin Corps sect paid no attention to them. Instead, they focused their attention on the ruins. It seems like the Yin Corps faction has sent these 5 people, Chen Hao said. These 5 might be enough. Qingyan sighed, no wonder Liang Pingwu hasn't made a move after spending so much time. They probably haven't gathered enough people. The Yin Corps faction is really strong and has hidden themselves well. Didn't they say that they only have 5 domain realm experts? So there are 5 of them here now? They even brought 10 domain realm zombies with them. With such a force, no one in the entire southern region can stop them alone. You don't seem to be worried at all. If Liang Pingwu is destroyed, your half a year's worth of planning will be gone. Qingyan's face was ashen. This is a problem with Liang Shiyuan's ability, but I don't think Liang Pingwu will die so easily. Just as Qingyan finished speaking, another 4 domain realm experts rushed over. Following that, 6 figures suddenly leaped out from the ruins of the imperial palace. These 10 experts gathered together and faced off against the 5 Yin Corps sect members. Qingyan whispered, "These should be the domain realm experts that Liang Pingwu has gathered recently." After Qingyan finished speaking, she immediately rushed out of Liangdu through the broken wall. "Are you going to escape like them?" Chen Hao asked softly. "No, I just want to leave the battlefield and observe for a while. After growing up, I still don't know how strong a domain realm expert is." Oh right, Lord Jianling, you said that the Yin Corps faction sent 5 domain realm experts here. How many people are left in the Yin Corps faction's base? Chen Hao's tone was slightly surprised. You want to raid their base? He realized that if Qingyan was lucky, she might succeed. The domain realm experts that the Yin Corps faction sent out today should be their limit. I'm just joking, I don't dare to go. Qingyan ran for a while and finally stopped. The experts looked at her and continued running. They felt that this place wasn't safe. The Yin Corps faction must have left at least 1 domain realm expert to guard their base. It might even be a middle-stage domain realm expert. I don't have the strength of an early-stage domain realm expert. If I go, I might not even be able to break through the mountain protecting array. I might as well stay here and see if there's a chance. Qingyan's eyes were fixed on the battlefield far away. Her eyes were filled with light. In front of her, dazzling lights flashed. Countless domains were activated. The cultivators from both sides didn't hold back. Liangdu was a city with a long history. It was very likely that it had suffered an unprecedented calamity since the day it was built. The 5 Yin Corps faction experts were commanding 10 domain realm walking corpses. Against 10 domain realm opponents, they had the upper hand. Even Chen Hao felt that the Yin Corps faction's strength was very strong. The Yin Corps faction might have sent out all the domain realm experts they could after receiving the news. They wanted to destroy the foundation of this country before Liang Pingwu could gather all the domain realm experts from the other factions. The Yin Corp's faction sent out 5 domain realm experts this time because they wanted to take a gamble. They knew that if they didn't make the first move, Liang Pinghua would gather enough domain realm experts in a few days. By then, they would have no hope of winning. Unless they were willing to abandon their base and become a bunch of homeless dogs. This was something that the Yin Corp's faction, the top faction in the southern region, couldn't accept. The domain realm experts were terrifying. It might be that the Liang family's domain realm experts intentionally led the 15 domain realm experts to fight for a while. They gradually split into 5 battlefields and moved further and further away from Liangdu. Qingyan looked in 5 different directions. She pondered for a moment before rushing towards one of the battlefields. Although she wasn't a domain realm expert, as a peak transcendent realm expert, she could still see the bigger picture. Perhaps because of the accumulation of resources, the 5 Yin Corp sect domain realm experts and 10 domain realm zombies weren't evenly distributed. When Qingyan rushed to the battlefield, the Yin Corp's faction's domain realm expert only had 1 domain realm zombie. Although the person he was facing was also a domain realm expert, that domain realm expert wasn't weak at all. He wasn't at a disadvantage even when facing a human and zombie. Chen Hao noticed that Qingyan was approaching the battlefield and guessed what she wanted to do. Qingyan relied on her speed advantage and had always been very bold. As long as a martial artist wasn't as fast as her, she would dare to stab with her sword. She would say that she was testing the waters or greeting them. Qingyan said to Chen Hao in her heart, although the Yin Corp sect has a huge advantage, if I can kill one of them, it might affect the outcome of the entire battle. Chen Hao saw the determination in Qingyan's eyes and knew that she had already made up her mind. He could only say that the ignorant were fearless. However, he didn't want Qingyan to die just like that. Hence, he reminded her, only a domain realm expert can fight against a domain realm expert. No matter how fast you are, in the domain realm, the opponent is a god. You will be discovered before you even get close. Once the opponent notices you, your sneak attack will become an open attack. You might be killed before you even get close. Qingyan paused for a moment before continuing to rush towards the battlefield. Chen Hao could feel Qingyan's determination. He supported Qingyan in trying to kill a domain realm expert from the bottom of his heart. In Zhou Lihua's last battle, that peak domain realm demon didn't die in her hands. This made Chen Hao feel regretful. A demon sword that hadn't killed a domain realm expert. What kind of demon sword was it? Chen Hao continued, if you really want to try to kill a domain realm expert, I can give you a suggestion. The success rate is very high. The final elegy? No, I can't bear to see you die now. It's the demon sword domain. Qingyan's face turned pale when she heard the words demon sword domain. Obviously, the demonic sword domain did not leave a good impression on her. The demonic sword domain is also a domain. In other words, it is a composite of various concepts, profundities, divine abilities, and domains. The demonic sword domain you used in the past was incomplete. When you can open the 5th level, the speed domain of the demonic sword domain will appear. Only then will it have the ability to clash with other domains. Qingyan said matter-of-factly, when I was in the heaven-breaking realm, I could only open 3 levels at most. Now, I'm already at the peak of the transcendent realm? I'm sorry, Qingyan. I have some unfortunate news for you. Chen Hao said regretfully, ever since you obtained the red blood sword, the murderous aura in the demonic sword domain has increased by more than 10 times. Although your strength and mental strength have increased, due to your body's condition, I suggest that you don't attempt to activate all 10 levels. I believe that you definitely don't want to know the result. Activating 5 levels should be the maximum that your mental strength can withstand. Furthermore, I suggest that you only activate it for a breath's time. Otherwise, your slaughtering divine power might directly break through to the domain realm. In terms of the number of lives that she had taken, Qingyan could not compare to Zhou Lihua. She could not even compare to XVI. However, in terms of quality, Qingyan was definitely far ahead. Zhou Lihua's battle achievements seemed to be the most glorious, but in the great battle against the devil race, she did not make many moves. It was true that she had not personally killed a domain realm expert. However, ever since Qingyan came to the southern mountain range, most of those that died in her hands were true experts. Especially after she defected from the House of Blood Fiend and broke through to the transcendent realm, the number of Transcendent Realm experts that died in her hands was uncountable. If Qingyan did not have any hidden dangers, she might be able to last longer. However, she had to expend energy to suppress her slaughtering divine power from transforming into the slaughter domain. She had to suppress her mental demons that were gradually corroding her mind. Chen Hao thought about it carefully. It seemed that those who could be considered outstanding sword masters would repeatedly jump around the edge of cultivation deviation and test the boundaries between life and death. He looked at the blood-red mole under the corner of his left eye and suddenly lost interest in continuing the conversation. Chen Hao suddenly recalled Qingyan's illusion divine power, blood eye. Thinking about what he saw in Qingyan's blood eye, he could no longer look at those illusions with disdain. Qingyan did not know what Red Blood Sword was thinking. She only stood on the mountain rock and looked at the two domain realm experts that were fighting fiercely 100 miles away. Occasionally, a few chi beams that lost their target would streak past. She could easily dodge the aftermath of the clash of domains. Facing opponents of this level, hiding was already meaningless. Even if she stood here and was discovered by the two domain realm experts, they would not care. When two adults were fighting, they would not care about the children at the side. They only had one thought, and that was to defeat their opponent. Qingyan was waiting for a suitable opportunity. She only had one chance. The Yin Corp sex expert's domain was extremely dark. Wherever his domain covered, Qingyan's divine consciousness could not penetrate it. She could only occasionally see his appearance when she was fighting with her opponent. He was still dressed like an ice-cold corpse that could move. If he wore a metal mask, he would be no different from a walking corpse. The walking corpse that he commanded was also not simple. The color of his domain was dark green. When the dark green domain swept across the ground, it would corrode everything on the ground. His opponent should be using a fire-type domain. It was different from ordinary red flames. The flames in his domain were all blue. The raging flames somewhat restrained the domains of the walking corpse and the Yin Corpse sex expert. His opponent was not weak either. West Qin Nation's Blue Ember Sex Sect Master? Qingyan had a rough idea of the other party's identity from the other party's tattered clothes. Qingyan was a little surprised that the Blue Ember Sex Sect Master appeared here. If she remembered correctly, although the Blue Ember Sect was a top force, they were the weakest among the top forces. They only had a history of 200 years and the sect only had one early-stage domain realm expert, Yun Changlin. If it was a one-on-one battle, the Blue Ember Sect's Yun Changlin would definitely be stronger. However, every time he wanted to attack the Yin Corpse sex expert, the walking corpse would jump out. With a fearless attitude, the Yin Corpse sex expert would use his dark domain to launch a sneak attack from the side. Both sides were in a stalemate. Yun Changlin, I did not expect the Blue Ember sect to be so reckless. After I kill you, I will kill everyone in your sect and throw them into the carrion forest to refine them into walking corpses. Yun Changlin's face darkened. He did not say a word, but the blue flames in his domain burned even hotter. Fu Huabin, do you think I'm afraid of you? Although Yun Changlin was worried, he could not lose in words. Now was not the time to think about whether the Yin Corpse sect would settle the score later, he only wanted to defeat his opponent. Even if he could not, he had to hold Fu Huabin back. As the battle gradually turned white, Qingyan gripped the scarlet blood-soft sword even harder. Bang! Just as the Blue Flame sect leader pushed the Blue Flame domain to its strongest, a blood-red light rose from Qingyan's body. The blood-red light dyed her entire body red. Qingyan, who had been waiting for an opportunity, finally made her move. She charged directly at Fu Huabin, the domain realm elite. There was no fear on her face, only determination and determination. Qingyan's speed was very fast. Even the domain realm elite could not ignore her. However, her cultivation was still a fatal shortcoming. As expected, her actions were discovered by the two Grand Dominion realm experts. Yun Changlin's expression was calm as he seriously dealt with the Yin Corpse sect elite. He did not care that a divine power realm martial artist had suddenly appeared and dared to draw his sword against Fu Huabin. In his opinion, the divine power realm martial artist was crazy. That's right, crazy. As long as a divine power realm martial artist was clear-headed, he would know the huge gap between the domain realm and the divine power realm. He only used his divine sense to scan the intruder. Yun Changlin was even more certain that the intruder was crazy. He had seen many killing divine powers. However, he had only seen such crazy and cold-killing divine powers with a red and black color from the blood fiend sex martial artists who had gone berserk. Since Yin Changlin did not care, the Yin Corpse sex Fu Huabin did not care either. He was busy dealing with Yin Changlin's killing move. He did not even look at the nameless martial artist who had suddenly barged in. In his dark domain, he was the ruler. Even a domain realm elite would lose their sense of direction after entering his dark domain, let alone a divine power realm martial artist. However, he was still a little angry. Angry that a divine power realm martial artist dared to attack him. Dark extermination palm. Fu Huabin waved his hand and a black palm print headed straight for Qing Yan. Butterfly dance. Qing Yan dodged like a butterfly in the wind, nimbly dodging the attack with an extremely graceful posture. Fu Huabin was slightly surprised when his opponent dodged his casual palm strike. However, when he saw his opponent plunge into his domain, he was like a fly that had fallen into boiling water. He pushed his palm in Qing Yan's direction again. As soon as she entered the domain, Qing Yan felt that everything before her eyes was pitch black, and she couldn't tell east from west. Within the domain of darkness, she felt suffocated. The formless and boundless pressure was like a mountain pressing down on her chest. It was as if the air in her lungs was being squeezed out. The aura of darkness crazily attacked and corroded her body. The Zhenyuan in Qing Yan's body began to stagnate, showing signs of going out of control. However, this was all suppressed by Qing Yan's extremely strong control. Was this a domain? Qing Yan discovered that her strength had been greatly suppressed. The strength she could unleash was less than 70%. Even her speed had been greatly reduced. If it had been an ordinary pinnacle transcendent, they would have been suppressed even more miserably. Lord Jianling, Devil Sword Domain, Level 5. As a skill, the Devil Sword Domain could be activated and deactivated at the discretion of the Sword Master. However, when it came to how many levels of the Devil Sword Domain were activated, it required the cooperation of the Jianling, Chen Hao. This was because the original Devil Sword Domain was foolishly operated. If the Sword Master said to activate it, then it would be completely activated. Only Chen Hao could fine-tune the degree of activation of the Devil Sword Domain. The crimson blood flexible sword slightly trembled in the darkness. A bloody light rose from Qing Yan's body, and a thick bloody mist rapidly spread out from her body. In the dark environment created by Fu Huabin's darkness domain, the bloody mist spread out silently. The bloody mist seemed to be affected by a huge pulling force. It crazily revolved around Qing Yan, forming a huge vortex. Chen Hao knew that this was the sign of the speed domain being activated and integrated into the Devil Sword domain. At this moment, Qing Yan finally regained some of her senses in the darkness domain. Looking at the number of corpses in Fu Huabin's hands, she knew that he wasn't a powerful domain realm expert. Qing Yan saw the pitch-black palm and easily dodged it. The sect master of the Blue Ember sect naturally didn't know the situation in the darkness domain. He didn't even have the chance to get close to Fu Huabin. However, the owner of the darkness domain, Fu Huabin, felt that something was wrong. He felt that another domain had suddenly appeared in his domain. It was an extremely obscure domain that he had never seen before. The aura emitted by that domain was much more terrifying than Yun Changlin's domain. That kind of domain was like a sharp sword that cut through his darkness domain and charged straight at his main body. What the hell is this? Get out! The darkness domain desperately shrank, wanting to expel the other domain from his domain. However, what Fu Huabin didn't expect was that the other domain was still shuttling through his domain. It was unimpeded and carried an extremely terrifying speed that was as fast as lightning. Ah! Fu Huabin's corpse-like face finally showed signs of fear. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Under Yin Changlin's astonished gaze, Fu Huabin brought the corpses and the darkness domain and crazily fled into the distance. Yun Changlin's first reaction was, "Am I that scary?" Immediately after, Yun Changlin saw the darkness domain that was fleeing into the distance dissipate like smoke. He saw Fu Huabin. To be precise, he saw Fu Huabin's corpse. Fu Huabin, who had been clamoring to exterminate the Blue Ember sect, no longer had any signs of life. Even his aura had dissipated. He also saw Fu Huabin's corpse. Its master had died, and the corpse that should have gone berserk stopped in midair. Its mouth was wide open, and a blade was revealed from within. The corpse howled at the sky, and a murderous aura burst out from its body. However, before the murderous aura dissipated, it seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and gathered behind it. Dead, they're all dead, what the hell is this? Yun Changlin couldn't believe his eyes. The Yin corpse sex Fu Huabin, who was evenly matched with him, had died just like that. He had died too quickly. He held his weapon tightly and stared at the corpse vigilantly. His divine sense told him that the person who killed Fu Huabin was behind the corpse. The sword in the corpse's mouth suddenly disappeared. Then, it lost all its support and fell to the ground. At that moment, Yun Changlin saw Fu Huabin's murderer. It was the woman who had crazily rushed into Fu Huabin's darkness domain. The woman looked delicate and pretty. Her eyes were blood red as if she was possessed. Her body was wet, and her forehead was full of sweat. It was as if she had just been fished out of the water. Yun Changlin could clearly sense that she was only at the peak of the transcendent realm. The woman's left hand was holding on to Fu Huabin's corpse by the long hair. The corpse was swinging back and forth in the air as if it was being hung on a rope. Hiss. If Fu Huabin's corpse was not right in front of him, Yun Changlin would have thought that he was hallucinating. A martial artist who was not even at the domain realm had killed Fu Huabin. From the moment she attacked to the moment she killed him, it had only been a few breaths of time. Yun Changlin felt a chill run down his spine. However, Yun Changlin was considered a veteran martial artist. He had lived for hundreds of years and had seen many things. He quickly recovered from the fear and shock. He looked at the woman cautiously. He also felt that she might not be an enemy. She might be a helper that Liang Pingwa had invited, however, she had not shown herself earlier, so she was ignored. He tried his best to recall the characteristics of the woman's attack. He wanted to confirm her identity. However, he was still confused. The massacre divine ability was a very obvious characteristic. There were not many female transcendent realm martial artists in the southern region who had comprehended and cultivated the massacre divine ability. There was also the speed divine ability. He had only seen this divine ability twice in his life. Each time, it had left a deep impression on him. Yun Changlin thought of Chen Ruoyan from the Holocaust sect. In the southern region, martial artists who could comprehend the speed concept, profound meaning, and divine ability were extremely rare. There would only be one every 100 years. Even if one could comprehend the speed concept, it did not mean that one would become a powerful martial artist. This was because some of the rare concepts were extremely harsh to cultivate. It was a big problem to even reach the transcendent realm. Most of the martial artists who had comprehended the speed concept might not even be able to evolve it into a profound meaning. Among the young geniuses who had become famous recently, only one of them had reached that harsh standard. That was Chen Ruoyan. However, the woman in front of him was at the peak of the transcendent realm. It did not match Chen Ruoyan's situation. Didn't they say that Chen Ruoyan was only at the beginning stage of the transcendent realm? Or at most, the middle stage of the transcendent realm. As the sect master of the Blue Ember sect, Yun Changlin had sighed secretly when he had seen Chen Ruoyan's information. He had felt that such a good domain realm seed had been destroyed by the Blood Fiend sect just like that. He had once fantasized that if he could take in a genius like Chen Ruoyan as his disciple, he would be able to establish the foundation of the Blue Flame sect for 1,000 years. Of course, this was all just a fantasy. Are you Chen Ruoyan? Yun Changlin asked tentatively. Yun Changlin felt that if the woman in front of him was really a martial artist from the southern region, then she was most likely Blood Beauty Chen Ruoyan. It was not only because of the other party's slaughter divine ability and speed divine ability, but also because Chen Ruoyan had cultivated a technique that had great hidden dangers. It was also because of the soft sword in her hand. It was also because Chen Ruoyan had a great enmity with the Yin Corpse sect. It was also because about half a year ago, Chen Ruoyan had appeared in Liang City and then disappeared without a trace. Many martial artists thought that with Chen Ruoyan's vengeful personality, it was impossible for her to leave Liang Pingwa and the Yin Corpse sect. She must be hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. There was a reason to say that Chen Ruoyan was vengeful. From the origin of the nickname Blood Beauty to the extermination of Kuchinglei's entire family in the Blue Ember sect, all these things made all the martial artists in the southern region know how petty Chen Ruoyan was. The more he thought about it, the more Yun Changlin understood. He was even more certain that the woman in front of him was most likely Blood Beauty Chen Ruoyan. You must be Chen Ruoyan, right? Qing Yan did not answer Yun Changlin's question. She had just used the Devil Sword domain, so her mind was in an extremely weak state. She felt dizzy and felt that Yun Changlin's voice was coming from another world. However, she still had to suppress the slaughter divine ability that was starting to erupt. She had just killed a domain realm expert, so her slaughter divine ability was triggered and was eager to break through again. Why aren't you saying anything? Yun Changlin asked in a low voice. He had already noticed Chen Ruoyan's pale face and extremely weak aura. Are you not feeling well? Actually, it was normal for her body to be weak. It was impossible for a peak divine ability realm martial artist to suddenly erupt and kill a domain realm expert in such a short period of time without paying a price. Yun Changlin looked at the corpse in his opponent's hand and then looked at the weapon in his opponent's hand. Greed gradually rose in his heart. He glanced at the other battlefields and realized that the other battlefields were very far away from him. For the time being, no domain realm experts were paying attention to him. He had come to help Liang Pingwa deal with the Yin Corps platoon because Liang Pingwa had promised him a lot of benefits and because there was a high chance of victory. However, Liang Pingwa seemed to have leaked the news. It was probably impossible to directly eliminate the Yin Corps faction. However, if he could snatch Fu Huabin's corpse and obtain the resources in Fu Huabin's hands, if he could capture Chen Ruoyan and obtain the Dao artifact that she had, he could even obtain the secret of her move that could allow her to kill a domain realm expert. His strength should be able to leap to become a true top expert in the southern region. Should he make a move? Yun Changlin was a little hesitant. After all, Chen Ruoyan seemed to be on their side. If he really killed Chen Ruoyan, he was afraid that he would completely offend Liang Pingwa, offend the Western Qin nation, and offend all the top forces in the area. At that time, he would have no choice but to give up the foundation that he had painstakingly built up. As for the Yin Corps faction, he had already completely offended the Yin Corps faction by appearing in front of Liang Pingwa. Yun Changlin was a little hesitant. However, he still lowered his voice and asked, "Are you feeling weak?" "Weak? Why would I feel weak?" Ha ha ha. Qing Yan laughed softly. Her laughter was very strange. Then, just as Yun Changlin was about to approach her, Qing Yan suddenly raised her head and pulled down the human skin mask on her face. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Yun Changlin, causing Yun Changlin's hair to stand. She floated in midair. Her petite body began to tremble violently. She held Fu Huabin's corpse in one hand and the ridiculously long flexible sword in the other. She opened her arms and said, "I am feeling excited. I am excited. Do you understand?" To be honest, Yun Changlin did not understand. However, he could feel that Chen Ruoyan was in a strange and crazy state. Chen Ruoyan's body suddenly released a blood-red massacre divine ability. The massacre divine ability was so red that it was almost black. It made Yun Changlin, a domain realm elite, feel cold all over. How many people did she have to kill to have such an aura? Even the domain realm elite who cultivated the massacre divine ability could not be compared to her, right? Moreover, Yun Changlin quickly realized that Chen Ruoyan's massacre divine ability was very close to the domain realm. In other words, she had already reached the condition to transform. Was she suppressing it? Yun Changlin suddenly thought of a possibility. The Chen Ruoyan in front of him should not have gone crazy. She was just on the verge of going crazy. When he saw the blood mole under Chen Ruoyan's left eye, he thought about all the information he had. It was already a miracle that Chen Ruoyan could break through to the transcendent realm when she was already suffering from her inner demons. In less than a year, she had gone from the initial stage of the transcendent realm to the peak stage of the transcendent realm. In a year, she had completed a journey that would take a normal transcendent realm expert decades or even centuries. How stable could her state of mind be? If she let go of the suppression of the massacre god art and allowed it to evolve into a true massacre domain, she might go crazy right away when she stepped into the heart demon calamity. Therefore, she used her remaining rationality to suppress it. Yun Changlin suddenly felt that if he really fought, there wouldn't be any benefits unless he could stop her in one move. Was that possible? Yin Corp sect. Qing Yan gritted her teeth and smiled. I killed one of their domain realm experts today. They must be heartbroken. I will let them know the consequences of offending me, Chen Ruoyan. Do you have a grudge against the Yin Corp sect too? Qing Yan suddenly asked Yun Changlin. Yes. At this moment, Yun Changlin felt that it was better to say yes. Then let's go to the next battlefield and kill a few more scums. She still had the energy to fight. Looking at those scarlet red eyes that were filled with madness and violence, Yun Changlin suddenly wanted to stay away from this crazy woman. In her current state, if she killed someone again, she might turn into a demon immediately. He would rather deal with a Yin Corpse Sex initial stage domain realm expert with 2 domain realm walking corpses than deal with a demonized Chen Ruoyan. If he couldn't defeat the Yin Corpse Sex expert, he could choose to run away. However, he had seen Qingyan's speed. Even if she didn't use her full power, her speed was still terrifying. If she couldn't suppress her massacre divine ability and reach the domain realm, he might not even be able to escape if the two of them really fought. Moreover, he wasn't sure if Chen Ruoyan was really in a weakened state. Sensing that Chen Ruoyan was a big trouble that could erupt at any time, Yun Changlin quickly said, "I will go to the east side and you go to the west side." That's settled. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Qingyan's response and immediately charged over with his sword. Since he had already offended the Yin Corpse sect, Yun Changlin did not want Liang Pinghua to be defeated. As she watched the blue Flame sect master disappear into the distance, Qingyan could no longer stand. She landed on the ground and stored Fu Huabin's corpse into her spatial ring. Then, she held her stomach and vomited. No matter how beautiful a woman is, there will be a time when she needs to go to the toilet. However, Chen Hao felt that Qingyan's appearance when she was vomiting wasn't bad. Her pale face and cold sweat seeped out of her forehead. Her weak and delicate appearance made one's heart ache. If someone else vomited, the onlookers would feel disgusted, but Qingyan spat out a different kind of flirtatious feeling. Chen Hao looked at Qingyan, who was wiping her mouth, and said, "This is the first time I've met a sword master like you. What happened?" Qi deviation is obviously a very bad thing, but when it comes to you, it has become your bargaining chip, your reliance. Just now, Chen Hao also noticed that something was wrong with Yun Changlin. The spatial ring of a domain realm expert from a top faction, as well as a possible Dao artifact, and the secret to killing a domain realm expert who was 1 realm higher than her. The opponent's strength was very low and he seemed to be in a weak state. All of these were enough to tempt any domain realm expert. But Qingyan relied on her acting skills and the advantage of qi deviation to avoid it. Her words were clearly telling Yun Changlin, "Be careful. It's best if you don't come near me. I might turn into a demon at any time. After I turn into a demon, I will be very scary." I feel that Yun Changlin's killing intent towards me is not that big. He seems to have some scruples. After Qingyan finished speaking, she immediately left the battlefield. Lord Jianling, the slaughter feedback only requires mental energy for now. Okay. Within the red blood sword, a vast amount of mental energy entered Qingyan's body and gathered in her sea of consciousness. The Yin Corpse Sex domain realm expert was originally good at controlling corpses. His mental energy was very strong. For the current Qingyan, it was something that she urgently needed. As she slowly absorbed the mental energy, Qingyan's pale face also started to look better. The throbbing pain in her head also subsided. In her sea of consciousness, she saw the glowing mental energy crystal. The blood stains on it had expanded by a lot. The side effect of the demon sword territory was not on the sword owner's body but on the mental level. She was very clear. After recovering slightly, Qingyan carried the red blood sword and headed towards the battlefield. "You want to make more money? I just want to see if I can withstand it in a short period of time." Thinking about the reason why she could only activate the 5th level of the demon sword territory and the reason why she could only withstand it for a short period of time, Qingyan felt helpless. She was the one who raised the demon sword territory to this level. Qingyan braved the danger of death and relied on her extraordinary speed to wander around the edges of the battlefield. She avoided the aftershocks that could affect her at any time and observed the situation on the battlefield. Even if she helped Yun Changlin to kill a Yin Corpse Sex domain realm expert, the situation on the battlefield was still not very optimistic. In a short period of time, Liang Pinggua's side had already lost 2 domain realm experts. It was unknown if they had escaped or if they had died. There were only 8 left who were still holding on. On the Yin Corpse Sex side, there were still 4 domain realm experts and 7 domain realm zombies. Qingyan had already discovered that if she did not break through to the domain realm and did not use the demon sword territory, she could not interfere in the battle between the domain realm experts. Those powerful domains suppressed her too much. How long can they fight for? I don't know. If their determination is strong enough, in a situation where they are evenly matched, fighting for 3 days and 3 nights is not a big deal. After Qingyan heard this, she slowly retreated. She came to a small town near Liang City and found an abandoned hut at the edge of the town. She kicked the door open and entered. She casually covered the door. Ignoring the cobwebs, dust and the stench in the house, she took out the corpse of Yin Corpse Sex Fu Huabin. Fu Huabin looked as if he was not dead. Or rather, when he was alive, it was no different from being dead. On his forehead, neck, throat and heart, there were 3 pierced wounds. These 3 places were his fatal wounds. The demon sword territory's duration was very short. To be safe, Qingyan did not let go of any fatal points. This Yin Corpse Sex domain realm expert was casually thrown onto a broken bed by Qingyan. His eyes were wide open and he died with a grievance. Qingyan did not have the mood to let him close his eyes. Letting him stare like this and watch the future was actually quite good. When Qingyan took out the large urn, Chen Hao understood what she wanted to do. As everyone knew, the Yin Corpse Sex martial artists were neither human nor corpse. They were excellent corpse refining materials. To refine and nurture a strong walking corpse was definitely something that required a lot of time and energy. Disregarding the source of the excellent corpses and the precious herbs needed to refine them, just the amount of evil qi needed to nurture the walking corpses was enough to give many Yin Corpse sect disciples a headache. The nurturing method was to find a place with dense evil qi and set up an array to bury the walking corpses in the ground and let them slowly absorb it. But this kind of place with dense evil qi was rare, like a small city's mass grave. If one wanted to nurture a heaven-breaking realm walking corpse, it was far from the standard. Spending a few years to absorb all the evil qi, it might only be able to nurture a Xianxia walking corpse, and during this period, one had to take risks. For example, the evil qi gathering array might be destroyed during this period. Of course, the Yin Corpse sect also opened up a place called the Carrion Forest within the sect. They would set up a sect mission to throw large amounts of corpses into the Carrion Forest. In the Carrion Forest, there was a large-scale array to prevent the evil qi from leaking out. After thousands of years of accumulation, the evil qi in the Carrion Forest had already reached a terrifying level. In the Carrion Forest, there were many walking corpses and it was one of the sources of walking corpses for the Yin Corpse sect disciples. The sect would also use the array to draw out the evil qi and let the disciples who liked corpses personally refine their own walking corpses. But all of this required sect contribution points. Most of the Yin Corpse sect disciples commanded the walking corpses to kill people, and through killing, the walking corpses would gather evil qi in their bodies, and the red blood sword in Qingyan's hands also had the same effect as the Carrion Forest. It was even more powerful than the Carrion Forest because of the existence of Jianling Chen Hao. The evil qi in the red blood sword could be controlled by Chen Hao. Even if the evil qi left the body, he could still freely control and retrieve it. The result was that he could mature the walking corpses in a short period of time. Qingyan opened Fu Huabin's corpse bag and 10 Divine Realm Peak Stage walking corpses immediately ran out. Sir Jianling, absorb the evil qi in their bodies. Alright. The red blood sword was like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the bodies of the 10 walking corpses and absorbing all the evil spirits in their bodies. In any case, they did not have any blood qi, vital essence, or souls in their bodies. Only their murderous aura could attract the red blood sword's attention. On the other hand, killing intent was of no benefit to the red blood sword. Qingyan opened Fu Huabin's spatial ring and quickly found countless materials for refining the undead. Almost every Yin Corpse faction member had these materials. Of course, as a divine power realm expert, the materials in Fu Huabin's hands were of an even higher grade and more precious. As a domain realm expert, Fu Huabin actually only had 1 domain realm zombie. Even Chen Hao felt that Fu Huabin was not doing too well. There were also many corpses in Fu Huabin's spatial ring. However, Qingyan did not even look at them. She preferred Fu Huabin's corpse. This corpse was very friendly to her, a newbie who had never learned how to refine corpses. She had to rely on a secret manual to slowly figure things out. the Yin Corp's faction members' corpses, the stronger they were, the easier it would be for her to refine them. Fu Huabin had not even been dead for 2 hours, but Qing Yan and Chen Hao could already feel the murderous aura slowly gathering in his empty body. This corpse, even if it was left in a corner, who knows, it might be able to jump up by itself tomorrow. Even if the murderous aura in its body was insufficient, in close combat, he might be able to rely on his domain realm body to kill a divine power realm expert, but Qing Yan did not want to wait that long. Large amounts of precious materials for refining corpses were crushed into powder by Qing Yan. She poured them into boiling water and roughly boiled them into a medicinal liquid. If there were Yin Corp's faction disciples around, they would definitely scold Qing Yan for wasting such precious materials. Qing Yan only knew how to boil in water and use a large fire, because she was not good at refining pills. Many of the precious materials in her hands were destined to not be able to display their full medicinal effects. Chen Hao even suspected that those precious materials, to be able to display 30% of their medicinal effects, was already considered lucky, but if the medicinal effects were not enough, the quantity would make up for it. Even if the quantity was not enough, the quality of the corpses was good. She did not know how to cherish materials that were blown by the wind. In the room, the stench became thicker and thicker. The pungent stench caused her to cough uncontrollably. In the large urn, the thick and viscous black medicinal liquid was finally finished. Qing Yan used a large ladle to stir it up, stirring up the medicinal dregs. It should be about done. She put down the large ladle and threw Fu Huabin's corpse into the large urn. She looked at the 2 legs that were sticking out like 2 sticks of incense. She used the large ladle to knock on each leg, and the 2 legs quickly retreated back into the medicinal liquid. Every time Qing Yan refined the undead, Chen Hao would carefully watch. He always felt that when Qing Yan refined the undead, she was very similar to the chef in their school's cafeteria. Their methods were all very rough. When Fu Huabin's corpse was thrown into the large urn, the black medicinal liquid in the large urn became clear at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it was worthy of being a Yin Corp's faction domain realm expert's corpse. It was much easier than refining a divine power realm expert's corpse. It should be done, right? Qing Yan held the large ladle and looked out the broken window. The soup has lost its color. You can scoop a bit and taste it. Chen Hao continued, if there is no taste, it should be fine. If there is too much salt, you can also add more water. Then Qing Yan inserted the red blood sword into the large urn. Not long after the red blood sword was placed into the large urn, in the large urn, the 2 long legs stood up again. It should be fine now. After saying this, she suddenly looked out the broken window. After a series of rustling sounds, 2 heads slowly appeared in front of her eyes. Following this, the 2 pairs of eyes stared wide open, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. Chen Hao could see the obvious blood vessels in the 2 pairs of eyes. Qing Yan picked up the large ladle, and just as Chen Hao thought she was going to silence them, Qing Yan scooped up a spoonful of clear medicinal liquid from the large urn and ran out the window. She stretched out the large ladle and smiled as she asked, "Do you want some soup? I can share some with you." Pung pung, the 2 people outside fell to the ground. They were scared out of their wits. I thought these 2 people would be very brave. Qing Yan put down the large ladle and took out the red blood sword. She inserted the red blood sword into the back of Fu Huabin's corpse. Sir Jianling, please. This is simple. Chen Hao had just injected the killing intent from the red blood sword into Fu Huabin's corpse when he felt a strong suction force from the corpse, tearing apart the killing intent from the red blood sword. This was the first time Chen Hao had encountered this kind of situation. He slightly sensed it and found that he could still control the killing intent from the corpse, so he relaxed. When Qing Yan heard the crows of the rooster, Fu Huabin's exposed legs began to move. Using the killing intent to refine a domain realm walking corpse was much slower than refining a transcendent realm walking corpse. But in just one night, Qing Yan was already very satisfied. When a normal Yin Corp sect member refined a walking corpse, there would be a phenomenon. Especially this kind of domain realm walking corpse, when they appeared, within a 10-mile radius, there would be a thick killing intent. But this kind of situation would not happen to her. When a phenomenon occurred and a thick killing intent appeared, it was not a good thing. It would cause a large amount of precious killing intent to be wasted. And Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, would not allow this to happen. Every time the sword master used the demon sword domain, he would painstakingly retrieve all the killing intent, as the demon sword Jianling, frugality and diligence was engraved in Chen Hao's soul. He had always abided by it. Holding the red blood sword, Qin Yan could feel the relationship between the red blood sword and the walking corpse. Get up. The walking corpse stood upside down and flew out of the large urn. Then it turned around and stood upright in front of Qin Yan. Qin Yan observed the walking corpse and nodded in satisfaction. Now, although she had not broken through to the domain realm, she already had the strength of a domain realm expert. The walking corpse broke through the wall of the abandoned house and took the lead to walk out. Qin Yan followed closely behind. The two normal people who had fainted because of her were lying in the grass by the window. Dew hung on their bodies and they had not woken up. Qin Yan did not care about them. She looked at the white sky and said softly, "I hope they did not stop." After using the demon sword domain to kill Fu Huabin yesterday, she had spent the entire night refining walking corpses. She did not know what the situation was like on the battlefield. She would occasionally hear sounds from afar and tremors from the ground. After that, she could not feel anything. A battle between domain realm experts would not be limited to a small place, unless it was a duel. "Sir Jianling, can you sense it?" "There are no domain realm experts in my sensing range." Qin Yan hesitated for a moment before looking in a direction. She found the battlefield from yesterday and followed the obvious traces left behind by the battlefield. After chasing for 4 hours, she discovered the corpse of a Grand Dominion realm expert. The corpse's clothes were tattered, but they had not yet stiffened. Blood was still dripping from his body, and his eyes were wide open as he looked forward. Looking at the complicated patterns on his clothes that belonged to Liang Pinghua, Qin Yan could roughly guess his identity. Then, she lay on the ground and pressed her ear to the ground. She could hear the ground trembling in the direction the corpse was looking at. In the Southern Territory, any domain realm expert was a top genius of their era, and they gathered karmic luck and natural talent. They were the true stabilizing force of every force. In the eyes of the Southern Territory's martial artists, they were no different than gods. However, in such a short period of time, Qin Yan had witnessed the deaths of 2 domain realm cultivators. She had even participated in their deaths. Perhaps, the number of Grand Dominion realm experts who would fall in this war would exceed the number of fingers on one hand. What a pity. These domain realm experts, pity? Chen Hao felt that Qin Yan was shedding crocodile tears, fake compassion. In the end, this chaotic war between domain realm experts was orchestrated by her in secret, even though it happened much earlier. Qin Yan quickly took the old man's interspatial ring and kept his corpse. Then, she continued to follow the traces left behind by the battle. An hour later, Qin Yan finally arrived near the battlefield. She did not dare to approach. Instead, she asked softly, "Is this a chance? Lord Jianling? He is heavily injured, and there is something wrong with the zombies in his hands. Moreover, he is fighting with a domain realm expert. You can approach him." "Okay." When Qin Yan arrived at the battlefield, she just happened to witness the death of a domain realm expert. The Yin Corp Sex domain realm expert stood in the sky and laughed loudly. He waved his hand at the falling corpse, and the corpse flew to his side. "Lu Jiangang, you old bastard. You have finally fallen into my hands." The Yin Corp Sex expert laughed. "Humph, do you think you can escape?" Without a doubt, the fallen Grand Dominion realm expert wasn't a member of the Liang Pinghua royal family. Seeing this scene, Qin Yan no longer had any hope for Liang Pinghua. As the news was leaked too early, the Yin Corp Sex experts came out in full force and caught Liang Pinghua off guard. Before the other domain realm experts that Liang Pinghua contacted could arrive, the Yin Corp Sex experts were at a disadvantage. Under such circumstances, the experts that Liang Shuyuan invited from other factions would definitely not risk their lives to fight the Yin Corp Sex experts. As long as the situation was not good, these experts that were invited to deal with the Yin Corp sect would be the first to flee. Before approaching, Qin Yan had asked Chen Hao about his identity, and she found out that he was a Grand Dominion realm primary stage expert. There was only one zombie by his side, and the zombie had sustained heavy injuries. The murderous aura it exuded was extremely unstable. When Qin Yan got closer, she also found that the zombie was heavily injured. It was missing an arm. The Yin Corp Sex expert had killed 2 experts of the same level, but he was not in a good state either. His body was covered in wounds, and there was a fresh wound on his face. The wound went from his left eye to his right cheek. His nose had completely disappeared, revealing his broken skull. The eyeball in his left eye socket had also disappeared. Looking at the wound, it was unknown who had slashed his head in half. Obviously, the two dead domain realm experts did not let the Yin Corp's sex expert off easy. If Qingyan did not see wrongly last night, the Yin Corp's sex expert was not only heavily injured, but his zombie was also completely destroyed. The Yin Corp's sect had sent out a total of 4 people. Qingyan remembered clearly. The Yin Corp's sex expert in front of her had 2 domain realm zombies with him. As soon as Qingyan appeared, she drew the attention of the Yin Corp's sex expert. He didn't say anything and merely glanced at Qingyan. After that, the domain realm zombie behind him seemed to have received an order and charged directly at her. Most of the Demon Dao martial artists had this kind of style. If it was yesterday, after using the Demon Sword domain, Qingyan's first reaction upon seeing the domain realm zombie would be to run, but now, she was not afraid. Qingyan patted the corpse bag and Fu Huabin's corpse appeared in front of Qingyan. The domain of darkness was instantly activated. Endless darkness covered the entire area, and at the same time, it also enveloped the zombie that was charging at her. The Yin Corp's sex experts who had witnessed this scene were shocked as they looked at the zombie that suddenly disappeared in front of them. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? That is old Fu? These Yin Corp's sex experts who loved to kill and dig up the corpses of experts would never have imagined that their corpses would one day be refined into zombies by an outsider. Chen Hao, who was inside Red Blood Sword, felt that Qingyan was using this method as a form of revenge. Qingyan was a very complicated person. At times, she seemed very kind, but at other times, she was so vicious that it made one's hair stand on end. At times, guessing her thoughts in the most malicious way was not wrong. She might not be good at construction, but when it came to destruction, she was definitely one of the best. Up to now, Chen Hao had never seen Qingyan fail to create chaos. Even in the first tournament held by the Martial Alliance in the southern region, under the eyes of so many important figures, she was still able to use the loopholes in the tournament rules to gain a portion of the benefits. Chen Hao could not think of anything that Qingyan did not dare to do. Chen Hao even suspected that Liang Pinggua's current predicament was within her expectations. This was because Qingyan had once unintentionally expressed her dissatisfaction with Liang Pinggua. Even if the Yin Corp's sect did not make the first move, Chen Hao felt that if the Liang Pinggua royal family really destroyed the Yin Corp's sect, Liang Pinggua and company would not be able to get away with it. You bitch, how dare you use Fu Huabin's corpse? Qingyan did not pay attention to the Yin Corp's sex expert who was flustered and exasperated, because she had already brought Fu Huabin's walking corpse towards the incomplete walking corpse that was rushing over. Hold him back at all costs. Qingyan gave the order to the corpse. The Yin Corp's sect expert roared, activate your domain, bastard. If the enemy was only a peak divine power realm expert, even if his corpse was heavily injured, it would not be a problem if he could not activate his domain, but the enemy also had a domain realm corpse. With a boom, the 2 corpses' domains collided. Qingyan hid behind Fu Huabin, so she was not affected at all. The Yin Corp's sect expert's one-armed corpse was sent retreating by the collision. Even its domain became unstable. Qingyan was sensitive to the difference in strength between the 2 corpses. Fu Huabin was clearly stronger and faster because the one-armed corpse was already heavily injured. Charge over and grab him. Fu Huabin received the order and immediately charged at the one-armed corpse. Now is the time. Qingyan's squinted eyes suddenly turned blood red. She activated her Speed God Art and Massacre God Art at the same time. Blood Shadow used a terrifying speed to rush to the side of the walking corpse. The Scarlet Blood flexible sword was like a venomous snake as it sliced towards the remaining arm of the walking corpse. Deal with that woman, kill her. The Yin Corp's sex expert was enraged to the extreme. He roared, ignoring the injuries on his body, and attacked Qingyan. Now, he had no other choice. Qingyan, who possessed a domain realm zombie, already possessed the power to threaten his life. Diawu. The broken arm walking corpse's attack arrived first, but Qingyan nimbly dodged it. Fu Huabin took advantage of this time and used both of his arms to hug the broken arm zombie. Qingyan took the opportunity to slash at the neck of the short arm zombie. Haha, you're too naive. The Yin Corpse sect expert laughed. Do you think that someone like you can hurt my walking corpses? Even a Grand Dominion Realm expert wouldn't be able to harm my baby without putting in some effort. But something that the Yin Corpse sect expert didn't even dream of happened again. He saw the scarlet blood flexible sword wrap around his precious walking corpse's neck. With a light tug, his precious walking corpse's neck was easily sliced open, just like cutting tofu. His precious walking corpse's head was still spinning on its neck like a top. How is this possible? Even a Grand Dominion Realm expert, without a powerful killing move, they wouldn't be able to break through his precious walking corpse's defense. Explode for me! The Yin Corpse sect expert roared. At this moment, the body of the walking corpse that had its head sliced off rapidly expanded. Xianxia saw that the situation wasn't right. She immediately held her breath and threw the red blood sword into walking corpse Fu Huabin's hand. The red blood sword suddenly turned into a wide giant sword in midair. Walking corpse Fu Huabin used the red blood sword to block in front of him while Xianxia had already hidden behind walking corpse Fu Huabin. Chen Hao, since when was his status lower than that of the walking corpse? With a pung sound, the walking corpse exploded like a balloon, a large amount of black liquid with a large amount of energy scattered in all directions. The red blood sword suffered a large impact. Walking corpse Fu Huabin resisted with all his might, but he was still sent flying by the large impact. Xianxia, who was hiding behind the walking corpse, also couldn't avoid it and was sent flying far away. All the trees and soil that were splashed by the black liquid were all corroded by the poison. With the exploding walking corpse as the center, all living things were wiped out. The red blood sword that was stained with the black liquid gave off a chi-chi corroding sound. But this little bit of corrosive power was a bit lacking. It couldn't do anything to the red blood sword. Walking corpse Fu Huabin's hand that was holding the red blood sword had already corroded to the point that only white bones were left. The Yin Corpse sect expert of course wouldn't stop here. Poison domain, soul-rotting poison. Taking advantage of a person's weakness to take their life. Taking advantage of the victory to pursue and kill was the right thing to do. The Yin Corpse sect expert waved his hand and a dark green dragon rushed towards Xianxia with an unparalleled aura. She was very clear that if she was really hit, she would definitely die a horrible death. Block for me! Xianxia loudly ordered. Walking corpse Fu Huabin heard and roared. Then, he suddenly pressed his hands down and activated the domain of darkness. Inside the domain of darkness, Chen Hao could see the domain of darkness crazily swirling. 9 barriers formed by killing intent blocked in front of walking corpse Fu Huabin. Chen Hao saw the dark green dragon crash into Fu Huabin's domain of darkness and hit the 9 barriers. Pa! The first barrier broke, then, the second and third barriers broke, the dark green dragon shrunk by half. When the fourth and fifth barriers broke, the dark green poisonous dragon crashed into the 6th barrier and dissipated. The late-stage transcendent realm Xianxia was indeed not a match for a domain realm expert, but the walking corpse in her hands could. This is Fu Huabin's move. Aren't you a transcendent realm expert? How can you control a domain realm walking corpse so perfectly? Wait until you become my subordinate, then I will tell you. Seeing that Fu Huabin could actually block the opponent, Xianxia was overjoyed. She loudly ordered, "Go, kill that guy for me and make him your companion." Walking corpse Fu Huabin roared and charged towards the Yin Corpse sect expert. I will kill you with my own hands. The Yin Corpse sect expert was furious and charged towards Xianxia. However, his former close comrade, Fu Huabin, stood in front of him. The two sides instantly clashed. Because the Yin Corpse sect expert was already heavily injured, he was almost completely suppressed by walking corpse Fu Huabin. The Yin Corpse sect expert was extremely sullen. It had always been the Yin Corpse sect that commanded the walking corpses to attack others. Why was it that others used the walking corpses to attack him? There are many people who want to kill me. You're not the only one. Xianxia sneered. After being rebutted by Xianxia, the Yin Corpse sect's expert's face turned even paler. Perhaps, after becoming a domain realm expert, he had never met a transcendent realm martial artist as rude as Xianxia. However, Xianxia did not give up. It was as if she wanted to anger the other party to death. She crossed her arms and stood leisurely behind the walking corpse. Be careful. Don't damage your body. I still need it to refine the walking corpses. I like the Yin Corpse sect's martial artists the most. Each and every one of them is top-notch material. I heard that the domain realm experts of the Yin Corp sect can't do it. I'm just a little curious. Did they not lose that ability? Harsh words came out of Qingyan's mouth. The Yin Corp sect's experts' moves became more aggressive. Get lost. The Yin Corp sect's expert forced the walking corpse Fu Huabin back with one move. Then, he ignored the walking corpses behind him and rushed towards Qingyan. As a corpse refining sex expert, he knew the opponent's weakness. As long as he killed Qingyan, the walking corpses behind him would not be a threat. When the other party forced the walking corpse Fu Huabin back, she also guessed what the other party was planning. Yin baleful poison palm. The Yin Corp sex expert waved his hand, and a sky full of black gas rushed towards Qingyan. Slaughter divine ability, speed divine ability, illusion divine ability. Under the Yin Corp sect's astonished gaze, Qingyan dodged. This speed, there was no time to think. The Yin Corp sect's expert already felt a strong wind coming from behind. He shouted loudly, and a dancing baleful aura rose from his body. His aura almost doubled in an instant. Then, he chased after Qingyan with extreme speed. His palms were suffused with black light. The black light extended endlessly, forming a huge palm that grabbed towards Qingyan in an instant. Again, an explosive secret technique, Qingyan saw the opponent's terrifying speed. Without any hesitation, she held the red blood sword tightly and shouted, "Great Scarlet Blood Technique." The moment she shouted the Great Scarlet Blood Technique, Qingyan felt her entire body burning. The blood in her body and the true essence in her meridians flowed rapidly. The red blood sword in her hand seemed to have truly merged with her. It was a connection of life. In the blink of an eye, Qingyan had consumed 10 years of her lifespan, and her overall strength had once again increased by a level. Diawu. Qingyan dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. She was like a butterfly caught in a gale, swaying left and right. He dodged it again? The Yin Corp sect expert was slightly surprised, but his heart was calm. Since he could use the secret technique to increase his strength, why couldn't the other party do the same? However, at this moment, he already knew the other party's identity. Speed got art, slaughter got art, illusion got art. This was definitely Chen Ruoyan. He had heard of Chen Ruoyan's information and knew that Chen Ruoyan had recently caused trouble for the Yin Corp sect and had killed several Yin Corp sect disciples. However, as a domain realm expert, he couldn't possibly pay too much attention to Chen Ruoyan. But he did not expect that this Chen Ruoyan not only had the strength of a peak transcendent realm practitioner, but also knew their Yin Corp sect's corpse refining technique. At this moment, he seemed to have grasped it, but he didn't think too much about it. Because he had to kill the other party immediately. At this moment, the undead Fu Huabin had arrived. Qingyan stood to the side and was about to assist the undead in dealing with the Yin Corp sect expert when she suddenly felt her body go soft. When did this happen? Qingyan's face turned gloomy. She had been holding her breath and did not touch any of the poison mist. How could she be poisoned for no reason? This poison was not only corroding her body, it was also corroding her spirit. She felt her head start to feel dizzy. Qingyan immediately revolved her true essence, wanting to force the poison out of her body. But she helplessly found that this poison was like a maggot attached to a bone. In a short period of time, she could not do anything about it. Fortunately, she was not poisoned too deeply and could still use her true essence to suppress it. If this dragged on, she would be in trouble. Qingyan began to hesitate. Should she retreat or advance? Qingyan immediately forced most of the poison onto her face and hands. Her beautiful white face and hands suddenly turned green. This made Chen Hao stunned, so ugly. The Yin Corp sect expert who had been paying attention to Qingyan was secretly delighted. His poison, what effect did it have? He was very clear. Chen Ruoyan had been poisoned by him. If she was a body-forging martial artist, after being poisoned by him, she could still resist for a while. But as far as he knew, Qingyan was not a body-forging martial artist and her body was not her forte. Qingyan looked at her hands in disbelief. She panicked as she took out a bottle of antidote pills and poured it into her mouth. Then she quickly commanded the undead and fled in the direction of Liangdu. Humph, where are you going? The Yin Corp sect expert would not let go of this little girl who had almost forced him into a dead end. Moreover, he also wanted Fu Huabin's body in Qingyan's hands. this battle was related to the future of the Yin-Corp sect. Although he had killed 2 domain realm experts, his strength had suffered a heavy blow. Even his 2 strongest undead had been lost. Qingyan led the undead and fled. The Yin-Corp sect expert chased from behind. At the beginning, Qingyan ran faster than the Yin-Corp sect expert. But soon, her speed slowed down. The Yin-Corp sect expert became more and more pleased, but he did not rashly approach the opponent. He was afraid that the opponent would counterattack before dying. He was more willing to stay far away and wait for the opponent's poison to take effect. Qingyan was helpless. She could only change her method. She commanded the undead Fu Huabin to stop and slowly fall to the ground. Then it became motionless like a statue. She also fell to a place 100 meters away. Qingyan stood stubbornly on the ground. She held the scarlet blood sword tightly in her hand and glared fiercely at the man in front of her. The Yin-Corp sect expert stood in midair and laughed loudly as he looked at Qingyan below. Seeing her face turn from green to black, he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Chen Ruoyan, right? Is it very painful after being poisoned by my rotting corpse poison? You are dead. I will not let you die so easily. I will torture you for a few hundred years. I will make you beg for death. Didn't you say that I am impotent? I will let you see what I can do." It was obvious that the Yin-Corp sect expert was still brooding over Qingyan's words. The Yin-Corp sect expert saw that the black-faced Qingyan was struggling to move. He realized that she still wanted to rely on her legs to run. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Of course, before that, let me chop off your 4 limbs for insurance." Qingyan lowered her head and pretended to be weak. At this moment, the undead Fu Huabin, who had been standing motionless 100 meters away and seemed to have no energy to control it, suddenly moved. A distance of 100 meters to a domain realm undead was like reaching out its hand. The Yin-Corp sect expert was caught off guard by this sudden attack. But he reacted quickly. He quickly turned around and used all his strength to block the undead sneak attack. A dying struggle. This was the Yin-Corp sect expert's thought after blocking the undead. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. A long sword pierced through his left chest. He turned around just in time to see Chen Ruoyan's black face. His eyes were wide open as he grabbed the sword in front of his chest with one hand and stabbed his palm into Qingyan's body. Pooh! Qingyan spat out a mouthful of black blood. This Yin-Corp sect expert was good at palm techniques. His hands were not only as hard as spirit weapons, they were also covered in poison. Qingyan's abdomen was directly pierced through by his palms. Almost at the same time, the Yin-Corp sect expert twisted Qingyan's abdomen and the red blood sword exploded with a powerful blood-red true essence, creating a hole in the Yin-Corp sect expert's chest. The 2 powerlessly fell to the ground. When they hit the ground, the Yin-Corp sect expert's hand had already let go and the red blood sword in Qingyan's hand had also been retracted. Haha, I never thought that I would die in the hands of a divine realm martial artist. The Yin-Corp sect expert gave a pitiful cry, his dead face squeezed out a stiff smile, "But, if we die together, no one can escape. I can't die yet." Hung hung. The Yin-Corp sect expert gave a cold laugh. But very quickly, the smile on his face completely froze. He saw the large hole in Qingyan's abdomen had flesh growing crazily. These flesh sprouts intertwined and quickly blocked the wound. Are you human? You won't understand. Qingyan did not explain. I am not willing. I was actually killed by a divine realm martial artist. It's fine. Qingyan rudely interrupted him, I will let everyone from the Yin-Corp sect accompany you. The Yin-Corp sect expert did not even have time to say his last regret before he breathed his last. When the Yin-Corp sect expert died, a surge of blood qi and spiritual energy once again flowed from the red blood sword into her body. In less than a quarter of an hour, the wound on Qingyan's abdomen had completely healed. Qingyan stood up with difficulty and coughed out another mouthful of black blood. She had been poisoned by the Yin-Corp sect expert. Although Qingyan was not a body-tempering martial artist, with the help of slaughter feedback, her body was filled with blood qi. She did not lose to a transcendent realm body-tempering martial artist at all. This Yin-Corp sect expert's every move contained poison. He only knew that Qin Yan had been poisoned, but he did not know to what extent Qin Yan had been poisoned. He saw that Qin Yan was deeply poisoned, but Qin Yan had forced most of the poison from her meridians to her face and hands, acting for him to see. After being nourished by the blood essence of the two Grand Dominion Realm experts, the symptoms of the poison in his body were alleviated slightly. It's really painful. Qin Yan frowned and said in extreme pain, I feel like my internal organs are being roasted alive. Chen Hao looked at Qin Yan complaining. He also felt that the Yin Corp sect expert's poison should be very fierce. After all, this was the first time he had seen Qin Yan complain about pain. Qin Yan felt a little regretful. The red blood sword itself did not have the ability to detoxify poison. She could feel that the strong poison had already invaded her internal organs. Qin Yan crawled to the corpse of the Yin Corp sect expert and took out a bathtub from her interspatial ring. She struggled to scoop some water and sprinkled it on the interspatial ring on his right hand. Black smoke rose from the interspatial ring, making a chi-chi sound. She did not guess wrong, the opponent's interspatial ring was also poisoned. After pouring the bathtub of water on the Yin Corp sect expert's interspatial ring, seeing that there were no abnormalities, Qin Yan ordered the Yin Corp's Fu Huabin to take off his interspatial ring. She opened the interspatial ring. The Yin Corp sect expert's interspatial ring was very clean and tidy. It was not like the interspatial rings of other martial artists, which were like a garbage dump. The first thing she noticed was the neatly arranged bottles and jars in the two large boxes. These bottles and jars did not have any labels on them. Then she noticed that on the outside of the boxes, there were 5 small medicine bottles. The small medicine bottles also did not have any labels on them. For martial artists who were proficient in poisons, they did not need labels. They only needed to take a look to know what kind of poison was inside. But for Qin Yan, this was extremely unfriendly. Although the chances were slim, she still hoped that she could find the antidote in the opponent's interspatial ring. Qin Yan kept the interspatial ring and the Yin Corp sect expert's corpse. Then she ordered the undead Fu Huabin to take the other domain realm expert's corpse and interspatial ring. She also kept the undead and planned to leave. She did not think of returning to Liangdu to take a look. She wanted to avoid the limelight first. But no matter what happened in Liangdu, no matter what the outcome was, as long as she could find a small city, the news would reach her ears in a short period of time. The most important thing for her now was to cure the poison in her body. The poison in her body could no longer be suppressed and was showing signs of spreading. She had not walked far when she suddenly stopped. 3 Divine Ability Realm late-stage martial artists were quickly approaching her. Qin Yan could not help but frown. These 3 Divine Ability Realm late-stage martial artists were most likely experts that Liang Pinghua had recruited. Maybe it was a chance encounter on the road, or maybe they had escaped from Liangdu last night and wanted to come back to see if they could take advantage of her. These kind of martial artists, Qin Yan had seen many of them and all of them had guts. She could not make a move now, nor could she quickly circulate her true essence. She turned around and wanted to leave, but she discovered that the 3 Divine Ability Realm martial artists were rushing in her direction. It seemed like they wanted to stop her. Qin Yan's expression did not look good. The 3 Divine Ability Realm martial artists appeared sneakily. When they saw Qin Yan covered in blood, as if she was heavily injured, their guts immediately grew. One of the martial artists asked suspiciously, "You can actually escape from the hands of domain realm experts?" "I was just lucky. I will leave first." Qin Yan did not want to cause trouble. After a while, maybe the Yin Corp sect or Liang Pinghua's domain realm experts would come looking for her. "Wait, you are Chen Ruoyan, right?" "So what?" Qin Yan frowned. "I heard that you have a Dao artifact." Qin Yan saw greed in their eyes. The 3 Divine Ability Realm late-stage martial artists directly attacked Qin Yan. Their thoughts were clear. But it was not strange. If she met a heavily injured martial artist, if they also had a Dao artifact, she would not let them go. Since that was the case, Qin Yan patted the corpse bag and the walking corpse Fu Huabin stood in front of her. "I beg you, let us go. I beg Senior Chen to spare our lives." The walking corpse Fu Huabin carried the 3 Divine Ability Realm late-stage martial artists with sealed dantians in one hand and Yi Qin Yan in the other. They quickly flew through the clouds. Qing Yan was annoyed by their noise and shouted angrily, "Make more noise and I will kill you." The three martial artists finally quieted down. After flying for about 200 miles, Qing Yan ordered the walking corpse to put them down. Qing Yan said weakly in a low voice, "I can let you go, but you have to do me a favor." "Senior, please tell us. We will definitely help you." "Yes, even if you want us to climb a mountain of swords or jump into a pot of boiling oil, we will do it. As long as it is Senior's request, we will go through fire and water without hesitation." The three martial artists saw that Qing Yan seemed to want to let them go and immediately expressed their attitude. "Very good." Qing Yan quickly opened the Yin Corp sect martial artist's spatial ring and found the 5 dusty medicine bottles at the edge of the box. She then casually took out 3 of them. "I have been poisoned, but I can't tell which is the antidote. But I know that one of these 3 bottles is definitely the antidote." The 3 of them looked at each other. They probably did not know much about medicine. However, Qing Yan clearly did not care if they knew or not. She took out a dagger and lightly cut her green palm. Black pus stained the dagger. Then, under the horrified gazes of the 3 divine ability realm martial artists, she used the poison dagger to cut a wound on each of their arms. The blood that gushed out of their wounds instantly turned green. Soon, the green poison spread through their bodies, revealing the web-like structure of their meridians and blood vessels. Pain. So painful. So painful. Almost at the same time when the poison spread through their bodies, they began to scream incessantly, holding their hands and rolling on the ground in pain. Qing Yan frowned deeply, not knowing if it was because of the pain or because of anger. She nimbly poured a small portion of each of the 3 bottles of unknown medicine into a small porcelain bowl. She then put away the medicine bottles and loudly reminded, "Don't hesitate anymore. Among the 3 bowls of medicine in front of you, one of them is the antidote. If you are lucky and choose the right one, you can live." 2 martial artists with slightly stronger wills were in so much pain that their faces turned green. One of them did not cry, but was shedding tears. However, they still endured the pain and took a bottle each, swallowing it into their stomachs. Qing Yan's gaze landed on the 3rd martial artist. "What are you doing? Do you want to die so badly?" That martial artist did not seem to hear Qing Yan's words and rolled back and forth on the ground, then completely stopped moving. "Dead? It can't be, right?" Qing Yan ran over to take a look and her face turned cold. His breathing was normal, but he had fainted from the pain. There was no meaning in living for such a person. Qing Yan did not understand how he became a divine power realm martial artist. After thinking, she glanced at the last bowl in front of her and helplessly pried open the mouth of that martial artist who had fainted from the pain and poured half a bottle of medicine into him. Then, Qing Yan carefully observed the condition of the 3 martial artists. The first 2 martial artists who had consumed the unknown medicine did not show any signs of being poisoned. Until now, they did not even have the strength to shout. The last martial artist was still unconscious and did not seem to be in a good condition. Because their dantian was sealed, the poison spread very quickly in their bodies. After a while, their right palms had turned into a pool of pus. All 3 bottles were wrong. Qing Yan walked 2 rounds around them in disappointment. "I beg you, kill me. Senior, I can't take it anymore." A martial artist used his left hand to pull on Qing Yan's skirt. "Give us a quick death, the pain is too unbearable." "Yes, Senior, quickly. Quickly kill me. Kill me. Kill me." The martial artist who had just fainted was woken up by the pain. Qing Yan was also poisoned, so she could understand the pain. Under this kind of terrible pain, almost no one could withstand it. "All right." Qing Yan did not refuse and gave them a quick death. When the last cultivator died under the Qing Yan sword, Chen Hao saw that the other party's eyes were filled with relief. He then looked at Qing Yan, who was frowning and gritting her teeth with beads of cold sweat on her forehead. He could only attribute this to a woman's innate ability to endure pain. Perhaps, women's endurance was stronger. "Let's hope there's an antidote in there." Without an antidote, Qing Yan would not be able to hold on for much longer. This was the poison of a domain realm expert. It was already not easy for her to survive until now. Qing Yan's face darkened. Then, she ran towards the vicinity of the battlefield. As expected, she found another two Transcendent Realm martial artists. These people were all trying to take advantage of the situation. One of these two bowls contains the antidote. Whether you live or die will depend on your luck. The two Transcendent Realm experts looked at the two porcelain bowls in front of them. One bowl contained a black, stinky pill, while the other bowl contained a small bowl of milky white liquid. They had no choice but to accept their fate. After they consumed the antidote, the poison in the martial artist who consumed the black, stinky pill was quickly relieved. The green poison that had spread to his arm gradually disappeared. The other martial artist who was not so lucky begged Xianxia to give him a quick death. Xianxia was in a good mood and satisfied the other party's request. She found the black bottle. There was only a quarter of a pill left in the bottle. Luckily, to be able to find the antidote in 5 bottles, she was glad that her luck was not bad. She was still worried that the antidote was in those 2 boxes or that there was no antidote at all. Enduring the stench, she consumed the pill. The pill was quickly digested by her cultivation. The medicinal effect flowed along her meridians to her limbs and bones, and the pain on her body lessened by quite a bit. Phew! Xianxia let out a long breath and wiped the layers of cold sweat on her forehead. Senior, I succeeded. I did it. Can you let me go? The martial artist who was lucky enough to consume the real antidote wiped the tears from his eyes and asked agitatedly. You helped me find the antidote. I must thank you. Xianxia turned to look at the walking corpse beside her. Her tone was regretful as she said, but, you saw my little secret. I'm sorry, I cannot let you go. But I will give you a quick death. No. Relax, my sword skills are not bad. Those who tried it were fast. Xianxia kept the walking corpse and quickly left the scene. She needed to rest now. In the small city, she rested for 2 days. In the restaurant, she received 2 very important news. The first was that Liangpinghua's royal family was finished, Liang City was destroyed and turned into ruins. Liangpinghua and the other 4 domain realm experts were killed. Even the current emperor Liangpinghua, Liang Shiyuan, had died. The other domain realm experts of the royal family were nowhere to be found. The peak domain realm experts that went to help Liangpinghua deal with the Yin Corp sect had either died or escaped. At this time, the reason why the Yin Corp sect's domain realm experts attacked Liang City was dug out. The Yin Corp sect was protecting themselves. It was Liangpinghua's plot to contact the various peak experts to deal with the Yin Corp sect. The Yin Corp sect was protecting themselves, so they launched a surprise attack to completely eradicate Liangpinghua's royal family. This was a bit of a cover-up. Xianxia suspected that the Yin Corp sect had suffered too many losses in this battle and had no choice but to do this. They say a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Xianxia knew that Liangpinghua's royal family was not completely wiped out, but the Liang family would not dare to come out now. They could only hide their names or leave their home. But Liangpinghua's territory would soon be in chaos. Maybe the countries around Liangpinghua had already begun to send their armies. This was a big fat piece of meat. Another piece of news was that the young genius martial artists that went to the central region to participate in the great competition had already returned. The Yin Corp sect's Dai has obtained 7th place in the Heaven-Breaking Realm group in the central region great competition. It's only 7th place, what's there to show off? You don't know, although Dai is only 7th place, the top 6 places are all taken by the central region's geniuses. Among the young geniuses of the East, West, North, and South regions, in the Heaven-Breaking Realm, Dai's strength is the strongest. Hearing this, Xianxia's face that had just regained some color turned ugly. She was so angry that her body was trembling. Chen Hao reminded her, don't be angry, if you continue to be angry, the slaughter divine ability in your body will go berserk again. I am angry. What's there to be angry about? Just hearing Dai's name makes you angry. Do you not even have this bit of tolerance? I am angry that he only obtained 7th place. Chen Hao was completely defeated by Xianxia's train of thought. But thinking that she revered 17 very much, he roughly understood why she was angry. You are now considered a corpse refining faction martial artist, don't you understand? Understand what? Walking corpse is just an empty shell. Back then on the arena, the one standing in front of you was also just an empty shell. Xianxia closed her eyes, her lips trembling. After a long time, she slowly said, Master Jianling. "N? You have no heart." Chen Hao was silent. He seemed to remember that he had a similar conversation with Qin Yan before. But this time, he didn't use the same words to refute. Now he also felt that he shouldn't have a heart. The conversation in the restaurant was still going on. Dai Yi is indeed very powerful. If he wasn't a Yin Corp sect martial artist, I would also respect him. A somewhat drunk, thin, and tall martial artist's face changed. Bah, if you want to talk about powerful, he's definitely not as powerful as Chen Ruoyan. I still can't figure out why that group of idiots removed Chen Ruoyan's ranking. Speaking of this matter, the other martial artists also nodded. They also complained about the injustice for Qin Yan. When the two martial artists at the next table heard this, they also interrupted. You're right, that group of people are idiots. Qianxia country is a group of idiots. The words of these people attracted Qin Yan's attention. I also think that in a martial arts competition, of course strength speaks. Although Chen Ruoyan indeed lost her mind on the arena, we also have to admit her strength. The drunk, thin, and tall martial artist who first spoke for Qin Yan stood up and said loudly, Do you know? I recently received news that Yin Corp Sect's fourth elder Fu Huabin, a domain realm expert, died in the hands of Chen Ruoyan. When these words came out, the entire restaurant quieted down. The Yin Corp Sect's four great elders, in Liangpingwa, they were famous, almost no one didn't know, that person said, so, in my opinion, Chen Ruoyan is definitely the most powerful genius in our southern region. Those so-called geniuses in the central region are not even worthy to carry her shoes. Our southern region is the strongest. Qin Yan frowned, but she didn't stop that person from speaking. This was because there were some pieces of information that she couldn't possibly seal off by herself. It can't be? The Southern Region Grand Competition ended less than a year ago, right? Yes, less than a year. Chen Ruoyan advanced from the peak of heaven-breaking realm to the peak of the divine realm, and even killed Yin Corp Sect's Fu Huabin. This can't be fake, right? How could Chen Ruoyan kill Fu Huabin? That was Blue Ember Sect's sect leader Yun Changlin. Senior Yun said it himself. Sect Master Yun said it himself. He said it himself. I heard it loud and clear. It was Chen Ruoyan who killed Fu Hualin with a single strike. Sect Master Yun said that Chen Ruoyan is already at the peak of the transcendent realm. He said that she's a genius that only appears once every 100 years in the southern region. He said that she has the ability to kill a domain realm expert with her own hands. He said that if Chen Ruoyan attacks him, even he won't be able to stop her. Chen Hao was stunned for a moment, then he figured it out. Yun Changlin told the news of Chen Ruoyan killing Fu Huabin because he didn't want to offend the Yin Corp sect. Is it real or fake? Chen Ruoyan can kill Yin Corp sect's fourth elder? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. It's definitely fake news. When the skinny martial artist saw that so many people didn't believe his words, he said angrily, I swear on my inner demons, these words are all true. I heard it from sect leader Yun personally. When sect leader Yun said this, I wasn't the only one present, there were many people who heard it. Hearing that the skinny martial artist said it with certainty, and even dared to swear on his inner demons, most of the people in the restaurant believed him. At this moment, someone stood up and said angrily, Humph. Chen Ruoyan is not a good person either. Liangpingwa's royal family, because they were bewitched by her, they attracted disaster. Just wait and see. When the news spreads to the other countries, our Liangpingwa will be finished. Qin Yan didn't listen anymore, paid the bill, and left in a hurry. Chen Hao saw that Qin Yan was a little abnormal, so he asked, what's wrong? Qin Yan was silent for a long time, then she sighed, it's a pity that I couldn't kill Yun Changlin back then. Did she think that it was easy to kill a realm powerhouse with the strength of a transcendent? I was too anxious back then, so I acted a little irrationally. To the current Qin Yan, it was still a little difficult to be rational. Chen Hao had seen Qin Yan's sea of consciousness and those blood spots, it was already not easy for her to control herself from killing people. What are you going to do next? Maybe I won't be able to accompany Lord Jianling for too long. Chen Hao looked at Qin Yan's fake face. He did not know if her words were sincere or if she was just being perfunctory. He didn't know why, but there was an inexplicable sadness in his heart. It shouldn't be, right? It will, it definitely will. But I've also made preparations. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Instead of suffering like this, why not just end it quickly? Xianxia lowered her head and continued, besides, I don't know how long I can hold on. Recently, I've been a little tired, very tired, very tired. Next, Xianxia checked out of the room and rushed towards Liangdu. After spending 2 days, Xianxia arrived at Liangdu. She looked at the direction of Liangdu city from afar and continued north. North was the direction of the Incorp sect. After leaving Liangdu, Xianxia's speed slowed down, maybe because she was being cautious. 10 days later, she arrived at the Incorp sect's territory. This place was still a long distance away from the Incorp sect. Xianxia stopped at the small city gate and saw a notice posted at the city gate. There were a few people looking at it. Xianxia glanced at it and stopped. She saw the name Chen Ruoyan. So she walked over and stood on her tiptoes to read the contents of the notice. The simple meaning was that before October, she had to go to the Incorp sect for a chat. If she didn't go, Yu would chop up the corpse in his hands and feed it to the dogs. Liang Pingwa was already in chaos. The cities within the Incorp sect's territory were all under their control. Even the sect's notice was openly posted on the city walls at the original location of the official notice. The Incorp sect is still as despicable as before. Do you think Chen Ruoyan will go? I don't know. With her personality, she shouldn't go. She is a vicious and rational person. She might be like before, secretly instigating other powers to deal with the Incorp sect. A man who was dressed gorgeously and seemed to be from a large family said, "Don't be fooled. This Chen Ruoyan is better off dead." Ever since she came to Liang Pingwa has never been peaceful. Even the royal family's Liang family is finished. I heard from the Incorp sect that they never sent anyone to kill the Transcendent Realm experts in Liang Pingwa. The Incorp sect's Song Li Yun and the others were already dead. It was Liang Pingwa's people who killed them and used their identities to frame the Incorp sect. Someone asked from the side, "Do you have any proof?" Of course I do. The Incorp sect seems to have captured Liang Pingwa's 5th prince. It was the 5th prince Liang Wu who said it himself. The young martial artist from the large family continued, "Not only Liang Wu, there is also the backbone of Liang Pingwa's Black Pinion Guards. One of them is a Transcendent Realm late-stage martial artist from the Liang family. He can also control the walking corpses." Really? Of course it's true. Liang Pingwa looks righteous on the outside, but they are secretly like flies and dogs. They are secretly refining the walking corpses. They are trying to rope in the large families and sects and frame the Incorp sect. The Incorp sect has been in Liang Pingwa for so many years and have always kept a low profile. When did they dare to casually kill so many martial artists? Why did they cause so much trouble? Think about it, before that Chen Ruoyan came to Liang Pingwa, wasn't Liang Pingwa peaceful? Thinking about it for a bit, the person suddenly said, "It seems to be true. Let me tell you. You may not know, but I know that on the 30th of October, the Incorp sect has invited all the large families in the country. They have also invited some foreign powers. When the time comes, the truth of what happened in Liang Pingwa will be revealed." Wait, the 30th of October? Isn't that the day they asked Chen Ruoyan to come to the Incorp sect? That's right, the Incorp sect wants to confront Chen Ruoyan face to face. That Liang Wu, he probably doesn't know that Liang Pingwa asked you to frame the Incorp sect, right? What's the use of saying all this? Now that the Incorp sect has won, of course their voice is louder. Xianxia calmly replied, "Besides, we did do it. They pushed out Liang Wu just to increase their persuasion." Xianxia pursed her lips and seriously read the notice a few more times. It was as if she wanted to engrave every word and stroke on it into her mind. The notice was released 5 days ago and today should be the 7th of October. The Incorp sect had given her plenty of time. They were probably afraid that she would not notice the news and miss the time. Her face was calm as if she knew that the Incorp sect would do this. He asked in a low voice, "Are you going? If you go, you won't be able to come back." "Aren't I already on my way?" He knew that it was impossible for him to persuade Xianxia. "Do you want to go now or wait until the end of October? I think you should go one step ahead and catch them off guard." No, they said the end of October, so it should be the end of October. Qingyan stroked her hair and said in a low voice, I don't need to go in advance. Instead, I hope that they will be fully prepared and all the Yin Corps sect members will be present. Your idea is actually not bad. Then now you. Since the Southern Region Grand Competition, I've practically never stopped fighting. During these battles, I've actually obtained many comprehensions, but I haven't had the time to digest them. I want to seize this period of time to properly comprehend them and prepare for battle at the same time. Qingyan spoke with a sense of loss. Moreover, I have nothing else to do, and I can only wait. I respect your wishes. The remaining 20 days are up to you. Okay. Qingyan nodded obediently. She didn't enter the city. Instead, she found a remote mountain forest. After finding a natural cave, she walked in. After walking for about 30 meters, she made a hole in the rock wall at the corner and used it as her temporary residence. Perhaps she was considering that she would be staying for a long time. She carefully polished off all the protrusions in the cave and sprinkled insect repellent powder. She embedded 7 luminous pearls at the top of the cave and laid out a carpet. She installed a wooden door and even used sword chi to open 2 vents. She placed a dressing table, chair, table, and solemnly placed a large bed. She pursed her lips and looked around her small room and muttered, I feel like I'm still missing something. It's the potted plant. Chen Hao casually mentioned. Oh, right. She clapped her hands and suddenly became quiet, I don't want the potted plant. Even if I dug it out, I can't raise it for long. I used to raise the potted plant I was in the blood sect. I don't know if little Xing and the rest took good care of him. I hope that Elder Xia can help me take care of him. Chen Hao didn't want to experience her boredom, so he aimlessly looked at the furnishings in the cave. The dressing table, chair, and other furniture that Qingyan placed were very luxurious. They were bright and made the overall style of the furniture look grand. From the decorative patterns on them, it should be the style of the Zhou dynasty's royal family. This could not fool Chen Hao's eyes. However, the bed leaning against the rock wall of the cave, as well as the quilt, blanket and pillow on the bed, was incompatible with the overall style. The blanket was completely black and very thin. Through the edge of the blanket, he could see that there was a layer of cotton underneath. The quilt material was not bad and should be of good quality. However, compared to the tablecloth, it was still inferior. The bed was also very long and should be custom-made. A normal bed was usually 2 meters long, but Qingyan's bed was at least 2.5 meters long. Along with this, Chen Hao also noticed the abnormality of the blanket and bedding. Chen Hao glanced at Qingyan's height. Haha, in Chen Hao's opinion, this was very abnormal. Qingyan had followed Zhou Lihua for so many years and she had learned a lot of Zhou Lihua's bad habits. It was definitely not simple. Moreover, with Qingyan's beauty and her little OCD, he did not believe that Qingyan could not find the problem of the style not matching. He did not believe that Qingyan could endure it. This woman was the kind of person who would not even hesitate to tidy up the interspatial rings of the elites of the Bloodhound Hall who were chasing after her. Just when Chen Hao was puzzled, Qingyan waved her hand and a terrifying cold murderous aura instantly filled the cave. Is there an enemy? No, it's just a little hot. Qingyan took off her coat and shoes and covered herself with the quilt. Then, she gently pulled the quilt up to cover her face, only revealing her messy black hair. Chen Hao looked at the sunlight coming in from the vent and did not know what to say for a moment. Sleeping in the middle of the day, was this really okay? This bed is not yours, right? I have never seen you take it out before. It's mine now. Qingyan hid under the quilt and said in a low muffled voice. When Qingyan woke up, it was already the middle of the night. Under the light of the pale yellow night illumination pearl, she looked especially energetic. She ate some of the dry rations that she had prepared earlier and finally wanted to open up a cultivation room for herself. After polishing the walls of the narrow cultivation room and cleaning them, Qingyan casually wiped the walls and found that there was no dust. Only then did she nod her head in satisfaction. Taking a praying mat, Qingyan sat down cross-legged and slowly closed her eyes. The first thing was to eliminate distracting thoughts. In the past, Qingyan always found it difficult to enter a state of emptiness. However, what Qin Hao did not expect was that Qing Yan would quickly enter a state of emptiness today. Her heart was as calm as still water and countless battle scenes began to replay in her mind. Crimson Blood quietly leaned against the rock wall and did not move at all. The entire cultivation room quieted down and only the sound of water dripping from the stalactites and falling into the puddle could be faintly heard. In Qing Yan's mind, she saw countless illusory shadows. She saw countless vengeful spirits in the demon sword domain and countless twisted corpses that piled up into the sky. Beside her ears, there were countless miserable howls and wails. In the blink of an eye, more than half the time had passed and Qing Yan returned from her cultivation. She had comprehended a lot during this cultivation, but she did not say much. However, Qin Hao knew that her illusion divine ability had risen to another level and reached the great accomplishment realm. She was only one step away from the great accomplishment realm of the massacre divine ability. Her state of mind should be much better. In the morning, Qing Yan woke up from her sleep. She covered herself with a quilt and took a deep breath. Then, she stored everything in her temporary residence into her interspatial ring. After walking out of her temporary residence, she walked out of the cave. When she was about to reach the exit, she stopped. She saw a young warrior hugging his arms and sleeping against the rock wall. Beside him was a bonfire with sparks, 3 empty wine jars, and a long sword. That young warrior slowly opened his eyes. The moment he saw Qing Yan, his slightly turbid eyes flashed with astonishment. Then, he was startled and his hand immediately reached for the long sword by his feet. But just as his hand reached there, he stopped all his actions. Qing Yan just looked at him, her expression somewhat lacking in respect. She was just a Khanate realm warrior. That person leaned against the rock wall and forced a smile on his face. He didn't do anything else. Qin Hao felt that this person was still considered wise. Qing Yan didn't hide anything this time. This young warrior obviously recognized her. Not drawing his sword and not resisting was the wisest choice. "You are that Chen Ruoyan? Senior Chen?" The young warrior raised his head and looked at Qing Yan very boldly, as if he was admiring a magnificent work of art. Seeing this situation, Qin Hao felt that he should take back his wise evaluation of this young warrior. Sizing up Qing Yan so unscrupulously, this kid's IQ was definitely in the negative. "What's wrong?" Qing Yan frowned. "Nothing. I'm just curious. I've heard a lot about you and have seen your portrait. I didn't expect to see you in person today." The young warrior waved his hand and said with some resentment, "I have to say something fair. The painters of the southern mountain range are all trash. Truly trash. I don't like the look in your eyes." Qing Yan waved her hand and the scarlet blood sword let out a sword hum in the air. "Indeed, the rumor that you have a bad temper is true. However, most beautiful women don't have good tempers." The young warrior stretched out his hand again and sat up with difficulty. His hand groped around the long sword and touched a half-fallen wine jar on the ground. He hugged the wine jug and began to gulp it down. Qin Hao looked at his Adam's apple, which bobbed up and down. The overflowing wine flowed down from the corner of his mouth, down to his slightly darkened neck, and finally into his collar. Qing Yan held her sword and stood quietly without making a move. "Ah." The young warrior moaned in satisfaction and put the wine jar aside. He looked at Qing Yan and said, "Thank you. Are you done?" "Done." The young martial artist nodded. His eyes were filled with hatred, pain, and all sorts of emotions that even Qin Hao couldn't see through. He stared at Qing Yan and sincerely said, "I heard that as long as the opponent's sword is fast and accurate enough, they won't feel any pain. To be able to die under Senior Chen's sword is my honor." As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. Qing Yan silently glanced at him, put away the red blood sword, and walked out of the cave. She could see it, and so could Qin Hao. The other party was truly seeking death. If Qing Yan was in a good mood, she might have fulfilled the other party's wish. Unfortunately, Qing Yan's mood wasn't as bright as the sun right now. Qing Yan felt that by killing him, she would be helping the other party. Die for the enemy? Hee. Qing Yan was not interested in such things at all. Wasn't it good to continue suffering like this? She walked out of the cave. The sun's rays were very dazzling. She stretched out her hand to block the strong rays. Behind her, came the footsteps of the person from before. Wait a minute, Chen Ruoyan, why didn't you kill me? Qin Yan acted as if she didn't hear anything. With a leap, she rushed up to the sky. Are you going to the Yin Corp sect? Are you an idiot? If you go, you will die. Qin Yan didn't even turn her head as she said, if you really want to die, you can end it yourself. Can I say that I can't make up my mind? Today, I finally mustered up my courage after seeing you. Trash. After being scolded by Qin Yan, the young martial artist wanted to say something, but he realized that Chen Ruoyan had completely disappeared. He closed his mouth, feeling bitterness in his mouth. He returned to the cave and sat in his original position. After half a day, he slowly started to pick up the good stuff. Looking at the rusty sword hilt, he hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still held it in his hand. As a martial artist, he wasn't used to not holding his own weapon. He looked at the direction where the other party disappeared and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he mustered up his courage and chased after her. He also wanted to go to the Yin Corp sect to take a look. On the 29th day of the 10th month, the weather was slightly cooler. In the Yin Corp sect's mountain city, there were many martial artists from Liangpingua, West Qin, and East Qin gathered. Among these martial artists, most of them were invited by the Yin Corp sect to represent the Liangpingua aristocratic family and sections. Among these people, half of them were from Liangpingua's inner circle, the Yin Corp sect. Among the remaining half of the aristocratic families and sects, there were some who were originally neutral and some who were close to the Liangpingua royal family, so they weren't that conspicuous. Now that the Liangpingua royal family had been annihilated, there were no other countries that had entered. When faced with the Yin Corp sect's invitation, they had to carefully consider whether or not they should give the Yin Corp sect face. After receiving the invitation, if they went, they could still return. They could even go a step further with the Yin Corp sect and reach a certain level of reconciliation. But if they didn't go, they would definitely be remembered by the Yin Corp sect, even though they had joined the Yin Corp sect alliance led by Liangpingua. This alliance had never been made public. They also didn't have a direct battle with the Yin Corp sect and shed all pretense of cordiality. So those who were originally neutral or close to the Liangpingua royal family and weren't very firm in their stance, after careful consideration, they sent their representatives. Of course, these so-called representatives were often those who weren't very well received by their respective factions. They belonged to the type that even if they went to the Yin Corp sect and couldn't return, they wouldn't feel that it was a pity. There were also some martial artists who came to join in the fun. But there weren't many of these martial artists. After all, the Yin Corp sect's reputation in the vicinity wasn't good. Ever since Qin Yan came to Yin Mountain City, she had temporarily changed her appearance and wore men's clothing. She didn't want to cause trouble and didn't want the Yin Corp sect to make a move first. Sitting on the second floor of the restaurant, she found a seat by the window and silently watched the bustling scene on the street. She carefully observed the vendors, looked at the people with children, looked at the ordinary people shopping on the street, and was a little entranced. But soon, she was noticed by a young martial artist on the street. It was the person who wanted to die under her sword 10 days ago. He was still as decadent as before. Actually, his appearance wasn't bad. He was quite handsome and looked quite young. But his face was haggard, his hair was messy, and the martial artist robe on his body was a little dirty. Qin Yan even noticed that the oil stain on the lower right side of his robe seemed to have been there 10 days ago. He had a long sword at his waist and a small wine jar in his hand. He was strolling aimlessly on the street, as if he was looking for something. When Qin Yan stared at him, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Yan. Qin Yan didn't care and turned her head to look elsewhere. After a while, Qin Yan heard some light footsteps. That young martial artist had come up to the restaurant. Then, his gaze fell on Qin Yan, and he walked straight towards Qin Yan. This made Qin Yan frown. She was a little regretful. Why didn't she just kill him the last time? Senior Chen. The dispirited young martial artist moved in front of Qin Yan and greeted her. Qin Yan frowned and found herself in front of her nose. She smelled a stench. It was a mixture of sweat and alcohol, which made the sensitive Qin Yan extremely uncomfortable. The young warrior seemed to have reacted too. He sniffed his body, and his pale face turned red. He quickly pulled his clothes tight, smiled embarrassedly, and ran away quickly. Sigh. Qingyan sighed heavily and used one hand to support her forehead. She whispered to Chen Hao, how did that guy recognize me? I don't know. Chen Hao was not sure either. Qingyan's disguise was very good. As long as the difference in strength was not too big, it was usually impossible to find her. And that young warrior just now only took a look at Qingyan. In less than 15 minutes, Qingyan saw that young warrior come up again. This time, he had changed into a clean set of clothes, and his hair was tied up. He did not shave, but compared to before, he was much cleaner. Hello, senior, can I sit? He pointed to the chair opposite Qingyan and asked. However, before Qingyan could say no, he directly sat down. Senior Chen, you can call me Lin Jia. Oh. Qingyan nodded and asked curiously, just now, how did you recognize me? Lin Jia said with some nostalgia, my intuition is very sharp. In the past, my teacher said that I am a born painter. As long as I work hard, I will definitely achieve something in painting. Have you achieved anything? Qingyan asked casually. Perhaps it was because she had not spoken to anyone for a long time, or perhaps she was bored and wanted to kill the remaining time. Qingyan actually said a few more words to that person. The restaurant waiter brought 2 dishes, a stack of peanuts, a pot of wine, and 2 wine glasses. He poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip. He said dispiritedly, no, my mother thinks that practicing martial arts is more promising, so she let me practice martial arts. Yes. Qingyan could not help but think of her father. Back then, her father wanted her to learn music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Unfortunately, there were no ifs, too much time had passed, and she had almost forgotten what her father looked like. There was only one feeling left in her heart. But if she could touch him, she believed that she would be able to recognize him. By the way, senior, do you drink? Only then did Lin Jia remember Qingyan. No. Oh, that's good too. Drinking is not a good habit. Recently, my sword hand has been unstable. Qingyan took a look at Lin Jia's nonchalant expression and raised her eyebrows. Since you can't even hold a sword properly, why do you still want to be a warrior? I sell my paintings for a living now. Lin Jia said softly. Sell paintings? Qingyan looked at the young man in front of her in surprise. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Since you rely on selling paintings for a living, why do you still carry a sword? Get used to it. After all, for as long as I can remember, I have always been practicing swordsmanship, and I almost never leave my sword. Now that I don't have a sword in my hand, I feel like something is missing. Lin Jia sighed and said, it's actually quite good to have a long sword. Sometimes, my paintings might not be able to sell, so it's more convenient to have a sword to sell my paintings. Even Qingyan, who had been pulling a long face, was almost amused by Lin Jia. It's more convenient to sell paintings with a sword. One can imagine how Qingyan sold her paintings. Didn't you say that you are very talented in painting? Why can't you sell your paintings? Maybe it's because my paintings are a bit strange and don't fit their aesthetic standards. Lin Jia took a sip of wine and sighed softly. Strange paintings? Qingyan looked at him in confusion. What are you good at? Landscapes, and people. Lin Jia looked up at Qingyan and said, why don't I draw a portrait for you here? No need. Qingyan shook her head and rejected directly. There were too many people in the restaurant. Moreover, she did not want to leave any paintings. Don't worry, I won't take up your time, and you don't need to remove your disguise. Oh? Qingyan was slightly surprised. Then, Lin Jia ignored her and took away the wine and dishes on his table. He used his newly bought sleeves to wipe the oil stains on the table and took out a stack of drawing paper, a brush, an inkstone, and ink from his space ring. He lifted the wine pot and poured wine into the inkstone. As he ground the ink, he observed Qingyan seriously. After only 10 breaths, he pressed the brush into the inkstone. He exuded confidence and carefreeness. The essence, qi, and spirit in his body seemed to be integrated into one and condensed into a force. This aura wasn't overbearing at all. Instead, it was warm like a stream and calm like a lake, and it carried the desolation of autumn. This aura caused Qingyan to involuntarily become serious. She had been lucky enough to meet a master painter in Zhou State, and that master painter's force was just like this when he painted for Zhou Lihua. When the force was condensed to the extreme, Lin Jia was about to drag the brush out of the inkstone, but his movements suddenly paused, and he suddenly stopped. He glanced at Qingyan again and poured all the ink in the inkstone into the bowl. Then, he found his weapon from the chair behind him. He pulled out the rusty longsword and cut open his palm. Blood dripped into the inkstone. At this moment, the people at the table near Qingyan had already noticed this. They also cast their curious gazes over, wanting to see how the artist dressed as a martial artist painted. Is this guy crazy? Why did he cut his hand? Doesn't it hurt? Who knows, maybe he really is crazy. It should be blood painting, right? But to use blood to paint for a lady, would she be able to accept it? Could it be a confession of love? It can't be, right? Lin Jia was completely focused, and the disturbances of the outside world and the comments of others were completely isolated from him at this moment. He pressed the brush into the thick blood, and when his essence, qi, and spirit merged into one and reached the peak, he was all done. The people who were curious to see him painting all held their breaths. Meanwhile, Qingyan calmly began to pour the meat soup into her bowl and mixed the rice. She ate 2 mouthfuls and felt that the taste was not bad. It was moderately salty and light, and there was a rich meaty aroma, which suited her taste very well. When Qingyan chewed and swallowed slowly, and when she had just eaten the 4th mouthful of rice, Lin Jia also stopped the brush in his hand. His painting speed was very fast, and it was completed in one go. After finishing the painting, Lin Jia let out a long sigh of relief. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his originally pale face became even paler. He seemed to have used up a lot of energy, and directly slumped into the chair. Before Qingyan could take a look, the people beside Lin Jia who were watching his painting process were all stunned. They looked at the painting spread out on the table, then at Lin Jia, and finally at Qingyan. They were all stunned. They could not believe their eyes. Finally, someone spoke. It can't be, this is a painting? It's totally a scribble, isn't it? Lady, take a look at the painting he drew for you, it's like he drew a ghost. Ha ha ha. That person could not help but laugh. He's insulting you. This is a ghost, right? And it's blood red, it looks so scary. Me too, I'm a little scared. The person who spoke quickly turned his head away as if the thing in the painting was very scary. It is indeed very scary. Qingyan swallowed the rice in her mouth and put the bowl on the table. Only then did she look up at Lin Jia's painting. With just one look, Qingyan was stunned. Chen Hao's thoughts also stopped in a short time. It was because of Lin Jia's painting. It was a portrait that claimed to be drawn for Qingyan. The painting was completely blood red, and the background was almost entirely blood red. It was like blood-red stars, a blood-red world, and a blood-red lake, and in the painting, a human figure could be clearly seen. Of course, it was a human figure, not a ghost figure. That ghostly figure was incomparably ferocious. It only had a face, 2 hollow transparent eyes, and an exaggeratedly large mouth filled with sharp teeth. That mouth almost split that sinister ghostly face in half. Chen Hao remembered that ghost figure. When Qingyan broke through to the divine realm, that hideous ghost figure appeared on her body. He suddenly stared at Lin Jia, who had regained his decadent look, and wanted to know how this Lin Jia saw it. Qingyan stared at that familiar blood-red ghost figure in a daze. She felt that the pair of hole-like eyes suddenly squinted and turned into an extremely strange smile, narrowing into 2 lines. That ferocious mouth was grinding its teeth, as if it was chewing something. Immediately after, Qingyan was shocked and woke up from that illusion. Then, she hurriedly suppressed the slaughter divine power that was starting to stir in her body again. Chen Hao reminded her, Qingyan, do you still remember that ghost figure I told you about when you broke through to the divine realm? It's exactly the same as the one in the painting. How is it? Senior Chen, did I draw well? Lin Jia looked at Qingyan, and his eyes were filled with uneasiness and anticipation. That was a gaze that hoped to gain her approval. Qingyan looked at Lin Jia seriously as if she wanted to see through him. However, she could still tell that Lin Jia did not have any ulterior motives, nor was he mocking her. Your skills are still immature, but you already have the style of a master. It's just a portrait, and you can draw it like this. No wonder you need to use a sword to force others to buy your painting. I think you often use that sword to protect yourself, right? Yes, he deserves a beating. Someone at the next table interrupted. If he drew me like this, I'd beat him up too. Ha ha ha. Miss, we support you in beating him up. If he dares to fight back, we will help you. Yes, 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 beat him up. Give him a good beating. The customers at the next table began to jeer. Xianxia took another sip of wine, feeling disappointed and lonely. Qingyan continued, although the drawing is ugly, I have to say that your drawing is very realistic and vivid. Really? Xianxia stood up abruptly from his chair and asked in surprise. Really, I don't need to lie to you. Although your style is a little unique, you have the intuition to see through people's hearts. You have outstanding talent, and you indeed have the talent to become a master painter. I knew it, I knew it. I knew that Senior Chen could understand me. Xianxia choked with emotion and said, for so many years, I have drawn countless portraits, but only you, Senior Chen, only you, Senior Chen, understand me. Chen Hao looked at Xianxia and felt that this child must have been beaten up many times in these years. Don't mention it again, I don't need to understand you, I'm just stating facts. I understand, as long as I understand. Xianxia excitedly passed the brush to Qingyan. Senior Chen, can you inscribe a few words on it? No need. Qingyan waved her hand as if she was chasing away a fly. She was indeed a little impatient. I'm being presumptuous. Xianxia was a little disappointed, but he still coaxed the painting dry and carefully rolled it up. He respectfully held the painting with both hands and handed it to Qingyan. This painting is my goodwill, please accept it. No, take it away. Qingyan did not have a good impression of the ghost in the painting at all. Moreover, she did not want to have anything to do with Xianxia. Then, in the future, when my drawing skills improve, I will definitely. Xianxia suddenly could not say anything. He looked at Qingyan in a daze and fell silent again. He looked around and asked in a low voice, Senior Chen, is the zombie in Dai Ye's hand someone you like? Qingyan glared at him fiercely, and Xianxia directly swept away the ink, paper, and inkstone. Holding the painting scroll and longsword, he jumped out of the window like the wind. Stop, you haven't paid yet. Seeing this situation, the restaurant waiter hurriedly rushed to the window and shouted loudly. However, how could he call Xianxia back? The restaurant waiter turned his head and looked at Qingyan. Guest, you see, Qingyan glanced at his face, which was wrinkled like a bitter gourd, and said indifferently, I'll pay for him. Thank you, guest. Thank you, guest. The restaurant waiter hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Qingyan had a lot of money, and it was estimated that she would not be able to use it all in her lifetime. On October 30th, it was a cloudy day with no sun, and occasionally a cool breeze blew. The leaves began to wither, and the foot of the Yin mountain sect was a scene of decline and desolation. Countless martial artists gathered at the foot of the Yin Corpse sect. At the foot of the Yin Corpse sect's mountain, there was a platform with tables and chairs around it. Martial artists with good skills from sects and families sat on the chairs, and only a quarter of the seats were empty. Outside the tables and chairs, there were martial artists with no strength and status who were watching. Only those who received the Yin Corpse sect's invitation could have their own seats. The others could only stand. It was still early, and Chen Ruoyan had not arrived yet. The Yin Corpse sect's people also did not go on stage. The martial artists who were familiar with each other began to chat. Old Liu, I didn't expect your Liu family to send you to the Yin Corpse sect this time. No choice, I'm an old man. Even if I can't go back, my family won't lose anything. Aren't you the same as me? You must be joking. I came because I was curious. The Yin Corpse sect's people said that the corpse-controlling martial artists who massacred the Tian and Yun families were secretly sent by Liang Shuyuan to frame the Yin Corpse sect. I just wanted to see what was going on. Haha. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? However, the Yin Corpse sect chose a good location. If we enter the Yin Corpse sect, I am a little worried that we can't go back. I can see that the Yin Corpse sect still has some sincerity. Humph. Sincerity? If the Yin Corpse sect did not suffer heavy losses in that battle, do you think they will show any sincerity? They are also worried. Worried about what? Even if they suffered heavy losses, they still have powerful domain realm warriors, right? Our families and sects, can't we do anything to them? Hey, don't look down on us too much. When West Qin, East Qin, and the central regions Wu country divide up Liangpingua, the Yin-Corp sect will be afraid that we will incite the other countries to deal with them. Now they are at their weakest. That is true. Oh right, do you think that Chen Ruoyan will come? I don't think so. The Lu family warrior lowered his voice and said, if she is smart, she will not come. Once she comes, she will not be able to leave. That's right. It is not worth it for a corpse. At the Yin-Corp sect's mountain gate, there were many experts gathered. The 2 domain realm experts of the Yin-Corp sect were also standing there, looking at the meeting at the foot of the mountain. They placed great importance on this meeting. Last time, they had no choice but to attack Liangpingua's royal family first. Although they managed to kill a few of Liangpingua's domain realm experts, the Yin-Corp sect also suffered heavy losses. The losses were so severe that it was beyond their expectations. 2 Grand Dominion realm cultivators had fallen. One was the vice sect master, and the other was an elder. Moreover, the elder had died at Chen Ruoyan's hands. Now, the Yin-Corp sect only had 4 domain realm experts left. Out of the 4 domain realm experts, 3 of them had lost a lot of domain realm corpses because of the battle. Their overall strength had decreased by more than half. Domain realm corpses were hard to refine. If they wanted to fully recover their strength, they would need at least 10 to 20 years. To ordinary top powers, 4 domain realm experts were more than enough to deal with them, but to the Yin-Corp sect, this was a very dangerous signal. This was because their Yin-Corp sect was different from the other top sections. They were a devil path sect, so they had offended quite a number of powers. In addition, Liangpingua had deliberately fanned the flames by using their Yin-Corp sect's name. At the same time, they had offended West Qin, East Qin, and other top powers. This made them feel a sense of crisis. That was why they invited all the family clans and sects in Liangpingua's territory, as well as West Qin, East Qin, Han Hai sect and other top forces over. They wanted to seek their understanding. Of course, even if these top forces did not understand them, they still had ways to make them reconcile. Did Elder Hua and the others agree? The Yin-Corp sect Grand Elder whispered to the sect leader beside him. Dai Yi mentioned it to Elder Hua and Elder Hua agreed. The sect leader of the Yin-Corp sect said in a relaxed tone. Elder Hua seems to admire Dai Yi a lot. Right. After all, Dai Yi's performance in the martial competition wasn't bad, and he could be considered to have won some face for him. When this matter was mentioned, the Yin-Corp sect master's face did not change in the slightest. Those who did not know would think that his face did not belong to him. Elder Hua is now the person in charge of the Southern Region's martial alliance. He did not bring many people to the Southern Region this time, so he needs the support of top factions like us. Furthermore, Elder Hua does not wish for the Southern Region to continue in this state of chaos. Liangpinggua's underhanded actions in secret made him feel that it was despicable. Yes. If the martial alliance is willing to say a word for us, then our Yin-Corp sect should be able to survive this crisis. However, we have to be careful in the future. Let's talk about it after we get through this crisis. The sect leader of the Yin-Corp sect replied, after all, after this matter is over, we still need to recuperate first. Will Chen Ruoyan come? Let's hope she comes. The Yin-Corp sect leader said, to be able to kill our domain realm elder at the peak of the divine power realm without any worries, this woman must not be left alive. To us, she is a great danger. But if she doesn't come, it doesn't matter if she doesn't come. We have Liangpingua's black pinyin guards in our hands, as well as 5th Prince Liangpingua. That is enough to prove our innocence. When the time comes, we can invite Elder Hua to say a few words of justice for us. That will be enough to deter the other factions. The 2 Yin-Corp sect's upper echelons knew that it was impossible for Dai Yi to destroy the corpse in their hands. Lord Sect Leader, Lord Elder, if Chen Ruoyan comes, I wish to have a match with her. Dai Yi slowly stood up from behind the 2 domain realm experts. Dai Yi, don't try to be brave. The current Chen Ruoyan is not someone you can deal with. Yun Changlin said that her strength has already broken through to the peak of the divine power realm, and her combat power is extremely strong. She can even kill Elder Fu. She is not someone you can fight against. Hearing the sect leader's words, Dai Ye's pale face turned even uglier. Chen Ruoyan, Chen Ruoyan, Chen Ruoyan. Ever since the Southern Region Grand Tournament, his ears had been filled with Chen Ruoyan's name. Some people said that his victory over Chen Ruoyan was completely due to luck, and that he took advantage of the corpse's identity. They said that if the corpse was not Chen Ruoyan's old friend, he would definitely not have been able to defeat her. In the beginning, Dai Yi could still deal with it calmly. But after he arrived in the central region, he realized that the news of his lucky victory over Chen Ruoyan had also spread to the central region, and to the ears of the young genius martial artists in the eastern, southern, and southern regions. He used all his strength and obtained a good result of 7th place with his valiant strength. He thought that the rumors would disappear, but when he returned to the southern region, he realized that the 3 words Chen Ruoyan were still haunting him like a ghost. Even in the Yin Corp sect, there were many disciples who thought that he, Dai Yi, could not compare to Chen Ruoyan. How could Dai Yi be willing to accept this? He was clearly the victor. Dai Yi felt that Chen Ruoyan was about to become his inner demon. I feel that the sect leader of the Blue Ember sect is not telling the truth. He was definitely the one who killed Elder Fu. He is just afraid that the Yin Corp sect will take revenge, so he pushed everything to Chen Ruoyan. Dai Yi said with a face full of unwillingness, Lord Sect Leader and Lord Elder are both domain realm masters. Do you really believe that a martial artist at the peak of the transcendent realm can kill our Yin Corp sect's elder? The second elder suddenly realized that Dai Ye's words made sense. They did not suspect the truth of Yun Chonglin's words before. They only felt that Yun Chonglin was a veteran domain realm master, and as the sect leader, he would not be so shameless as to frame Chen Ruoyan. Now that they heard Dai Ye's words, they started to doubt the truth of Yun Chonglin's words. Dai Yi pleaded, even if Chen Ruoyan cultivated an evil cultivation method, she is at most in the late stage of the transcendent realm. I am confident that I can defeat her. When Chen Ruoyan comes, I hope that Lord Sect Leader can let me have a fair fight with her again. I hope that Lord Sect Leader will agree. After the Central Region tournament, Dai Yi had obtained excellent results and received many rewards. He felt that he had become much stronger. The resources of the Central Region were not something that the Southern Region could imagine. He did not believe that Chen Ruoyan's cultivation was much stronger than his. Even if Chen Ruoyan's strength had reached the late stage of the transcendent realm, the strength that she cultivated with an evil cultivation method was illusory. Her foundation was definitely not as solid as his. The Yin Corp sect master glanced at Dai Yi and thought for a moment before saying, "Wait for Chen Ruoyan to come first." Dai Yi clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. In the end, he did not dare to disobey the sect master's order. After all, the sect master did not refuse, right? About 2 hours later, it was almost noon. The Yin Corp sect disciples escorted some prisoners into the venue and stopped at the side of the stage, waiting quietly. All the clans and sects in Liangpingwa had arrived. Even the representatives of the top foreign forces had arrived one after another. Some of the rogue cultivators standing outside the venue began to get impatient. Among them, some of them had rushed over before the sun had even risen. They wanted to occupy a good spot. But after waiting for so long, they still did not see anything. Qingyan did not intend to make them wait for long. After a moment, a white figure flew over from the horizon like a cloud and landed in the middle of the Yin Corp sect's arena. The entire venue suddenly quieted down. Including the representatives of the East Qin, West Qin, Han Hai sect, and even the Blue Ember sect. They looked at Qingyan on the stage and did not say anything for a long time. Qingyan stood quietly on the stage, dressed in white, like a blooming orchid. So beautiful. A rogue cultivator sighed softly. I think she should be number 1 on the Southern Region beauty list. What a pity. The representative of the Blue Ember sect was very young. He looked at Qingyan on the stage and said, Master said that she is definitely the most talented warrior in the Southern Region in 100 years. Even Dai Yi can't compare to her. She shouldn't have come. Zhang Yifan, don't be so emotional. When you live to my age, you will know that in this world, only the living prodigies are the real prodigies. The representative of the West Qin reminded, the dead are nothing. Seeing Chen Ruoyan standing on the stage, Dai Yi suddenly became excited. His eyes were shining, and his blood was boiling. He clenched his fists tightly, and his heart was filled with fighting spirit. This strong fighting spirit made the Yin Corp sect experts around him raise their eyebrows. Dai Yi's battle intent was even stronger than when he had stood in the Middle District's arena. He took a deep breath, took a step forward, and said firmly to the Sect Master, I hope to fight with Chen Ruoyan. I want to defeat her fair and square. Yin Corp sect leader Feng Changdong looked at Dai Yi, and Dai Yi looked back at him. Feng Zhangdong could see the confidence in Dai Yi's resolute eyes, as well as his desire to defeat Chen Ruoyan and clear his name. He also knew that Dai Yi was unhappy and distressed, but, with Chen Ruoyan's current strength, Lord Sect Leader, Dai Yi pleaded. Feng Zhangdong waved his sleeves and said, about the competition, don't mention it again. Sect Leader, please give me another chance. Let me compete with Chen Ruoyan again. I want to prove myself. I want everyone in the world to know that I, Dai Yi, can defeat Chen Ruoyan with my own strength, even if I don't use that walking corpse. Feng Zhangdong's face darkened. Defeat Chen Ruoyan fair and square? What could he use to defeat Chen Ruoyan fair and square? Dai Yi had crossed the line. He didn't even listen to the sect master's orders. Sect Leader. Dai Yi ignored Feng Zhangdong's expression. Feng Zhangdong's face darkened. Do you think you have the confidence to defeat Chen Ruoyan? Why not? Chen Ruoyan's current strength has indeed reached the peak of the transcendent realm, and her aura is very condensed. Among the transcendent realm martial artists, her strength should be at the top. Feng Zhangdong looked away from Chen Ruoyan on the stage at the foot of the mountain, and looked at the genius of his sect. Now, do you think you still have the confidence? How is that possible? Why not? Feng Zhangdong asked. After the trip to the central region, don't you understand that there is always someone better than you? But she's not in the central region. Don't say any more. With your current strength, it's impossible to defeat Chen Ruoyan. Feng Zhangdong looked at his disciple and said, I'm doing this for your own good. The Yin Corp sect is very weak now, and you are very important to the sect. I don't wish for you to die early. Dai Yi sighed. The entire sky darkened. He knew that the sect leader was doing this for his own good, but this kind of good made him feel deeply humiliated. Ever since the Southern Region tournament, he had longed to have a rematch with Chen Ruoyan. He wanted to defeat her fair and square, and prove his own reputation. In the end, his master personally told him that he was definitely not Chen Ruoyan's match. He didn't even have the strength and qualifications to fight with Chen Ruoyan. This was worse than losing. Dai Yi's fingernails dug into his flesh. This kind of humiliation, he couldn't describe it. He could feel that the transcendent realm martial artist behind him was secretly laughing at him. Laughing at him for overestimating himself. The second elder saw Dai Yi's expression, but he did not care. Instead, he asked the sect leader, since Chen Ruoyan is here, we should begin. Should we inform Elder Hua and the Grand Elder? The Martial Alliance's Elder Hua and his entourage were now accompanied by the Yin Corp sect's Grand Elder. There's no need. Send someone to inform Protector Bing Yan. He will be the witness. Protector Ling Yan, can he do it? The second elder thought of the Martial Alliance's 7 Ultimate Sect's Protector Bing from the Central Region. He felt that he was not an easy person to talk to. Yes, Elder Hua has already communicated with him. Just send someone to inform him. He will come. Elder Hua did not come to the Southern Region alone. The Martial Alliance's goal was very simple. It was to completely control the Southern Region. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It required sufficient strength and the assistance of powerful helpers. And Protector Ling Yan was one of the helpers that Elder Hua brought. Ling Yan came from the 7 Ultimate Sect and was the youngest elder there. At the same time, the 7 Ultimate Sect was one of the Martial Alliance's member sections. Recently, Bing Yan had used his merits and strength to become a protector of a Martial Alliance. The 7 Ultimate Sect's encampment was in the Central Region, but it was not too far from the Yin Corp sect. The 7 Ultimate Sect's people liked to put on ugly faces and were not easy to deal with. This was something that the second elder had recently experienced. Usually, the second elder did not think so. After all, in terms of putting on ugly faces, their Ing Corp sex people were not any worse. In fact, their Ing Corp sex expressions were even better, but when they needed the help of the 7 ultimate sex being yin, that would not be good. The second elder said, "Alright, I'll immediately send someone to inform them." "Alright, then we will head down." At the foot of the Ing Corp sex mountain, Xianxia stood on the stage and quickly found the Ing Corp sex disciples. In front of her, there were 5 Ing Corp sex divine power realm experts and more than 100 Ing Corp sect disciples. They were guarding 7 prisoners. These prisoners were wearing special shackles and had their dantians sealed. Among the prisoners, there were 2 divine power realm warriors. They had a corpse aura around them, making them look like corpses. They had the same expression as the Ing Corp sect disciples beside them. Then, Qingyan found Liang Pinghua, 5th prince, among the remaining 5 prisoners. The 5th prince, who was once Liang Pinghua, now had an ashen face, as if he was a cripple. Qingyan had not seen him for half a year and he had already become a prisoner. His eyes were filled with sadness, bitterness, and stupefaction. It was as if he had already accepted his fate. Even Chen Hao felt some sympathy for this 5th prince. In the short span of half a year, under Qingyan's persuasion, he had gone from being passive and dispirited to being high-spirited and complacent. He had gone from being greatly disappointed and filled with reluctance to holding on to his last hope and hesitating to make a choice for his brother, and now, his heart was like dead ashes. Chen Hao did not know how he had endured the rapid rise and fall of his emotions. When Qingyan discovered Liang Guowu also looked at Qingyan. His expression was complicated, with resentment and other mixed emotions. "Where is Dai Yi? Ask Dai Yi to come out and see me." Qingyan's ruthless gaze was like a knife, slashing across the faces of the Ing Corp sect martial artists. "If he does not come out and see me, then all of you can die." At this moment, Qingyan was more like the master of the Ing Corp sect. If one did not know, they might have thought that they were invited by Qingyan. Under Qingyan's murderous gaze, the Ing Corp sect's 5 transcendent realm martial artists and hundreds of disciples felt a terrifying pressure. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Qingyan's eyes. Only the 5 transcendent realm martial artists remembered that this was the Ing Corp sect's home ground and they could not lose face. They worked hard to overcome the fear in their hearts and raised their heads again. They did not dare to look at Qingyan and could only try their best to look behind Qingyan. "This woman is so strong." Many people sighed in their hearts. Without waiting for Qingyan to continue asking, the Ing Corp sect leader and second elder had already brought Dai Yi to the stage. When Qingyan's sharp gaze turned towards Dai Yi, the hundreds of Ing Corp sect members below the stage felt the pressure on them lessen. Ing Corp's faction sect leader Feng Zhangdong, second elder, and Dai Yi stared at Qingyan. Qingyan's beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Dai Yi. She didn't care about the other 2 domain realm experts, as if they were just supporting characters. This attitude made the 2 domain realm martial artists extremely dissatisfied. Qingyan stood in the middle of the high platform while the 3 Ing Corp sect members stood at the edge of the stage. Feng Zhangdong was also very dissatisfied with this arrangement. Shouldn't they be standing in the middle? It looked like Chen Ruoyan had forced them to the edge of the stage. Just as Feng Zhangdong was about to take action, Qingyan spoke up, "Dai Yi, where's that walking corpse?" Dai Yi glared viciously at the sect leader beside him. He didn't dare to make the decision himself. At this moment, a white-haired, white-browed man suddenly appeared above the stage. He carried a sword case on his back and floated in the air. He had no intention of landing on the stage. He looked down at the warriors on and off the stage. His cold eyes paused on Qingyan for a moment. Then, he asked Feng Zhangdong in a cold tone, "She is Chen Ruoyan?" "Yes, she is Chen Ruoyan." "Alright, then let's not waste any more time. Let's begin." Feng Zhangdong hesitated for a moment, but decided not to delay any longer. He knew Ling Yan's character very well. As the right-hand man of the Alliance's elder Hua and an expert from the 7 Ultimate sect, he had to give him face. "Alright, then let's begin." Feng Zhangdong cleared his throat and loudly introduced, "This is Protector Ling Yan from the Central Region's Martial Alliance. He is also an elder of the 7 Ultimate sect. Today, Protector Ling is here as a witness." Hearing this, everyone looked at Ling Yan, who was in midair. Originally, his rude attitude while standing in midair made everyone unhappy. However, when they heard that he was a protector from the Central Region's martial alliance and an elder of the Seven Ultimates sect, the dissatisfaction in their hearts disappeared. They were even a little envious of the Incorp sect. Clearly, Ling Yan came here with the intention of supporting the Incorp sect. At this moment, Qing Yan also looked up at Ling Yan and gave him a smile. That smile was indeed very beautiful. It was as if it was just a greeting, without any killing intent. However, it made Ling Yan's heart turn cold. Ling Yan knew very well that not feeling any killing intent did not mean that the other party did not have any killing intent towards him. It was also possible that the other party had converged their killing intent to the extreme. At this moment, intuition was more reliable than perception. This Chen Ruoyan seemed to be very displeased with him. Was it because of the Incorp sect? Ling Yan thought for a moment and did not think further. He did not care about the thoughts of a divine power realm ant. After all, she was destined not to live today. Ling Yan did not want to bicker with a dead person. He knew very well about the conflict between Chen Ruoyan and the Incorp sect, but he did not care. Just as the Incorp sect leader was about to continue speaking, someone suddenly shouted from below the stage, "Since when did the so-called martial alliance collude with the demonic sects to bully a weak woman? Who dares to interrupt?" The Incorp sect leader said angrily. Even Ling Yan looked down at the group of ordinary warriors with a cold expression. Immediately following that, the itinerant cultivators who came to watch the commotion quickly dispersed, leaving behind a young warrior standing in his original spot. Those itinerant cultivators were here to watch the commotion, so they were afraid of being implicated. The young warrior's face was flushed red. He was hugging an unopened wine jar in his hand, as if he was really drunk. He awkwardly looked at the scattered warriors around him. Clearly, he was caught off guard by the reactions of the surrounding itinerant cultivators. Actually, he found the actions of the Incorp sect and the martial alliance an eyesore. Mixed in with the itinerant cultivators, he felt very safe, so he used the alcohol to vent his dissatisfaction. When he saw the Incorp sect leader's fierce gaze, he steeled his heart and mimicked Feng Zhangdong, also fiercely staring back. Was a domain realm expert that great? He was not even afraid of death. He said eccentrically, TSK, your Incorp sect sure is impressive. Only you are allowed to do it, but we are not allowed to say it. Do you think that just because your Incorp sect has the backing of the martial alliance, you can run amok and do whatever you want? Do you think you can wipe away the blood debt you owe in the past? Pui. Lin Jia fiercely spat out a mouthful of phlegm and pointed at Feng Zhangdong as he cursed. I'm telling you, that's impossible. Even if you have the backing of the martial alliance, you are still a mad dog. At most a mad dog with an owner. Be careful that you don't get beaten to death when your owner isn't home. All the martial artists present sucked in a breath of cold air. They secretly cheered for the young warrior's words and were impressed by his courage. Of course, they kept this in their hearts. They did not dare to offend the Incorp sect and the martial alliance here. After saying these words, Lin Jia felt extremely good. It was an unprecedented pleasure. At this time, how could he not have wine? He hugged the wine jar and gulped it down as if there was no one around him. At this moment, he felt that the wine that cost a gold coin a jar was unprecedentedly delicious. It was even more fragrant than the wine that cost 10,000 spirit stones a jar. Lin Jia felt that this was the first time in his life that he was so manly. As a Khanate realm warrior, he had pointed at the Incorp sect master and the martial arts union's guardian and scolded them in front of so many factions, as well as the top demon sects in the southern region. Lin Jia felt his chest brimming with pride as he vented his frustration and indignation. He respected Chen Ruoyan very much. This was the respect a small warrior had for a genius expert. Of course, this respect was not enough for him to stand up. He felt more sympathy for Chen Ruoyan. He felt that Chen Ruoyan was in the same boat as him. As a result, he found the Incorp sect and the martial arts union more and more unpleasant to the eye. As he drank, he used the wine jar to block his vision as he waited for death to come. If he were to die, he wanted to die with a bang. If he did not use the wine jar to block his vision, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist dodging. Dodging in vain would be too embarrassing. Feng Zhangdong did not make a move, but Dai Yi did. Everyone could tell that Lin Jia was only a Khanate realm warrior. If the Yin Corp sect leader killed him, it would damage the Yin Corp sect's reputation. If Dai Yi made a move, he would not have too many scruples. Furthermore, Dai Yi also wanted to kill someone to vent his anger. The black aura instantly formed and shot straight at Lin Jia. Although Lin Jia's vision was blocked, he could sense at the moment Dai Yi made a move. His perception was naturally stronger than ordinary warriors. Lin Jia suddenly felt his legs go soft. Before he died, Lin Jia suddenly realized that he was afraid. He still found it hard to accept death, however, it seemed like it was too late. When he stood up to criticize the Yin Corp sect and the martial arts union, he was destined to die. When the onlookers saw Dai Yi make a move, no one stopped him. Most of them were mocking the young warrior in their hearts for being too stupid. A few people were unhappy with the Yin Corp sect's tyranny and sympathized with him. Of course, it was only sympathy. With a dang, Qingyan, who was standing in the middle of the high platform, moved. She instantly teleported between Dai Yi and Lin Jia. She did not draw her sword, but only stretched out her slender white hand and grabbed Dai Yi's aura. Then, with a pinch, the aura dissipated in the air and turned into black smoke. A mocking smile appeared on her face. Dai Yi, why did your strength deteriorate after going to the central region? With your current strength, I don't even want to draw my sword. With just one move, all the Transcendent Realm martial artists present could see who was stronger and who was weaker. You. Dai Yi stood up. He was ashamed and angry at the same time. His dark face was flushed red. Obviously, he was angered by Qingyan. What? Do you want another round? Before Dai Yi could speak again, Feng Zhangdong berated, Dai Yi, stand down. Tisk. Qingyan turned her head in boredom and said to Lin Jia, that brat, get lost. I just wanted to say a few words of justice, I'm not afraid of death. Lin Jia's face was red as he choked and said. You're not afraid of death? Qingyan chuckled and pointed at his feet. Since you're not afraid of death, why are your legs shaking? Lin Jia lowered his head and looked at his legs. In the end, his legs shook even more violently. A nearby martial artist could not help but cover his mouth and snicker. You don't have to interfere in my affairs, I'll settle it myself. If you interrupt again, Dai Yi doesn't have to do it, I'll kill you myself. In the venue, everyone could feel Qingyan's murderous intent that was almost tangible. Lin Jia finally could not help but sit on the ground after being hit by Qingyan's murderous intent. Ha ha ha, the crowd burst into laughter. Lin Jia was thin-skinned. Fortunately, his face was already red. He did not even have the nerve to pick up the wine jar beside him and directly ran away like a rat. Someone muttered softly, this Chen Ruoyan, he spoke up for her, but she humiliated him instead. Her character is really bad, no wonder she's alone. Just as the people beside wanted to say something, they immediately turned their attention to the stage. The person in the way has left, you can continue. Qingyan said to the sect leader of the Yin Corp sect. Yes, don't dawdle, let's get to the point. Lang Yan also said. Feng Zhangdong took a few steps forward and finally stood at the center of the stage. I think everyone is clear about the recent events, so I won't go into details. There's nothing to say about the annihilation of the Liang Pingwa royal family. It was indeed done by us, the Yin Corp sect, but after all, it was Liang Pingwa who targeted us first. I invited everyone here to explain the 113 murders committed by Song Liyun, Ying Miao, Tang Mingyu, Jin Zhuang, and the others in the West Qin, East Qin, and Liang Pingwa. Many forces inside and outside Liang Pingwa were involved, and 83 of them were massacres. Hearing this, the faces of the representatives of the major forces below the stage turned solemn. Even the casual martial artists who were watching the show completely quieted down. They did know about these murders before, but they didn't have the exact data. After the Yin Corp sect's explanation, they knew that there were 113 murders. Song Liyun was no stranger to the forces of West and East Qin. The armies of West and East Qin had been attacked by Song Liyun, and the Han Hai sect and other gangs had also lost their Transcendent Realm experts to Song Liyun. Among these top forces, there were Domain Realm experts who were invited by Liang Pingwa to join forces to suppress the Yin Corp sect. However, when the Yin Corp sect attacked Liangdu in advance, most of the Domain Realm experts in Liangdu saw that something was wrong and fled. Liangpinghua's families and sects were also destroyed by these four people. Many of these forces joined the alliance led by Liangpinghua because of these four traitors of the Yin-Corp sect. They planned to go against the Yin-Corp sect. Chen Hao calculated for a moment. If they counted from the appearance of Song Liyun disguised as Qin Yan and Liangpinghua's own men, there were 113 murders. Of these 113 murders, more than half were done by Qin Yan. Among them, the clans and sects that were slightly stronger and had martial artists at the peak of the transcendent realm should have been annihilated by Qin Yan as well. All of the murders outside of Liangpinghua's borders were all done by Qin Yan. Liangpinghua did not have the guts to extend his hands outside of the country. Qin Yan was an old ox that worked hard without complaint. One person doing the work of four transcendent realm experts. If it was done by our Yin-Corp sect, we will definitely admit to it. If you want revenge, you can come at any time. Our Yin-Corp sect will not refuse and will accept everything. But if these were all framed by others, our Yin-Corp sect will definitely not tolerate it. Feng Zhangdong's face was gloomy, his gray eyes were filled with killing intent. Our Yin-Corp sect has already obtained accurate information. Ying Miao, Tang Mingyu, Jin Zhuang, Dong Jingfei, Wang He, Song Xiaowei. These people were already killed by Liangpinghua. Later on, the people who used their identities to massacre the families and sects in Liangpinghua's territory were all Liangpinghua's men. Qin Yan cooperated and asked, "Where's the evidence?" She asked the question that all the factions wanted to ask. "Good, we'll bring the evidence." The 7 prisoners, including the 5th prince of Liangpinghua, and 2 Transcendent Realm Corp's refiners, were escorted to the stage by the Yin-Corp sect disciples. Feng Zhangdong pointed at the 2 Transcendent Realm warriors who had been escorted up and said, "Everyone can tell at a glance that these 2 have cultivated our Yin-Corp sect's corpse refining cultivation method. However, they are not members of our Yin-Corp sect, but members of Liangpinghua's Black Pinyon Guard. It was them who used the identities of Dong Jingfei, Wang He, Song Xiaowei, and the other Yin-Corp sect members to slaughter the Su family of Golden Sea City, Chaotian sect, and other sects and clans." As he spoke, Feng Zhangdong took out 4 thin human skin masks from his interspatial ring and said, "These are the most direct evidence. We seized them from these 2 people. Those who are knowledgeable should be able to tell when these masks were made. Were they made directly from human skin, or were they made from other materials? Let me see." "In the air," Ling Yan said. Feng Zhangdong nodded and released his hand. The 4 masks flew into Ling Yan's hand. He carefully examined the masks and said, "They are all made from human skin, the degree of wear and tear is very high. They might have been used for more than 2 years, of course, they might have been made recently and used frequently." After he finished speaking, he returned the masks to Feng Zhangdong. Feng Zhangdong then sent people to pass the masks to the various factions' representatives. Many of the factions within Liangpinghua's territory had complicated expressions. They were not idiots. After the Yin-Corp sect's Feng Zhangdong's reminder, they began to believe Feng Zhangdong's words. Connecting them to Liangpinghua's secret intentions, they were shocked to find that there was such a possibility. Perhaps the destruction of the large families within Liangpinghua's territory in the past half a year was because Liangpinghua wanted to unify these factions. Feng Zhangdong stared at the 2 Transcendent Realm martial artists and said, "Both of you, confess honestly." The 2 defeated Transcendent Realm martial artists slowly raised their heads and looked at the crowd below without saying a word. "I can guarantee that if you honestly tell me everything, I can release your family members." Feng Zhangdong hesitated for a moment before saying, "With the martial alliance's protector Lung as a witness, our Yin-Corp sect will definitely not go back on our word. However, your family members have to leave our Yin-Corp sect's territory." Feng Zhangdong didn't want any accidents to happen. Only then did the 2 Divinity Realm martial practitioners raise their heads and look at Ling Yan. Ling Yan said indifferently, "Just tell the truth. If you tell the truth, I can guarantee the safety of your family. The Yin-Corp sect won't dare to make a move." There was no expression on Feng Zhangdong's deathly pale face. After that, the 2 Black Pinyon Guards, who were trained by the Liangpinghua royal family, spilled the beans on everything that had happened. From the time they joined the Black Pinyon Guards and began to cultivate the Yin-Corp sect's cultivation techniques, to the time when they were successful, to the time when they put on the 4 human skin masks and used their identities as members of the Yin Corp sect to slaughter the major powers in Liangpingwa, they did not hide anything. These testimonies made more than half of the people present believe them. This was because they spoke in great detail. Even things that Liangpingwa's internal family clans and sects did not know were answered. Some of the surviving family clans and sects of Liangpingwa had investigated the culprits behind the destruction of the surrounding factions. The details they knew were verified by the 2 Divinity Realm martial practitioners. The Golden Sea City Su family was likely done by them. Our Lu family is right next to the Su family. Back then, we had sent people to investigate and the details matched. The Su family's old ghost was indeed dismembered by someone and I personally buried him. Other than our Lu family, no one else knows. The faces of the representatives of Liangpingwa's clans and sects were all very ugly. They never dreamed that all of this was orchestrated by the Liangpingwa royal family. It was a show of a thief crying out to catch a thief. Now, you should know why Liangpingwa's domain realm experts dragged on for half a year before killing our Yin Corp sect's martial practitioners, right? Feng Changdong smiled, because those so-called members of the Yin Corp sect were actually Liangpingwa's own people. The following people can testify. Following that, the 2 jailers who were in charge of Liangpingwa's dungeon confessed. They testified that Ing Miao, Tang Mingyu, Song Xiaowei. These people had been locked up in Liangpingwa's dungeon and had been severely tortured. They had been forced to learn the Yin Corp sect's cultivation techniques. In other words, those Yin Corp sect members who had wreaked havoc in Liangpingwa's territory half a year ago had already been captured by Liangpingwa. The malicious conspiracy behind this was self-evident. Next, the Black Pinyon Guards who was in charge of the western part of Liangpingwa's intelligence was brought out. He confessed that he was Chen Ruoyan and the other people who had pretended to be Yin Corp sect martial practitioners. He had provided information on the families and sects that needed to be destroyed. He had also specially pointed out the close relationship between Qing Yan and Song Liyun. This made Qing Yan feel many hateful gazes. However, since she was young, she had long been used to being the center of attention. She had long been used to people's gazes. When it came to big occasions, Qing Yan was not weak. She had even witnessed the war between the demon race, and human race, so, those hateful gazes, she did not care at all. She did not care at all. After this intelligence chief confessed everything, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Next, the 2 trusted aides of Liang Shuyuan were brought out. There were also more than 10 Black Pinyon Guards who had just been escorted from the Yin Corp sect. After these people confessed, the faces of the family and sect representatives in Liangpingwa's territory were as black as the bottom of a pot. They hated Liangpingwa to the core, although their family and sect forces were still there, but among those families that were destroyed, there were also their allies and relatives. The marriage alliances between the various families and sects, the relationships were complicated. This was not a joke. And Liangpingwa's despicable methods made them feel a great threat, which made them despise him. Their good impression of Liangpingwa had completely vanished. What replaced it was hatred, although these confessors must have been threatened by the Yin Corp sect and had been tortured. But the details that they said could not be fabricated, but the matter was not over yet. Next, Liang Shuyuan's trusted aide went up on stage. He confessed Qing Yan. At this time everyone's gaze finally landed on Qing Yan. Since the beginning of the Yin Corp sect's clarification assembly, Qing Yan had been quietly standing on the side. She did not directly ask the Yin Corp sect for the walking corpse, nor did she interrupt anyone's confession. Sometimes, she even cooperated with Feng Zhangdong by saying some words. This made everyone somewhat confused about her position. Those who did not know would have thought that Qing Yan was a Yin Corp sect member. Feng Zhangdong was not in a hurry to force Qing Yan. Instead he said to Liang Guowu, "Fifth Prince, tell me what you know." All of this was planned by Liangpingwa, wasn't it? We received news that it was Chen Ruoyan who first instigated you to persuade your father, isn't that right? The reason why you are under house arrest is because you know too much. Your father is afraid that you will leak the secret, right? The 5th prince raised his head to look at Feng Zhangdong. His eyes were filled with hatred. He looked at Qing Yan again. His eyes were complicated. Chen Hao knew that the 5th prince did not know about Liangpingwa secretly massacring the various sects in the country, but since Feng Zhangdong asked him to speak, then he definitely had the confidence to make him admit it. The fifth prince was the source of everything. The first to propose an alliance to fight against the Yin-Corp sect was him, and he was Liang Pinggua's fifth prince. His confession had more weight. The Yin-Corp sect were not good people. In the real evidence, there were some lies. It was normal. Chen Ruoyan did instigate me, asking me to propose a plan to deal with the Yin-Corp sect to my father, but those murders were definitely not committed by Liang Pinggua. Your Yin-Corp sect is slandering our Liang family. Liang Wuwu loudly shouted, "Don't be deceived by the Yin-Corp's faction. Those prison guards, those black pinyon guards, those people. They were all bribed and coerced by the Yin-Corp's faction. The Yin-Corp's faction wants to push the bucket of shit onto our Liang family. In any case, our Liang family does not dare to stand up to clear our name." Liang Wuwu cried. A grown man suddenly cried. That sorrowful cry made people's hearts ache. He choked with sobs and said, "My wife and son are in their hands. The Yin-Corp sect is a group of sons of bitches. They used my wife and son to threaten me, saying that if I did not do as they said, they would kill them. I agreed at that time, but later I regretted it. They killed my brothers, killed my father, and destroyed our Liang family. I could not let them do as they wished. I could not give in to the enemy. I could not let them push all the blame onto our Liang family." Liang Wuwu still wanted to say something, but the Yin-Corp sect people covered his mouth and dragged him off the stage. If not for the martial alliance's Ling Yan, Feng Zhangdong would probably have killed Liang Wuwu under his palm. Chen Hao looked at Liang Wuwu, whose mouth was gagged and could only make muffled sounds. He could understand the hatred in his heart. Liang Wuwu was completely unaware of Liang Shuyuan and Qingyan's secret plan to deal with the various aristocratic families and sects in the country. Qingyan had never told him about it. After Liang Shuyuan put him under house arrest, in order to keep it a secret, he had no reason to tell him. But the Yin-Corp sect wanted him to represent the Liang family. Because of his deep hatred for the Yin-Corp sect, he had betrayed them and embarrassed the Yin-Corp sect. However, it seemed that Liang Wuwu's stubbornness could only cause trouble for the Yin-Corp sect. It was of no importance to the overall situation. Feng Zhangdong didn't even look at him as he ordered Dai Yi to release the corpse. Qing Yan, who had been standing quietly on the high platform, stared at Dai Yi. When Dai Yi saw her gaze, he suddenly felt a burst of joy in his heart. Wasn't the Yin-Corp sect's weakness still firmly grasped by him? Knowing that it was a dead end, Chen Ruoyan was not afraid of death for this corpse. Presumably, relying on this corpse, he could also completely control Chen Ruoyan, right? No matter how strong Chen Ruoyan was, so what? Wouldn't she have to listen to him obediently? As soon as that walking corpse appeared, it attracted the attention of almost everyone present. Everyone knew that the hatred between Chen Ruoyan and the Yin-Corp sect was because of this corpse. Among them, most of them had not witnessed the battle between Chen Ruoyan and Dai Yi at the Southern Region Grand Tournament. They had only heard of this matter. It was their first time seeing this corpse. The corpse was extremely tall and sturdy. Dai Yi was also considered tall, but he could only barely reach the corpse's shoulder. Qing Yan looked at the corpse with an emotional expression. Her eyes were filled with tears and tenderness, but she didn't shed a single tear. However, the blood-red mole under her left eye became redder and redder. Ling Yan, who was in the sky, also noticed the corpse that was like a small giant. Dai Yi was a top genius in the southern region, and Elder Hua also admired him. Therefore, Ling Yan knew about this extremely rare corpse that had mastered the power of divine ability. Dai Yi also relied on this corpse to successfully rank 7th in the Central Region Grand Tournament. He glanced at the woman coldly. He could roughly guess who the corpse was to her when she was alive, but he didn't care. Qing Yan walked 2 steps towards the corpse in a daze. She stretched out her hand and tiptoed, wanting to touch his face, but the corpse dodged. Qing Yan was stunned. She calmly looked at the proud Dai Yi. Noticing the white jade skull in his hand, she said in a low voice, "You shouldn't have disturbed his sleep." "Why do you care?" With Feng Changdong beside him, Dai Yi suddenly became bold. "But I've always had a question in my heart. I'm no stranger to corpse refining techniques. I've always wanted to ask you, how did you control him?" Qing Yan asked, puzzled. "He's now at the late stage of the divine power realm, but you're only at the mid-stage of the divine power realm. Even if you're talented, his willpower was incomparably strong when he was alive, far surpassing mine. He had the power of massacre, fear, and strength. every divine ability contained his willpower. Even if he's dead, he shouldn't be so easily controlled by a piece of trash like you. What's that white jade skull in your hand? Below the stage, everyone was shocked when they heard Qingyan's description. They tried hard to recall if there was such a martial artist among the southern region's divine power realm experts. After all, a divine power realm martial artist who had comprehended massacre, fear, and strength at the same time. A corpse that could make the top genius of the southern region, Chen Ruoyan, risk her life and care so much about him was definitely a super genius. A super genius couldn't be unknown. In the end, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't think of anyone who matched the description. Since they couldn't think of anyone, they could only ask someone else. Do you know? No. What about you? Never heard of it. Qingyan didn't care about their doubts. She carefully examined the white jade-like skull in Daiye's hand. Qingyan was no stranger to skulls. When she was learning the art of disguise from Jiang Qingyu, skulls were Qingyan's teaching materials. When she used to practice swordsmanship, she also used to cut off the flesh of criminal skulls. Compared to a normal person's skull, the skull in Daiye's hand was slightly smaller. However, Qingyan was sure at first glance that it wasn't carved out of jade, but refined from a real person's skull. A woman's skull. She closed her eyes and almost instantly filled in the flesh of the skull's owner's face. A somewhat familiar face appeared once again. My guess was right. Qingyan slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the corpse and muttered, even in death, you're still so protective of her. Who is he? Daiye could not help but ask. In fact, ever since he obtained the walking corpse and noticed its extraordinariness, Daiye had attempted to investigate the walking corpse's origins. In the end, he failed to find anything related to the corpse's past. This walking corpse was extraordinarily mysterious. Chen Pengfei. Qingyan replied. Where is he from? After learning that the white jade skull in Daiye's hand was Lan Yanlin's, Qingyan's excited emotions slowly calmed down. She glanced at Ling Yan and replied, he's from the southern region's Zhou Kingdom. Daiye frowned and said, Zhou Kingdom? There's no Zhou Kingdom in the southern region, right? Below the platform, the crowd began discussing. In the end, an expert from the older generation really knew that there was a country called Zhou Kingdom in the southern region. However, it had been destroyed more than 300 years ago. It's the southern region's Zhou Kingdom, but none of you know about it. Upon saying this, Qingyan slowly raised her head and looked at the Martial Alliance's Protector Lung. Protector Lung, your Martial Alliance, should know about it, right? She seemed to be anticipating or probing for something. Chen Hao knew that Qingyan did not have a good impression of the so-called Martial Alliance. When Ling Yan heard Qingyan's question, he really believed that she knew something. Hence, he whispered, yes, I know. Many warriors looked at Ling Yan in surprise. They wanted to hear if he could be more specific. However, Ling Yan was a man of few words. He completely ignored them. However, after Qingyan heard that Ling Yan knew about the Zhou Kingdom, the way she looked at Ling Yan turned gentler. Every time he saw Qingyan give such an expression to a stranger, Chen Hao knew that she had murderous intentions. He could hear Qingyan's heart beating violently. In this situation, Chen Hao could roughly guess what Qingyan was probing for. She wanted to slaughter the people from the Martial Alliance as well. As expected, Qingyan carried on asking, Senior Lung, is it about the Zhou Kingdom? I know. As someone from the Martial Alliance, Ling Yan disdained lying. He looked at Qingyan and asked with a frown, I'm very curious. How did you know? Not many people should know about the Zhou Kingdom. When I was in the central region, I met Lin Yanj of the Nine Sword sect. It was Big Brother Yun who told me. Qingyan's sweet voice made Jianling Chen Hao feel disgusted. At that time, Big Brother Yun drank too much. He said that the person who brought people to destroy the teleportation array was simply scum, worse than pigs and dogs. Qingyan originally wanted to continue scolding, but the entire venue suddenly turned cold, ice-cold white snow drifted down, and a layer of fine frost formed under Qingyan's feet. Most of the people in the venue felt a chill in their hearts. They all held their breaths and looked at Protector Lung in the air. Everyone could feel Ling Yan's anger. At this time, Protector Lung was exuding a terrible chill all over his body. However, he was still relatively restrained. If he really wanted to make a move, all the low-level martial artists present could forget about living. Chen Hao looked at Ling Yan in surprise, then looked at Qing Yan. He knew that Qing Yan's main idea was to give Lin Yunji the Nine-Sword Sect a ruthless blow before she died. However, she probably didn't expect that her little test, a small move to cause trouble for Lin Yunji, would actually bump into the person who destroyed the teleportation array that year. However, Ling Yan knew nothing about this. Ling Yan's intimidating aura came and went suddenly. He looked at Qing Yan seriously. Did Lin Yunji really say such words? Of course it's true. Qing Yan's slender fingers stroked her belt, feeling the coldness of the red blood sword. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, outlining a smile. Her smile was as warm as the spring breeze, dispelling the chill in the hearts of many people present. You know, men. As long as I'm a little gentler to them, it's usually hard for them to keep any secrets. Even if it's the kind that can't be spread. Upon hearing Qing Yan's words, some of the older warriors nodded silently. There were also some young warriors who imagined such a scene. If they were to face a slightly gentler Chen Ruoyan, they felt like they would be able to dig out their hearts. It was very difficult for hot-blooded warriors to resist the charm of Chen Ruoyan. Everyone knew that the southern region's Zhou Empire that Chen Ruoyan spoke of really existed. However, that Zhou Empire must have some secret. Their existence had been sealed by the martial alliance. I will find some time to have a good talk with Lin Yunji. Ling Yan snorted coldly. He looked at the Yin Corp sect leader and said impatiently, hurry up and end it. For some reason, Ling Yan realized that the more he looked at Chen Ruoyan, the more he found her an eyesore. He had the urge to open the sword case and sacrifice her to his sword. Could it be that my cultivation has not reached perfection? Ling Yan could not help but doubt himself. The Yin Corp sect leader, Feng Changdong, stared at Qing Yan and said, I hope you can speak the truth. If you don't blame me for destroying this corpse. Qing Yan restrained her smile and tried her best to control her expression. She wanted to make herself look more serious. She tightly pursed her lips and tried her best to endure. However, in the end, the corners of her lips still curled up crazily. Finally, she could not hold it in any longer. Ha 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 ha, Qing Yan laughed heartily. Her laughter was filled with madness, hysteria, carefreeness, and endless sorrow. Everyone present, including the Yin Corp sect leader, second elder, Dai Yi, as well as the disciples of the Yin Corp sect, as well as the representatives of the various factions, the itinerant cultivators, and even Ling Yan, all looked at her. She suddenly stopped laughing and took a deep breath, revealing a strange and twisted smile. Her beautiful eyes were wide open as she looked at the Yin Corp sect master, Dai Yi, Ling Yan, and the bewildered martial artists below the stage. Only then did she slowly open her mouth and say, since you all want to know so much, then I'll be merciful and tell you. Liangping's third prince was killed by me. I refined him into a zombie and made him bark like a dog on his big brother's wedding day in front of the envoys from various countries. It was also me. Below the stage, the gagged Liang Guowu stared at Qing Yan with wide eyes. Many of the Liangping's faction stared at her in disbelief. Even Feng Zhangdong was astounded. The Yin Corp sect would never have dreamt that it was Qing Yan who did it. How did she do it? While many people's minds were still in a mess, unable to digest this piece of information, Qing Yan continued, Liangping's plan against the Yin Corp sect was orchestrated by me. I was the one who convinced Liang Guowu to persuade his father to attack the Yin Corp sect. I was also the one who came up with the idea of allying with the other forces and requesting the other top forces to send their domain realm experts to attack the Yin Corp sect. Seeing sect leader Feng Zhangdong's angry expression, Dai Yi felt that his expression today would exceed the last 20 years of his life. Although the Yin Corp's faction had destroyed the Liangping royal family, they had lost close to 10 domain realm corpses and 2 domain realm experts. To be honest, this was a Pyrrhic victory. They had indeed obtained rich resources from the Liangping royal family, but the cultivation resources could not immediately be converted into battle strength. Domain realm experts and domain realm corpses could not be cultivated just because they wanted to. Moreover, the Liangping royal family's greatest wealth was the territory they ruled. But the Yin Corp's faction did not have the ability to rule the large Liangping royal family's territory. Firstly, the Yin Corp's faction was innately weak and had few disciples. Secondly, they had a bad reputation. If they wanted to rule Liangpingwu royal family, most of the families and sects in Liangpingwu royal family would not support them. Thirdly, there were 3 countries eyeing Liangpingwu royal family. East Qin, West Qin, and Wu countries' armies had already entered Liangpingwu royal family's territory. The Yin Corps faction that had lost a lot of strength did not dare to stand out. In other words, the Yin Corps faction had expended a lot of strength to destroy the Liangpingwu royal family, but in the end, it was all for the benefit of others. When Liangpingwu royal family's territory was divided, the Yin Corps faction might be attacked by other countries. After all, East Qin, West Qin and Wu country were not Liangpingwu royal family. The Yin Corps faction and Liangpingwu royal family had tolerated each other for 1,000 years. Although they did not see eye to eye, they were used to each other's existence. But other countries, that was not necessarily the case. Because of your personal grudge with our Yin Corps faction, you dragged Liangpingwu into this? Feng Zhangdong coldly shouted. Don't say that. You're making it sound like I'm evil beyond redemption. I only gave some suggestions to Liangpingwu, and after some discussion, they felt that my plan was feasible. That's why they chose to attack you guys. We're all adults here, so let's be reasonable. If Liangpingwu hadn't volunteered, how could a mere transcendent realm martial artist like me force them? Qin Yan's face was full of grievances after being slandered. It must be because your Yin Corps faction has made too many enemies, or you have done too many things that have angered the heavens. Otherwise, how could Liangpingwu have received the support and response of so many forces in such a short time? All the warriors present felt a chill in their hearts. They all felt that under the beautiful appearance of Chen Ruoyan, there was a heart as venomous as a scorpion. Although she had pushed all the blame onto Liangpingwu and the Yin Corps sect, they were not idiots. They all knew that Chen Ruoyan had secretly used a lot of strength. For example, she had refined the 3rd Prince Liangpingwu into an undead, and made him crawl like a dog at the crown prince's wedding in front of the various countries' eunuchs. This had caused the Yin Corps faction to be filled with hatred. This kind of thing, no country would tolerate it. And at the very beginning, the one who had proposed a feasible plan to Liangpingwu was also Chen Ruoyan. Therefore, when Liangpingwu attacked the Yin Corps faction, Chen Ruoyan definitely contributed greatly. Feng Zhangdong tried his best to resist the urge to immediately kill Qin Yan, and continued to ask, then what about that traitor Song Lekun? Since it was just a show, he shouldn't have been killed by Liangpingwu's ancestor, right? The Black Pinyon Guards had mentioned that you had been in contact with him. You should know where he is now, right? Tell me, where is that traitor? This time everyone's expression turned serious. Song Lekun had not only massacred the families and sects within Liangpingwu's borders, he had also provoked East Qin, West Qin, and many other top powers. This caused the Yin Corps faction to be filled with hatred outside of Liangpingwu, forcing the Yin Corps faction to gather their members back to the sect. Through the previous statements, everyone knew that Jin Zhuang, Ying Miao, and Tang Mingyu were actually part of Song Liyun's identity, so, in a short period of time, the main culprit that caused the Yin Corps faction to offend so many top powers was Song Liyun. This caused many top powers, under the invitation of the Liangpingwu royal family, to send out their domain realm experts to deal with the Yin Corps faction, forcing the Yin Corps faction to make a move earlier. You want to know where Song Liyun is? Feng Zhangdong threatened, don't talk nonsense, otherwise, I will really chop this undead up and feed it to the dogs. Qin Yan mysteriously whispered, actually. Song Liyun is here. Here? I never thought that he would actually deliver himself to our doorstep. Feng Zhangdong and the Yin Corps faction's second elder flew into the air, their cold eyes sweeping over the 10,000 people around them. Under the terrifying gaze of the 2 domain realm experts, the martial artists below the stage all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at them. If one were to say who the Yin Corps faction hated the most, Chen Ruoyan would be ranked second. First place belonged to Song Liyun. If Song Liyun did not offend the top powers, their Yin Corps faction would not have fallen to such a state. Even if they did not have enough domain realm experts, Liangpingwu would not dare to personally deal with them. But Feng Zhangdong and the second elder used their divine senses to check the 10,000 people, but they could not find anyone that resembled Song Liyun. Was it because he hid too well? Feng Zhangdong looked at Ling Yan, but Ling Yan shook his head. He could not find him either. Feng Zhangdong turned to Qin Yan and said, "Tell me, among the people here, who is Song Liyun?" "He's right here." Qin Yan took out a human skin mask from her interspatial ring and stroked her long hair. She lowered her head and carefully placed the human skin mask on her face. Then with the sound of her joints moving, she abruptly pulled it up a notch. When she raised her head again, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. "Isn't this King Song Liyun?" Song Liyun was a super wanted criminal. His wanted poster and portrait had appeared in almost every city in the few big countries. "I'm here." A rough and cold voice came from the high stage, from the man's mouth. Other than the white clothes and bulging chest, everything else was perfect, as if it was carved out from the same mold as Song Liyun. Everyone suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. How is this possible? Chen Ruoyan is Song Liyun? It can't be right? They are the same person? Song Liyun can control corpses, but Chen Ruoyan can't. Feng Zhangdong shouted, "Chen Ruoyan, I advise you to be honest and find Song Liyun for me. I don't have time to joke with you." Obviously, Feng Zhangdong, like most people, did not believe Qin Yan's words. "I'm not joking." Qin Yan pretended to be pitiful and said, "Song Liyun, Jin Zhuang, Ying Miao, Tang Mingyu. They are all me." Then, Qin Yan changed 3 human skin masks in front of everyone, acting as Jin Zhuang, Ying Miao, and Tang Mingyu, but this still did not dispel everyone's suspicion. "Is it fun to joke with me?" Feng Zhangdong shouted, "Dai Yi, do it." The walking corpse behind Dai Yi raised the gigantic mace and smashed it down on his knee. "Stop." Qin Yan shouted loudly. "Then tell me the truth." Qin Yan was a good talker, but Feng Zhangdong wasn't. Qin Yan sneered and patted the corpse bag hanging from her waist. 2 walking corpses flanked her on both sides to protect her. "With this, can you believe me now?" The venue immediately went into an uproar. Numerous representatives from the family clans and sects jumped up from their seats. "Isn't that the Ying Corp sect's Fu Huaben? The Ying Corp sect's deputy sect leader, Wu Lupeng. Wu Lupeng also died at the hands of Chen Ruoyan. How is that possible? Chen Ruoyan really knows how to control corpses. She even refined the Ying Corp sect's elder and deputy sect leader into walking corpses. They seem to have been refined into domain realm walking corpses." In the venue, there were sounds of chairs being moved and knocked over. It was unknown who took the lead, but a group of faction representatives and itinerant cultivators fled. They knew very well that if Chen Ruoyan was only at the divine power realm, she would be sending herself to her death. But if she controlled 2 suspected domain realm walking corpses, then it was possible for a huge battle to break out. A divine power realm warrior could easily die on the spot from the shockwaves of a domain realm expert's battle. "Good. You are very good." Feng Zhangdong's black face turned red from anger. Similarly, 2 domain realm walking corpses appeared beside him. What needed to be clarified had been clarified. Now that the truth was out, he could not wait to take action and kill Chen Ruoyan here and now. They were the Ying Corp sect that had been in the southern region for 1,000 years. It had always been the Ying Corp sect that snatched corpses and refined them into walking corpses. This was the first time they encountered someone who dared to refine their upper echelons into walking corpses. "Of course I know. I am very good." Qin Yan gave a disdainful smile and looked up. "Martial Alliance's protector Lung, this is a grudge between me and the Ying Corp sect. Don't tell me you are in cahoots with the Ying Corp sect to bully a weak woman like me?" Weak woman, to be honest, Ling Yan, who had been a spectator, felt that Chen Ruoyan did not look like a weak woman. Such a powerful woman was extremely rare even in the middle region. Ling Yan glanced at Qin Yan's strength, divine ability realm peak. Although he didn't know what method she used to control 2 domain realm undead, it was still impossible for her to be a match for the Ying Corp sect. "Your grievances, I will not interfere. Sect leader Feng, let your Ying Corp's faction settle this matter." Hearing Ling Yan's promise, Qin Yan's smile became even brighter. For this trip, she did not include the Martial Alliance. If Ling Yan directly attacked her, she would be in trouble. "Good, our Ying Corp's faction's enemy should be dealt with by our Ying Corp's faction." The furious Feng Zhangdong didn't think too much about it as he said in a deep voice, "Although I don't know when you learned the skill of controlling corpses, I will teach you what it means to control corpses today." Then let me experience it." Just as Qing Yan finished her sentence, she didn't attack Dai Yi. Instead, she suddenly activated her Slaughter Divine ability and Speed Divine ability as she retreated abruptly. At the same time, she completely released the suppression of her Slaughter Divine ability. A blood-red killing intent soared into the sky, dyeing her white clothes blood red. With the surge of killing intent, Qing Yan's eyes turned blood red as her mind went into a daze. A crazy thought nearly made her lose her rationality. Can't I? Qing Yan could not help but sigh in her heart. Demoness, where are you running to? Feng Zhangdong was a mid-stage domain realm expert and his speed was terrifying. He was in no way inferior to Qing Yan. However, when he saw the direction Qing Yan was escaping in, the sharp beam that was just condensed in his hand stopped. It turned out that Qing Yan had rushed into the midst of the various large factions representatives who were just beginning to escape. A mid-stage domain realm expert's full-strength attack was enough to kill half of these representatives. Killing was simple, but one had to consider the consequences. Qing Yan looked at the warriors who were frantically trying to escape from her and smiled. Lord Jianling. The final elegy. Although Chen Hao had already known that Qing Yan would end up like this, he still felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated when it happened. You still have something stored in the sword, maybe you don't need to reach this step? After breaking through, you still have the demon sword domain. I don't need it, I'll just treat it as a snack for Lord Jianling. Qing Yan looked at the tall corpse and said in a crazy and lonely voice, even if I die, I want to die with a clear mind. Also, General Chen definitely doesn't like crazy women. Snack? He, Chen Hao, had already passed the age of eating snacks, her soul was burning. However, she did not feel any pain, instead, she felt an extreme pleasure. Qing Yan felt that she was very, very light. It was as if she was a speck of dust that could dance in the air with a single breath. Her mind was extremely clear. She recalled the comprehension Zhou Lihua had when she broke through in the demon sword inheritance. Qing Yan's speed profound was quickly strengthened and it began to break through even more crazily. Qing Yan swung her hand and with a cracking sound, the scarlet blood flexible sword broke into countless small pieces and instantly grew to 100 meters. The blood-red whipsword was like a wriggling venomous snake. It shuttled through the crowd and entangled the representatives of the East Qin Country, West Qin Country, Hanhai Sect, Blue Flame Sect, and other top forces at an extremely fast speed. The red blood sword circled around Qing Yan, and the representatives of those forces also accompanied the red blood sword, protecting Qing Yan and the two corpses. Feng Zhangdong hesitated, Qing Yan would not let go of these good shields. Although she was confident that Feng Zhangdong would not be able to catch up to her, why not make the breakthrough easier? Moreover, she liked to admire the flustered and exasperated appearance of the enemy, that would also bring her pleasure. Sect Master Feng, please show mercy. Sect Master Feng, save us. The representatives of the major forces who were caught by Qing Yan shouted for help. At this time, only Feng Zhangdong could save them. When the speed divine ability in Qing Yan's body was strengthened to perfection, it almost broke through at the same time as the slaughter divine ability. The surrounding spiritual energy was rioting, and a spiritual energy vortex appeared. Chen Ruoyan wants to break through. When a martial artist who escaped looked back, he shouted in shock. Every time a martial artist broke through, their dantian would expand greatly, and a large amount of spiritual energy would be converted into true essence to fill the dantian. The red blood sword circled around Qing Yan at an extremely fast speed, and a faint red barrier seemed to appear around Qing Yan's body. Qing Yan stretched out her left hand and countless sparkling low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones poured out, piling up into a small hill that was more than 10 meters high. So many spirit stones. A rogue martial artist looked at the small hill and could not help but say with envy. As they saw Qing Yan step atop a sparkling mountain peak, recklessly absorbing the spiritual energy around her, the countless translucent spirit stones gradually dimming and turning into dust, these martial artists felt as if their hearts were about to shatter. These spirit stones were all of Qing Yan's harvest in the past year. They could help her break through faster. Feng Zhangdong also noticed that Chen Ruoyan was breaking through, but he was still hesitant. If they really killed the representatives of the top forces, their In Corps faction would have to bear the wrath of East Qin and West Qin. But he was unwilling to let Chen Ruoyan break through. Chen Ruoyan, I advise you to let go of those people. Otherwise, don't blame me for making a move on that corpse. Feng Zhangdong looked at Dai, prepare to attack. At this moment, Qingyan's speed divine ability finally broke through into the speed domain. Qingyan could feel the faintly discernible speed and slaughter force field in a 5-kilometer radius around her. After using the last elegy, her slaughter divine ability broke through into the slaughter domain. But Qingyan did not feel like she had gone mad at all. Anyway, she felt that she was very clear-headed. At the same time, her most dangerous and most vulnerable stage had passed so easily. This had greatly exceeded Qingyan's expectations. She thought that she would need to distance herself or use the Scarlet Blood Great Technique or even the Devil Sword domain. Ling Yan looked at the aura surrounding Qingyan in shock. He did not expect that she would break through to the domain realm at this moment. And what she comprehended was the speed and slaughter dual domain. What a pity. He stared at the mole under Qingyan's left eye and said, if she had gone to the central region, she might have been able to squeeze into the top 3. Chen Ruoyan, I want you to let them go immediately. Okay. Qingyan nodded with a smile. Seeing Qingyan's blood-red eyes curl up into a smile, Feng Zhangdong felt that something was wrong. He quickly said, don't act recklessly. Just as Feng Zhangdong said that, he saw the blood-red whip sword crazily moving around the 7 people's bodies. In an instant, clouds of blood mist appeared in the air. 7 pink skeletons fell out from the blood mist. Then, something glittering and translucent that looked like snowflakes drifted out of the blood mist. Punishment sword, wind-blowing snow. I want you dead. Feng Zhangdong was infuriated to the point of insanity, and his killing intent surged towards Qingyan. The 2 domain realm zombies beside him lunged towards Qingyan at the same time, and he himself also unleashed his killing move. Ling Yan extended his hand and took the crystal-clear snowflake that was only the size of a fingernail. He nodded seriously and said, good sword technique. He could see that every snowflake in the air was almost the same in thickness and size. He could do this with his own sword, but if he were to use Chen Ruoyan's whip sword to deal with 7 martial artists at the same time, he knew he couldn't do it. Thinking of this, he slowly reached for the sword case on his back. He had indeed promised Chen Ruoyan that he would not interfere in the grudge between her and the Incorp sect. But now the situation was different. If it was before, Chen Ruoyan was no match for Feng Zhangdong at all, but now, the massacre domain was still okay, but the speed domain, even if Feng Zhangdong was stronger than Chen Ruoyan by a level, he was still not a match for Chen Ruoyan. Ling Yan felt that for a demon girl like Chen Ruoyan who was causing trouble in the southern region, it was better if she died. Moreover, Elder Hua was still a guest in the Incorp sect. If the Incorp sect suffered heavy losses, he would not be able to explain himself. Corpse domain, 10,000 corpse palm. A dark red domain spread out with Feng Zhangdong as the center. A huge dark red palm covered half the sky, pressing down on her at an extremely fast speed. Qingyan could hear the howls of countless zombies, but at this time a blood shadow flashed and Qingyan disappeared from her original spot. Feng Zhangdong's powerful 10,000 corpse palm slammed onto the ground, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake, causing the ears of the fleeing martial artists to ring. You're too slow. Qingyan mocked. Second elder, let's go together. Yes, sect leader. The second elder did not think much and immediately summoned a zombie that was missing a leg and charged forward. Just as Ling Yan was about to join in, he suddenly realized that the spirit chi whirlpool above Qingyan's head had not dissipated, instead it was expanding. How could it be? She still wanted to continue breaking through. Ling Yan did not think much and carefully took out the sword sheath from his back. Ling Yan's sword sheath was a rectangular structure, about 1.5 meters long. The whole body was white jade. On the sword sheath, there was an obvious leaf symbol the size of an egg. On the leaf symbol, there were all kinds of strange and complicated arrays. The largest array was the size of an adult's palm, the smallest array was the size of a grain of rice. A total of 2 XVI arrays, 108 arrays. These arrays, one after another, together formed a powerful sealing array, firmly sealing the weapons inside the sword sheath. Ling Yan carefully opened the sword sheath. Just as he opened the sword sheath, cold air came out from the gaps, causing Ling Yan's eyebrows and eyelashes to be covered in frost. A pale blue sword slowly appeared in front of him. This pale blue sword was very thin, like a piece of ice. It did not have a sword hilt, only a sword blade. It was not a broken sword, but it was born that way. This was the famous demonic sword of the Seven Ultimates sect in the central region, Xianming. The Xianming seemed to sense something as it began to struggle frantically. However, countless golden chains tightly bound it. The sword sheath did not even tremble. The sealed sword sheath that had been passed down for generations in the Seven Ultimates sect was this terrifying. Ling Yan took a deep breath, and just as he grabbed one end of the Xianming, blue ice crystals spread from his palm to his arm to his shoulder. Ling Yan circulated his energy and the ice crystals melted, restoring his arm to its original state. Only his palm was still frozen. This was the effect of the Xianming demonic sword. Once it was used for too long, the body would gradually freeze until it was sealed in ice. A demonic sword at the Dao artifact level was extremely difficult to control. Only warriors with great strength and extraordinary martial intent could control it. Ever since Ling Yan became the Martial Alliance's guardian half a year ago, he had obtained the right to use Xianming from the Seven Ultimates sect. However, Xianming had not acknowledged him as its master. When Ling Yan looked at the battlefield, he realized that the situation on the battlefield was extremely disadvantageous for the Yin Corp sect. Even if the Yin Corp sect's sect master and second elder attacked together, they could not do a thing to Chen Ruoyan. Chen Ruoyan's speed was too terrifying. At this moment, Chen Ruoyan's blood-red whip sword wrapped around the incomplete corpse beside the second elder like a venomous snake. With a sharp metallic sound, the corpse was sliced into 7 pieces. Feng Zhangdong, who woke up from his anger, realized that something was amiss. This was because Qingyan's aura was constantly rising. The spiritual energy vortex on her body was still crazily sweeping the surrounding spiritual energy. "Guardian Lang, help us." "All right." Just as he said the word "all right," Qingyan's figure began to blur as her speed increased. Her aura rose once again as her cultivation level broke through to the mid-stages of the domain realm. However, Qingyan's aura did not stop growing. Ling Yan, Feng Zhangdong, and the Yin Corp sect's second elder, He Shiyuan, could not believe their eyes. Almost at the same time, they had a terrifying guess in their minds. Chen Ruoyan wouldn't continue to break through, right? Right in front of them, she broke through from the peak of the transcendent realm to the domain realm, then from the initial stage to the middle stage. Seeing her speed domain growing stronger, it was possible that she could break through to the late stage of the domain realm. Ling Yan's face was extremely ugly. He and Feng Zhangdong were both at the middle stage of the domain realm. The difference was that he relied on the mysterious underworld to display the power of a late-stage domain realm, while the Yin Corp sect's second elder was only at the initial stage domain realm. Without the walking corpses, his power had dropped greatly. If they really allowed Chen Ruoyan to break through to the late-stage domain realm, the 3 of them would have no hope of winning. "We can't let her continue to break through. Let's attack together and use all our strength." "All right." Feng Zhangdong and He Shiyuan's faces were heavy as they nodded. This matter was simply out of their expectations. They originally thought that by forcing Chen Ruoyan to come to the Yin Corp sect, they would be able to eliminate this enemy of the Yin Corp sect. They didn't expect her to have such a trump card. The mysterious underworld demon sword was stabbed into the ground as Ling Yan shouted, "Mystic Ice Domain." Frost spread and froze the ground. A strong wind blew and snowflakes danced in the air. Under the bone-chilling cold, the mountains and rivers were frozen into white glaciers. Corpse Domain. Under the thick layer of ice, countless corpses moved, densely packed like maggots. With a thought, Ling Yan allowed the tens of thousands of corpses to break out of the ice and covered the bodies of the walking corpses with a thick layer of ice. Demonic Wind Domain. The gray and black wind continued to blow in the mystic ice domain, as if extinguishing the flames of life. Qingyan glanced at the ice layer that was continuously spreading over with some misgivings. She sneered in disdain. Speed Domain. Her entire body was like a blood-red lightning as she quickly broke through the domain of the 3 domain realm experts and drifted away. The 3 of them working together was indeed very strong, especially the ice domain. It was very likely to limit Qingyan's speed, but they still couldn't do anything to Qingyan. If they wanted to kill Qingyan, they should at least be able to catch up, right? If they couldn't catch up, everything would be in vain. Ling Yan, Feng Zhangdong, and He Shiyuan, the 3 domain realm experts, looked at Qingyan drifting away and looked at each other. "Should we chase?" Feng Dongdong asked Ling Yan. Ling Yan's face darkened. He did not know how to answer. Actually, there was no need for Ling Yan to answer because their reinforcements had arrived. What's going on? Elder Hua asked. Ling Yan and company turned their heads and saw that the Martial Alliance's Elder Hua had arrived. Other than him, there were 3 other guardians from the Martial Alliance, as well as the hosts, the Yin Corp's faction's Grand Elder and Grand Elder. The Martial Alliance had not appeared for thousands of years, so many factions in the southern region had completely forgotten about their existence. The Martial Capital Alliance did not have any foundation in the southern region. The Martial Alliance had decided to send Elder Hua to the southern region to unite the southern region, so they would naturally prepare some experts for him. The 4 enforcers, 3 Grand Dominion Realm Intermediate Stage Cultivators, 1 Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage Cultivator, and Elder Hua, who was at the pinnacle of the Grand Dominion Realm, were more than enough to wipe out any of the top forces in the southern region. As for the Yin Corp's faction's Grand Elder, he wasn't weak either. With his mid-stage Grand Domain Realm Cultivation and the Yin Corp's faction's inherited Dao artifact, his battle prowess was comparable to a late-stage Grand Domain Realm expert. The Grand Elder of the Yin Corp sect was a mid-stage Grand Dominion Realm expert. Although he had lost more than half of his corpses, his strength alone was not to be underestimated. Seeing so many people arrive, Ling Yan, Feng Zhangdong and He Shiyuan heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Hua and the Yin Corp sect's Grand Elder had rushed out after hearing the commotion caused by the Grand Dominion Realm experts' battle. Everyone in the Martial Alliance knew of the Yin Corp sect's plan today, but they did not believe that it would cause a huge commotion. Furthermore, this was a matter of the Yin Corp sect, so it was not their place to interfere. At most, they could be witnesses. The reason why Ling Yan was sent out was because Elder Hua thought highly of Dai Ye's future. He also hoped to rope in a top faction at the same time. As for the Yin Corp sect's Grand Elder and Grand Elder, they were even more assured of the plan. The venue was at the foot of the Yin Corp sect's mountain entrance. The various top factions had sent out Divine Power Realm experts. They believed that with the sect master presiding over it personally, and with the second elder's help, everything should be under control. However, they never expected that a Grand Dominion Realm expert would dare to behave so atrociously in their Yin Corp sect. Elder Hua looked at the blood mist in the sky, and his eyes penetrated the blood mist. He could not help but widen his eyes. How is this possible? Isn't that Chen Ruoyan? How can she be so strong? Mid-stage Grand Dominion Realm? She is close to the late stages of the Grand Dominion Realm, and is about to break through? He had a deep impression of Chen Ruoyan. He had once felt pity for this genius warrior's martial heart being unstable, being invaded by a mental demon, but he never dreamed that in a short year, Chen Ruoyan had broken through from the peak of the Heavenbreaker realm to the middle stages of the Grand Dominion realm. Furthermore, there were signs of her breaking through. He thought that Dai Yi was already very strong. She is Chen Ruoyan. Sect Master Feng said loudly, we do not know what method she used to break through so quickly. She was just at the peak of the Divine Power realm. Elder Hua, think of something. Elder Hua's face sank as he looked angrily at the 3 of them. You pig brains, can't you stop her from breaking through? The 3 of you can't even beat her? Ling Yan whispered, Lord Elder, Chen Ruoyan has comprehended the speed domain. If she does not want to fight, we cannot catch up. Then what are we waiting for? Elder Hua pulled out a saber beside him. It shone with a golden light that was as dazzling as the sun. We have to kill Chen Ruoyan immediately. She can easily go berserk. Elder Hua looked at the people around him and realized that other than him, there was no one else he could use against the speed domain. He looked at the protector beside him, Protector Qin, you and I will hold back Chen Ruoyan. Protector Leng will be responsible for slowing her down. The rest of you, attack with all your might. We must kill this woman. All right. The Martial Alliance had a peak Grand Dominion Realm expert, a late-stage Grand Dominion Realm expert, and 3 late-stage Grand Dominion Realm experts. Together with the Yin Corp's factions 3 middle-stage Grand Dominion Realm experts and 1 early-stage Grand Dominion Realm expert, they had a total of 9 Grand Dominion Realm experts. When these 9 Grand Dominion Realm experts joined forces, they could easily destroy any top faction in the southern region. But today, their opponent was Chen Ruoyan. Qin Ruoyan, who was known as Blood Enchantress, was Qin Ruoyan, who was ranked second in the Heaven Breaker realm group at the Southern Region tournament a year ago. As for Qin Yan, she had a very subtle feeling. Her attention was not completely focused on the enemy. The final elegy, with the help of Scarlet Blood, the Sword Master ignited all of his soul and lifespan to obtain a heaven-defying increase in perception and advancement in cultivation. Qin Yan looked at her arms, legs, and torso. Pale white flames were burning, but she did not feel any pain. Instead, she felt like her soul was liberated. She felt light. Countless insights regarding the speed domain realm flooded her mind. It was as if the conditions were right and there were no obstructions in her breakthrough. Around her body, a blood mist emanated, forming a blood-red ghostly figure. The ghostly figure stood silently behind her. She looked at the 9 domain realm experts charging at her without any fear in her heart. The 2 domain realm experts in front had incredible movement techniques. They both had wind elemental domains and were extremely fast. The movement technique Qin Yan cultivated was ultimately of a low level. Even if the Scarlet Blood Sword could make up for it, Qin Yan's speed would still be somewhat limited if she were to truly meet a powerful martial artist who had cultivated a high-level cultivation technique to an extremely high realm. Chen Hao warned her, the old man in front is a peak domain realm warrior. The saber in his hand should be a Dao artifact. You have to be careful. Qin Yan swung the red blood sword. The sword fragments extended for hundreds of meters and attacked Elder Hua at lightning speed. Elder Hua waved his saber and slashed at the tip of the sword, deflecting the red blood sword. Under Qin Yan's control, the red blood sword made a turn and went straight for his back. This move was very sinister, but Elder Hua was not alone. Protector Qin, who was following closely behind him, caught Qin Yan's attack. When the Yin Corp's Sex Grand Elder saw the flexible sword coming at him, he reached out his hand and grabbed the sharp blood-red sword fragment. Then, he circulated all his strength and pulled. Come back. The powerful force caught Qin Yan off guard. She staggered and flew towards Elder Hua. The red blood whip sword began to retract, but the Yin Corp's Sex Grand Elder refused to let go. Following that, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal scraping. The red blood sword finally escaped from his hand. The Yin Corp's Sex Grand Elder looked at the damaged black boxing glove on his right hand spewing out black gas. He nearly went mad with anger. His boxing glove was a Dao artifact. As for Qin Yan, she was being held back by Elder Hua who had chased after her. Hurricane Domain, Blazing Sun Domain, Sharp Metal Domain, open for me. As one of the elders of the Martial Alliance, Elder Hua's combat strength was definitely one of the best in the world. He was also one of the top geniuses of his generation in the Central Region. His long lifespan had allowed him to accumulate immense strength. Ordinary Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle experts were no match for him at all. The entire world was covered in a fiery red color, as if a scorching sun had risen into the sky. Elder Hua was right in the middle of the scorching sun. He raised his golden saber high and shouted in a low voice, "Scorching sun, golden slash." Countless fine golden lights, like cow hair, shot towards Qin Yan like a storm. A Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle expert actually used a killing move right from the start. Facing the countless golden lights, Qin Yan's hair stood on end. She felt a deep sense of danger. Demon Sword Domain, open. The thick blood mist, with the help of the speed domain, instantly dyed Qin Yan's world red. This time, Qin Yan completely activated the demonic sword domain, but she did not feel any discomfort. The terrifying scene within the demonic sword, the crazy ravings, and the aura of madness did not affect her rationality. However, the demonic sword domain was not omnipotent. It was more suitable for dealing with weaker cultivators and was more suitable for large-scale battles. Against a Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle expert, it was of little use. It did not have any defensive capabilities, although the perfect stage speed domain that came with the demonic sword domain was powerful. Qin Yan was now enveloped in a large area of attack. Qin Yan also made a mistake. She had never fought against a Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle expert before. Her martial arts and movement techniques were always at a disadvantage. The moment they came into contact, she was at a great disadvantage. The fine golden lights madly shot into the demonic sword domain, stirring up the blood mist within the domain. Even with the speed domain restricting the speed of the attacks, it could only slow down their attack speed by a little. the crimson blood whip sword returned to Qingyan's side. It spun rapidly around Qingyan, blocking the golden lights. However, the golden lights were too dense, fine beads of sweat appeared on Qingyan's forehead. When Qinhao heard the system notification, he immediately turned to Qingyan. I'll teach you a set of martial arts techniques. It might be helpful to you. And? Qingyan wanted to say something, but countless information had already entered her mind. High-grade Earth Tier Sword Art, Swimming Dragon Minimum Cultivation Requirements, Speed Concept, Illusion Concept, Slaughter Concept, and Controllability. Weapon Requirements, Whip Sword. When she noticed the cultivation requirements, Qingyan suddenly understood. Qinhao whispered in her mind, I'll return the remaining energy in the red blood sword to you. I don't want to take advantage of you. However, because there isn't much energy left, this high-grade Earth Tier Sword Art is already the limit. Don't hold too much hope. It should still be considered weak among high-grade Earth Tier Sword Arts. N. Qingyan briefly went through the information in her mind and discovered that she had grasped the basics. This set of sword techniques was originally tailor-made for her. In addition to Qingyan's current state, it was not difficult for her at all. Swimming Dragon Sword, Barrier. The whip sword that was originally coiling around Qingyan, protecting her, began to spin crazily, covering the top of her head. The pressure on Qingyan was greatly reduced. She felt a bone-chilling cold. Within the demon sword domain, frost began to form. The blood-red whip sword that was swimming around her turned white and its speed began to decrease. At the same time, 8 domain realm experts charged into the demon sword domain and sealed off all of Qingyan's escape routes. As for the golden light, it was as if it had eyes. It did not have any intention of attacking them. When it touched their bodies, it was refracted to other places. The 8 of them did not speak and simultaneously launched their strongest attacks at Qingyan. Qingyan looked at the 8 of them in despair. Am I going to die? She looked through the blood mist again and saw Dai running away, as well as the zombie following behind him. She was unwilling. She did not expect that the Yin Corp sect would have a peak domain realm expert. His strength was unimaginably strong. Qingyan felt that even the demon king of the southern demon mountain range might not be able to take him down at his peak. I can't die yet. I can't die. I need some time. I need to hold on a little longer. The mole under Qingyan's left eye was blood red. She suddenly looked at the red blood sword's hilt in her hand. She heard the sounds of chains rubbing against each other and the sound of metal rubbing against each other. The red blood sword's hilt had another blood-red sword body. The sword body broke apart and turned into countless small segments. It was a whip sword with blood-red sharp blades. Under Qingyan's control, the whip sword merged into the swimming dragon sword technique, barrier, that was revolving around her. Under the shocked gaze of Chen Hao, the red blood sword Jianling, the red blood sword's hilt under Qingyan's control kept splitting into sword bodies. One by one, the whip swords merged into the barrier, protecting Qingyan in layers. Chen Hao looked at the earth-grade upper-grade sword technique, swimming dragon, that was derived from the demon sword. It did not mention this method. When the attacks came from all directions, Qingyan had already split out 19 sword whips. They layered on top of each other, wrapping Qingyan's petite body tightly, like a cicada cocoon, erecting a real barrier in front of her. Rumble. 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 The earth shook. In the distance, the Yin Corp sect's mountain gate was also affected and collapsed. Countless disciples of the Yin Corp sect either hurriedly escaped from the collapsed buildings or hid in the distance to look at the battlefield after hearing the commotion. The representatives of the various forces who were lucky enough to escape also stopped running for their lives. They looked at the sun in the distance and the smoke and dust that were slowly rising into the air. The Yin Corp sect's mountain gate has collapsed. Is Qinruoyan that strong? Why is there such a huge commotion? Lin Jia mumbled, won't we know if we go take a look? Everyone mocked, who dares to go take a look? If we're not careful, we won't even know how we died. On the battlefield, the 8 domain realm masters stopped. After the strong wind blew away the blood mist and dust, they stood in midair and surrounded the huge pit. The 9 domain realm masters worked together to create an irregular circular pit with a diameter of more than 30 miles. They floated in midair and looked down. The pit was blood red. The blood mist expanded and contracted rhythmically, just like a beating heart. Is she dead? Asked the second elder He Shiyuan. Guardian Qin said confidently, she should be dead. With the aid of us and Elder Hua, there's no way she could have survived. Elder Hua did not speak. He frowned and looked at the blood mist in the pit below. He had a bad feeling. After the spiritual energy and vital essence stopped moving, Elder Hua's divine sense penetrated in with difficulty. No, she's not dead yet, shouted Elder Hua. What? Get out of my way. Before the others could react, Elder Hua attacked again. He pointed the golden blade at the hole filled with blood-red mist. His face sank as he shouted in a low voice, scorching sun, golden assassination. Under the dazzling light, the 8 domain realm masters around the pit frantically retreated. The golden blade emitted a strong light, and a golden pillar of light shot towards the blood-red pit with terrifying sharpness. Just as Elder Hua unleashed his killing move, the blood mist in the pit seemed to have sensed the danger and instantly erupted. At the same time, the golden pillar of light also pierced into the pit. After the golden light and blood mist collided, the blood mist let out a sizzling sound and was quickly dissolved by the golden light. Before the blood mist dissipated, a petite figure dodged the pillar of light and jumped out of the pit. The moment Qingyan escaped, she was discovered by the 8 domain realm masters. Before they could attack, the 31 blood-red whip swords suddenly extended to more than 300 meters in length as if they had a life of their own. Under the enhancement of Qingyan's speed domain, the 31 blood-red whip swords pierced toward the 8 people from 31 different angles at a crazy speed with a series of ear-piercing metallic sounds as if they had a life of their own. Qingyan opened her blood-red eyes and whispered, "Swimming dragon, dance." Chen Hao stared in a daze at the red blood sword in Qingyan's hand. Another sword body split apart, and after the sword body split into countless small segments, it merged into the wave of attacks. Was this still AF*** King sword? However, the red blood sword did not reject it. It had really transformed according to its owner's wishes. So fast. The Martial Alliance's Guardian Qin exclaimed. Qingyan's sword was indeed very fast, especially after she broke through to the late stages of the domain realm and reached the speed domain realm. If her cultivation level and realm had not broken through, it would have been very difficult for her to dodge Elder Hua's ultimate strike. Block it. Against the countless sword whip attacks, the 8 domain realm masters prepared themselves for battle. Can you block it? Qingyan sneered, "Swimming dragon, phantom sword." The 32 blood-red sword whip suddenly twisted in midair, and then the 32 whip swords turned into 64, and then 128. When the red blood sword's countless whip swords approached them, they realized that the sky was filled with blood-red sword shadows. Ah! The Yin Corp sect's second elder was stabbed in the back by a whip sword. The whip sword was like a blood-red venomous snake as it immediately coiled around him, wrapping around his body. At the same time, the whip swords around the Yin Corp sect's second elder seemed to smell blood as they crazily charged at him. Then, it was the Yin Corp sect's grand elder's turn. One of his legs was entangled, and with a tug from the whip sword, his body suddenly plummeted. Following that, several whip swords, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal scraping, instantly wrapped around him. Save me! A Martial Alliance guardian was similarly entangled by 2 whip swords. Ling Yan immediately used the dark nether demon sword in his hand to slash at the blood-red whip swords. He had already realized that the sword in Qingyan's hand was definitely not ordinary. It was probably very difficult to break it with a long-distance martial technique, but just as he was about to make a move, 7 blood shadows attacked him. With this delay, the Martial Alliance guardian was instantly bound tightly by the other 7 blood shadows. The ear-piercing sound of metal scraping echoed once again as the 3 bound domain realm masters were simultaneously dragged towards Qingyan. From the moment Qingyan made her move to the moment she captured the 3 domain realm masters, it only took a few seconds. Demonis, go to hell. Elder Hua's attack descended once again as a golden saber beam attacked. Speed domain. As the golden saber beam attacked, Qingyan disappeared from her original spot with countless blood-red sword shadows behind her. The remaining 6 domain realm masters looked up into the sky. In the sky, there was a blood-red shadow. From the blood-red shadow, 39 blood-red whip swords extended out. The whip swords were like red tentacles that bound the 3 domain realm masters together. Is this AF*** King jellyfish? It was the same when a jellyfish caught fish. The only difference was that a jellyfish swam in the sea, while Qingyan flew in the sky. On careful thought, there was no difference. Chen Hao cursed crazily in his heart. He felt that the sword in Qingyan's heart was very different from the sword he thought he was. Even if the red blood sword could change according to its owner's wishes, wasn't it too much to change it like this? At this moment, the red blood sword split into another sword body. The sword body split into countless small segments and stretched out another 100 meters before merging into the other tentacles. Chen Hao felt his hair stand on end. If he had a scalp, he would definitely feel his scalp tingle. Boom! The ground roared angrily. Boiling lava shot up into the sky, bringing with it gray smoke. This was the might of the heavens and earth. The 6 domain realm masters, including Elder Hua, hurriedly dodged. Qingyan also hurriedly dodged, but the small amount of lava that splattered out was dispersed by the whip swords. Chen Hao looked at the spot where the lava erupted. The crater that was about 20 to 30 miles in diameter was constantly spewing out thick and hot lava. The strike from the Martial Alliance's Elder Hua was truly powerful. After avoiding the erupting magma, Elder Hua and company chased after them. Perhaps it was because Qingyan was holding on to the Martial Alliance protector that made him apprehensive, but he did not directly attack. Instead, he roared angrily, "Witch girl, release them or I will tear you to pieces." Qingyan stood in midair. Other than the whip swords that bound the 3 domain realm experts, the other whip swords were like wriggling snakes. Qingyan tilted her head and grinned, "Tear me to pieces? Are you talking about this?" "Ah." The Yin Corp Sect's Grand Elder cried out in pain. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal scraping, the whip swords around the Yin Corp Sect's Grand Elder wriggled crazily. The sharp sword sliced through his flesh and blood. A blood mist exploded from his body as countless crystalline snowflakes floated into the air. Amidst the layers of twisting whip swords, there was only a pink skeleton left. The whip sword suddenly contracted and with the sound of sawing wood, bone powder spilled out from the cracks of the whip swords. Including the Martial Alliance's Elder Hua, everyone's pupils constricted. When he said he wanted to kill someone, he did it without even blinking. Furthermore, it was done in such an unacceptable manner. Qingyan said disdainfully, "Tear me to pieces? Is there a lot of 10,000 pieces? I have to say, your methods are too crude. Elder Hua, save me." The Martial Alliance protector shouted loudly. No one wanted to die. Earning money was for enjoyment. Cultivating was for longevity. It was to control one's own fate. The rich were afraid of death, but similarly, the strong did not want to die. Elder Hua's expression turned ugly. The Martial Alliance was just an alliance of large and small sects in the central region. For example, Ling Yan was not only a Martial Alliance protector, he was also an elder of the 7 Absolutes sect. The protector that was captured by Qingyan similarly had another layer of identity. Qingyan stared at the 6 people and could feel her speed domain constantly increasing. She whispered, "Why don't we negotiate a condition, Elder Hua?" "What condition?" "My only enemy is the Yin Corp sect." Qingyan looked meaningfully at the Yin Corp sect's sect master, Feng Changdong. "Your Martial Alliance was accidentally involved. If you bring your people and leave immediately, we will release your people." "How about that?" Chen Hao felt that Qingyan was spouting nonsense. He did not believe that Qingyan would let the people from the Martial Alliance go. As the red blood sword Jianling, he could clearly sense Qingyan's killing intent towards the Martial Alliance. Elder Hua hesitated for a moment. He also noticed that Chen Ruoyan's momentum seemed to be rising. He knew that Chen Ruoyan was probably stalling for time. But he was also thinking, for the Yin Corp sect, sacrificing a protector was worth it. Seeing Elder Hua's reaction, the Yin Corp's faction's Grand Elder and Feng Zhangdong became anxious. "Elder Hua, please help our Yin Corp sect. As long as your Martial Alliance helps us get rid of this witch girl, our Yin Corp sect will follow the Martial Alliance's lead in the future. We will be at your disposal." "Sect leader Feng, that's enough." Elder Hua raised his hand, gesturing for Feng Zhangdong to stop speaking. He said to Qingyan, "I agree to your request. Our Martial Alliance will not interfere in the grudge between you and the Yin Corp sect. Please release Protector Qian immediately." "Really?" Qingyan stared at Elder Hua with a bright smile, as if she did not believe him. "Of course it's true. This sovereign disdains to lie to a little doll like you. Can I swear a heart demon oath?" Qin Yan asked seriously. Chen Ruoyan, don't push your luck. I insist. Elder Hua's face flushed red from anger. He was forced into a corner, so he could only raise his left hand and shout, I, Hua Weizhong, swear on my heart demon. As long as you release the Martial Alliance's Qian Jian gang, I will immediately leave the Yin Corps sect with all the members of the Martial Alliance. I will not interfere in the grudge between you and the Yin Corps sect. Is that all right? Qin Yan looked at the straightforward Elder Hua and the other 3 Martial Alliance protectors. She was filled with doubts. She had a nagging feeling that it was too easy. After some thought, she pointed at the bound Martial Alliance's protector Qian and said, I can't be sure that his name is Qian Jiangang. Elder Hua's expression changed. What do you mean? Do you think that this sovereign will lie to you? To be on the safe side, before Qin Yan could finish her words, Elder Hua's face suddenly turned blood red. He was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. His speed increased by several notches as he charged at Qin Yan. A golden saber beam appeared in a blink of an eye. Barrier. 30 sword whips crazily appeared around Qin Yan's body. Once again, they surrounded her and intertwined together, forming a flowing barrier in front of Qin Yan. Elder Hua immediately changed directions and charged at Protector Qian. A golden beam flashed as the golden saber slashed at the 5 sword whips produced by the red blood sword. After 5 terrifying explosions, the 5 sword whips were all severed by the golden saber. The 5 broken sword whips lost control as they scattered and fell to the ground. It made Chen Hao's heart ache for them. The 40 sword whips produced by the red blood sword looked very powerful, but this also meant that their toughness would similarly decrease, and the golden saber in Elder Hua's hand seemed to be of an extremely high grade, allowing it to sever the 5 sword whips. Old bastard, I knew you were up to something. Through the gap, Qin Yan saw all of this. Under her command, the 5 sword whips that had been severed extended once again and caught the 5 falling sword whips. After the red blood sword heated up slightly, the 5 falling sword whips melted back into the red blood sword. And at this moment, Elder Hua, who had saved Protector Qian, similarly attacked Qin Yan once again. From the beginning to the end, Elder Hua did not give up on the idea of killing Qin Yan. The people of the Martial Alliance would not accept any coercion. As a peak domain realm expert, Elder Hua had his own pride. Qin Yan retreated, but Elder Hua's movement techniques were extremely strong. At the same time, he might have used some explosive mystic technique. Qin Yan, who had just comprehended the domain realm's speed profundity and had reached the late stages of the domain realm, was unable to escape him. Witch girl, prepare to die. Do you really think you can kill me? The 43 sword whips of the red blood sword rapidly retracted. At the same time, the Yin Corps sect's second elder let out a scream before he turned into meat paste. The 43 sword whips coiled around Qin Yan's body, completely protecting her. The sword whips that swam around her did not harm her at all under her terrifying control. And at this moment, Qin Yan's speed domain broke through once again. A raging spiritual energy vortex swept through the land once again. Large amounts of spiritual energy transformed into blood-red quintessential essence, filling her dantian. Qin Yan looked at Elder Hua, who was closing in on her, as a look of enlightenment flashed in her eyes. This time, she did not retreat. Speed domain, roaming dragon blood dance. She exuded a killing aura as she dragged her 43 tails, tearing through the air as she charged at Hua Zhongdong. Qin Yan's movement technique was very strange. She was light and graceful as she moved left and right. Every move she made was accompanied by layers of illusions, making Hua Weizhong dizzy. Chen Hao, who had been observing the battle, increasingly felt that Qin Yan was really like a jellyfish. She floated in the sea, exuding elegance from head to toe. Unfortunately, her movements were too fast and not lazy at all. However, the illusions weren't enough to stop this experienced peak stage domain realm powerhouse. Hua Weizhong bit the tip of his tongue and channeled his true essence to his eyes, easily seeing through the illusions. However, Qin Yan's strength wasn't in the illusions but in the speed domain. Countless golden blade lights flashed past. However, those golden blade lights were all blocked by the whip swords that surrounded Qin Yan's body. As long as the golden saber didn't directly hit the whip swords, it would be very difficult to cause any substantial damage to the red blood sword just by relying on the true essence of a peak stage domain realm powerhouse. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yan closed in on Hua Weizhong. That ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other rang out again. Countless blood-red sword whips attacked him with afterimages. Huizhong didn't dare to be careless in the face of such an attack. He waved his golden saber in an airtight manner. Countless strange attacks from tricky angles couldn't hurt his body. When Huizhong realized that the frequency of the attacks had decreased, he came back to his senses. However, he saw that Chen Ruoyan was actually charging towards the 6 domain realm powerhouses who were 1,000 meters away. Hurry up and dodge. Hua Zhongdong knew very well that the current Chen Ruoyan, even if she used a secret technique that could temporarily increase her combat strength, was still very difficult for him to deal with. And it was because she had just broken through and her cultivation hadn't caught up yet. The strength of the speed domain really wasn't a bluff. Just as he shouted a warning, XVI blood-red sword whips intertwined with each other and formed a long dragon that pierced towards his heart. Huizhong directly placed his golden saber in front of his chest. With a bang, he was directly sent flying. This was the impact of speed. When Qin Hao saw Huizhong's reaction, he suddenly felt much better. Other people's Dao treasures also received the same treatment, however, Qingyan's attack did not end there. After 17's whip sword hit the golden saber, it continued to spin. While pushing Huizhong away, it was like a chisel that wanted to chisel a hole in the golden saber. By the time Huizhong reminded the 6 domain realm experts, it was already very late. Take Qingyan's speed as an example, more than 20 whip swords, with an ear-piercing sound and blood-red sharpness, attacked everyone at the same time with a thunderous speed. The 6 domain realm experts fled in panic. After the Yin Corp's Sex Grand Elder dodged the 3 blood-red sword whips, another sword whips came from behind. He didn't have time to think as he reached out with his right hand and grabbed the sword whips tightly in his hand. I caught her. He shouted excitedly. However, there was no one else around him. Since you like to catch so much, I'll give them all to you. Qingyan's figure attacked him again and the Yin Corp's Sex Grand Elder dodged again. But when he dodged, he didn't even have time to rejoice when he felt a burning pain on his back. He was horrified to find that countless whip swords had emerged from his body and coiled around him. The long whip swords had hooks attached to it and pierced into his body inch by inch, locking him in place. Then he was sent flying towards the blood-red figure. Chen Hao was very clear that every martial artist who was close to Qingyan had to be alert. Because she would not only attack once. Her body had more than 20 blood-red whip swords that were like tails. They were not just for show. Qingyan had just comprehended her speed domain at the perfection stage, so her speed was astounding. As a result, the whip swords were even faster. Together with Qingyan's precise control, it was impossible to guard against them. Other than the powerful martial alliance's Elder Hua, no one else was Qingyan's match. Before Huizhong could rush back, Qingyan had once again floated into the distance with a sanguine beam. The Yin Corp's Sex Grand Elder and the Martial Alliance's 3 guardians were entangled in the dense sword whip swords. With an ear-piercing metallic screech, the XVI whip swords that attacked Huizhong returned to Qingyan's side. Hua. Huizhong looked at the wretched Ling Yan and the Yin Corp's Sex sect leader, Feng Zhongdong. He wished he could kill Feng Zhongdong. He had clearly seen that there was only one whip sword that attacked Feng Zhongdong. Clearly, they had gone easy on him. If not for the Yin Corp's sect messing around, how could their martial alliance have a grudge with Chen Ruoyan? Anyway, Huizhong was filled with regret. At this moment, Feng Zhongdong was also staring blankly at the blood shadow in the sky. He was filled with regret and bone-deep hatred, seeing his 3 subordinates entangled in countless blood whips. Huizhong gritted his teeth and said, Chen Ruoyan, I know that you are very unhappy with us, but I hope that you can let them go. I swear on my mental demons that as long as you let us go, our martial alliance will definitely not hold you accountable for this matter. Why? Why should I agree to it? The spiritual energy vortex above Qingyan had completely dissipated. She had already become a warrior at the peak of the domain realm, the same cultivation level as Huizhong. She was abnormally enjoying the feeling of the power in her body, as well as the speed domain that surrounded her. This kind of extreme speed was always fascinating. Looking at Chen Ruoyan, who was opposite him, even Huizhong felt the pressure. With an ear-piercing metallic screech, the Yin Corp's Sex Grand Elder was crushed into meat paste. Blood flowed down the long snake-like whip swords, leaving behind a pair of black gloves. The 2 black gloves fiercely struck the whip swords around them. but the number of whip swords kept increasing. They became tighter and tighter, finally wrapping around the pair of black gloves in layers. The red blood sword began to heat up. Even Qingyan felt that it was scalding, but she still held onto the sword hilt tightly. The gloves let out a painful wail as they were surrounded, before they gradually melted into the red blood sword. Seeing this situation, Elder Hua and Ling Yan's eyes twitched. The weapons in their hands also began to tremble. The two Dao artifacts similarly sensed the disappearance of the other Dao artifact. Chen Ruoyan, you should know that we are members of the Martial Alliance. Our Martial Alliance's mission is to protect the continent's human race from flourishing. 10,000 years ago, our Martial Alliance's numerous human race predecessors joined forces and chased the demons that wreaked havoc on the continent back to the Abyss Demon World. We chased the powerful land Fey beasts out of the central region, and they could only hide in the corners of the continent to survive. This gave us a large amount of space and time for our human race to flourish. Hu Weizhong said loudly, by saying all this, I am not trying to prove how glorious we are. I just feel that they should not die here. The continent may seem peaceful now, but there are hidden dangers. 2 years ago, there were demons that broke out of the seal. That was also resolved by the lives of our Martial Alliance's warriors. I only hope that you can let my 3 subordinates go. Let us leave, and let us continue carrying out the Martial Alliance's mission. We will consolidate the southern region's factions and prepare for the future crisis. I can swear on my mental demons that as long as you let us leave, we will definitely not interfere in the grudge between you and the Incorp sect, nor will we make things difficult for you because of this matter. Chen Hao understood what the Martial Alliance's Elder Hua was trying to say. To put it simply, he hoped that Qingyan would let them leave, so that they could continue saving the world. You said that the demons broke out of the seal 2 years ago. Is it the matter of the Zhou Empire and the Demon Guide mountain range? When Qingyan asked this question, her voice was very hoarse. There was no emotion in it. Hu Weizhong glanced at Ling Yan, who hurriedly said, it was the 9-sword sect's Lin Yanch who told her. You said that your Martial Alliance sacrificed countless warriors' lives to seal the demons. Ha 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 ha. Qingyan laughed maniacally. Her laughter was filled with mockery, desolation, and madness. She seemed to see the days back in the Zhou Empire. Almost every day, she would receive news from the Sky Surveillance Station spies. Every time she opened those cold pieces of paper, she needed a great deal of courage. Every piece of paper not only meant the death of her subordinates, it also meant the fall of a city. It meant that tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of the Zhou Empire citizens had been cruelly killed and devoured by the demons. She seemed to see the shadow of Zhou Lihua sitting on the dragon throne again. She didn't move and sat there for an entire night. She seemed to see Zhou Lihua muttering softly while hugging a cold corpse like a lunatic. She seemed to hear the clamor of the battlefield, Marshal Su Xing's angry roar. She saw countless Zhou Empire soldiers and warriors launching a deadly assault on the demons. She saw Zhou Lihua dressed in a warrior uniform with golden borders, carrying the red blood sword and the imperial jade seal as she resolutely left the camp. Qingyan's beautiful eyes were already blood red. She stared at Hu Weizhong, with killing intent surging into the sky. Magma spewed out from the ground as the anger in Qingyan's chest roared. Hu Weizhong, do you know where I came from to the southern region? Where? Elder Hua had some guesses when he saw Chen Ruoyan in such a state, but he could not be sure. It's the Zhou Empire in the South Fei mountain range. Qingyan looked at the two and laughed maniacally. You never expected it, right? Hu Weizhong and Ling Yan were stunned at the same time. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Qingyan had actually escaped from there. Ling Yan's 7 Ultimate sect, as well as Hu Weizhong's sect, were both member sects of the Martial Alliance. They were stationed in the southern part of the central region. Back when Lin Yanch discovered the Zhou Empire and discovered that the demons in the Zhou Empire had broken out of the seal, his first reaction was to inform the Martial Alliance's central region's southern branch. Protector Lung, if I'm right. Qingyan narrowed her eyes and looked at the frost on Ling Yan's brows. Her blood-red eyes were as sharp as knives. 2 years ago, before you destroyed the transportation formation through Zhou Nation, you killed a woman whose strength was only at the heaven-breaking realm, right? Ling Yan looked at Qingyan and said firmly, she asked for it. He still had some impression of that woman. With an ear-piercing metallic screech, the 3-domain realm guardians of the Martial Alliance turned into a bloody mist. I'm very happy to meet all of you. Let me greet all of you first. A blood-red aura emanated from the sword hilt and wrapped around the 44 swords and sword whips tightly. The 44 sword whips seemed to come alive as they crazily twisted in midair. The 44 blood-red sword tips trembled violently in the air, emitting ear-piercing sounds. They were like blood snakes that were choosing a person to devour. At this moment, Qingyan's aura grew stronger. Her illusion profundity had successfully broken through to the domain realm after the speed domain and decimation domain. At this moment, Qingyan still had strength left, her potential was still stronger than Zhou Li was after all. Speed domain. Decimation domain. Illusion domain. Demon sword domain. Open. With the 4 domains mixed together, the entire world turned blood red. Countless blood snakes twisted crazily in the 3 domains. At a crazy speed, they left behind countless blood-red afterimages. At this moment, the remaining 3-domain realm experts were fighting with their lives on the line. Rumble. With the domain trembling violently, Qingyan slammed into Huizhong's domain. Huizhong brandished his golden saber in a frenzy, slicing apart the blood snakes. However, the blood snakes seemed endless. With a terrifying speed, it was difficult for him to fend them off. Elder Hui did not last long. A blood snake coiled around his right arm. Immediately following that, countless blood snakes swarmed over, binding him tightly. If it was said that he could barely suppress Chen Ruoyan, who was at the late stages of the domain realm, with his mystic technique and golden saber, he was no match for Chen Ruoyan, who was at the peak of the domain realm. Chen Ruoyan, our Martial Alliance has its reasons for giving up the Zhou Empire. Elder Hui saw that the situation was hopeless. He endured the pain from the scarlet blood slash and roared, the Fey beasts in the southern Fey mountain range are a huge threat to us humans. As long as we can severely injure that Fey king, and the southern Fey beasts, what's the sacrifice of a few people? If you are standing in the shoes of the humans of this continent, think carefully. Everything is worth it. Is it worth it? Qingyan muttered. Yes, it's worth it. You do not know how strong the Wolf King of the southern Fey mountain range was at its peak. You do not know how terrifying the Purple Blood Wolf Emperor's clan is. If we do not attack them or weaken them, they will cause even more deaths and injuries to the human race. We are doing this for the sake of the entire human race of the continent. With a pua sound, a blood snake drilled into Huizhong's dantian. Huizhong spat out a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. Qingyan retreated 2 steps back and held her head with her left hand. She lowered her head and Chen Hao saw the pain on her face. Her eyes were filled with despair. She slowly looked up and stared into Huizhong's eyes. She whispered, "Do you know? Actually, I understand you. Actually, I understand the actions of your Martial Alliance. Back then, I really hated all of you to death. But I understand all of you. If it were me, I would have also made such a decision. It should have been the best and most rational choice." Huizhong looked at Qingyan in a daze. He looked at this woman who was so beautiful and vicious that she did not seem human. He instinctively felt that her mind was in chaos, but he could not resist it at this moment. I understand all of you, just like how I understand why Her Majesty wants to kill me. I understand all of you, just like how I understand why Dai Yi must refine General Chen into a walking corpse. But it is because I understand all of you that I feel pain. Can you understand my pain? Can you understand it? When I was here, I really wished that I did not know anything, that I did not think of anything. Qingyan's ink-black hair had turned into strands of red. The blood snakes slowly tightened as they squeezed Huizhong's body inch by inch. When Huizhong was about to breathe his last, Qingyan whispered, "Even if I understand all of you, I still have to greet all of you on behalf of Her Majesty." The Martial Alliance's elder Huizhong was dead. The golden saber in his hand suddenly tore through the air, breaking through the 10 blood snakes' entanglement. It dragged a golden beam as it charged into the sky. A cooked duck had flown away. This made Chen Hao feel the pinch. Qingyan ignored the golden saber and looked at the remaining 2 domain realm experts. Ling Yan had just used the demonic sword in his hand to slash apart 2 blood snakes and was frantically escaping. As for the Yin Corp sect leader, Feng Zhangdong, he was still around. He was lacking in strength and he did not have any divine weapons, so he was unable to escape after being entangled by the 7 blood snakes. When Feng Zhangdong met Qingyan's scarlet eyes, he shouted towards the mountain gate, "Dai Yi, use that walking corpse to save me." He had not given up. He still wanted to struggle. Dai Yi wanted to see Qingyan being killed with his own eyes, but when he realized that the Martial Alliance's elder Hua had been captured, he completely collapsed. Hearing Feng Zhangdong shout, Dai Yi, who had escaped to the mountain gate, looked back. He happened to meet Qingyan's scarlet eyes. He was so frightened that he rushed into the mountain gate, not even daring to look back. He was completely scared out of his wits by Qingyan. It was impossible for him to return. Didn't he see the Martial Alliance's elder Hua fall? The Incorp sect leader could not even protect himself. Qingyan temporarily ignored the escaping Dai Yi. Her perception had already locked onto him. How could a mid-stage divine power realm warrior escape from Qingyan? The gap between them was too great. She did not deal with the Incorp sect leader. She bound him tightly with a whip sword. Qingyan dragged the numerous sword whips and a blood-red tail as she chased after the last guardian of the Martial Alliance, Ling Yan. The Incorp sect leader, Feng Zhangdong, who was bound by the whip sword, was extremely regretful. If he had known that Chen Ruoyan had such a trump card, he would not have forced her to come to the Incorp sect. If he had known that Chen Ruoyan would become so powerful that even the Martial Alliance's elder Hua was no match for her, he would have ordered Dai Yi to return the corpse, but there were no ifs in this world. He knew that it was impossible for Chen Ruoyan to break through from the peak of the divine power realm to the peak of the domain realm in such a short period of time without paying a price. She might not even have long to live, but it was because he knew that she did not have long to live that he did not beg for mercy or plead. When the other party was determined to die, there would be no mercy. His gaze moved away from Chen Ruoyan's blood-red hair and looked towards the Incorp sect's entrance. He only hoped that those disciples could escape. Ling Yan escaped very quickly, but Qingyan was even faster. In just a quarter of an hour, Qingyan had intercepted Ling Yan. Ling Yan stared at Qingyan. His white cold pupils were filled with despair. Escape from Chen Ruoyan's pursuit, he did not have any confidence. When he sensed elder Hua's death, he was terrified. He could only run for his life, but when Chen Ruoyan stood in front of him once again, blocking his path of retreat, the fear in his heart completely disappeared. The blood-red domain instantly trapped him within it, Mystic Ice Domain. His feet were covered in frost as his right arm turned ice blue. The Mystic Ice Domain spread out in the blood-red domain, but he could clearly feel that his domain's range was less than a quarter of his peak. This was the suppression of a domain. He had only felt this kind of feeling from elder Hua. Was it going to end? He really couldn't accept it. Ling Yan thought of the woman in front of the teleportation array. He finally felt that kind of despair and helplessness. He pinched the Xianming tightly, but he couldn't feel anything. There was only coldness and pain. He stared at the blood shadow and gritted his teeth. He stood in the shaking Profound Ice Domain and raised Xianming. Profound Ice Domain, Ice Ruins. After the Profound Being Domain erupted with a strong white light, it suddenly expanded 5 times. Countless glaciers rose from the ground, and those white ice crystals crazily rushed towards the blood shadow. Swimming Dragon Spiral Stab. 40 blood snakes tangled together. With the support of the speed domain, they spun madly. Facing Ling Yan's large-scale attack, Qingyan directly charged at him. The hard Xian ice had no resistance against the spiral spikes. Qingyan instantly broke through the largest glacier and appeared in front of Ling Yan. The 2 pairs of eyes met, but there was no hatred in each other's eyes. Do you regret it? Qingyan asked indifferently. I don't think I did anything wrong at that time. Elder Hua probably thinks so too. It's just that we were unlucky. Countless blood snakes completely submerged Ling Yan, along with the crazily trembling blue ice sword. A blood snake pierced Ling Yan's chest and bit off his cold heart. With an explosion, Qingyan broke through the ice layer. Behind her, there were more than 40 blood snakes. The sky was filled with sparkling crystals. Qingyan felt the red blood sword's hilt trembling. It was the Dao artifact long sword in Ling Yan's hand that was struggling. It didn't have the strength and luck of the golden saber. Crossing the ice field, bypassing the man-made volcano that was still spewing out hot magma and emitting grayish-white smoke, Qingyan flew to the sky above the Incorp sect. half of the Incorp sect's mountain gate had already collapsed. Maybe it was because they sensed the outcome of the battle, or maybe it was because Dai had tipped them off. A small number of Incorp sect disciples had escaped from the mountain gate, but there was still a small number of them who stayed in the mountain gate. The Incorp sect disciples who stayed in the mountain gate gathered together and looked at Chen Ruoyan, who was hanging high in the sky in fear. Incorp sect shouldn't exist. Just as Qingyan was about to descend, she was blocked by an invisible barrier. The Incorp sect's mountain protecting array had been activated. We are saved. It's the mountain protecting array. It's the mountain protecting array. The Incorp sect disciples, who were known for their paralyzed faces and dead faces, all cried tears of joy, but soon they couldn't laugh anymore. Swimming dragon spiral stab. They saw more than 30 blood snakes surrounding Chen Ruoyan, once again entwined together. They spun and gently touched the Incorp sect's mountain protecting array. Then the entire Incorp's mountain's main peak began to violently tremble. They stared at the blood light. Following that, the mountain protecting array exploded with a strong light. It shattered like a mirror into sparkling fragments, dissipating into the air. Speed domain. Slaughter domain. Open. Countless blood snakes suddenly stretched out over 1,000 meters. The blood snakes danced wildly. Blood-red sword chi poured out like rain. The blood cloud slowly pressed down. Quickly run! Someone shouted. Countless Incorp sect disciples crazily revolved their true essence, wanting to escape from the mountain gate. But the blood cloud's range was too large. They were unable to escape. The blood cloud completely enveloped the Incorp sect's 10 mountain peaks. Feng Zhangdong, who had his dantian destroyed and a blood snake stuffed in his mouth, was enraged. But very quickly, he painfully closed his eyes. 2 blood snakes pried open his eyes. Watch carefully. This was Qingyan's voice. When the blood mist dissipated, the entire Incorp sect had been razed to the ground. It was a real flat ground. The entire In mountain range, 19 main peaks, had been turned into flat ground. There was no more evidence to prove that the Incorp sect had once existed here. The Incorp sect's thousands of years of inheritance, thousands of years of history, had disappeared. When Qingyan turned around, Feng Zhangdong had already died. Qingyan did not make a move. Looking at Dai Yi, who was crazily running away, Qingyan was somewhat bored. Dai Yi did not release the walking corpse, forcing her to make a move. The difference in strength between them was too big. If Dai Yi used the walking corpse to threaten her, then he was really stupid. Qingyan could cut the walking corpse into pieces before it made a move. Stop. The blood mist instantly enveloped Dai Yi. A sense of fear attacked Dai Yi's heart. Just facing Qingyan's aura, he had almost lost his courage to fight. No. I am the strongest. I am the strongest genius in the southern region. You are my defeated opponent. I am the strongest. Dai Yi hysterically pulled out his long saber and crazily rushed towards Qingyan. But what welcomed him was a blood snake. The blood snake pierced through Dai Yi's chest. Dai Yi stood in place, coughing out blood. He leaned on his long blade, looked at the blood snake in his chest, then looked up at Qingyan, slowly saying, "All right. Chen Ruoyan, I admit, you are stronger than me." Dai Yi died like this. Qingyan did not torture him too much. Revenge had been taken. Her goal had been achieved, but Qingyan looked at the corpse in front of her, looked at the disappearing dark corpse mountain, looked at the lava spewing into the air, looked at the tall ice mountain, but she did not feel any excitement, joy, or satisfaction. She felt that her heart was empty. She looked around in a daze, finally looking at Dai Yi's corpse. With a swing of the blood snake, Feng Zhangdong's corpse was thrown to the ground. A blood snake bit Dai Yi's corpse. Qingyan stroked the corpse, her blood-red eyes showing a trace of gentleness. Qingyan flew into the air, no longer showing any signs of life. Without Qingyan's support, the blood red on the 44 whip swords gradually faded. The whip swords hung limply, swaying with Qingyan's movements, like willow branches being blown by the wind. Only 10 whip swords were still wrapped around Lingyan's corpse. There was a Dao artifact that red blood sword wanted. Qingyan silently flew towards the place where she had fought with Elder Hua. Looking at the fiery red lava under her feet, she noticed that there was someone standing at the glacier, trying to use the weapon in his hand to chisel away at the ice. Sir Jianling, I'm leaving. Chen Hao did not know what to say. Chen Hao always thought that he was as cold and hard as the scarlet blood demon sword. Looking at Qing Yan's blood-red hair fluttering in the wind, looking at the mole under her left eye, Chen Hao seemed to remember the scene of the 17th falling on the snow. Damn it, he could not help but remember again, these memories, every time he thought of them, it would give him a very bad feeling. He was only a sword, he was only a sword. He was always a sword. Sir Jianling, after I leave, will you be sad? Someone seemed to have asked him this question before. I won't. I've had enough of a sword master like you who has no ambition and muddles along every day. Chen Hao pretended to be relaxed and said, after you die, I can find a new sword master. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. I hope that my new sword master will be a true homicidal maniac, the kind that will feel uncomfortable all over if he doesn't kill for a day. I hope that he can lead me on a killing spree and turn the entire continent into rivers of blood. I hope that the mighty name of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword will spread across the entire world. I hope that all intelligent creatures can't help but crawl and tremble in fear when they hear the name Crimson Blood. I am a sword, I'm just a sword, Chen Hao kept telling himself in his heart. This is really in line with Sir Jianling's style. Qing Yan flipped her long hair that had been messed up by the wind and chuckled softly. Under Qing Yan's control, the 44 whip swords fused back into a single whip sword. Then, it turned back into a flexible sword, and the flexible sword turned back into an ordinary longsword. The Dao longsword in Ling Yan's hand was digested until only a thin piece of the red blood sword was left. It was tightly attached to the blood-red sword. The sword whip dissipated, and Ling Yan's body pieces fell to the ground. Along with them, there was a white jade sword sheath. Of course this is my style. You know, I've changed Renkenju many times. Qing Yan looked at the sword sheath with a strange expression and sucked it into her hand. The white jade sword sheath seemed to be protected by some strange energy, or it was made of a special material, so the red blood sword couldn't absorb it. Qing Yan suddenly acted coquettishly and said, but I really can't bear to part with you. I'm still young. I haven't found a man that I like yet. Ha ha ha. Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh. Are you trying to make me laugh? Who would believe such nonsense? Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Speaking of which, what are you doing with that thing? Hurry up. Qing Yan curiously pressed on the circular white protrusion in the middle of the sword sheath. The sword sheath popped open with a bang. The moment the sword sheath popped open, Qing Yan quickly stuffed the red blood sword into it and quickly closed the sword sheath. After her speed domain reached perfection, Qing Yan's hand speed far surpassed other warriors of the same level. This series of actions was completed in an instant. Before Chen Hao could react, he realized that the sky had turned dark. The red blood sword struggled desperately in the white jade sword sheath. However, when it struggled, countless golden threads bound the red blood sword, making it unable to move at all. Swimming dragon spiral spin. The red blood sword couldn't spin at all. The blood-red sword energy hit the inside of the white jade sword sheath, but it didn't damage the sword sheath at all. The red blood sword's sword energy seemed to have been absorbed. This damned white jade sword sheath could absorb energy. Enlarge for me. The red blood sword crazily enlarged, but just as it filled the entire white jade sword sheath, the red blood sword's body was suppressed by an invisible force. Instead, his consciousness bounced out and saw the scene outside. Had he been sealed, but it wasn't the kind that was completely sealed, his unique and powerful consciousness could penetrate the seal of the white jade sword sheath, but his body couldn't. He saw Qing Yan holding the sword sheath, seriously and worriedly sizing it up. Qing Yan, are you done joking? Chen Hao tried to calm his voice. What joke? Qing Yan raised her eyebrows in surprise, looking innocent. Do you think a broken sword sheath can seal me? Since a broken sword sheath can't seal you, why doesn't Master Jianling come out? Qing Yan asked teasingly. Does he think it's fun to stay inside? Why doesn't Master Jianling say anything? Could it be that he can't come out? With Master Jianling's personality, if he could come out, he would definitely break open the sword sheath with brute force, right? This damned smart person, damn it. After a long time, Chen Hao asked in a low voice, why did you lock me in? Master Jianling, you once mentioned to me that the red blood sword has a curse. Qing Yan took a deep breath. Is General Chen's death related to you? If it wasn't for the red blood sword, you wouldn't have met him, and he wouldn't be the same person. He would still be a guard of the Lan family, and he would have died a quiet death. Chen Hao thought for a moment, then said slowly, I don't know if this has anything to do with the curse. There are some things that I can't control. Qing Yan choked. I know. I understand what Master Jianling said. If General Chen could do it all over again, he would definitely choose to become the sword master of the red blood sword. Then can you? Qing Yan refused without hesitation. No. Master Jianling. Do you understand? Even if I can understand you, it's still hard for me to forgive you. Chen Hao looked at Qing Yan, who was about to cry but had no tears. He suddenly felt an intense pain. He said to Qing Yan faintly, I understand. I once praised you for being considerate. Perhaps? I also feel that I'm suitable to stay in this sword sheath. Lord Jianling, actually I know that you are not so heartless. Actually I know that you admire General Chen a lot, but I still can't help it. Qing Yan hugged the sword case and pressed her small face tightly against the ice-cold sword case. She whispered, also, Lord Jianling, I don't want to turn into a pile of ashes, this matter can be discussed. Chen Hao said in realization. Really? Of course, this is the truth. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Jia carefully chiseled the ice. His eyebrows and beard were frozen with frost, and his body was shivering non-stop. He was frozen, although Ling Yan had been dead for a long time, the glacier left behind by a domain realm elite was still filled with a frightening cold air. What are you doing? Hearing someone ask him from behind, Lin Han hurriedly turned his head and saw that it was Chen Ruoyan. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Senior Chen, you are actually fine? I wanted to look for you just now, but I couldn't find you anywhere. I want to ask, what are you doing now? Chiseling ice. Qing Yan took out a short sword, and with a blood-red slash, the ice was instantly cut into countless small pieces by her. Thank you, Senior Chen. Lin Jia quickly took out a wine jar, opened the seal, and used the long sword in his hand to pick up a small piece of ice. With a plop, the ice shards fell into the wine jar, and a mist immediately rose from the wine jar. He brought the wine jar to his mouth and lightly sucked on it, his face full of intoxication. It is really cold, so refreshing. If Ling Yan came back from the dead, he would probably beat Lin Jia to death. I have always heard that the ice created by a domain realm elite is the best material for chilling wine. Today, my wish has finally come true. Lin Jia laughed heartily, but the smile on his face disappeared. He asked with concern, Senior Chen, have you settled your matter? Settled. Qing Yan said, the Incorp sect people are all dead. Lin Jia's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the wine jar. What about the martial arts union people? I killed them all. Lin Jia shuddered and hurriedly put the wine jar back into his space ring. He could not help but bend down in front of Qing Yan. I'm looking for you for something. Whatever it is, Senior, please feel free to tell me. Lin Jia had just finished speaking when he hurriedly added, as long as it is within my ability. It's simple. Qing Yan threw the white jade sword box to Lin Jia, and Lin Jia hurriedly caught it with both hands. In the end, Gentle Yan did not dare to release the red blood sword. She didn't really trust Jianling's promise. Senior, this is? My sword, the red blood sword, is a magic sword. I hope you can protect it. Lin Jia felt that the weapon in his hand was a little hot. Qing Yan looked at her blurry reflection in the ice crystal beside her and said in a low voice, I can see the hatred in your eyes. I don't know why you are so dispirited at such a young age. I don't know what happened to you. Of course, I have no interest in knowing. Lin Jia could not help but smile bitterly. This Senior Chen, who had killed countless people and was famous in the southern region, was really straightforward. But I know that in this world, violence is the most effective way to solve problems. Qing Yan said in a low voice, the red blood sword is very strong. It can be said that my achievements today are largely due to the red blood sword. Why did Senior choose me? Qing Yan sighed and said, the reason is simple. Other than you and me, there are no other living people within a radius of 100 miles. Lin Jia looked around and indeed, there was no one around. The Ying Corpse sect had been wiped out by Qing Yan. In the chaotic battle between the Grand Dominion realm experts, the other martial artists had hidden far away for fear of being affected. Lin Jia was the only living person in the vicinity. Can I not accept it? Qing Yan was silent. Lin Jia also did not know what to say. After a moment of silence, she continued, the red blood sword is a real demonic sword. Every Renkenju has the chance to obtain great strength. Qing Yan looked at Lin Jia seriously and said, but once you become the sword owner of the red blood sword, it is hard to turn back. The red blood swords Renkenju all died an unnatural death, without exception. But Senior Chen is so strong, how could he die an unnatural death? Even the Ying Corpse sect, which was one of the top forces in the southern region, was wiped out by Senior Chen alone. Senior Chen should be invincible in the southern region, right? Lin Jia did not believe it. He did not believe that the red blood sword in the sword case in his hand was so powerful. In his opinion, with Qing Yan's strength, she was invincible in the southern region. She would definitely die a natural death. Anyway, I'll leave the red blood sword to you. I've told you everything that needs to be said. Although you will have to pay a great price to use the red blood sword, it is really useful. If there really comes a day when you have to face something or want to kill your enemies, you can consider using it. Chen Hao was in the red blood sword and did not speak. He knew that Qing Yan did not take things too far. She gave the red blood sword to Lin Jia because she thought that Lin Jia would need the red blood sword one day. Senior, where are you going? Lin Jia saw that Qing Yan was about to leave and quickly chased after her. He took out a painting from the space ring and shouted, Senior, can I take this painting with me? But with Lin Jia's strength, how could he catch up with Qing Yan? He could only watch as Qing Yan flew further and further away. In the white jade sword case, Chen Hao's consciousness followed Qing Yan. Qing Yan was the sword owner of the red blood sword. The magma was no longer gushing out, beneath Qing Yan's feet was a fiery red magma lake. The thick magma bubbled from time to time, and when the bubbles burst, grayish-white smoke was emitted. There was a pungent smell of sulfur in the surroundings. Standing in the air, Qing Yan lowered her head and glanced at the two corpse sacks at her waist. One of them was hers, and it originally contained 2 early-stage domain realm walking corpses. However, those 2 walking corpses had been completely destroyed in the previous battle. The other one was from Dai Yi. Inside it, there was what Qing Yan wanted. Qing Yan held the white jade skull in her left hand and rubbed it gently with her thumb. Her expression was slightly complicated. She patted the corpse bag with her right hand, and an unfamiliar walking corpse of the divine state appeared. It howled as if it had felt Qing Yan's powerful aura and directly turned to run. Qing Yan stretched out her hand, and a blood snake stretched out from her hand and killed that walking corpse. She patted the corpse bag again, and that tall and big walking corpse finally appeared. Qing Yan raised the white jade skull in her hand, and it shouted loudly and foolishly rushed towards Qing Yan. It stretched out its 2 long hands and grabbed the skull. However, how could Qing Yan let it do as it wished? The walking corpse pounced on empty air. The corners of Qing Yan's mouth curled into a mischievous smile. She carried the skull and flew above the clouds directly above the lava lake. Above the clouds, there was a dazzling sun and a beautiful sea of clouds. Although she could still smell the sulfur, it didn't matter much. She didn't have to look at the scenery for long before that walking corpse rushed up again. Qing Yan held the white jade skull in front of her chest, and the walking corpse pounced on Qing Yan again. She quickly turned around, and the walking corpse foolishly hugged Qing Yan from behind. Its hands hugged Qing Yan, and it even dishonestly wanted to snatch the treasure in Qing Yan's hands. Qing Yan lowered her head and smiled. I was too slow, and got caught by you. She shook her hand and took out the iron chain that was dyed red by the murderous aura from her interspatial ring. The iron chain was like a blood snake that tightly wrapped around her and the walking corpse. Qing Yan struggled slightly and turned around in the walking corpse's arms. Her hands were still hugging the white jade skull in front of her chest. She looked at the tall person in front of her that blocked the sunlight and wrapped her hands around his waist. General Chen, there is nothing in this world that is worth my nostalgia. Let's go together this time, okay? Let's go together, no one will leave. The walking corpse roared and bit Qing Yan's fair neck. Its sharp fangs pierced her skin, and blood flowed down her neck, filling her collarbone and then soaking her clothes red. Gently and tenderly, she used her right hand to press his head firmly against her neck. The iron chain tightened fiercely, and the two of them were tightly tied together. Then, the speed domain was activated. Qingyan brought that crazy walking corpse and fell straight into the lava lake. When Linjia rushed over with the white jade sword box, he just happened to see this scene. Qingyan brought 17's corpse and dragged a blood-red tail as she rushed straight into the boiling lava lake. The lava in the lava lake splashed out in all directions from the impact of this huge force. When Linjia dodged the lava and rushed to the lava lake, the whole lava lake was almost dry. Chen Hao looked at the lava slowly pouring into this concave land, and his whole mind was blank. Everything disappeared, there was nothing left. Within the white jade sword box, a crisp sound was heard. Cracks appeared on the blood blood sword and spread throughout the sword. In the cracks, dark red blood gradually seeped out. Chen Hao looked at the sword that was full of cracks, but he was not afraid. He had known for a long time that he also had inner demons. Every living person had an inner demon. Although he was a Jianling, he was not formed naturally. He was originally a living person, but his soul was extracted by a special method. With the help of the system, he was integrated into the red blood demon sword and became the demon sword Jianling. Other than his body, his soul should be no different from a human's. They all had emotions. The sword owner could be free, could abandon everything, could die and be done with it. But he was a Jianling, and he was sealed in the demon sword. As long as the red blood demon sword existed, he would not die, or it could be said in his hometown, he would never be reincarnated. Lin Jiao looked at the magma lake blankly, unable to speak. He was still holding the painting in his hand, the gift he wanted to give to Senior Chen. Lin Jia still had a trace of hope in his heart. He shouted loudly, "Senior Chen! Senior Chen!" Senior Chen. No one could respond to him. He knew that Senior Chen had really left, and he had taken that zombie with him. Lin Jia sat on the ground, took out the jar of chilled wine, and gulped down the whole jar of wine. He stood up, swung his hand, and threw the empty jar into the boiling magma. "Senior Chen! I didn't expect you to leave just like that." Lin Jia wiped the greasy hair on his head and swayed on the spot. He staggered 2 steps and almost fell into the magma. After he stood firm with great difficulty, he then continued, "I admire you. I respect your strength. I admire your courage. Actually, I envy you too. I envy your decisiveness, your carefreeness, your boldness. You are stronger than me, many times stronger than me." He looked at the white jade sword box in his hand and said in a low voice, "You told me that force is the most effective way to solve problems. I admit that what you said is very reasonable. When encountering the vast majority of problems, force is indeed very effective." Lin Jia sat back down on the ground again. He looked at the lava lake and murmured, "But you don't know, no matter how powerful the crimson blood demonic sword you gave me is, even if I can be like you and become a top-notch expert, or even the #1 expert in the mainland, this still can't solve my problem." In the white jade sword box, Chen Hao gradually came back to his senses. He was attracted by Lin Jia's words. His mind was a mess right now, but he couldn't think of anything that couldn't be solved by becoming the continent's #1 expert, although martial arts might not necessarily be able to solve all problems and troubles. But, it could solve the problem of the person who created the problems and troubles. Lin Jia continued, "Senior Chen, you're right. Just like what you said, there might be hatred in my eyes. I do hate someone, but that person. Lin Jia choked with sobs and could no longer speak. He panted for a while and slowly unrolled the painting in his hands. What entered his eyes was that blood-red ghost shadow. "Senior Chen, actually, there's always a hidden mystery in this painting. I played a little trick." Lin Jia said sadly, "I think, if you look at it a little more carefully, you'll definitely find it." Unfortunately, Lin Jia raised the painting above his head and turned it over. Chen Hao, who was in the white jade sword box, saw the painting and was stunned for a moment. From the back, wasn't that Qingyan? In the painting, Qingyan hugged her knees with her blood-red hair fluttering in the wind. In her eyes, there was an indescribable sadness and loneliness. This design was really ingenious. From the front, this painting was that ferocious vampire, and from the back, it was Qingyan's portrait. They were two completely different paintings. If I had known, I would have told you directly. In history, you're the first person to sincerely praise my painting. Also, you know how to paint, you're an expert. Lin Jia looked at the messy battlefield around him and thought for a while. He stood up and planned to leave. This place was a place of trouble. When the other martial artists found out that the battle had stopped, they would most likely rush over. If they saw him, they would definitely find trouble for him. Coincidentally, he was someone who was afraid of trouble. Lin Jia looked back at the scorching magma lake and said softly, "Senior Chen, you should rest well. Who knows, I might come to accompany you one day." He looked at the white jade sword box in his hand again, tilted his head, and laughed mockingly. Red blood demon sword? Even if it's strong, what's the use? As he spoke, he stepped on the soft soil beside the magma lake that had been affected by the battle between the Grand Dominators. He exerted force, and his whole leg sank in. He supported himself with both hands on the ground and struggled to pull his leg out. Under Chen Hao's stunned gaze, he put the white jade sword box in vertically. Chen Hao had an extremely bad feeling. He seemed to have guessed what Lin Jia was going to do. Equals it. It can't be, right? After all, the red blood sword was a Taoist artifact. No matter which top force in the southern region had it, it would be their most precious treasure. Even if the red blood sword was a demonic sword, even if he didn't use it, he could sell it for a lot of money, right? But what was Lin Jia trying to do? Half of the white jade sword box was stuffed in, but it got stuck. The white jade sword box was not small. Without any hesitation, Lin Jia stepped on the white jade sword scabbard with his dirty right leg, and the scabbard sank into the soil. Then, he lifted his leg and stomped hard, and the white jade sword scabbard sank more than 1 meter into the soil. He casually kicked some soil and stones in to fill the hole. After completely burying the white jade sword box, he flattened the ground and scattered some soil so that the surrounding soil would be in the same state without any flaws. After doing all this, Lin Jia said in a relaxed tone, "Senior Chen, I don't need the red blood demon sword. Since it's your favorite sword, I'll let it go with you." After saying that, Lin Jia ran away without looking back. Chen Hao saw that before he ran away. He even took the time to collect the ice dregs that Qing Yan had helped him cut into a jar. He probably wanted to continue using them to chill wine in the future. Chen Hao didn't even have the time to grieve over Qing Yan's death, nor did he have the time to fret over the cracks that had appeared on the scarlet blood sword. This was because he had discovered something more urgent. Lin Jia buried him. Lin Jia was leaving. He couldn't move in the white jade sword box. Although his divine sense could barely penetrate the seal of the white jade sword box, he couldn't communicate with anyone other than the sword owner, let alone influence the outside world through the seal of the white jade sword box. In other words, as long as Lin Jia didn't take him away, he could only stay here forever. This was definitely not the result Chen Hao wanted. He could accept being sealed, but he definitely couldn't accept being abandoned. He didn't want to stay in one place forever. Would he turn back? However, Lin Jia, who had collected the ice dregs, didn't turn back. He ran away and soon disappeared from Chen Hao's divine sense range. Strangely, Chen Hao realized that he actually didn't hate Lin Jia. He didn't even hate Qing Yan for sealing him. He knew that Qing Yan had never thought of sealing the red blood sword for a long time when she handed the white jade sword box to Lin Jia. Other than the fact that no one could resist the temptation of strength, Qing Yan also knew that Lin Jia had hatred in his heart. He had hatred and hated people. He was also very dispirited. That proved that he had enemies, and they were not weak. Anyway, with Lin Jia's connate strength, he couldn't take revenge. Then, didn't he need the red blood sword? However, Qing Yan probably never dreamed that Lin Jia didn't want revenge and didn't need the red blood demonic sword. He actually buried the red blood demonic sword at the place where she died. Chen Hao looked at the sky and didn't have any hope of breaking free from the seal in a short time. The white jade sword box's material was very special and could be easily penetrated by divine senses. It was like a piece of transparent glass, and divine senses couldn't find it at all. However, it was buried more than a meter deep in the soil. Who would turn over all the soil nearby for no reason? Was it to plant crops and loosen the soil? Chen Hao glanced at the magma lake beside him. He didn't think that anyone would be so bored as to plant crops here. Also, Chen Hao was a little scared. Would the magma in the magma lake directly flow over? The magma lake was already very similar to the crater of a volcano. The surrounding soil and rocks were pressed up by the moves of the domain realm experts, forming an irregular circle that was more than 10 meters high. And the place where Lin Jia buried the white jade sword box was not far from the magma lake. An hour later, two Transcendent Realm martial artists arrived together. Chen Hao knew these two Divine Realm martial artists. They were invited by the Incorp sect. Is this a battle between Domain Realm experts? It's actually so terrifying. Not only did it form a glacier, but even magma was formed. Yes, luckily we ran fast. Otherwise, we would have lost our lives if we were slightly affected. That's right, it's best not to even watch a battle between Domain Realm experts. Their domain range is too wide, and during the battle, it's almost indiscriminate. Eh? Then where are they? I don't know. Chen Ruoyan should be dead for sure, right? However, I hadn't expected that she would actually break through to the domain tier at the very last moment. Wasn't it said that she was ranked second in the Southern Region's Heaven-Shattering tier group? Was there such an awesome second place? It's only been a year, right? In 1 year's time, he went from the peak stage of the Heaven-Shattering tier to the peak stage of the domain tier. His talent is simply too terrifying. I wasn't there at that time. I don't know how Tianqing country competed. There must be something going on behind the scenes. However, Chen Ruoyan was definitely dead. No matter how strong she is still just an early-stage domain realm expert. The Incorp sect head Feng Zhangdong is a mid-stage domain realm expert, and this place is so close to the Incorp sect's mountain gate. Old Lu, did you notice anything wrong? What's wrong? Where did the Incorp sect go? The two Transcendent Realm experts looked at the Incorp sect's position, dumbfounded. Actually, one of the warriors rubbed his eyes hard, suspecting that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Because not only did the Incorp sect disappear, even the Incorp sect's encampment, the mountain range that stretched for hundreds of miles, had disappeared. What replaced it was a flat land with bare yellow soil. In an instant, the two martial artists guessed another possibility. Could it be? Chen Ruoyan successfully raising the Incorp sect to the ground. Otherwise, who could have done this? They were suspicious that the Incorp sect had offended some mighty figure, and that mighty figure had raised the Incorp sect to the ground. Otherwise, there was no logical explanation. Do you think it was Chen Ruoyan who did it? It shouldn't be, right? Chen Ruoyan is not that strong. Do you still remember the blood cloud we saw in the distance just now? That should be the massacre domain, right? Right, what about the Martial Alliance's protector Lung? Why did he disappear? Say, do you think he just left? Impossible, he definitely participated in the battle. Protector Lung had comprehended the mystic ice domain. The two Transcendent Realm experts looked at each other, and at the same time looked at the glacier. They had guessed a terrifying possibility. It shouldn't be, right? When I entered the venue today, I heard from the Incorp sect that the Martial Alliance's Elder Hua was visiting the Incorp sect with 4 protectors. Elder Hua should have a good relationship with the Incorp sect, so he would not just watch the Incorp sect be destroyed. Then what about Elder Hua? I don't know. That golden light just now, could it be Elder Hua? Then what about the Shuiguang? Who is the Shuiguang? It can't be Chen Ruoyan, right? I don't know. Let's see if there are any survivors nearby. If there aren't any survivors, then the two of them nodded their heads in tacit understanding, and quickly ascended, overlooking the land. Chen Hao watched the two of them fly over his head, feeling helpless. These two blind fellows, almost at the same time, they found the corpse of the Incorp sect leader, Feng Changdong, who had died with his eyes wide open. They also saw the interspatial ring on his hand. Their eyes met in midair, and then they quickly distanced themselves from each other, looking at each other warily. We have to be quick. In a while, there will be more people coming. Then what do we do? Why don't we do this? Since the murderer did not take away the interspatial rings after destroying the Incorp sect, then there should be other interspatial rings left behind. The Incorp sect does not only have one domain realm expert, they might even have one from the Martial Alliance. Right, let's immediately find the others. Each of us will have an interspatial ring, and whatever we can get will depend on our luck. Then we have to keep it a secret, or else, no one will get anything. Alright, the deal is done. If we wait any longer, there might be more people coming. The two Transcendent Realm experts were still rational. This was no doubt the best choice at the moment, however, Chen Hao sneered in his heart. Although they had quickly made the right decision, it was already too late. In Chen Hao's perception, there were already a large number of Transcendent Realm experts, Heavenbreaker Realm warriors, and even Khanate Realm warriors rushing over. One had to know that there were too many people who knew about this battle. The Yin Corpse faction had already invited all the nearby powers, all of them had been invited. Now that the battle had ended, it would be strange if they did not come back. In this battle, Qing Yan had killed 9 Domain Realm experts and wiped out the entire Yin Corpse sect. Other than Daiya's corpse, she did not take anything else. As for Lin Jia, who was the first to arrive at the battlefield, other than some ice shards, he did not take anything. The entire battlefield should still have the storage equipment of the 9 Domain Realm experts, as well as some of the Yin Corpse sect's relics. Thus, after Qing Yan fought the 9 Domain Realm experts, another great battle was about to take place on this desolate land. Chen Hao looked at everything coldly, not moving at all. Death, he was used to it. Destruction could also be a new life. Once a Yin Corpse faction fell, another faction would rise up and take its place. When a Domain Realm powerhouse died, there would be a martial artist who would inherit his legacy. Perhaps this was the rise of another legendary powerhouse. But so what? What did it have to do with his scarlet blood demon sword, fame and fortune, beauties and mountains? They were like floating clouds to him. Ding, congratulations to host for the death of the 35th Renkenju. The system's voice that he hadn't heard for a long time sounded again. Chen Hao didn't even have the thought of paying attention to it now. This system was too low-key, it didn't even have a sense of existence. It was even less of a presence than his scarlet blood demon sword Jianling. He always thought that the system hadn't been activated for a long time and crashed. At his level, he didn't care about whether the system was there or not. Even if the system was there, what could it do? Could it dig him out of the ground? Chen Hao didn't believe it, but Qing Yan only died now. It was a bit out of his expectations. If she wasn't too far away from the scarlet blood demon sword, he would have asked, did the magma burn her feet? It was only the 35th time, but Chen Hao felt that a long time had passed. His heart inexplicably surged with a sense of vicissitudes. Habitually looking back at the attribute panel that he had memorized, Chen Hao was shocked to find that the grade of the swimming dragon sword technique was actually heaven level low grade. If Chen Hao didn't remember wrongly, the sword technique that he helped Qing Yan deduce was earth level low grade, right? In that case, at the last moment, Qing Yan improved the swimming dragon sword technique into a heaven level sword technique. In fact, Chen Hao was already prepared for Qing Yan to change the swimming dragon sword technique. Because the weapon of the swimming dragon sword technique was a whip sword, it referred to a whip sword, but at the last moment, Qing Yan transformed into 44 whip swords. One whip sword and 44 whip swords were two completely different concepts. And the sword technique name was Swimming Dragon, but what Qing Yan transformed into was a ferocious blood snake. It would be strange if he didn't change his cultivation technique. However, what Chen Hao did not expect was that Qing Yan had actually modified a Heaven Tier sword technique. Chen Hao briefly skimmed through the contents of the Heaven Tier sword art. Not only did it include movement techniques, but it also included the use of illusion techniques. His body movement technique contained the essence of butterfly dance and shooting star steps. There were also many moves from the punishment sword and other sword techniques integrated into the sword technique. At the same time, it required extremely strict control over the whip and sword. It could be said that although this heaven-grade sword technique was terrifying, the difficulty of cultivating it was enough to make the vast majority of martial artists shrink back. In this world, there were probably not many martial artists who could completely meet the requirements. If he wanted to forcefully cultivate it, he could. However, the power of the sword technique would be greatly reduced. Chen Hao thought for a moment and changed the sword art Swimming Dragon in the introduction to the Master Slaying Legacy to the sword art Blood Snake. The name Blood Snake sounded like the name of a third-rate sword technique. However, this was not because Chen Hao was bad at naming things. This was based on Qing Yan's naming style. Since it belonged to Qing Yan, it had to be inherited. Furthermore, what was the use of an awesome name? In Chen Hao's inheritance library, there were a total of 3 XVI sets of cultivation techniques and martial techniques that started with god slaying. Among them, 29 were yellow grade and 8 were black grade low grade. These names made Chen Hao feel ashamed and hid them at the bottom of all the cultivation techniques. The stronger one was, the more insignificant they would feel. Many self-creators of cultivation techniques who had broken away from their Chunibu syndrome would change the name of their cultivation techniques to normal after they matured. The moves of the blood snake were barrier, illusory sword, blood dragon dance, swimming dragon blood dance, swimming dragon spiral stab. Chen Hao looked at these moves and felt that they did not match the name of the sword technique at all. He could not help but want to change them. In the end, after changing blood dragon dance to blood snake dance and swimming dragon blood dance to swimming snake blood dance, he was somewhat muddle-headed. Swimming snake spiral stab? He felt that it was very low. Chen Hao slowly pondered, and his heart soon calmed down. He no longer paid attention to the sword auras flying around him and the corpses lying on the ground. After changing all the cultivation techniques and moves, the sky was almost dark. The battle was still going on. Chen Hao felt that these people were really good at fighting. However, the number of survivors was getting fewer and fewer. The battle lasted until the latter half of the night. The last survivor saw the enemy take his last breath. He endured the pain and quickly left with a space ring. Only then did the area become completely quiet. Let's go, let's all go. Seeing the last survivor leave, Chen Hao, who was buried in the ground, did not feel the slightest bit disappointed. My mentality is really good now. There were not many stars tonight, only a crescent moon. His heart was as clear as the night sky. As the cool autumn wind blew, Chen Hao noticed that 2 fine grass seeds had fallen near him. They had come to the wrong place. This blood-red land was destined to not let them take root and germinate. Would that Lin Jia come back? Chen Hao stared at the 2 tiny grass seeds, and his mind gradually emptied. A day later, Chen Hao was disturbed by someone. By the time he snapped out of his daze, another warrior had appeared. The warriors that came this time were generally not very strong. They might have come back to see if there were any leftovers that the other experts would not be interested in, or they might have the mentality of picking up leftovers. The previous Transcendent Realm experts did not even manage to find the white jade sword box, so there was no need to count on this group of warriors. Some of the weaker warriors, who were not even at the Khanate realm, did not even dare to step into this area. Chen Hao saw with his own eyes that a stubborn true element boundary martial artist who refused to admit defeat had stepped onto this blood-red ground, and then went mad. That's right, he went crazy. Only the heavens knew how much of Qingyan's killing intent had seeped into this blood-red land. Of course, other than the aura left behind by Qingyan's massacre domain, there was also the powerful domain aura left behind by Elder Hua of the Martial Alliance and Bing Yan. These auras would change the temperature of the environment. For example, the temperature of the lava lake was much higher than normal lava, and the glacier was a good example. And the aura left behind by Qingyan would make people go crazy. However, normal warriors would be able to sense the danger, so they would not dare to approach. Of course, these auras would gradually subside with the passage of time. There was nothing that could not be erased with time. Chen Hao turned his gaze to the area where the white jade sword box was buried. After a day, more than 10 grass seeds had fallen in the vicinity. Late at night on the 3rd day, Chen Hao felt the ground tremble slightly. He had been disturbed by someone again. In the distance, deep underground where the Yin Corpse sect used to be, there was a tremor. This tremor was not an earthquake, but seemed to come from deep underground. Normal people would not be able to detect it. This tremor quickly attracted Chen Hao. He found it very interesting, at least more interesting than the grass seeds. He looked at the grass seeds for 3 days and felt the life force in the stubborn grass seeds gradually weaken to the point of disappearing. It seemed like something was crawling out from within. Was it a human? A fey beast, or a corpse? Chen Hao turned his attention to that side with interest. On the 4th day, the 5th day, the source of the tremor finally reached the limit of Chen Hao's penetration of the ground. Chen Hao finally confirmed that there were people inside. As for who they were, it was easy to guess. They were definitely the survivors of the Yin Corpse sect. When Dai Yi escaped back to the Yin Corpse sect, this group of people should have escaped deep underground, but they were lucky enough to escape the calamity. They should be glad that Dai Yi did not hide with them. Chen Hao slightly probed their strength. There were more than 20 people, and the strongest was only at the peak of the divine power realm. It was not worth mentioning. When Qin Yan raised the Yin Corp sect and killed all the domain realm experts, the Yin Corp sect had already been declared dead. Even if the Yin Corp sect's remaining martial artists managed to escape, they would have to change their names. The Yin Corp sect had offended many top factions. Sending charcoal in snowy weather, these factions would not do that. Adding insult to injury, beating a drowning dog, they were definitely good at it. Late at night on the 8th day, the Yin Corp sect survivors sneaked out of their holes. Looking at the Yin Corp's mountain range that had disappeared, they were all at a loss. It was like they could still feel the bloody and violent killing aura from the blood-red soil. They knew that Chen Ruoyan had used an evil secret technique to raise her strength to an unimaginable realm, killing all the Yin Corp sect's domain realm experts, including the sect leader, Grand Elder, and Second Elder. Even the Martial Alliance's Elder and 4 protectors did not escape Chen Ruoyan's evil hands, but they never dreamed that Chen Ruoyan had even raised their sect's encampment, along with more than 10 mountain peaks. At this moment, they didn't even dare to boast about taking revenge. The difference was too great. Third senior brother, what do we do? Someone asked the strongest divine power late-stage warrior. What else can we do? Let's disperse. The third senior brother said, everyone must hide their identities. Once the other top factions find out, they will not let us off easily. Everyone fell silent. They were not stupid, they understood what the third senior brother meant. The Yin Corp sect had many enemies. What about you, third senior brother? Me? I want to go to the central region to take a look and inquire about Chen Ruoyan. Senior brother, are you going to avenge your sect? Someone asked. Yes, I admit that I'm no match for Chen Ruoyan, but I have to avenge my sect. Although I think that Chen Ruoyan is most likely dead, I don't believe that she's dead until I see her body. Third senior brother suppressed his voice and said, we are probably the only ones left who know that Chen Ruoyan killed the Martial Alliance's Elder Hua and the 4 guardians. I want to report this matter to the Martial Alliance. When the time comes, the Martial Alliance will naturally avenge us. Third senior brother, shall we go together? It was not that the Yin Corp sect members were united or friendly. Instead, it was Qin Yan who destroyed the Yin Corp sect, which severely damaged their interests. After that, the survivors of the Yin Corp sect quickly dispersed. Most of those with families behind them planned to return to their families. Those who were alone all planned to follow third senior brother to the central region. After all, it was still too dangerous for them in the southern region. The deadpan faces of the Yin Corp sect warriors were too eye-catching. After half a month, more and more warriors arrived in the vicinity. At the beginning, the warriors would come to rummage through the ruins. However, the later warriors came to pay their respects to the battle remnants left behind by the top domain realm experts. They also wanted to see how badly the Yin Corp sect had been destroyed. A warrior stepped on the blood-red soil and whispered, why is this soil different from other places? It's blood-red in color. When I step on it, I feel a sense of trepidation. It should be the killing aura left behind by a decimation domain expert. If you are not a warrior who cultivates in the decimation concept, don't step on it. You will die soon. Then let's leave quickly. No, do you see that glacier? It was left behind by a domain realm expert. I want to gain some insight into it and see if I can improve my ice concept. 23 days after Qin Yan left, 5 domain realm experts appeared in the vicinity. The person leading them was a peak domain realm expert. After they inspected the vicinity, they hurriedly left. Chen Hao guessed that they were most likely from the Central Region's Martial Alliance. It was likely that the survivors from the Yin Corp sect had gone to the Central Region's Martial Alliance and reported Qin Yan. Chen Hao originally thought that this bunch of people were very capable and might be able to dig him out. However, he was overthinking things. A month later, the battlefield had been cleaned countless times. Many warriors with lower strength did not leave after sensing the aura left behind by the domain realm expert's powerful domain. Instead, they sat in their spots and meditated, hoping to gain an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Chen Hao suddenly realized that this place was about to become a tiny cultivation ground. However, this made Chen Hao feel very uncomfortable. He would rather be alone in peace. He felt like he was a cat staring at a fish tank. He could see, but he could not eat. He felt terrible. Among the remnant aura of the domains, Protector Lingyan's glacier was the most popular. There was not much killing aura left behind by Qin Yan in the vicinity of the glacier. The area near where Chen Hao was located was the one that was least welcomed by everyone. There was indeed an intense fire elemental and metal elemental domain aura here. Elder Hua was very strong, however, this place was also mixed with the aura of Qin Yan's decimation domain and illusory domain. When the aura of the decimation domain and illusory domain combined, it was a powerful combination that was greater than 2. After a few unlucky people went crazy, most of the true energy realm and Khanate realm warriors stopped trying. Only the heaven-breaking realm warriors could slightly withstand it. After all, Qin Yan's strongest point was not her decimation domain or illusory domain. Even warriors who wanted to come into contact with the decimation domain aura would not go near Chen Hao. This was because the fire elemental and metal elemental domain aura would similarly interfere with them. The only thing that made Chen Hao happy was that the lava lake did not have any tendency to spread. At least for a short period of time, he did not need to worry about being swallowed by the lava and running to accompany Qin Yan. There was no need to worry. Even if Lin Jialiang discovered it and came back to look for him, he would not be able to find him. There were a few warriors who were civic-minded and even slightly strengthened the walls around the lava lake. Chen Hao was sincerely grateful to them. If it was not because he was trapped, he would definitely take the initiative to go up and recognize them as sword masters, and serve them faithfully. It was also because there were more and more people coming over recently that Chen Hao knew a lot of things happening outside. If it was said that the Yin Corp sex battle had already been announced, for example, Qin Yan was wanted by the entire continent. She became the first warrior to be wanted by the entire continent in 3,000 years. Her crime was also determined. The Martial Alliance found numerous warriors who were present at the scene. They could all testify that blood demoness Chen Ruoyan had indeed clashed with the Yin Corp sect. Even Ling Yan had dealt with Chen Ruoyan. Some warriors saw the battle from afar. During the battle, golden light filled the sky as a tiny sun appeared in midair. There was also a blood-red mist that dyed the sky red. The Martial Alliance also obtained testimony from the Yin Corp sect survivors. Dai Yi, who had escaped from the battlefield, claimed that Chen Ruoyan had killed Elder Hua. Later on, the Martial Alliance's warriors investigated the scene. Other than the Martial Alliance's 5 domain realm experts and the 4 Yin Corp sect experts' domain auras, there were only remnants of the decimation, illusion, and speed domain auras. Among them, the speed domain had reached the perfected realm. They also found the scattered corpses at the scene. After careful examination, they found that the wounds were caused by a rare whipsword. It was completely in line with their investigation of Chen Ruoyan. No matter how ridiculous the matter was, they had no choice but to believe that the murderer who killed the Martial Alliance's Elder Hua and the 4 guardians was blood demoness Chen Ruoyan. She had used an unheard-of method to go from the peak of the divine power realm to the peak of the domain realm. There were many witnesses and evidence that could prove that Chen Ruoyan was the murderer. However, there was no evidence to prove that Chen Ruoyan was really dead. The Martial Alliance had been dormant for thousands of years. In recent years, it had become active again. By holding a continental martial tournament, they announced the Martial Alliance's strong return to the East, West, South, and North regions' warriors. Elder Hua's identity was not simple. Using the might of the martial tournament, the Martial Alliance had appointed 4 peak domain realm experts as the alliance leaders of the East, West, South, and North regions sub-leagues. They were assigned powerful assistants to unite the 4 regions' martial factions. In the end, the Middle Region's Martial Alliance never expected that the Southern Region's Subleague's alliance leader would be killed the moment he stepped foot into the Southern Region. Even the 4 guardians had perished. No one was spared. This was a slap to the Martial Alliance's face. Ever since the wolf calamity in the Southern Region 1,000 years ago, this was the worst loss the Martial Alliance had suffered. After this battle, the reputation that the Martial Alliance had gained from successfully holding the continent's Young Warrior Tournament was greatly ruined. If it were an ordinary warrior, killing a Martial Alliance's subleague's alliance leader and 4 guardians would not have much of an impact. The problem was that the person who killed them was Qin Yan. This was the second place of the heaven-shattering group, whose results were declared invalid in the Southern Region Grand Competition a year ago. The second place of the Southern Region Tournament, whose results were invalid, had killed the Martial Alliance's Subleague's alliance leader the next year. Things were too funny. As a result, the first Continental Youth Tournament, which had just ended, swept across the entire continent with great momentum and was talked about by countless warriors, had also become a big joke. Hence, the Martial Alliance flew into a rage out of humiliation and issued a 9-star bounty to the entire continent. The bounty was extremely exaggerated, enough to make any top faction in the southern region go crazy, as long as he could kill Blood Enchantress Chen Ruoyan, in addition to all kinds of precious spirit pills, large amounts of high-grade spirit stones. He would also get a set of low-grade heaven-grade martial arts techniques. Yes, it was a set of low-grade heaven-grade martial arts techniques. Some cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques were used in tandem, allowing the cultivation technique and martial arts technique to achieve an extremely perfect combination. Such a bounty was enough to build up the foundation of a powerful faction. In addition, anyone who could inform the person of Chen Ruoyan's whereabouts could also receive a generous reward for reporting. Also, if it was proven that Chen Ruoyan was dead, the warrior who found her corpse would also receive a set of high-grade earth-grade martial arts techniques, as well as spirit stones and pills as rewards. The Martial Alliance had considered the possibility of Qingyan's death. To be honest, after receiving this news, Chen Hao was actually quite worried. This reward seemed quite simple to Lin Jia. It was no different from giving it away for free. After all, he had witnessed Qingyan's death with his own eyes. Although Qingyan had hidden herself very well, there was no guarantee that there were some capable people in the Martial Alliance who could dive into the lava to find clues. Regardless of whether it was for his own interests or for his feelings for Qingyan, Chen Hao did not wish for anyone to disturb Qingyan. However, he quickly understood. Everything was up to fate. Who cares? Qingyan was indeed infamous, but warriors were born to worship the strong. Although the Martial Alliance had issued a bounty on Qingyan, causing all the warriors in the continent to go crazy over her. However, there were even more martial artists who spoke of her with a tone of deep respect. More than a month later, Chen Hao heard that Qingyan had reached the top of the southern region beauty list. He had seen it with his own eyes. A warrior had even flipped out an exquisite album. It was said that the album was a century-old collector's edition. It was worth treasuring. Chen Hao really wanted to ask them if there was a century-old collector's edition. Was there a 10-year collector's edition, a 1,000-year-old collector's edition, or a 5-year anniversary collector's edition? However, was it really good to ride on the popularity of a dead person? Maybe they did not believe that Qingyan was dead. Many warriors believed that Chen Ruoyan was not dead. She must have snatched the zombie from Dai Ye's hands, and then chose to live in seclusion under the pressure of the Martial Alliance. As for the zombie's identity, there was already a consensus among the southern region warriors. It was likely Chen Ruoyan's sweetheart. From the Ku family's outcome, it was obvious that Ku Qinglei had unfortunately guessed correctly. Time passed without anyone noticing. In the second month after Red Blood Sword lost its sword master, the Wu Kingdom's army occupied Yin Mountain City. More than half of the warriors who attempted to sense the remnant aura in the domain left. The Wu Kingdom stationed 1,000 people nearby, but did not violently chase away the remaining warriors. In the fourth month after Red Blood Sword lost its sword master, when spring was coming to an end, Chen Hao heard the news that Liang Pinghua had been completely divided between the three kingdoms. Currently, East Qin, West Qin and the Wu Kingdom maintained a tacit understanding. There were no signs of a large-scale war. East Qin and West Qin were feuds. The Wu Kingdom was also an outsider. They were afraid that they would go overboard and be suppressed by the southern region countries. Moreover, Liang Pinghua's original territory was enough for the three kingdoms to digest for a long time. In the first anniversary of Red Blood Sword's loss of its sword master, on the day of Qingyan's Memorial Day, the grass and trees withered. Chen Hao saw Lin Jia again. Lin Jia came in starlight. He wore a brand new and exquisite warrior's uniform, spotless. His trimmed beard was neat and tidy, and his hair seemed to have been specially combed. There was not a strand of hair out of place, and he even tied it into a bun. If it were not for his haggard and sallow face, his eyes still cloudy and confused, his strength not improving at all, his rusty long sword in his hand, and his brand new boots not stained with mud, Chen Hao would have suspected that he had been living a good life recently. Seeing that he was still living a miserable life, Chen Hao inexplicably felt much better in his heart. Xianxia saw that there were more than 30 martial artists sitting on the ground with their eyes closed. They did not disturb each other and directly stepped on the ground on the red blood demonic sword to the edge of the magma lake. It was a few miles away from those martial artists, but Xianxia did not care much. The magma lake had been strengthened by many martial artists, and now it was more and more like a volcanic crater. Feeling a burning hot attack, Xianxia did not care. He placed 7 jars of wine on the edge of the volcanic crater, threw the long sword behind him casually, and then sat on it, his feet hanging on the magma lake. Xianhao looked at the blood-red mud on the bottom of his newly bought martial artist uniform. Suddenly, he found him a little more pleasing to the eye. This was Xianxia's style of doing things. Xianxia opened the mud seal, and the rich fragrance of wine floated in the air. Xianxia poured the wine in the jar and a piece of broken ice into the volcanic crater. As soon as the wine touched the magma, there was a burst of fire, and a burst of steam rose. The fragrance of the wine also floated further away. After pouring out a jar of wine, Xianxia opened another jar for himself and started drinking heartily. After a jar of wine, Xianxia's face was flushed. He put the empty jar back into the space ring, wiped his mouth, and murmured, "Half a year ago, I met a rich man. He was like you, very discerning and liked my paintings very much. He begged me to sell a painting to him at a high price, so I got these 10 jars of wine. After all, only wine is worthy of your identity." Xianxia opened another mud seal and continued, "Of course, this may be good wine to me, but to you, it may be too coarse. I hope you don't mind. Originally, I sold that painting for money and bought 13 jars. I couldn't help but drink another 6 jars, so there are only 7 left. But it doesn't matter, I'll give you 5 jars. I remember. I don't know if you like wine." Xianxia silently looked at the red magma flowing under his feet. After a long time, he said, "Since you don't object, then you must like it too." As he spoke, he poured another 3 jars into the lava lake. After finishing the second jar of wine, Xianxia felt a little tipsy. He opened the seal of the last jar of wine and greedily took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb all the wine fragrance into his body. He wiped the liquid from the corner of his mouth and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He gritted his teeth and poured the wine into the volcanic lake. When the fog rose, he even moved his nose closer to it. After doing all this, Xianxia said in a low voice, "Yesterday, when I passed by Yinshan City, I stopped at the restaurant where we ate before and drank for half a day. Then, I remembered that Senior Chen must have wanted me to wear cleaner clothes, so I changed my outfit. Senior, you are now famous. The Martial Alliance has put you on the wanted list of the entire continent. The rewards are so generous that even I am tempted. Also, Senior is on the Southern region's beauty rankings. I have seen the illustration on it, but the artist is trash. He did not even depict Senior's elegance. However, I guess that Senior would not mind such matters, right?" "Yes, you definitely wouldn't mind." Before he left, he added, "I, Xianxia, appreciate Senior's kindness, but I still have to apologize to Senior. That sword really doesn't suit me. I do hate someone, but I can't really draw my sword against her." Xianxia paused and said, "After all, she is my mother." Qianhao's head was dizzy from this blow. Originally, he thought that Xianxia had some misgivings about his enemy. As long as he continued to be dispirited, as long as he continued to lead a bad life, there would be a day when he would need the crimson blood demonic sword. He did not expect that the person Xianxia hated was his mother. With his character, it was impossible for him to take action. Qianhao suddenly felt that the sky was collapsing and his future seemed to be dark. Xianxia did not mention anything about himself in front of the volcanic lake. Not long after, he staggered away. The next year, Xianxia appeared again as scheduled. This time, he still wore a new set of clothes. Just like the previous years, his strength did not improve at all. He poured 5 jars of wine into the hot lava lake and drank 3 of them himself. It seemed that he had done better last year than the year before. 3 months ago, I met Meng Qing. Meng Qing is the youngest son of Butler Meng. He used to be my follower. Only then did I know that he has now joined our family's Chamber of Commerce. He used to be on my side, but now, he has changed a lot. Maybe he has become more mature. But that's not right. He is only 1 year younger than me, only 18 years old. Chen Hao looked at Lin Jia again. He did not look like a 19-year-old at all. If he said that he was 30 years old, Chen Hao would believe it. That was to say, when Qin Yan died, he was only the 17th years old, when Xianxia died, he was 16 years old, he had a woman at 16 years old. Chen Hao suddenly felt a little jealous of this Lin Jia. Before becoming the demon sword Jianling, he had never touched a woman. After becoming a Jianling, almost 30 years had passed in the blink of an eye. He told me that my family is looking for me everywhere. My parents are very worried about me, especially my mother. She has aged a lot. Lin Jia took a deep breath and said slowly, he also told me that there is no overnight hatred between mother and son. He said that I should be considerate of her. Besides, Xianxia has been dead for 3 years. It has been so long, so I shouldn't be angry anymore. I should forgive my mother and say that she did it for my own good. In the end, I still ran away. Actually, I just don't want to go back. I don't even know how to face her. Senior Chen must think that I am too cowardly. I only know how to run away from things and don't know how to face them. But you don't know, I really don't know how to face them. Or should I be like what Meng Qing said, like a man, and forgive my mother? Lin Jia lowered his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. It's not easy to meet you, I should talk about something happy. Speaking of this, Lin Jia paused and then fell silent. After sitting for 15 minutes, he bid farewell to the lava lake and disappeared into the night. On the 3rd year, when the grass and trees in the distance withered, Chen Hao did not see Lin Jia. After the 1st day, the 2nd day, and the 3rd day, Lin Jia still did not appear. He broke his promise. Perhaps, he had completely forgotten about this matter. Time could erase everything, including memories. It was his own decision to come here to see Qin Yan, and it was also not Qin Yan's request. Qin Yan did not do anything to him, and they were just strangers who met by chance. It was also possible that he had encountered some urgent matter and needed to deal with it, so he could not come for the time being. Of course, it was also possible that he had met with some accident and died in some unknown corner. Chen Hao didn't have much hope for him anymore. A connate realm martial artist who hadn't made any progress in 3 years and had completely lost his drive to improve, drinking so much that he couldn't even hold his sword properly. Chen Hao wouldn't be surprised if such a person met with an accident and died. Moreover, even if he didn't die, what did it have to do with the red blood sword? It wouldn't dig him out anyway. After discovering that he was sealed and couldn't escape, Chen Hao found that his heart was unprecedentedly calm. It was so calm that even he felt scared. If he had just become a Jianling and encountered such a situation, he would definitely be anxious and furious, because he knew that he would be free sooner or later. 1 year, 10 years, or 100 years, or even 1,000 years. As long as he wasn't buried too deep, he would be able to escape sooner or later. He, Chen Hao, the demonic sword Jianling, could wait. On the 7th day after Qin Yan's Memorial Day, Lin Jia actually appeared. This year, he poured 10 jars of wine into the lava, twice as much as last year and the year before. Lin Jia looked at the bright red magma and said, I came late this time and encountered some accidents. That brat Meng Qing should have leaked my whereabouts. I met my second uncle, and he captured me, saying that he would take me back. I couldn't defeat him. He already has the strength of the Heaven Breaker realm. All this time, my second uncle has been good to me, but this time, he seems to be really disappointed in me. You might want to ask how I escaped. Lin Jia said in a low voice, actually, I'm also very curious. He let me go himself. I asked him why, but he didn't say anything. He just told me to get lost. I felt that it was very strange at that time. I felt that things weren't that simple, so I bought some information from Andriel. Our family seems to be in big trouble. That's why my second uncle didn't ask me to go back. Lin Jia finished the last jar of wine and put it away. He slowly stood up and said in a sad tone, how could I leave when such a thing happened? Although I hate my mother, I can't just stand by and watch her and our Lin family be in danger. So, Senior Chen, I might have to take that demonic sword with me. Upon hearing Lin Jia's words, Chen Hao's attention drifted towards Lin Jia. Did this mean that he was about to escape? He stared at Lin Jia and watched as Lin Jia walked over and stopped 3 meters away from the white jade sword box. Then, Chen Hao watched as Lin Jia took out a shovel and started digging on the blood-red ground. If he wasn't trapped, Chen Hao really wanted to jump out and give him a good beating. Idiot, he dug in the wrong place. Lin Jia did not dare to use his vital energy to forcefully dig as he was afraid of alerting the martial artists in the distance. However, he still had the foundation of the innate realm, so in a few moments, he dug out a 2-meter deep pit. Did I dig in the wrong place? Lin Jia muttered to himself and changed to another place to dig. Unfortunately, he dug in the wrong place again. Chen Hao silently looked at this brother of his. His originally calm heart was also stirred. He was already considering whether he should order a set meal for him first. Wrong again? Lin Jia looked at the big pit in front of him and scanned the surrounding situation. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards Chen Hao's direction. Oh yes, I seem to have pressed a stone on it. Lin Jia dug twice and took out the stone. After 3 more times, the shovel finally touched something hard. He quickly squatted down and dug out the white jade sword box. He tried to put it in the space ring and found that it could not be put in. This seemed to be within his expectations. He used a long cloth bag to cover the white jade sword box and tied it to his back. Then, he quickly filled up the pit again. Not opening it to take a look, he was really cautious. It was already late at night. Lin Jia brought the white jade sword box back to an inn in Yinshan City. He used water to wash the blood-red soil outside the white jade sword box. Lin Jia found the secret lock and pressed it gently. With a bang, the white jade sword box opened. Dark red and sticky blood flowed out from the gap and dyed Lin Jia's hands red. Lin Jia looked at his hands in a daze as if he could not react in time. However, before he could react, Chen Hao reacted. Thus, in his stunned eyes, the dark red and sticky blood seemed to be alive and wriggled back into the sword box. It was completely absorbed by the red blood demon sword that was shining red. This could not be wasted. Lin Jia swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at his clean hands. Then, he looked at the blood-red longsword in the sword box. Just by looking at the red blood demon sword, Lin Jia's eyes could not move away. His eyes seemed to be glued to the red blood demon sword. The crimson blood demon sword's blood-red body was covered with countless cracks. From every crack, a dark red liquid flowed. It was as if the sword itself had flesh and blood, as if it had a life of its own. Looking at the liquid flowing in the cracks, it had a fatal attraction to him. There was also a voice in his head that tempted him to pick up the demon sword in front of him. Lin Jia stretched out his hand. Just as his hand stopped in midair, it stopped abruptly. He saw a blood-red dragon with a ferocious face and blood-red flames covering the sky. The blood-red dragon coiled around a towering mountain and stared at him with a pair of blood-red eyes. The blood-red dragon seemed to yawn. Lin Jia could see the 2 rows of fine white teeth in the dragon's mouth. When he noticed that the blood-red dragon was coiled around a mountain of corpses, he suddenly woke up from his nightmare. He was terrified as if he had seen a ghost and quickly closed the white jade sword box. After closing the white jade sword box, he sat on the ground weakly and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with lingering fear. Chen Hao saw all of Lin Jia's expressions and actions. He sneered in the sword box. He did not believe that Lin Jia could hold back the next time. That's right, Chen Hao was not in a hurry to get away. Since Lin Jia had dug out the red blood demon sword, there would definitely be a day when he could use it. What he had now was time and interest to play with this friend called Lin Jia. It would be too boring to kill him directly. Leaving directly would be letting him off too easily. Although Chen Hao was very calm and was not very angry with Lin Jia, it did not mean that he could forgive him. Didn't Lin Jia not want the red blood demon sword? This sword master, he, Chen Hao, really believed in Jianling. Chen Hao believed that this sword master would definitely not be able to escape. That was because Lin Jia was not a person with a firm mind. Besides, with the appearance of the red blood demon sword, there was no need for him to look for a sword master now. It was Lin Jia's loss for not putting his hand on the hilt of the red blood demon sword now. One had to know that if one was destined to become the sword master of the red blood demon sword, it would be better to do it as soon as possible. If he really waited until the moment of life and death before pulling out the crimson blood demon sword, then perhaps even Chen Hao would be powerless to reverse the situation. Lin Jia couldn't sleep the whole night after putting the white jade sword box into the cloth bag. In the dark, he stared at the cloth bag beside him, and his mind was full of what Chen Ruoyan had said before she died. The Crimson Blood Demon sword was very powerful, but every Crimson Blood Demon sword owner died an unnatural death. He remembered the scene before Chen Ruoyan died. She jumped into the magma with the walking corpse. Sometimes, Lin Jie didn't want to live, that was true, but did Lin Jie really want to die? That must be fake. If he really wanted to die, he would have died a long time ago. Last time, when he met Qing Yan, he wanted to die, but that was also caused by the explosion of accumulated emotions. People always had some inexplicable impulsive thoughts under certain conditions. When Lin Jie calmed down, he felt that it was not bad to live day after day in decadence like this. When the sky was just a little bit bright, Lin Jie got up from the bed, carried the white jade sword box, and went out of the east gate. After 10 days of traveling, he finally arrived at Wenhai City of the western Qin state. 3 years ago, Wenhai City originally belonged to Liang Pinghua, but now Liang Pinghua had disappeared, and Wenhai City was also occupied by the western Qin state. It became a new border city, very close to the western Qin state. The Lin family had its own small chamber of commerce and a small business in Wenhai City, which was a small restaurant. Lin Jie didn't know that until he was caught by his second uncle. Entering the Lin family restaurant, there were not many customers in the restaurant because it was morning. Lin Jie saw Meng Qing sitting behind the counter and playing with the abacus carefully. Meng Qing was of medium height and delicate appearance. When he was Lin Jie's follower, he was a little thin, liked sweet food, and liked to be lazy. He would also make Lin Jie happy from time to time. But now, he had put on a lot of weight and grown a beard. His face was less childish, and he had matured. When he was calculating on the abacus, his face was serious, and he had the aura of a shopkeeper. Ever since he left the Lin clan, Meng Qing was implicated and sent to the Lin clan's chamber of commerce. A year ago, he became the shopkeeper of this restaurant in Wenhai City. It seemed that he was doing well. A few days ago, after he was caught by his second uncle, this was where his second uncle let him go. Lin Jie hesitated for a moment before entering the restaurant. "Hello, young Master Lin." The moment the waiter saw Lin Jie, he greeted him eagerly and shouted, "Shopkeeper Meng, young Master Lin is here." Meng Qing raised his head and was surprised to see Lin Jie. However, he still rushed out and asked respectfully, "Young master, why have you returned?" To be honest, Lin Jie did not want to meet Meng Qing. Back then, when Meng Qing was still his follower, he was not so respectful. This kind of distance made him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. The last time they met, he had reminded Meng Qing, but Meng Qing still did things his own way and had his own twisted logic. "Is my second uncle still here?" "Second master has rushed back to the clan." "Let's find a room, I have something to talk to you about." Meng Qing hesitated for a moment. "Okay, young master, follow me." After entering the small living room in the backyard of the restaurant, Meng Qing closed the door and poured a cup of tea for Lin Jie. "Tell me, what is going on? Why did the Wang family and the Tian family team up against us?" Lin Jie did not continue to ask, but Meng Qing could understand what he meant. "I am not sure about the specific situation." Meng Qing hesitated for a moment before continuing, "I only know that the Lin clan's business in Luqiu City was jointly suppressed by them. They seem to have reached some kind of tacit agreement." "Hasn't the Tian family always been on good terms with our Lin clan?" Meng Qing reminded softly, "Young master, have you forgotten about the Tian family's third daughter?" Lin Jie lowered his head and did not speak. Meng Qing hurriedly said, "Young master, I was wrong, I should not have mentioned it." "Forget it." Lin Jie waved his hand. "Young master, actually, what exactly happened to the Lin clan? It is better for you to go back and ask." Meng Qing said carefully, "After all, there are many confidential matters, with my status, I am not qualified to know." "Go back?" "Yes." "Young master, if you really want to know, then you can only go back." Lin Jie was silent, he did not know how to face his family, especially his mother, when he went back. "Young master, it has been almost 4 years, why can't you forget Xianxia? After all, Madam is your mother, she did it for your own good." "Why is it for my own good?" "For my own good, you can lay your hands on her?" As soon as this matter was mentioned, Lin Jia was like an angry tiger. Chen Hao, who was in the white jade sword box, finally understood what had happened to Lin Jia. But madam is your mother after all. Then Xiaoya deserves to die? Meng Qing looked at Lin Jia and was speechless. Lin Jia scratched his head hard and paced back and forth in the narrow living room, his eyes were full of torment. Since I was young, I always listened to her and never went against her wishes. I wanted to be a painter, but she thought that practicing martial arts was the best way to support the Lin family, so I went to practice martial arts. I wanted to join the mountain and river sect, but she said that the heavenly cloud sect was stronger, so I listened to her and joined the heavenly cloud sect. Not only did I join the heavenly cloud sect, she even bribed my brothers and junior brothers to be her informants. I tolerated all of that. But why did she attack Xiaoya? Lin Jia, who had been suppressing his emotions and was dispirited all this time, finally exploded. Back then, when she found out about the matter between Xiaoya and me, I made an agreement with her. As long as I could break through to the Xiantian realm before the age of 17, she would not stop me from being together with Xiaoya. But what happened in the end? I broke through to the innate realm at the age of 16, I completely met her requirements, and even exceeded the quota. Even the sect leader recognized my talent. But what about her? Lin Jia roared with a hoarse voice, she broke her promise. Young master, calm down. How can I calm down? How can I calm down? How can I forgive her? Inside the white jade sword box, Chen Hao looked at Lin Jia calmly and listened to his story. The requirements for geniuses in the southern region were different from those in the Zhou nation. In the Zhou nation, due to the lack of training resources, martial arts were weak. Those who became innate realm experts at the age of 18 were considered very strong geniuses. However, in the southern region, the standard for geniuses was to become innate realm martial artists before the age of 16. If one could become innate realm martial artists before the age of 16, it meant that one had a high chance of becoming a divine realm expert in the future. Although Qing Yan had killed countless divine realm experts, they were all accumulated and cultivated by countless families in Liangpingua. Divine realm experts were scattered everywhere, and they were the mainstays of various forces and the pillars of many first-rate families. Lin Jia's martial arts talent was indeed not weak, and he could be considered a genius martial artist. Geniuses like him would be valued by various forces, including the top ones. However, Chen Hao had some doubts. Could the death of Xianxia, whom Lin Jia had mentioned, be related to his strong martial arts talent? P.S. The slow update is not because the author is not diligent, but because the author has a block of text and has no outline. Therefore, the sword master is random. Every time a new sword master is set, it is the most difficult time for the author. Also, thank you for your recent gifts, subscriptions, and recommendation tickets. I am very grateful. My book can only be seen through recommendation tickets, facepalm. One had to know that sometimes, the stronger one's martial arts talent was, the more helpless one was, especially for people like Lin Jia. From his words, Chen Hao could tell that Lin Jia was not the kind of person who had his own opinions. He was used to following arrangements, and his mother was also used to arranging him. Perhaps, when his mother was surprised to find out that her son was very talented in martial arts, her old habit recurred. After all, if her son was too talented, it was impossible for him to marry an ordinary woman. Being talented in martial arts did not mean that one would definitely be able to grow up. Even XVII had ambushed the young geniuses of other families. Qing Yan was carrying out missions in the Blood Fiends sect, and if she could kill the young geniuses of the White Bone sect, she would receive extremely generous rewards. Even big forces like Liangpingua and the Yin Corp sect were secretly targeting those martial artists who had the talent to become strong warriors of the domain realm. Not to mention the situation of other forces. Lin Jia's family should not be the kind that was too powerful. His mother wanted to find a suitable marriage for him, that made sense. If Chen Hao guessed correctly, it should be that Miss Tian. As for that Xianxia, she might be beautiful and have a likable personality, but she definitely did not have any powerful background, and she should not have the talent to match Lin Jia's. Otherwise, Lin Jia's mother would not have made a move just like that. After analyzing Lin Jia's character, Chen Hao had no interest in Lin Jia. From Lin Jia's performance after Xianxia's death, it was almost impossible for him to become an outstanding sword master. Or rather, he had been spoiled since he was young. His martial arts talent should be considered good, but whether it was his personality or wisdom, he was far behind ordinary martial artists of the same age. However, Chen Hao actually did not dislike him too much. Instead, he sympathized with him. His own mother had killed the woman he loved the most. This matter was indeed difficult for ordinary people to face. If he really wanted to become the sword master of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, Chen Hao would not object. Whether the sword master was outstanding or not was actually not important to the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. The motto of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword was, "As long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely gain something. As long as you dare to work hard, you will definitely achieve something. Look at this world." How many commoner martial artists were unable to break through to the Xiantian realm in their entire lives, and could only suffer bitterly in the Hotian realm? Don't they work hard? Of course not. In fact, there were many common martial artists who worked even harder and risked their lives more than the aristocratic family disciples, but there was nothing they could do. Every pill, every spirit stone, every martial skill, every cultivation method, they had to fight for it with their lives. But with the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, pills could be dispensed with, and spirit stones could be ignored. Even if he cultivated the most mediocre yellow-grade cultivation technique, he could still break through to the Xiantian realm. How many martial artists with insufficient perception were stuck at a bottleneck, secluding themselves in dark caves until they died? Don't they work hard? Complete seclusion, complete isolation from the outside world, living a life of bitter cultivation. Could it be that he was not hardworking enough? They were just lacking in talent. If they became the sword masters of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, as long as they dared to fight, there would be absolutely no bottlenecks. Thinking of this, Chen Hao was surprised to find that his whole body was full of positive energy. As long as he worked hard, as long as he put in the effort, no matter how far his dream was, he would be able to reach it. In the future, he might as well change his name to Positive Energy, Hardworking, Crimson Blood, Sword of Dreams. Thinking of this, Chen Hao was almost moved to tears by himself. "You can go out," Lin Jia said to Meng Qing. "I want to be alone for a while." Lin Jia also realized that his current state was not right. "All right, young master. Have a good rest. I'll bring you lunch later." With a creak, the living room door was closed by Meng Qing. The lighting in the small living room was not good. There was a window, but 2 meters away from the window, there was a wooden building that blocked a lot of light. Lin Jia sat on the chair and drank the tea in one gulp. He chewed the tea leaves in his mouth and felt that it was very bitter, but he still chewed the bitterness and swallowed it down. He touched his back and carried the white jade sword box on his back. Sitting on the chair, it was his turn. He put the white jade sword box on his body, pulled out the cloth bag, opened the sword box, and saw the Crimson Blood Demon Sword again. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword shone with a faint red light, reflecting the somewhat dark living room into a blood-red color. He stared at the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and was a little lost in thought. Chen Hao thought about whether to give him an illusion field, but he gave up after thinking about it. His Crimson Blood Demon Sword Jianling was not to the point of seducing the sword owner. Maybe, I really don't need to think so much. If I really die, then I die. Lin Jia stretched out his hand, and Chen Hao looked at him quietly, somewhat expectantly. However, Lin Jia stretched out his hand in mid-air, as if grabbing a handful of air, and then retreated. Chen Hao looked at this young man silently and felt that this unlucky kid was not cute at all. Lin Jia rested in one high city for a day. On that night, Chen Hao was surprised to find that Lin Jia was sitting cross-legged on the bed, trying to calm himself down and train. This greatly surprised Chen Hao. Lin Jia's current strength was at the mid-stage of the innate realm. 3 years ago, when he first met Qing Yan, she was also at the mid-stage of the innate realm. In other words, for so many years, he had completely abandoned his training, at least in these 3 years. But now, he was actually working hard. Chen Hao wondered if the Crimson Blood Demon Sword had unlocked some hidden attribute recently. However, he had abandoned his training for 3 years. Could he still catch up now? Chen Hao was very doubtful. After all, Lin Jia had abandoned 3 very important years. Sure enough, the truth was not out of Chen Hao's expectations. After Lin Jia cultivated for a whole night, with his extremely sensitive perception, he almost could not see that Lin Jia had improved. Although sharpening one's spear at the last minute was not fast, it was still bright. However, Lin Jia was now a silver spear like a candle. No matter how hard he sharpened it, there was not much difference. When he woke up in the morning, Chen Hao found that Lin Jia was dispirited and looked even more dispirited. To be honest, Chen Hao wanted to laugh in his heart, and even gloat a little. Lin Jia did not know that there was a demon sword beside him secretly observing him through the white jade sword box. He was once again immersed in the frustration brought by yesterday's training. In fact, not only yesterday, but recently, he had tried to calm down and train again. After all, the hatred between him and his mother did not rise to the level of the family. In fact, the relationship between the members of the Lin family was relatively harmonious. The Lin family was a newly risen family, and their history was not as long as the other families. The number one expert in the Lin family was his great-grandfather Lin Yunjiu, who was said to be at the mid-stage of the transcendent realm. In his memory, his great-grandfather Lin Yunjiu seemed to be always in seclusion, because he had never seen him since he was born. He only knew that there was such a person in the Lin family who was the stabilizing force of the Lin family. The current head of the Lin family was his grandfather, Lin Jianyu, who was at the early stage of the divine realm. He was considered an expert in Luqiu City and was only slightly weaker than the heads of the Tian and Wang families. His grandfather was fair and had high prestige in the Lin family. His mother had a bad temper and was even a little rude, but no matter how angry she would still give face to his grandfather. Lin Jia remembered that when he made a mistake and was beaten by his mother when he was young, he would run to his grandfather. As long as he could see his grandfather, he would be safe. However, when he was 7 years old, his grandfather disappeared. According to his mother, his grandfather also decided to give up all the family affairs and enter seclusion, just like his great-grandfather. Lin Jia remembered very clearly that he was terrified and worried that he would never see his grandfather again. Later, when Lin Jia grew up and knew what seclusion meant, he realized that he had been worrying too much. Although his grandfather Lin Yiqing was still the head of the family in name, most of the family affairs were handled by Lin Jia's uncle. His uncle Lin Yilong was at the late stage of the Heaven Breaker realm. He was not very strong, but he was very good at handling family affairs and family business. His second uncle, Lin Yihu, was a martial arts genius of Lin Jia's father's generation. His cultivation level was at the peak of the Heaven Breaker realm, and he was one step away from becoming a transcendent realm expert. However, no one knew if he could take that step, or when he could. His second uncle was calm and reserved, but he was very good to the younger generation. Sometimes, he would even take time out to guide them in their training. Just like this time, after his second uncle caught him, he still let him go. Lin Jia's father, Lin Yiyun, should be the weakest of the 4 brothers of the Lin clan. He was at the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm, not good with words, and had a slightly introverted personality. In front of his mother, he was always somewhat submissive, and couldn't find a sense of existence. Lin Jia's fourth uncle Lin Yifeng was also at the early stage of the Heaven Breaker realm, but he was younger than Lin Jia's father. His fourth uncle had been married twice. His fourth aunt had been young and had a quarrel with his fourth uncle. She had taken poison and committed suicide when Lin Jia was about 5 years old. In his memory, his fourth aunt was quite a beautiful and gentle person. He vaguely remembered that when his uncle passed away, his parents left for a period of time, and he was taken care of by his fourth aunt. In his mind, all he saw were the storybooks in his fourth aunt's drawer, the potted plants in the courtyard, and the moonlight. Her fourth aunt carried him to the corner of the courtyard and told him to pee before he went to bed. Although that was the case, Lin Jia did not think that his fourth uncle was a bad person. When the siblings were young, every time they saw fourth uncle go out, they would wait at the entrance of the Lin family, waiting for him to come back. This was because every time fourth uncle went out shopping, he would always bring them delicious food and fun things to play with. Therefore, he was still very attached to the Lin family. In the few years he had been wandering outside, he would still think of his family from time to time, thinking of his brothers and sisters. However, it was impossible for Lin Jia to go back, it was impossible for him to forgive his mother, and he could not bring himself to do so. He felt that if he went back, he would be bowing down to his mother. If she went back, she would be admitting that her mother was right. Actually, Lin Jia knew more than Meng Qing about the crisis his family was facing this time. Meng Qing only knew the surface of it. The Lin family's business was being suppressed by the Tian and Wang families, but that was not a crisis at all. If it was only such a crisis, why would his second uncle ask him to stay away? The information Lin Jia had bought from Andriel was that his great-grandfather, Lin Yunjiu, seemed to be in trouble. Andriel did not have any concrete information, and he only had suspicions. This was because there was a small rumor in Luqiu City that his great-grandfather, Lin Yunjiu, had gone mad during his training and lost his mind. Immediately after, the Tian and Wang families started to suppress the Lin family together. Perhaps this was a kind of test to see if the top expert of the Lin family was still alive. This was a very dangerous signal. In Luqiu City, the Lin family was the weakest, and they relied on his great-grandfather, Lin Yunjiu, and grandfather, Lin Jianyu. If something really happened to his great-grandfather, then the Lin family would be in danger. Thinking about what his second uncle had said to him, he became even more worried. He wanted to go back to the family, but he was conflicted. He did not allow himself to stay out of this, but he also did not want to see his mother. Lin Jia wanted to train hard, but he realized that he could not calm down at all, and he could not find the mentality he had when he was training. He still remembered that he could forget everything and meditate for an entire day. But now, his mind was filled with distracting thoughts. His training efficiency was far less than half. For years, he had almost wasted 4 years of his training. At this moment, Lin Jia suddenly regretted. In the end, Lin Jia decided to leave Wenhai City and go to Luqiu City first. At most, he would not enter Luqiu City, or he would just sneak in. Lin Jia had just said goodbye to Meng Qing and rushed for 10 days. He was very tired, and even the vital energy in his body was showing signs of drying up. It was still difficult for an innate stage martial artist to travel long distances by flying. When the city wall appeared in front of him, he heaved a sigh of relief and stopped to take a breath. He planned to have a good night's rest, but when he saw the name Mingyun City, he was stunned. He was very familiar with every tree and grass in Mingyun City, and his familiarity with it was second only to Luqiu City. Mingyun City was at the foot of the Heavenly Cloud Mountain, and the Heavenly Cloud sect was his original sect. Lin Jia hesitated for a moment and decided to go around Mingyun City. He was afraid of meeting someone he knew. But sometimes, the more you were afraid of something, the more likely it was to happen. Just as Lin Jia was about to go around Mingyun City, 5 martial artists appeared in the direction of Mingyun City. They were all wearing the same sect uniform and looked dignified. Lin Jia just glanced at them and quickly lowered his head. When they passed by him, Lin Jia did not dare to raise his head. "Is that you? Senior Lin?" Suddenly, a clear girl's voice sounded behind him. When Lin Jia heard this voice, his body tensed up. He lowered his head and only cared about moving forward. His footsteps became faster and faster, and he became more and more anxious. "Junior Liao, what are you doing? Why did you stop?" Behind Lin Jia, there were shouts from afar. He hoped that Liao Qingqing would not blame him and quickly meet up with her fellow disciples. Unfortunately, it was obvious that things did not go as Lin Jia expected. Liao Qingqing still did not give up and shouted, "Senior Lin, why are you running away?" But Lin Jia still did not want to talk to him. In the end, the angry Liao Qingqing blocked him directly. "Senior Lin, it must be you, right?" Lin Jia slowly raised his head and looked at his junior sister. He smiled bitterly and said, "Junior Liao, just pretend that you have never seen me, okay?" His heart was filled with bitterness. In such a situation, he really didn't want to meet his former fellow disciples. Liao Qingqing looked at Lin Jia's current appearance, pursed her lips, and asked with concern, "Why do you look like this now?" "Junior sister Liao, what are you doing? Did you meet an acquaintance?" Upon hearing this hearty voice, Lin Jia lowered his head even more. Now, he even had the thought of smashing a pot that had nothing to lose. The owner of this voice was Lu Lisan, his former junior brother and one of the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud sect that he didn't want to meet the most. "Senior brother Lu, I have something to do. You guys go first." Liao Qingqing seemed to have noticed Lin Jia's embarrassment and took the initiative to cover it up for him. "Did something happen to you?" Liao Qingqing shook her head repeatedly at the person behind Lin Jia and said, "No, it's just a private matter." "I don't think so. Who is the person in front of you? Why do I feel that he's familiar?" Chen Hao, who was in the Crimson Blood demonic sword, had already noticed that senior brother Lu was flying over. He really flew over. He felt that Lin Jia's expression became more and more uneasy when he heard the sound of the wind. Is that you? Senior brother Lin? Liao Qingqing gave Lin Jia an apologetic look. Lin Jia turned his head mechanically and forced a smile to the dignified and ambitious Lu Lisan behind him. Long time no see, junior brother Lu. Lu Lisan's pupils constricted when he saw Lin Jia like this. Senior brother Lin, how did you become like this? Still, everyone could see that Lin Jia was down and out. Also, your strength, yes. Lin Jia responded and did not explain further. Senior brother Lu, junior sister Liao, aren't you leaving? Someone shouted in the distance. Lu Lisan replied loudly, our mission will be postponed for a day. You guys go back to the sect first. Junior sister Liao and I have met an acquaintance. Is he an acquaintance of senior brother Lu? Can you introduce him to us? I want you to go back to the sect. Lu Lisan said sternly. Oh. The remaining 3 disciples of the Heavenly Cloud sect had to leave resentfully. Before leaving, they glanced at Lin Jia curiously, but Lin Jia had already lowered his head. Let's talk somewhere else. Lu Lisan. Okay. At this point, it was impossible for Lin Jia to escape. His remaining pride wouldn't allow him to escape. Lu Lisan walked at the front while Lin Jia followed behind. Liao Qingqing walked side by side with him. Chen Hao could tell that Lu Lisan and Liao Qingqing seemed to have a lot to say to Lin Jia. After entering Mingyun City, Lu Lisan turned into a remote alley and explained, I know of a small shop. The dishes inside are very special. Yes. There was indeed a small shop, and Lin Jia could smell the aroma of the dishes from afar. However, he really could not smell anything special. The 3 of them asked for a small private room. Liao Qingqing took the initiative to order outside, and the 2 of them entered the private room. Although it was called a private room, it was actually a small room separated by a template. It could barely fit a round table, and the remaining space was a little narrow. Take a seat. Lin Jia placed the sack on his back against the wall and sat down. Lu Lisan glanced at it and didn't say anything. At this time, Liao Qingqing had already entered the room and closed the door behind him. Liao Qingqing asked in a low voice, Senior brother Lin, where have you been all these years? We asked everywhere, but we couldn't find your whereabouts. I just walked around and looked around. Lin Jia glanced at Liao Qingqing and tried to make his tone as calm as possible. Your cultivation seems to be at the mid-stage of the innate realm? Yes. I didn't want to train much in recent years. Liao Qingqing's eyes were wet, and she asked in a low voice, is it because of Xianxia? No, I'm just a little tired and want to rest. Senior brother Lin, Xianxia's death was an accident. Do you have to be so dispirited because of her? Lin Jia forced a smile, but he didn't know how to explain. Lu Lisan didn't know the real cause of Xianxia's death, and neither did Liao Qingqing. His mother had done it very secretly. In the eyes of the Heavenly Cloud sect, it was indeed just an accident. This was also his sorrow. After he learned the real cause of Xianxia's death, he didn't dare to report the real murderer of Xianxia to his sect. He still remembered the scene when Xianxia's body was found and her parents came to the Heavenly Cloud sect to claim it. When Xianxia's mother saw the woman's body, she directly cried and fainted on the spot. Xianxia's father silently cried while collecting the body. Lin Jia knew the real cause of Xianxia's death, and he endured his regret to help. He even kept apologizing, saying that he didn't take good care of Xianxia. However, Xianxia's father was a reasonable person. He said that he knew that Xianxia wasn't with him when she went out to carry out the mission. Xianxia's father even asked Lin Jia if his name was Lin Jia, and Lin Jia nodded and said yes. Xianxia's father smiled and cried as he said to Lin Jia, I know you. You're a good young man. Xianxia mentioned you to me before. She said that you were a genius and that you had always taken good care of her in the sect. At that time, Lin Jia couldn't help but hug Xianxia's father and cry bitterly. When he came back to his senses, Liao Qingqing was still nagging in front of him. Senior brother Lin, I hope you can pull yourself together. I want to see the high-spirited senior brother Lin from back then. Lin Jia looked at Liao Qingqin in front of him and remembered how this girl cried every day when she just came to the sect because she couldn't go home. So many years had passed, and now she knew how to comfort people. Am I right, senior brother Liu? Yes. Lu Lisa nodded. Liao Qingqin continued to persuade him, Senior brother Lin, I think if Xianxia knew that you were like this now, she would be very upset. Lin Jia didn't know whether Xianxia would be upset or not. However, he knew that he would only feel better if he was upset. His pain and suffering, his self-abandonment, at times, was more of a form of revenge towards his mother, a form of atonement towards Xiaoya. At least, that was how he understood it. Okay, can we not talk about this anymore? Lu Lisan and Liao Qingqin fell silent. After a moment of silence, Lu Lisan said, Senior Sister Qing was accepted as a personal disciple by the sect leader 3 years ago. Now, her strength has reached the peak of the innate realm. If you hadn't left the Heavenly Cloud sect, the position of the sect leader's personal disciple would have been very likely to be yours. Back then, among the disciples of the same generation, you were definitely better than her. Lu Lisan's words made Lin Jia feel even more upset. Senior Sister Qing Lin was also Lin Jia's senior sister. She had entered the sect earlier than Lin Jia and was 3 months older than him. In their batch of disciples, Qing Lin's talent was second only to his. Moreover, he owed Qing Lin a huge debt of gratitude. This was because Qing Lin had told him the real murderer of Xianxia. If it hadn't been for Qing Lin, he might have been kept in the dark by his mother for the rest of his life. Maybe Qing Lin had selfish motives. But Lin Jia was indebted to her. When he first learned the truth from Qing Lin, he couldn't believe it. But Qing Lin really took out substantial evidence, and when he took the evidence back to the Lin family and confronted his mother didn't deny it and just said that it was for his own good. Xianxia wasn't good enough for him. After he escaped from the Lin family, the last thing he did was to kneel at Qing Lin's feet and beg her not to tell on his mother. Lin Jia couldn't imagine that he would one day kneel to a woman, because he knew that the Heavenly Cloud sect must not know about this. If the Heavenly Cloud sect knew about this, his mother would most likely be dead, and even his family would be implicated. So he knelt down to Qing Lin. Qing Lin agreed. Later, it was proven that Qing Lin kept her promise and kept the secret for Lin Jia. Senior Sister Qing is a very good person and has great talent in martial arts. I'm not surprised that she was accepted as a personal disciple of the sect leader. Do you really think so? This isn't like you at all. Liao Qingqin obviously didn't believe Lin Jia's words and muttered in a low voice, I'm starting to wonder if you're really that senior brother Lin. I'm no longer a disciple of the Heavenly Cloud sect. The Heavenly Cloud sect didn't expel you. Yes, Lin Jia had left the Heavenly Cloud sect without permission, but the Heavenly Cloud sect didn't expel him or announce his defection. This in itself showed their attitude. The Heavenly Cloud sect also hoped that Lin Jia could go back. If he wanted to go back, as long as he reported it to the deacons and elders, they wouldn't make things too difficult for him. Liao Qingqin whispered again, the deacon often mentions you, senior brother. I think if you want to go back, no one will have any objections. Right, senior brother Liu? Yes. Lu Lisan nodded and continued, if senior apprentice brother Lin is willing to go back, I think senior apprentice sister Qing will speak up for you. Senior apprentice sister Qing often talks about senior apprentice brother. She even said that when senior apprentice brother was still around, it was the days when she worked the hardest. Without you, she didn't have the energy to cultivate. Senior brother, come back. Liao Qingqin looked at Lin Jia with great expectation. Don't mention this matter again. Lin Jia didn't even want to return to the Lin family, so how could he return to the Heavenly Cloud sect? Liao Qingqin wanted to say something, but there was a knock on the door. Come in, shouted Lin Jia. The door was pushed open and a fat woman in her 30s wearing an apron came in. She walked in with a smile and placed the 3 dishes on the table. After she turned her body to the side, a skinny man appeared. The man smiled and brought out a big bowl of steaming soup and a wooden bucket of rice. The fat woman scooped rice for them and brought it to the table. The thin man smiled and asked, guests, do you want wine? Forget it. Lu Lisan refused. Lin Jia remained silent. After the fat woman and the skinny man left, the small private room became quiet again. Eat. Let's eat. Lin Jia first picked up the bowl, picked up a piece of human flesh, and began to gulp it down. After the meal, Liao Qingqing rushed to settle the bill, and Lin Jia bid farewell to them. Lin Jia knew that they definitely had a lot to say to him, but Lin Jia did not want to listen. If he listened too much, he would feel uncomfortable. If he was not mistaken, Lu Lisan's cultivation seemed to be at the late stage of the innate realm. When he was in the Heavenly Cloud sect, Lu Lisan's talent was only above average, but he was very diligent in his cultivation. And he had a good relationship with Lin Jia, the kind that the two of them lived in the same room. He knew Lu Lisan's character, the very straightforward kind. If Liao Qingqing had not been present today, Lu Lisan might have directly attacked him. Lin Jia had to cheer him up. After bidding farewell to them, Lin Jia felt more and more sleepy and tired. He found a small inn and checked in. Lying on the bed, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. His mind was full of Xianxia, Lu Lisan, Liao Qingqing, and Qing Lin. Then, he remembered the days in the Heavenly Cloud sect. During that time, Xianxia was very supportive of him and never disturbed him. She only came to deliver food to him occasionally. He didn't think about anything else. He forced himself to cultivate because there was only one goal in his mind. He wanted to break through to the innate realm as soon as possible. Then, he successfully broke through to the innate realm and became a genius in the eyes of the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud sect. The deacons were very fond of him, and many junior brothers and sisters respected him very much. They would often carefully ask him some questions about his cultivation, including Qing Lin. At that time, he was very close to Qing Lin. They were competitors, but they did not hate each other. Instead, they admired each other. At least, that was how Lin Jia understood it. Lin Jia did not expect Qing Lin's strength to improve so quickly. If the top figures of the younger generation could always be allocated more resources in the sect, Lin Jia had enjoyed such treatment for a while back then. For no reason, Lin Jia was full of motivation again. He wanted to cultivate well and cheer up. He did not want to fall too far behind his peers because it would make him feel very uncomfortable. Over the past 4 years, he would occasionally have this feeling. Lin Jia forced himself to sit cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate hard. This cultivation lasted until the next morning. Then, Lin Jia fell on the bed in a daze and stared blankly at the ceiling. Even Chen Hao, who was in the white jade sword box, was amused by Lin Jia's hard work, because Lin Jia's training was useless. Lin Jia slept for the whole morning and began to travel again. In the past few days, Chen Hao had obviously noticed the strange changes in Lin Jia. He had become diligent. Whenever his true essence was almost exhausted, he would forcefully support his exhausted body and force himself to cultivate. His cultivation was ridiculous, and the effect was minimal. It was even a kind of torture for him. However, he did it again and never got tired of it. It seemed that this kind of torture was also a kind of pleasure. Chen Hao found that he could not understand Lin Jia, but he did not care. Humans. There were all kinds of weirdos. When Chen Hao was first sealed in the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, he was also a weirdo. Especially when he had just been released and could speak, he had almost driven Sword Master Ren into a frenzy. When he was first released, his heart was filled with anger and hatred for this world. He was extremely irritable and only wanted to level up the Crimson Blood Demon Sword quickly. He wanted to be able to transform into a human one day. However, with the death of the previous Ren Kenju, as the Crimson Blood Demon Sword continued to level up, and as time passed, he found that being a demon sword seemed to be happier and more carefree than being a human. He found that he was no longer so eager to be a human. He found that he was no longer so eager to level up. At the moment when Qing Yan left, he also found that he was not a qualified demon sword Jianling. He still maintained his emotions. However, Chen Hao did not care about these. He was indifferent to the fine cracks on the Crimson Blood Demonic Sword. He knew that the Crimson Blood Demonic Sword was only a little damaged, but it would not break. As long as it was not broken, there would be no problem. After more than 10 days of long journey and tough training, Lin Jia finally arrived at Luqiu City. Chen Hao realized that Lin Jia was always in a state of tension. It was the same feeling as when Qing Yan was resisting the erosion of her will from the killing ultimacy. However, the danger that Lin Jia faced was not as great as Qing Yan's. Lin Jia was wearing a bamboo hat, which barely covered his face. Chen Hao was a little disgusted by this kind of behavior of hiding his head and showing his tail. He was used to Qingyan's disguise, so he felt uncomfortable seeing Lin Jia's disguise. As soon as he entered the city gate, the city guard stopped him. "Wait, you can't enter the city." "Why?" "Take off your bamboo hat and let us see your face." As the city guard spoke, he glanced at the notice board near the city gate. It was filled with portraits of all kinds of wanted criminals. The city guards nearby began to gather around, and some of them even put their hands on their weapons. Lin Jia sighed and took off his bamboo hat. The city guard who called out to Lin Jia frowned. After carefully sizing him up, he said with some dissatisfaction, "I say, you don't look bad. You're not a wanted criminal, do you need to be so secretive?" Lin Jia was angry but did not dare to say more. He could only put on his bamboo hat and enter the city. He also felt that his worries were groundless. He had left for so many years, and his appearance had changed a lot. Many people might have forgotten about him, except for their close relatives and friends. Seeing Lin Jia so embarrassed, Chen Hao could not help but laugh. Chen Hao had a bad personality. He liked to see those who were not strong but still pretended to be bad. After entering Luqiu City, Lin Jia looked for a remote inn in the North City district and stayed there as usual. Most of the shops in Lin Jia's family were in the south of the city. Staying in the North City could reduce the possibility of being seen by the Lin family. Of course, Lin Jia was prepared to be recognized by the family, but he thought that if he could delay it for a day, then so be it. Such thoughts were in line with Lin Jia's current style. After returning to Luqiu City, Lin Jia made some inquiries. The matter of the Wang and Tian families joining forces to suppress the Lin family's business was no secret in Luqiu City. Many people in the city guessed that this might be a sign that the Wang and Tian families were preparing to deal with the Lin family. The news of the Lin family's ancestor, Lin Yunjiu, dying in seclusion had already spread to everyone. Lin Jia's uncle had tried to refute the rumors, but to little avail. After all, unless Lin Yunjiu showed himself to everyone, everything would sound like a cover-up. Even Lin Jia was suspecting if something had really happened to his elder while he was in seclusion. This kind of thing was not rare. His uncle had also died from qi deviation when he was cultivating in seclusion. In his memory, he had also seen his mother secretly wipe her tears. If the Wang and Tian families really joined forces, then the Lin family would definitely be no match for them. There were 3 big families in Luqiu City and the Wang family was the strongest. They had a late-stage transcendent realm ancestor. The Tian family was second. Although the Tian family's ancestor was not as strong as the Wang family's ancestor, they still had 3 transcendent realm experts. The Lin family was the weakest. Their ancestor, Lin Yunjiu, was only mid-stage transcendent realm. Among the rest, only Lin Jia's grandfather was a transcendent realm expert. The Lin family's foundation was weak, and the Lin family's ancestor did not come from a good background. He was actually a wandering martial artist who had broken through to mid-stage transcendent realm with his talent and luck. He had worked hard to build up such a large family business. Lin Jia's grandfather, Lin Jianyu, also did not join any top forces. He was personally taught by the Lin family's ancestor. Lin Jia originally had a grandfather called Lin Jianlong, who was the elder brother of his grandfather, Lin Jianyu. He was more outstanding than Lin Jianyu. When he joined the Heavenly Cloud sect and reached the late stage of Heavenly Break realm, he died early in an accident. That was why Lin Yunjiu kept Lin Jia's grandfather by his side to train him. In Lin Jia's father's generation, there were people who joined other sects one after another. For example, Lin Jia's uncle, Lin Yiqing, and Chen Hao's second uncle, Lin Yihu. However, the strength of these sects was only average. When they were in danger, they could not provide much help to the Lin family. This was because there were no transcendent realm martial artists in Lin Jia's father's generation. They didn't have much say in their respective sects, and the Lin family wasn't a family that relied on the sects to exist. Lin Jia's father's talent was limited, so he did not join any sections. Lin Jia's fourth uncle was spoiled by his grandfather since he was young. He was always by his grandfather's side, so he did not join any sections. Anyway, the Lin family could provide for a transcendent realm expert. Lin Jia was anxious. After staying in the city for 2 days, he could not stand it anymore. He put on the bamboo hat and stepped into the south of Lucio City. On the street, he pretended to be strolling. He glanced at the Lin family's shop and saw that there were fewer customers than 3 or 4 years ago. Some shop assistants even sat at the door and yawned. Obviously, the situation was not good. At this moment, he turned to look at a young man walking towards him. The young man was about 15 or 16 years old. He was wearing a purple martial artist's uniform and had followers behind him. The young man looked at the surrounding shops in boredom as if he was just strolling. Lin Jia knew this young man. He was his fourth uncle's son, his cousin Lin Hongyang. Lin Hongyang was the son of Lin Jia's previous aunt. Lin Hongyang's character was a little mischievous. He was known for his idleness in Lucio City. However, he knew what he was doing. He never made big mistakes, but he made many small ones. The Lin family in Lucio City was still able to bear the consequences. Lin Jia's fourth uncle didn't want to care about Lin Hongyang, so the new fourth aunt wouldn't care about him either. However, this new fourth aunt was still a decent person. At least, she would never shortchange Lin Hongyang. Lin Jia and Lin Hongyang's relationship was very good. Others liked to bully him, but Lin Jia would often say a few words of justice for him. At that time, when he did not return to the Lin family, Lin Hongyang was more clingy to him. Lin Jia had also encouraged him to practice his martial arts well. However, looking at Lin Jia's current situation, it was obvious that he did not listen to his words. Of course, Lin Jia did not have the right to blame Lin Hongyang. He did not do it either, right? Therefore, Lin Jia directly blocked Lin Hongyang's path. His action was very obvious. Seeing that his path was blocked, Lin Hongyang was angry. He looked at the martial artist in front of him and said angrily, "You are blocking my path." "It's me, cousin." Lin Jia used telepathy and said in Lin Hongyang's ear. Lin Hongyang bent down in astonishment. With one look, his entire body froze. "Don't call my name, I have something to tell you." "Don't tell anyone else," Lin Jia said telepathically. Oh. Lin Hongyang was naughty, but that didn't mean he was stupid. He immediately ordered his 2 followers, "You two go back first, I met someone I know and want to have a drink with him." "Young master, be careful." "I know, I'm not that stupid. He's my sworn brother." Seeing the 2 followers leave, Lin Hongyang shouted excitedly, "Cousin, where have you been all these years? This is not the place to talk, follow me." Lin Jia led Lin Hongyang into a narrow and dark alley. After walking for hundreds of meters and turning a few corners, Lin Jia stopped. "Cousin, when did you come back? Have you seen third aunt? Don't tell anyone about my return, especially my mother." "Why? Don't ask me so many questions." Lin Jia said coldly, "Anyway, you can't tell my mother about this. If you dare, I'll leave immediately." "Wait." Lin Hongyang quickly grabbed his cousin's hand and said, "Okay, I won't tell third aunt." "Then why are you looking for me? I heard that the Lin family is not doing well recently." Lin Hongyang looked around and saw that there was no one else, so he nodded. "Something happened to the ancestor?" Lin Hongyang shook his head. Lin Jia was about to heave a sigh of relief when Lin Hongyang said softly, "I'm not sure, no one told me." "Then what do you know?" "Grandpa came out." Lin Hongyang thought and added, "My 5-year-old siblings were sent away, does that count?" 5-year-old siblings? My mother and father gave birth to them, twins, they're already 5 years old. Anything else? My cousins have also gone missing recently. I feel that something isn't right. It would be strange if something was wrong. As Lin Hongyang spoke, he lowered his head and said with reddened eyes, "Cousin, everyone else is leaving, why did you come back?" Obviously, Lin Hongyang sensed the danger. "I'm just worried about you guys." Lin Hongyang asked softly, "Cousin, have you broken through to the divine state in these years?" When Lin Jia heard this, he really wanted to jump up and beat him up. Did he really think that breaking through to the transcendent realm was that easy? No. Then, why don't you leave too? "What about you?" asked Lin Jia. "Me? I don't know." Lin Hongyang shook his head in confusion. Lin Jia sighed in his heart. "I'll stay in the city for now." Lin Hongyang nodded and asked, "Cousin, where do you live now?" You want to know? If anything happens at home, I can tell you. Lin Jia thought about it and agreed. I'm staying at the Jinghua Inn in the Iron Flower Alley in the north of the city. If you have any important news, you can go and find me, but you have to be careful. I understand. After leaving the south of the city, Lin Jia returned to the inn in Iron Flower Alley. He silently sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes. After training for only an hour, Lin Jia suddenly opened his eyes and vomited a large mouthful of blood, which dyed the clean bedding red. Chen Hao could clearly see that Lin Jia had forced himself to train and had damaged his meridians. It still doesn't work, murmured Lin Jia with a pair of lifeless eyes. Lin Jia got up from the bed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He opened the window and looked at the passers-by outside the Iron Flower Alley. He said to himself, everyone has a ghost in their heart. Some ghosts are hidden deep, some are suppressed, and some are growing strong. What about mine? Lin Jia walked up to the bronze mirror and stared at his reflection in the bronze mirror. He was in a daze for a long time. Chen Hao didn't know what Lin Jia saw in the mirror, but the result was that Lin Jia's face was very ugly. However, Chen Hao was very curious about Lin Jia's ability. The ability to see through other people's inner demons was very rare. At least, he, Chen Hao, had never heard of or seen it before. Lin Jia looked at his inner demon, who was also looking at him with the same pair of eyes. He remembered what Lin Hongyang had told him just now. Some of the direct descendants of the Lin family had disappeared. This in itself showed that the family had reached a critical moment of life and death. Thinking of the results of his recent hard work and the current cultivation of Qinglin, Shi Jia, and Lu Lisan, he clenched his fists tightly. He knew that when he parted with Lu Lisan and Liao Qingqin, they were very disappointed in him. Even if they didn't show it, Lin Jia, who was sensitive by nature, could still feel it. He didn't want to be like this. In fact, when he was wandering outside, Lin Jia occasionally wanted to regroup and continue to cultivate. However, his enthusiasm couldn't last for more than a few days. Because he found that he could no longer find the same cultivation state as before. Recently, when he heard that the family was in danger, he couldn't help but rush back. Along the way, he forced himself to work hard, but he found that it seemed to be counterproductive. In fact, Lin Jia also knew that even if he found the same cultivation state as before, what could he do? Could he bring the family back to life? Forget it, that was impossible. Lin Jia was very clear about this. Without the strength of the divine realm, it was impossible to save the family. Lin Jia turned his head again and walked to the cloth bag in the corner. He opened the cloth bag and stared at the white jade sword box. Lin Jia didn't know that when he stared at the white jade sword box, Chen Hao was also staring at him in the white jade sword box. Pa! The white jade sword box bounced open, and Lin Jia saw the blood-red longsword again. That blood-red longsword glowed red and had a demonic beauty. He remembered what Chen Ruoyan had said to him before she died. He closed his eyes, but still used his hand to tightly grip the hilt of the crimson blood demon sword. The hilt was cold to the touch. Ding, do you want to bind Lin Jia as the 36th Renkenju of the red blood demon sword? The long-awaited system prompt sounded again. Chen Hao had been waiting for this day for a long time. In fact, in Chen Hao's opinion, even if the Lin family was not in trouble, Lin Jia would sooner or later become the sword owner of the red blood sword. Yes. Ding, congratulations to the host for binding the 36th Renkenju. Same to you. Same to you. It was rare for Chen Hao to say something witty. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. He transmitted the information to Lin Jia, and then, there was no more. Chen Hao did not intend to bother with this Renkenju at all. He had already decided to leave him to his own devices. Firstly, he did not have a good impression of this sword owner. Secondly, this sword owner was not to his liking. Thirdly, he really did not want to communicate with the sword owner too much. He was a little tired. Lin Jia trembled and felt as if many things had been violently stuffed into his head. After a period of uncomfortable dizziness, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock. In this world, is there really such a powerful demon sword? Just the sword owner's amplification ability, which could increase the cultivation talent and comprehension of the crimson blood demon sword's owner, was enough to amaze him, in addition to the enhancement of the sword master's comprehension, root bone, sword bone, and concept. the Crimson Blood Demon Sword also provided another extremely heaven-defying ability, slaughter feedback. As long as one dared to kill, they could continuously increase their strength, ignoring the limitations of comprehension and bottlenecks. If one progressed step by step and slowly increased their strength through battle, slaughter feedback would have almost no side effects. If one wanted to increase their strength in an extremely short period of time, they had to face the risk of losing their rationality and being invaded by their inner demons. Such an ability usually only existed in myths and legends, or in a few evil skills. Xianxia did not expect to see it in this demon sword. After seeing the Crimson Blood Demonic Sword's slaughter feedback and the last elegy, Xianxia finally understood why Qinruoyan's strength had increased so quickly in just 1 year, and why she could directly break through from the Divine Realm to the Domain Realm in the last battle. Also, the Crimson Blood Demon Sword could only recognize one sword owner at a time. Under normal circumstances, unless the previous Renkenju died, it would not recognize a second sword owner. Other than that, Xianxia also paid attention to the Crimson Blood Demon Sword's other request. It required him to kill at least 5 martial artists of the same level every month. Otherwise, they would discover something extremely terrifying about him. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword's message did not say exactly what terrifying thing it was. However, Xianxia did not think that this message was bluffing him. If the Crimson Blood Demon Sword really had the aforementioned ability, that's right, this was the mandatory mission that Jianling Chenhao had given to this sword owner. Although he did not like Xianxia and had the idea of letting Xianxia fend for himself, rules were rules. The previous Renkenju had all been like this. If he did not give Xianxia a mandatory mission, wouldn't that be giving him preferential treatment? Why should he give Xianxia preferential treatment? Xianxia thought about the mission that the Crimson Blood Demon Sword gave him and roughly guessed the grade of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. Such a powerful demon sword should at least be a Taoist artifact. Since it was a Taoist artifact, it must be a Jianling with intelligence. Xianxia felt that he should communicate with the Jianling of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. Crimson Blood Demon Sword, can you hear me? The Crimson Blood Demon Sword in Xianxia's hand did not respond. You have intelligence? Chenhao looked at this fool quietly. Xianxia continued, if you can understand what I'm saying, why don't you shake a little? Haha, Chenhao immediately blocked his voice. Looking at the Crimson Blood Demonic Sword that was still quietly in his hands, Xianxia could not help but feel disheartened. He had already felt it. Xianxia's Jianling Sword. Xianxia's Jianling. Jianling, Xianxia's Jianling, Jianling Lin to Lin. Jianling Lin Jianling SSSS Ling to Lin by Ling. Sword was to Jianling Bloodsling's Crimson Blood Sword by Swords. Jianling Ling by Ling Lin Jito Lin Ling to Lin Lins to Lin to by Lin feedback. It Crimson Lin's S buys by Lin's SSS. The Jianling was probably testing him to see if he was qualified to use the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. As long as he passed the test, the Jianling of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword would definitely officially recognize him. If Chenhao knew what Xianxia was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes at him and laugh at him for being crazy. Xianxia looked at the Crimson Blood Sword in his hand and carefully admired the red glow on the Crimson Blood Sword. He admired the cracks on the sword. He even felt that even the lines of the cracks on the sword were so beautiful and fascinating. He held the red blood sword tightly. Although his hands were shaking, his heart was surging. He seemed to see how his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. As long as he became stronger, the crisis of his family would naturally be resolved. He could face his former friends and defeated opponents. Maybe he could even become a top master like Qinruoyan. As for the curse, he didn't think too much about it for now. Just as Xianxia was dreaming, someone knocked on his door. Who is it? Xianxia shouted. It's me, your fourth uncle. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and then he realized who had betrayed him. Open the door, Jia. Xianxia took a deep breath, and the blood-red color on the red blood sword in his hand faded, and it became ordinary. He opened the door and saw his elder. They hadn't seen each other for 3 years, and his fourth uncle still looked relatively young, but his face was much more haggard than before. Xianxia knew that he was also worried about the crisis of the Lin family. Fourth uncle. Xianxia shouted. When he went to the Heavenly Cloud sect to cultivate, he would go home every few months. His mother would always beg his fourth uncle to pick him up. Among his father's brothers, Lin Jia was the closest to this fourth uncle. Lin Yifeng looked at Lin Jia and sighed. Since you're back, go and see your parents. They miss you very much. No. Lin Jia refused without hesitation. It's been so many years, and you still refuse to forgive your mother? Lin Jia didn't know what to say. The joy he felt when he got the red blood demonic sword was completely washed away. Come with me, for your fourth uncle's sake. Lin Yifeng didn't allow any explanation and directly dragged Lin Jia out of the door. Lin Jia was no match for his fourth uncle at all. Lin Jia was directly dragged to the gate of the Lin family by Lin Yifeng, and he shouted at the gatekeeper, "Go and tell my sister-in-law that Lin Jia has come home." When the old gatekeeper saw Lin Jia, he immediately rushed into the Lin family's mansion in surprise. Lin Yifeng smiled and said, "This time, you won't run away, right?" Lin Jia's face was cold, and he didn't say a word. Lin Yifeng didn't think too much. The whole Lin family knew how much his sister-in-law missed her son. Let's go. Thus, Chen Hao watched as his new Ren Kenju was dragged into the Lin family's gate. Let me go, I'll go by myself. Lin Jia said in a low voice. He was a person who cared about his reputation, and he felt very embarrassed to be dragged into the Lin family like this. Okay, but don't think about escaping. I know. Escape? How could he escape? His fourth uncle was a heaven-breaking realm martial artist, so it was impossible for him to escape. Lin Jia shook off his fourth uncle's hand. His fourth uncle didn't get angry and led him to the inner hall. Not long after Lin Jia walked, a middle-aged woman in gorgeous clothes who looked a little old came out of Chen Hao's house with a maid. That woman was quite good-looking and had some charm. When she saw Lin Jia, her eyes were wide open. She looked 30% or 40% similar to Lin Jia. Chen Hao guessed that this should be Lin Jia's mother. As soon as she saw Lin Jia, she stood there motionless. Lin Jia also stopped and stared at the woman in a daze. The woman's face was cold, and she questioned in a rather dignified tone, "Why did you come back? Since you left the family, why did you come back?" This question was somewhat out of Chen Hao's expectations. He had roughly guessed the conflict between Lin Jia and his mother. However, he had thought that Lin Jia's sudden return after running away from home for 3 to 4 years would cause his parents to cry tears of joy. Even if they wanted to teach Lin Jia a lesson, they would have to wait for some time. However, Chen Hao did not expect Lin Jia's mother to behave like this. Lin Jia's face turned cold in an instant. Even the way he looked at his mother was filled with hatred that he shouldn't have. "Do you know your mistake?" asked Lin Jia's mother again. At this moment, Lin Jia finally could not hold it in anymore. He turned around and rushed towards the entrance of the Lin family mansion. Everyone could tell what he wanted to do. "Wait, Lin Jia, don't go." Lin Jia's fourth uncle blocked in front of Lin Jia, and what welcomed him was the crimson blood demonic sword. Lin Yun did not expect Lin Jia to attack him and hurriedly retreated. In such a short time, Lin Jia had already run past 2 doors. Lin Yun wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by the angry third sister-in-law. "Uncle, don't stop him, let him go. Let him die outside, I'll treat it as if I don't have a son like him." Lin Yun hesitated for a moment and stopped. He felt that he should not have interfered in this matter. Lin Yun did not make a move, and the servants and guards of the Lin family did not have the intention to do anything either. The third madam had already spoken, hadn't she? After Lin Jia's figure completely disappeared, Lin Yun sighed heavily. When he turned back to look at his third sister-in-law, he realized that her face was already covered in tears. Lin Yun's dissatisfaction with her dissipated again. "Third sister-in-law, Lin Jia is finally back, can't you say something nice to him? This is our family matter, you don't have to interfere." Lin Yun's words were directly rebutted by Lin Jia's mother. Looking at his third sister-in-law's tear-filled face, her tightly clenched jaw, and her stubborn and angry eyes, Lin Yun knew that his third sister-in-law's stubbornness had flared up again. Even he, Lin Yun, didn't dare to go against this sort of thing. His third sister-in-law was famous for her bad temper, and when her temper flared up, only his elder brother could barely hold it in. "Alright, I was being nosy." Lin Yun left in a fit of anger. Lin Yun returned home in a huff. He gulped down a cup of cold tea and sat on a chair, sulking. His son, Lin Hongyang, secretly ran over. "Father, did my cousin go back? Don't talk to me about this, it makes me angry." Lin Yun glared at his son and said angrily, "Also, you're not allowed to go out for a while. If I find out, I'll break your legs." Lin Jia rushed out of the Lin mansion's gate with a heart full of anger. Then, he rushed out of Luqiu City's gate and did not even return to the inn. In any case, he always carried the important items with him. After running more than 20 miles in one breath, he pulled out the red blood sword and performed a sword dance. Amidst the flickering sword light, his sword moves were sometimes as majestic as a mountain, and sometimes as gentle as water. They switched between heavy and gentle at will. Minor success in the concept of mountain and concept of water, no. Chen Hao observed for a while and knew that Lin Jia had comprehended more than these two concepts. Lin Jia should have comprehended another concept, which was very obscure and was something that Chen Hao had never encountered before. Chen Hao was not surprised by this. Even if it was the same concept, it would be different when used by different people. There would always be strange people who would comprehend strange concepts. However, Chen Hao had to admit that Lin Jia was indeed worthy of the title of genius. Countless trees were cut down by Lin Jia, and countless rocks were turned into powder under his sword. In the flickering sword light, Chen Hao saw that Lin Jia's eyes were also shining with tears. Lin Jia was finally worn out. He knelt on the ground weakly and stabbed the red blood sword into the ground beside him. He looked up to the sky and shouted, "Ah!" Chen Hao could hear the sadness, resentment, unwillingness, and depression in his heart. But, so what, Chen Hao did have some sympathy and pity for Lin Jia. But, these so-called feelings were quickly forgotten by Chen Hao. Chen Hao had long been used to parting. When Lin Jia got up from the ground, it was already night. His clothes were soaked by the dew, and there were still water droplets on his face. He got up from the ground and wiped the water droplets off his face. Standing in the wilderness, he looked at the many trees in front of him that had been cut down. Lin Jia looked at the dark sky blankly. He did not know where he should go. After a long time, he looked at the red blood sword in his hand, and his eyes gradually regained their color. He finally remembered that he could still improve his strength. "Yes, I can still improve my strength," Lin Jia shouted loudly. But Chen Hao could see that his shout was a little strong in appearance. It sounded like he was trying to cheer himself up. At this moment, the red blood sword in Lin Jia's hand began to tremble violently. Lin Jia stared at the red blood sword with a puzzled face. "So, you are here. We thought you had run away." A hoarse voice suddenly sounded nearby. Lin Jia immediately pulled out the red blood sword from the ground and looked in the direction of the voice vigilantly. At this moment, Lin Jia saw the people coming. 3 martial artists stood in midair. They formed a triangle and surrounded Lin Jia. Lin Jia could clearly feel the strong killing intent of the 3 of them. He quickly locked onto one of the young martial artists. He should be very familiar with this young martial artist. "You are Wang Yuhai." "Brother Lin, long time no see." Wang Yuhai was the first to stand out. He looked at Lin Jia with cruel and excited eyes, like a hunter looking at a dying prey. "You want to kill me?" "Why not?" Wang Yuhai laughed. "Brother Lin's talent is still fresh in my memory. I still remember when I was 16 years old, I was defeated by you. Our Wang family is very afraid of a genius martial artist like Brother Lin. It's been 4 years. I thought Brother Lin had died outside and I couldn't take revenge. I didn't expect you to come back at such a critical time." Lin Jia lowered his head. Wang Yuhai looked at Lin Jia and laughed heartily. "However, I really didn't expect that Brother Lin would be in such dire straits after not seeing him for 4 years. When my grandfather told me, I didn't dare to believe it. Brother Lin is still a mid-stage Khanate warrior." "Ha ha ha. It's been 4 years, and your strength hasn't improved at all?" Wang Yuhai laughed loudly. "Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to ruin yourself for such a woman. As long as you are strong, what kind of woman can't you have? I really didn't expect it. It's really funny. As soon as you left the city, someone from our Wang clan followed you. My father's intention was to send someone to kill you. After all, even though you look like a ghost now, who knows when you will be enlightened?" Wang Yuhai slowly pulled out his long sword and laughed sinisterly. "So, I volunteered to send Brother Lin off. It was obvious that Wang Yuhai had a deep grudge against Lin Jia, and Chen Hao liked this feeling. He liked it when the sword master was hated by everyone and had enemies all over the world. Previously, when Lin Jia had met his two junior brothers and junior sisters, he was still looking forward to Lin Jia's junior brothers and junior sisters humiliating him severely after they acknowledged Lin Jia as their junior brothers and junior sisters. However, Chen Hao was very disappointed. Now that he saw Wang Yuhai's hatred and killing intent towards Lin Jia, Chen Hao felt that it was more interesting to watch. You also attacked the Lin family? Lin Jia looked up and stared at Wang Yuhai. What else? Wang Yuhai asked, since we know that your ancestor is dead, why should we wait? Lin Jia looked in the direction of Luqiu City, which was still calm. Maybe the Wang family and the Tian family hadn't done anything yet, but it would be soon. Get out of the way, I want to kill Lin Jia with my own hands. Wang Yuhai ordered the other two martial artists. The other two martial artists didn't refuse, and they all respectfully stepped aside and blocked Lin Jia's possible escape routes. If there was no accident, this was a sure kill situation. Chen Hao knew very well that Lin Jia's strength was only at the mid-stage of the innate realm. He should have neglected his training for a long time. As a mid-stage innate realm martial artist, he was a fake. Wang Yuhai of the Wang family was at the late stage of the innate realm. Just in terms of essence, qi, and spirit, he completely defeated Lin Jia. Not to mention the other two Wang family members, both of whom were at the peak of the innate realm. Two of them at the peak of the innate realm and one at the late stage of the innate realm besieged Lin Jia, which was already giving him a lot of face. Of course, in this world, accidents happened from time to time. If they had faced Lin Jia the day before, Lin Jia would definitely have died. But today, they were facing Lin Jia. Today, after many days of hesitation, Lin Jia broke the seal of the Red Blood Sword and became the 36th Renkenju of the Red Blood Sword. Come on. After killing you, I will be the real #1 genius of Luqiu City. Wang Yuhai's long blade was burning with flames, and his eyes were also shining with fire. Concept of fire, Scarlet Flame Saber. Wang Yuhai rushed to the front of Lin Jia with raging fire and fighting spirit. Concept of water, Cloud Water Sword. Lin Jia did not back down. He waved his crimson blood sword and drew a beautiful arc in the air. As the water flowed, the sword and blade collided violently, and a burst of sparks exploded in the air. After the strong impact, Wang Yuhai retreated 8 meters, while Lin Jia retreated 10 meters. Lin Jia's hand, which was holding the red blood sword, began to tremble uncontrollably. This was the after effect of neglecting cultivation and long-term drinking. Don't think that you are completely immune to the effects of alcohol just because your strength has reached a certain level. The physiques of the martial artists in this world were indeed strong, but the effects of the various medicines in this world were equally strong. In order to make a name for themselves, to increase their wine sales, and to enter the high-end market, these wineries had also put in a lot of effort. They thought of all sorts of ways and means to use all sorts of herbs to brew all sorts of strong wines that could even intoxicate powerful martial artists. As for Lin Jia, he drank to make himself drunk and muddle his mind, so of course, he could not force the alcohol out of his body. I knew it, brother Lin, you are not that simple. Your level is obviously one level lower than mine, but in terms of strength, you are not much weaker than me. Seeing this situation, Wang Yuhai laughed and said, very good, only in this way will I be happy to kill you. If it was just to kill a useless person, it would be too boring. Wang Yuhai said so, but Chen Hao, who was in the red blood sword, was very dissatisfied with Lin Jia's performance. Lin Jia had at least comprehended 3 kinds of concepts, and with the enhancement of his concept by the red blood sword, it was normal for him to defeat Wang Yuhai, but in the end, he was at a disadvantage. In terms of the level of useless, Lin Jia was definitely one of the best among all the innate sword masters. Just as Chen Hao was crazily complaining about Lin Jia and Jianling, Lin Jia moved, his slightly pale face quickly became rosy, and then, his rosy face turned crimson red. His body was surrounded by a dense blood-red mist, but it was not so obvious in the darkness. Chen Hao recognized the mist almost at the moment when he saw it. Red Blood Spell, one of the Red Blood Sword's abilities. Red Blood Spell, Forbidden Skill. Skill effect, consume 10 years of lifespan, and for half an hour, the sword master's combat power will increase by 100% to 200%. When used, it cannot be stacked with the last elegy. It can be used repeatedly until the sword master dies. There will be no side effects such as weakness and fatigue. To put it simply, if the sword master's strength was 1, then after becoming a sword master, because of the red blood sword's enhancement to the sword master's ability, the strength of the sword master's vital energy, artistic conception, body movements, and sword skills would all be doubled, which was 2, but if the red blood spell was activated and the sword master sacrificed 10 years of lifespan, the sword master's strength would be 3. Chen Hao was dissatisfied with this skill because the sword master's lifespan was too short. Red blood sword only had 2 forbidden skills, both of which could increase one's combat power in a very short period of time. The last elegy would definitely kill the sword master. The red blood spell was slightly gentler, which was using a soft knife to cut the sword master's flesh. However, no matter which martial artist, they valued their lifespan very much. Unless they had no other choice, they would definitely not use the red blood spell. Then there was the problem, they had no other choice. It was the critical moment. At this time, what was the difference between sacrificing 10 years of lifespan and 20 years of lifespan? What was the difference between 20 years of lifespan and 30 years of lifespan? Anyway, the sword master would use it. They had no choice. If they did not use it, they would die. Obviously, the sword master who used the red blood spell did not want to die. If they wanted to die, they would directly use the last elegy. However, Lin Jia's decisiveness in using the red blood spell made Chen Hao think highly of him. Chen Hao had always appreciated martial artists who dared to risk their lives. When a normal boss found out that his employees automatically gave up the 955 work system and consciously turned to 007, working hard regardless of day or night, even if it was piecework, the boss would definitely be filled with joy. They would definitely appreciate this hardworking employee from the bottom of their hearts, even if this employee was not smart enough and was a little slow. But this was piecework. Chen Hao's mentality now was no different from those bosses. Although Lin Jia was a little forced, the blood in Lin Jia's body was boiling, and he felt that his whole body was full of powerful strength. In his body, the long-dormant fighting spirit that had been decadent for a long time began to awaken again. This long-lost fighting spirit, this thirst for victory, he was very familiar with it. This was what he had been searching for but could not find. He seemed to have found himself 4 years ago. At that time, he was also like this. He felt energetic and didn't know what fatigue was. He always believed in himself, his talent, and his diligence. He believed that man could conquer nature and that he would be rewarded with hard work. He believed that as long as he worked hard enough, he would be able to become the top. Lin Jia knew that what he was feeling was probably just an illusion. It was just the excitement brought by the short potential that was stimulated when his lifespan was burned. But he was really intoxicated by this mentality, intoxicated by this kind of fighting spirit. If possible, he wanted to keep it up forever. Almost at the same time, Lin Jia took the initiative to rush up with the red blood sword. His hand that was holding the sword stopped shaking. Clang! Wang Yuhai felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb, and he took 3 steps back. Lin Jia, on the other hand, remained unmoved, as steady as a mountain. Wang Yuhai looked at Lin Jia in front of him in a daze, as if he was seeing Lin Jia in the arena that year. It was the same kind of heavy pressure. Young master, be careful, that guy seems to be using some secret method. The Wang family warrior reminded him. I don't need you to remind me, I have eyes, I can see. Wang Yuhai didn't appreciate the kind reminder of his subordinate. Even if he uses a secret method, my strength is far superior to his. I actually hope that he will fight with his life. If Lin Jia is killed so easily, wouldn't it be too boring? Lin Jia didn't take Wang Yuhai's words to heart. But Chen Hao liked to see the enemy who talked tough with the red blood sword owner. Lin Jia's mind was completely immersed in the intoxicating feeling in his body. It was like a fish returning to the sea, like a drowning person rising to the surface again, desperately breathing in the delicious air. The two sides fought again. Lin Jia's swordsmanship was very strong, with the calmness of mountains and the gentleness of water in his sword. The red blood sword in his hand was sometimes light and sometimes heavy, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, containing countless changes at will. which made Wang Yuhai suffer a lot. Wang Yuhai felt a wave of pressure. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger, as heavy as a mountain, making him a little breathless. It was this damn feeling again. The unique influence from Linjia's mountain conception. Wang Yuhai knew that the fire mentality he had comprehended was completely restrained by Linjia's landscape mentality. If this continued, his aura would only grow weaker and weaker, and he might even repeat the mistakes of the past. This was definitely not what Wang Yuhai wanted to see. Thus, Linjia suddenly realized that Wang Yuhai's aura had suddenly soared, and the crimson flames on his longsword had extended by a large portion. The flames not only illuminated his eyes, but also the surrounding scenery. In the face of such a situation, Linjia's heart was calm but excited. Of course, he knew what was going on. Many clans and powers had secret techniques that allowed them to unleash their strength in the nick of time. Some of these secret techniques were strong while others were weak. All of them, without exception, had huge aftereffects after use. Most commonly, after using it, there would be a period of weakness. Even more extreme ones, such as burning one's potential, burning one's true essence, burning one's lifespan, and then there would still be a period of weakness. Not only were these secret techniques precious, but after using them, one's strength would also increase tremendously. It was also the first time Linjia had heard of a secret skill like the Great Red Blood spell, which could increase one's strength by burning one's lifespan and prevent one from having a period of weakness. However, Wang Yuhai's secret skill had also awakened Linjia. He remembered that there was more than one battlefield tonight. The Lin family might also be in danger. He had to be fast. He had to quickly defeat his opponent and return to Luqiu City to support his family. Although his strength might not be of much help, he still had to return. Perhaps, the Crimson Blood demonic sword could help him. Fire mentality, red flame kill. Just as Lin Jia was worrying about his family, Wang Yuhai rushed forward again, bringing with him a gust of hot air. Lin Jia's aura sank and blocked Wang Yuhai's attack. At this moment, the longsword suddenly exploded with a strong flame tongue and attacked Lin Jia's face. Lin Jia was shocked and quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding this insidious attack. He backhanded his sword and shook Wang Yuhai 3 meters away. Then, Lin Jia began to attack Wang Yuhai crazily. Even if Wang Yuhai used the Wang family's secret skill and unleashed his combat power, he found that he was still no match for Lin Jia. When he was defeated by Lin Jia, both of them were early-stage innate realm martial artists. Even if he lost, it was still acceptable, but now, he was at late-stage innate realm, while Lin Jia was only at mid-stage innate realm, and he was still suppressed. This was simply too shameful. A turbulent flame tongue sprayed towards Lin Jia. The red blood sword in Lin Jia's hand drew a beautiful arc in midair, emitting a water-blue sword aura and completely breaking his attack. Seeing this, Wang Yuhai's face darkened. Although water suppressed fire, it was not absolute. As long as one's understanding of the fire mentality was deeper than the opponent's, or if one's cultivation level was higher than the opponent's, they could still use fire to suppress water. However, now, no matter if it was his cultivation level or his intent realm, they were all one level higher than Lin Jia. In the end, Lin Jia, who was one level lower than him, had used his small success stage water mentality to break through his great success stage fire mentality. After breaking Wang Yuhai's sword attack, Lin Jia took advantage of the victory and slashed his sword towards Wang Yuhai's head. Wang Yuhai quickly blocked. But as soon as the long sword in his hand came into contact with the long sword, he felt a strong force from the long sword. The long sword in Wang Yuhai's hand was directly pressed against his head. Then, he felt a sharp pain on the top of his head, as if he had been hit by a blunt object, and the pain made him dizzy. Then, the red blood sword changed its attack and gently extended the blade towards Wang Yuhai's neck. Young master. Seeing this, the 2 peak innate realm martial artists of the Wang family immediately came to help. One of them split the red blood sword with his sword, and the other caught Wang Yuhai, who was falling in midair. The 2 peak innate realm martial artists had long realized that their young master's strength was not good enough and could be injured. However, they knew their young master's temper very well, so they did not dare to take the initiative to suggest helping Wang Yuhai. So they had been paying attention to the situation on the field. Just now, when they saw the long sword in Wang Yuhai's hand being slashed back by Lin Jia, they knew they had to help. When the 2 peak innate realm martial artists of the Wang family saved Wang Yuhai, Lin Jie suddenly woke up from his dream. Although he was only at the middle stage of the innate realm, he was very knowledgeable. From their speed, he could see that they should be at the peak of the innate realm. Was he going to die? Lin Jie suddenly felt a little regretful. He thought of Chen Ruoyan and the last move used by Senior Chen Ruoyan. But he still felt a little unwilling. Even if he used that move, his strength could only be raised to the mid-stage of Heavenly Break Realm. The mid-stage of Heavenly Break Realm could only solve the problem in front of him, but it could not save the family. Looking at the two Khanate realm martial artists who were eyeing him covetously and would quickly kill him as long as Wang Yuhai gave the order, he seemed to have no other choice. It seemed that he could also contribute to the family in 2 hours. Thinking of this, Lin Jie felt an inexplicable sense of grief and indignation, an impulse to destroy everything. Wait. Just as Lin Jie was about to use the last elegy, Chen Hao, who had been silent in the red blood sword, stopped him. Who are you? Lin Jie did not panic, and his tone was very calm. Red blood sword Jianling. Lin Jie looked at the long sword in his hand. Jianling. What's the matter? If it was during the day, Lin Jie would definitely be very excited to receive Jianling's response. But now, he was not excited at all. I suggest you use the demonic sword domain. When he felt that the last elegy was about to be activated, Chen Hao was shocked. At this time, he remembered that this sword master was an extreme person with a strong tendency to self-destruct. If he did not have such a tendency, he would not have sought death, and he would not have played himself to this extent. Lin Jie had just become the red blood sword master during the day, and he had not tried the few major abilities of the red blood sword. Suddenly facing a life and death battle, it was difficult for him to grasp the propriety of it. Chen Hao's introduction of the demonic sword domain was actually a little vague. He said that it would affect the enemy's mind, but he did not say clearly which level of the enemy's strength would be affected. This kind of introduction was far less easy to understand than the last elegy's simple and straightforward introduction. After all, once the last elegy was used, it would raise the sword master's level by a large realm, and the improvement it brought was substantial. It did not need to test the sword master's imagination. Chen Hao thought that Lin Jie needed his guidance. Is the demonic sword domain okay? Has Senior Chen used it before? Was it important whether Qing Yan had used it or not? Chen Hao looked at Lin Jie in confusion. He thought of all the things that Lin Jie had done after meeting Lin Jie. He felt that Lin Jie was a little like Qing Yan's little fanboy. Allow him to use that appellation. She used it. Alright, then let's use the demon sword domain. Wait, remember, you have to shout in your heart, demon sword domain level 1. To be precise, the sword master's authority in battle was higher than his Jianling's. Everything was under the sword master's control. Chen Hao was afraid that Lin Jie would use the demonic sword domain recklessly, so he would activate it completely and kill himself. During the day, Chen Hao indeed did not want to bother with this sword master, but the situation was different now. It was not that he was afraid of Lin Jie dying, but he did not want Lin Jie to die in vain. Chen Hao had a traditional way of thinking. He would always be especially lenient towards sword masters who were about to die. He was so lenient that Chen Hao had temporarily forgotten that Lin Jie had buried the red blood sword in the ground. Moreover, after becoming a sword master, it was rare for a sword master to use the Great Scarlet Blood skill and the second move, the final elegy, to try all of the Scarlet Blood sword's taboo skills in one go. You too, kill him right now. Just as Lin Jie was receiving instructions from the red blood demonic sword master, Wang Yuhai had already stood up in exasperation and issued an order to his two subordinates. Whatever about wiping away his previous humiliation, all of that had been thrown out of his mind. At this moment, he just wanted Lin Jie to die. Yes, sir. The two innate realm martial artists looked at Lin Jie with cruel smiles on their faces. Just as the two of them were about to attack, a blood-red mist gushed out and shrouded the three of them in the blink of an eye. The three of them had no time to resist or escape. Even though Lin Jie was prepared, when the blood-red mist gushed out, he was still shocked into a daze. Just when he was dizzy and on the verge of being dominated by that terrible and wild thought, he suddenly came to himself. Quick! That was Chen Hao's voice. Lin Jie tried his best to stay awake in this blood-red world, and then he held the red blood sword and rushed towards the three innate realm martial artists. The three Wang family martial artists had already gone crazy. the two peak innate realm martial artists of the Wang family were crazily besieging Wang Yuhai. Even the crazed Wang Yuhai could not withstand more than a few moves and completely lost the ability to fight in a very short time. In this blood-red and distorted world, Lin Jie did not dare to think too much and directly sneak attacked and killed the three of them. The blood-red mist dissipated, and Lin Jie lay on the ground panting heavily. His forehead was full of cold sweat, and he felt weak all over. If there were other choices, Lin Jie would definitely not want to activate a second demonic sword domain. However, that was only one level of the demonic sword domain. If it was the complete demonic sword domain, how powerful would it be? Many thoughts flashed through Lin Jie's mind. Jianling, can you help me? The Wang family and the Tian family are besieging my Lin family. I want to save my family. Lin Jie also had no other choice. He knew that relying on his own strength would not affect the overall situation at all. The only person he could ask for help now was Jianling in the Crimson Blood demonic sword. Lin Jie gritted his teeth and said, as long as I can save the Lin family, I will pay any price. No, I am just a sword. Chen Hao was indifferent to Lin Jie's promise, and he was not the least bit interested. Lin Jie was just an innate realm martial artist. What could he pay? Even if a powerful domain realm martial artist stood in front of him and asked for help, Chen Hao might not care. Lin Jie lay on the ground and buried his face in the mud. Then why are you talking to me? I can't help you, but you can help yourself. Lin Jie raised his head abruptly and stared at the red blood sword in his hand. His dirty and muddy face was so funny. Why would Chen Hao talk to Lin Jie at such a time? It was obviously not to teach Lin Jie, to show the 36th Crimson Blood demonic sword, Ren Kenju. What should I do? If you do as I say, you might be able to save your family, but the result is that you will definitely die. Are you willing to do that? Chen Hao looked at Lin Jie seriously. If he said no, Chen Hao would send him to heaven. Why would he talk to Lin Jie and teach him? Wasn't it because he was born kind and tolerant towards sword owners who were about to die? But if Lin Jie said no, it would be a denial of Chen Hao's intelligence and ability to judge people's character. He had already taken off his pants, and Chen Hao was definitely not willing to give up halfway. I am willing. Very good, I admire you. Lin Jie's answer satisfied Chen Hao. Please tell me what to do. Lin Jie said in a choked voice. Chen Hao was actually not good at teaching sword owners. Almost all the slightly better red blood sword owners had their own opinions. Chen Hao could not help at all, so in this aspect, he was a little inexperienced. However, he was definitely better than Ren Kenju in one thing, and that was to teach the new sword owner how to die. How to die. How to die with value. How to maximize the effect of death. This was a field of study, a question that every Scarlet Blood Sword master had to ponder over. Obviously, as a newcomer, Lin Jie did not have much time to ponder this subject. Therefore, he needed Jianling Chen Hao's guidance. Red Blood Sword transferred pure energy into Lin Jie's body. Lin Jie's cold body felt the warm current and felt much better. He found that his vital energy had increased greatly, and the gap between him and the late stage of the innate realm had narrowed. Do you feel it? I feel it. Lin Jie said excitedly. It may be difficult for you to activate the demonic sword realm in a short time. At this time, you can only rely on the slaughter feedback. Chen Hao pointed out, but this kind of slaughter feedback, although the feedback energy is pure and without impurities, it is still too slow for you to improve. Moreover, it is very easy for you to be killed by martial artists stronger than you. I can increase the intensity of this slaughter feedback, but you will have to bear a great risk. What risk? How can I not take risks if I want to improve my strength in a short time? No matter what the risk is, I am willing to bear it. This child was smart. Chen Hao was satisfied with his performance and became more serious in his guidance. Every time you kill a martial artist, you can obtain half of his vital energy, blood qi, and even spirit energy. However, the purity of the energy you obtain will be mixed with many impurities, and it will be very easy for you to go mad. What Lord Jianling means is that I should improve my strength as much as possible through killing, and then activate the final elegy at the last moment. You understand immediately. You are worth teaching. That's what I meant. Chen Hao encouraged in a hoarse and low voice. The longer you persist, the stronger your strength will be after activating that move. As long as you can keep your mind clear at the last moment and activate the final elegy, you won't have to be afraid of the inner demons for the time being. If you activate it at the middle stage of the Heavenly Breaker realm, then after you activate that move, you will gain the strength of a middle stage Transcendent Realm martial artist for a short time. It will be enough to turn the situation around. If I am not wrong, then you will be able to activate the 5th level of the Demonic Sword realm. This was Chen Hao's guess. The Demon Sword domain was getting stronger and stronger. The number of sword masters who could fully activate it would be fewer and fewer. Even if Xianxia forcefully broke through to the mid-stage of the Divine Realm, it would still be very dangerous to activate the 5th level of the Demonic Sword domain, because at that time, his condition would definitely be very bad, and he would definitely be in a state where he would lose his mind at any moment. Perhaps, with just a little stimulation from the Demon Sword domain, he would completely go berserk. However, Chen Hao recently discovered that as long as the Sword Master was clear headed at the last moment when he used the last elegy, he could effectively suppress his inner demons. Yi Qingyan, Zhou Lihua, and Xiao Hongyan seemed to be the same. Then there was a problem. Since it could temporarily suppress the inner demons, why couldn't it suppress the influence of the Demon Sword domain on the Sword Master? It just so happened that Chen Hao could use Lin Jia for an experiment. It was a useful attempt. If he succeeded, then Lin Jia would be considered to have benefited countless future sword masters. As for the problem of failure, Chen Hao had never considered it. Could it be that Lin Jia would jump out and criticize him after he failed? I understand. Lin Jia gritted his teeth and slowly got up from the ground. His eyes were filled with determination and decisiveness, and he was like a different person in the day. Chen Hao could see that for the family, Lin Jia had already disregarded life and death. That familiar gaze, that familiar demeanor, it was like this again, it was like an endless cycle. Chen Hao looked at Lin Jia and felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. There was no reason for his anger. Lin Jia took a deep breath, dragged his tired body, and rushed straight to Luqiu City. Now, he had to rush to Luqiu City as soon as possible. Once he was late, he might really lose everything. Lin Jia. Yes. Even if he was rushing, even if he was already a little panicked, Lin Jia still had to respond when Jianling spoke to him. Because his last hope was all placed on the Red Blood Sword. He was not sure if he could save the Lin family if the Red Blood Sword Jianling did not cooperate with him and help him. If I'm not wrong, you should hate your mother very much, right? Why do you want to go back? Isn't it better to go far away like before? Chen Hao tempted him. But she's still my mother. And nothing can happen to the Lin family. It's hard to say if you can save the Lin family if you go this time. Chen Hao persuaded in a low voice, but if you leave and use the Red Blood Sword to increase your strength to the Divine Realm, you will definitely be able to take revenge. But at that time, even if I can take revenge, what's the use? Chen Hao chose to give up. How could he threaten a sword master who was not even afraid of death? Okay, you can do whatever you want. But before you use the last elegy, you need to find a group of targets to increase your strength quickly. The targets cannot be too weak, or else they will be useless. Think about it yourself. Then it's the Wang family. Lin Jia almost did not hesitate and directly said the purpose of this trip. It's the Wang family. There should not be many experts in their family now. Of course, there could not be too many. Although the Lin family is a little weak, we still have some foundation. If the Wang and Tian families want to end the battle in a short time and reduce the casualties, they will have to go all out and swarm up. Their families are all in Luqiu City, so they don't have to worry about someone raiding their home at all. This may be an opportunity for me. Chen Hao also felt that Lin Jia's analysis was very reasonable. You have to hurry up, you must at least reach the heaven-breaking realm before their Divine Realm warriors react. I understand. At this time, on the city wall of Luqiu City, the city guards saw the fire in the south of the city. Deputy Commander, the south of the city seems to be on fire. The soldiers standing guard on the city wall all looked towards the south of the city, waiting for the Deputy Commander's order. Unexpectedly, the Deputy Commander looked towards the south of the city and ordered, "We don't care about this, just watch." Boss, that's the direction of the Lin family, right? Are the Wang and Tian families going to attack the Lin family? "Boss, do you think the Lin family is going to be finished tonight?" A soldier began to ask the deputy commander of Lucio City's city guards. The deputy commander was obviously a heaven-breaking realm martial artist. He said calmly, "The Lin family is definitely going to be finished, but I didn't expect the Wang and Tian families to take action so quickly. Aren't we going to stop them? This battle seems to affect many people." "No, all the losses will be paid by the Wang and Tian families." There were some things that the deputy commander did not say. After the battle, the Wang and Tian families would share a part of the benefits to the city leader. At that moment, a figure jumped over the city wall and entered Lucio City. No matter what, Lucio City was Linjia's hometown and was guarded by the city guards. It was no secret to the three big families in Lucio City. Unless it was wartime, the city guards' defense was extremely lax. Linjia entered the city without alerting the city guards. Linjia had already seen the fire in the south of the city. He was anxious, but he did not forget to follow Jianling's plan. The Wang family had a long history of thousands of years, and they had countless descendants. They were the top family in Lucio City. The Wang family was located in the West District and occupied almost one-third of the entire area. Just as he approached the Wang clan's encampment, that sword spirit once again spoke into his ear. "This Wang clan still has 5 heaven-breaking tier martial artists left behind to guard it. I suggest you enter from the position of that great banyan tree on the west side. There seems to be a group of Xiantian tier martial artists gathered there, and they aren't that strong. You'd best launch a surprise attack and break through to the heaven-breaking tier as soon as possible." Okay. He had no doubt that Jianling wanted him to attack from the west. He probably had no choice. After jumping over the wall of the Wang family's residence and stepping into the Wang family, Lin Jia bumped into a team of patrolling guards. There were 7 patrolling guards, and 2 of them were early-stage Khanate martial artists. Lin Jia did not hold back and directly killed the guards with the red blood sword. As they were prepared, Lin Jia attacked suddenly again. The patrolling guards did not have any power to resist. Lin Jia stabbed the red blood sword into the chest of an early-stage Khanate martial artist, and that martial artist convulsed and fell to the ground. There were 7 corpses under Lin Jia's feet. The 7 corpses were all sucked dry of life energy, blood chi, and souls. The corpses were all charred and curled up like shrimps, as if they had died in the fire. Before Lin Jia could feel the energy transmitted from the red blood sword, there were consecutive explosions in the row of houses on the left side of Lin Jia. Some people broke out of the windows, some broke out of the door. One by one, Khanate martial artists appeared in front of Lin Jia. This is a group? In a very short time, XVII Khanate martial artists appeared in front of Lin Jia. Furthermore, the number of Xiantian realm martial artists was still increasing. "Master Jianling, are they the group you were talking about?" "There's nothing wrong with that. Even if there are 10,000 of them, as long as they gather together, it's still a group." Chen Hao said encouragingly, "Don't worry, these Xiantian realm martial artists aren't strong. There isn't even a late-stage Xiantian realm martial artist." At this moment, Lin Jia was no longer in the mood to argue with Jianling. He knew what kind of place he had broken into. These Xiantian realm martial artists generally didn't have strong cultivations, but they were all very young. Many clans were divided into the branch family and the direct family. Young martial artists from the branch family who were talented in martial arts would be heavily nurtured by the direct family. The group of Khanate realm martial artists that Lin Jia had met were probably the genius martial artists of this generation of the Wang family. Gathering them together was just to make it easier to nurture them. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into our Wang clan?" As Lin Jia pondered, his hands did not stop moving. He did not wait for the other party to ask him anything and directly charged into the group of innate stage martial artists. Concept of mountains and rivers, water cloud sword technique. Lin Jia did not hold back at all. He knew that he had to hurry up. He had to increase his strength as much as possible before the Wang family's Heavenbreaker realm martial artists arrived. Lin Jia's strength was originally comparable to a late-stage Xiantian realm martial artist. With the determination to die, he charged into the group of innate stage martial artists and killed 4 of them in just a few breaths. These 4 innate stage martial artists were not very strong. 2 were early stage innate stage, and the other 2 were mid-stage innate stage. At the same time, he also suffered heavy injuries. After all, he was besieged. Even if the space was limited and many innate stage martial artists were unable to move freely, they could still take advantage of the chaos to sneak attack Xianxia. However, these 4 innate stage martial artists were enough. Energy containing large amounts of impurities surged into Xianxia's meridians. Xianxia could feel the harm brought by the impure energy, but he had no other choice. Vital essence flowed into his dantian and merged with his originally pure vital essence. Blood vigor repaired his body, causing the injuries on his body to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, large amounts of impurities still remained in his body. As for the soul energy containing impurities, it was also sent into his sea of consciousness. This was why those martial artists who practiced the evil quick-fix skills could improve so quickly, and why they died early. This was the price of quick-fix skills. In a trance, Xianxia seemed to have fallen into an epiphany, and countless mysterious knowledge appeared in his mind. His scenery conception directly increased by a level. At the same time, he also comprehended a conception: slaughter. "Be careful, he has broken through." Someone shouted loudly. That's right, he had broken through and become a late-stage innate stage martial artist in such a short period of time. However, the price he had to pay was huge. If he continued to absorb the large amounts of impurities from the Crimson Blood demonic sword, then once he left the Crimson Blood demonic sword in the future, it would be difficult for his cultivation to improve. Unless he could purify all the energy absorbed by his body again, at the same time, the probability of him going berserk during training would be far higher than ordinary martial artists. The slaughter conception was automatically activated, and a faint blood-red aura lingered on the surface of Xianxia's body. His swordsmanship became sharper and carried a terrifying killing intent, and when Xianxia broke through to the late-stage innate stage, his killing became even more skillful. A late-stage innate stage martial artist might be defeated by 3 or 4 middle-stage innate stage martial artists. But Xianxia wouldn't. The Crimson Blood demonic sword was originally a great enhancement for the sword owner. In addition, Jianling Chenhao had adjusted the 50% feedback ratio for Xianxia. As long as he kept killing, the vital energy in his body would be endless, and the injuries on his body would be quickly healed by blood qi. At this moment, he was a killing machine that would never be tired. The group of young innate stage martial artists of the Wang family were already scared by Xianxia's killing. Just as Xianxia killed the 17th innate stage martial artists again and reached the peak of the innate stage, Chenhao, who was in the Crimson Blood demonic sword, reminded him in a low voice, "Be careful, a Heaven Break Realm martial artist is coming." The Wang family was neither small nor small. But it wasn't big either. It was normal for a Heaven Break Realm martial artist to react so fast? Xianxia seemed to still be clear-headed, which surprised Chenhao. He was a little confused whether Xianxia's willpower was weak or strong. "It's impossible for them to rest today." Chenhao reminded him only now. The Wang family hadn't let down their guard yet. Today, the Wang family's experts had all left. Those Heaven Break Realm martial artists who were left in the Wang family probably hadn't rested, so it was normal for them to react quickly. Then what should we do? In a short period of time, close to 30 charred corpses lay on the ground. The remaining Khanate realm martial artists of the Wang family had already lost the courage to fight him and began to flee in all directions. As they fled, they also shouted for help. Knowing that there were broken heaven realm martial artists about to arrive, Xianxia did not have the mood to chase after them. Activating the 3rd level of the demonic sword domain will greatly affect the mind of broken heaven realm martial artists. You must take advantage of that short time to kill a few broken heaven realm martial artists. Then you can become a broken heaven realm martial artist. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Almost at the instant Xianxia answered, 5 broken heaven realm martial artists rushed over. These 5 broken heaven realm martial artists were not weak. 3 were early stage broken heaven realm, 1 was mid stage broken heaven realm, and 1 was late stage broken heaven realm. The 5 broken heaven realm martial artists looked at the corpses all over the ground and were extremely furious. Tonight was the time when the Wang family's defense was at its weakest, yet the enemy had coincidentally attacked the Wang family from the west. Of course, the 5 broken heaven realm martial artists could not be evenly distributed to all the positions of the Wang family's base. There were 3 Broken Heaven Realm martial artists guarding the Wang family's direct descendants, and the remaining 2 Broken Heaven Realm martial artists were scattered everywhere. In the end, it gave Xianxia an opportunity. Capture him alive. I'm going to cut him into pieces. The 2 mid-stage and late-stage Broken Heaven Realm martial artists of the Wang family did not rush up together. Instead, the remaining 3 early-stage Broken Heaven Realm martial artists rushed up. They saw Xianxia's strength clearly. He was at the peak of the Khanate realm. 3 early-stage Broken Heaven Realm martial artists were more than enough to take him down. Don't hesitate. Xianxia did not hesitate. He held the red blood sword and rushed towards the 3 early-stage Broken Heaven Realm martial artists. The first reaction of the 3 early-stage Broken Heaven Realm martial artists was Xianxia's brain was damaged. 3rd level of the demonic sword domain, activate. He had already put all his eggs in one basket. The blood-red fog rose into the sky, and a fishy wind blew, sweeping in all directions. The 3 Broken Heaven Realm martial artists rushing towards Xianxia bore the brunt and were directly enveloped by the blood fog. Just as they were enveloped by the blood fog, Xianxia met them in midair. In this blood-red world, Xianxia could clearly see the terrified expressions on their faces. While they were immersed in their emotions, the red blood sword quickly reaped their lives. In the face of such defenseless enemies, even true energy realm martial artists could kill them, not to mention Xianxia, who was at the peak of the innate realm. After all, he was only slightly weaker than the 3 martial artists in front of him. After killing 3 early-stage Heavenly Break Realm martial artists, Xianxia knew that he still could not relax as he should still have 2 great enemies. The Devil Sword domain also enveloped them. In the blood-red world, Xianxia saw their red shadows. Waving the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, 2 Sword Chi attacked the 2 at the same time. However, just as Xianxia attacked, that late-stage Heavenly Breaker Realm martial artist came to his senses and blocked both blade auras. Xianxia's heart was filled with regret. He knew that he really couldn't hold on any longer. Immediately after, another middle-stage Heavenly Break Realm martial artist also regained consciousness. To Xianxia, this was one disaster after another. The Wang clan middle-stage heaven-shattering tier martial artist roared, "What the hell is this thing? Kill that person!" The late-stage Heavenly Break Realm martial artist roared. Just as he said this, he made his move. A terrifying Crimson Sword aura attacked Xianxia. Its speed was too fast. However, Xianxia did not sit still and wait for death. Even if he knew that his resistance was useless, he still chose to dodge desperately. The sword aura brushed past Xianxia and cut off a few strands of his hair. "How is this possible?" exclaimed the Wang clan late-stage Heavenly Break Realm martial artist. Xianxia also felt that it was somewhat inconceivable, but he did not think so much. He only felt that in this blood-red world, there seemed to be a mysterious force that was supporting him to fly. They did not know, but Chen Hao was very clear. This was the ability of the speed domain within the Devil Sword domain. In other words, it was the speed profound meaning. After activating the 3rd level of the Devil Sword domain, all aspects were greatly weakened. The 3rd level of the Devil Sword domain, the major areas of the Devil Sword domain were almost suppressed to the level of great mastery or perfection. The 4th level of the Devil Sword domain, the major areas of the Devil Sword domain were roughly suppressed to the level of great mastery. As for the 5th level of the Devil Sword domain, it belonged to the domain category. Back then, Qingyan had relied on the 5th level of the Devil Sword domain to kill the early-stage Grand Dominion Realm Elder of the Yin Corp sect with her strength at the peak of the Divine Realm. Therefore, Chen Hao wanted to try and see if Xianxia could activate the 5th level of the Devil Sword domain when the last elegy erupted with the strength of the Divine Realm. After all, Qingyan was somewhat special. At that time, she had already cultivated her mental strength to an extremely high level. Xianxia was far inferior to her. Although the speed of his body came somewhat inexplicably. The Wang clan late-stage Heavenly Break Realm martial artist was still trying to attack Xianxia, but Xianxia nimbly dodged them all. Damn it. The Wang clan late-stage Heavenly Break Realm martial artist was so angry that he directly cursed. He felt the strangeness of the blood fog around him. That feeling was very obvious, and his mind was getting more and more chaotic. The blood fog seemed to have a terrifying will, desperately stuffing madness and killing into his brain. He felt that if he stayed any longer, he would go crazy. Actually, Lin Jia's state was not much better than his. Lin Jia was hanging on by one breath. He felt as if he had fallen into a lake, and his ears were full of the sound of flowing water. His consciousness was getting more and more chaotic, as if he was about to lose consciousness. Lin Jia's strength could not compare with this heavenly break realm martial artist's. However, he had a huge advantage. He was the sword master of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. Although the Devil Sword domain could not distinguish between friend and foe, it was not a move to perish together. In the Devil Sword domain, the pressure on the Sword Master was definitely much less than martial artists in other places. Just as the Wang Clan late-stage Heavenly Break Realm martial artist planned to kill Lin Jia at all costs, a wave of vital energy came from behind him. That was another Wang Clan martial artist. Should he cooperate to kill him? As the Wang Clan late-stage Heavenly Break Realm martial artist thought, he felt pain on his back. He lowered his head and saw the shining tip of a blade on his chest. Why? The Wang Clan late-stage Heavenly Break Realm martial artist slapped away the person behind him and turned his head to ask loudly. Kill you. Kill you. I will kill all of you. The Heavenly Break Realm martial artist who was slapped away roared crazily. His eyes were blood red, and they were filled with madness. He held his longsword and continued to launch crazy attacks on the Wang Clan late-stage Heavenly Break Realm martial artist who was seriously injured and dying. Chi deviation. Of all times, at this time, with his heart meridian pierced, the strongest martial artist left behind to guard the Wang Clan faced the desperate attack of his companion. The two of them directly fought together, and no one had time to care about Lin Jia anymore. Meanwhile, Lin Jia's strength also began to break through. He had just killed 3 early-stage Heavenly Break Realm martial artists, and the conditions for breaking through had also been met. At this moment, Lin Jia's eyes were similarly blood red. His face was hideous as if he was enduring great pain. He seemed to be enduring something. Chen Hao smelled the aura of inner demons on him. He seemed to be going into chi deviation. From Chen Hao's experience, Lin Jia was hopeless. The day he broke through to heaven-breaking realm was the day he went berserk. Obviously, Lin Jia was also very clear about his current situation. I don't want to go berserk. Lin Jia shouted crazily, I must break through to middle stage of heaven-breaking realm. I must break through to middle stage of heaven-breaking realm with a clear mind. Chen Hao shook his head in his heart. It was already very good that Lin Jia could persist until now. When he wanted to break through to middle stage of heaven-breaking realm, that was wishful thinking. Go back. Go back. Let me continue to break through. Even if I want to go berserk, now is not the time. Don't you want me to have powerful strength? Fine, Lin Jia had gone crazy. He was trying to reason with his inner demon. If he could reason with an inner demon, then it was not an inner demon. An inner demon was actually the accumulation of negative emotions, and there was no rationality to speak of. Then, something happened that made Chen Hao dumbfounded. The violent inner demon aura on Lin Jia subsided. Did the inner demon understand Lin Jia's words, or was it temporarily suppressed by Lin Jia? Chen Hao was a little confused. But to Lin Jia, this was indeed a blessing. He broke through again. A spirit aura vortex formed in the demon sword domain, and the spirit aura mixed with a large amount of murderous aura poured into his body. In a short time, he broke through to early stage of heaven-breaking realm. At this time, he was not idle. Without the restriction of the inner demon, Lin Jia put away the demon sword domain and turned his gaze to the 2 Wang family heaven-breaking realm martial artists who were fighting to the death. They were affected by the demon sword domain and were now fighting to the point where both sides were injured. A middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist who had lost his rationality could not withstand the counterattack of a late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist at all, piercing the red blood sword into the body of the dying late-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist. That burly body quickly shrank and fell to the ground. Surging vital energy poured into Lin Jia's body. Slaughter intent rose to entry level. Mountain and water profound meaning began to rise from entry level. His eyes were blood red and did not fade. His face was as white as the wallpaper, and his legs were trembling as if he was suffering from epilepsy. He was relying on his last breath to support himself. Immediately after, blood-red cracks appeared on his pale skin. These cracks were like spider webs that covered his entire body. Ah! Lin Jia's body tensed up in pain. His eyes shone with a bloody light. Even the bloody cracks on his body began to emit a bloody light. It was as if his body was about to collapse and fall apart. Chen Hao didn't know what to say. Was it a physical breakdown? Only then did he remember that Lin Jia was not a body-refining martial artist. His body was originally weaker than a martial artist of the same level. If his body absorbed too many impurities in a short period of time, it would also have a fatal effect on him. When it rains, it pours. It was also at this moment that the heart demon struck again. Chen Hao could finally confirm that Lin Jia was unable to communicate with the inner demons. Just now, he had indeed used his own will to temporarily suppress the inner demons. I can't hold on any longer. Lin Jia fell to the ground like a worm that fell into a fire, twisting his body crazily. Chen Hao looked at this young man silently and didn't say anything. At this moment, he couldn't intervene anymore. The crimson blood demonic sword was best at strengthening the inner demons. Just as the mountain and water profound meaning reached small success, Lin Jia let out a final cry and fell to the ground. His blood-red eyes slowly closed, and then he stopped moving. He still couldn't escape this calamity. At this moment, Chen Hao was surprised to find that the last elegy had been activated. Lin Jia's body was shrouded in blood fog. The pale flames burned quietly, overlapping with the blood mist. There was no sound, and there was no reaction. The spirit chi vortex formed again. It wrapped the blood fog and spirit chi and crazily poured into Lin Jia's body. The fine cracks on Lin Jia's body that still had the characteristics of survival began to repair. The aura on the body was still increasing, especially the slaughter intent, which was increasing at a terrifying speed. Chen Hao knew that at the last moment before Lin Jia's consciousness dissipated, he had activated the last elegy. In the southern part of Luqiu City, the Wang and Tian families led a large number of experts and directly attacked the Lin family. The Lin family relied on a set of rare array and the remaining Divine Realm experts to resist stubbornly. However, they were still no match for the Wang and Tian families. After the array was broken, the direct members of the Lin family were completely exposed to the enemy. Lin Jia's grandfather, Lin Jianyu, stood alone in front of all the Lin family members. He unsheathed his sword and his eyes were filled with determination. However, at this moment, the strange movement in Luqiu City's west Wang residence attracted everyone's attention. First, there was a bloody light, then a spreading blood fog, followed by a powerful spirit chi vortex. It seemed that a martial artist was breaking through in the Wang family. What's that? The Wang family's Divine Realm martial artist was the first to react. It's not us. Immediately, someone from the Wang family responded. The Wang family did leave 5 Heaven Break Realm martial artists to guard the residence, but none of them understood the slaughter intent. One of the Wang family's Divine Realm martial artists scanned with his divine sense, and his face changed drastically. Oh no, there's an attack, let's go back immediately. He realized that many of the Wang family members were fighting each other as if they had gone mad. The other 5 Heaven Break Realm martial artists seemed to have died, and he couldn't find any signs of them. He knew that the enemy was definitely not a Heaven Break Realm martial artist, but a Divine Realm martial artist. They had to go back. The Lin family could survive, but they had to protect their own family. After the Wang family's Divine Realm martial artist gave the order, the Wang family's martial artists almost all retreated back to the Wang family. After all, that was the Wang family's residence, and the Wang family's experts' wives and children were all there. Wait, Wang Guangshuan, what about the Lin family? The Tian family's Divine Realm martial artist shouted. Surround them first and wait for us. Okay. The Wang family didn't want the Tian family to act alone and take all the benefits from the Lin family. However, the Tian family didn't want to act alone either. Without the Wang family's help, even if they took over the Lin family, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. After paying such a high price, they still had to give half of the benefits to the Wang family. The Tian family was unwilling, not split. If they didn't split, the result might be even worse. Under Chen Hao's gaze, Lin Jia broke through consecutively. When he broke through to the late stage of Heaven Break Realm, he suddenly climbed up from the ground, holding the red blood sword tightly in his hand. His eyes were still blood red, and there was no warmth or emotion, only madness and bloodlust. Lin Jia? Lin Jia didn't respond. Instead, he sent a simple thought to Chen Hao. Level 3 demonic sword territory. Chen Hao promoted, why don't you try level 5? Level 3 Demonic Sword Territory. Level 3 Demonic Sword Territory. Level 3 Demonic Sword Territory. Lin Jia repeated the same thought mechanically, as if he wouldn't stop until he reached his goal. He seemed to be unable to think and acted based on experience. Chen Hao had no choice but to help the Sword Master activate Level 3 Demonic Sword Territory. At the same time, he also understood that Lin Jia was completely possessed. Possessed martial artists retained a part of their battle experience and battle consciousness, and they could use the skills and martial arts techniques they had cultivated before. However, they only knew how to kill crazily and didn't know how to think or feel. If possible, they would kill until there was no living creature around them. Therefore, Lin Jia's inner demon would try to use the red blood sword. 3 layers of the demonic sword domain were activated, and the blood-red fog once again swept out with Lin Jia as the center. Unknowingly, Lin Jia had already set a record by using the demonic sword domain 3 times in a day. Unfortunately, the ending was not good. Lin Jia, who was in the blood fog, took a deep breath, and the blood-red breath entered his nostrils. He was intoxicated. Before Lin Jia lost his mind, he had already activated the last elegy. Even if he was now controlled by his inner demon, the effect of the last elegy could not be interrupted. Once this skill was used, it could not be taken back. There was no reason. Lin Jia's strength had already reached the late stage of Heavenly Breaker, and it was still steadily increasing towards the peak of Heavenly Breaker. It was also at this time that the Wang family's experts arrived. They were already rushing with all their might, but the blood mist was spreading too quickly. By the time they arrived, the entire Wang family was covered in the blood mist. The entire west district of Luqiu City was also about to be swallowed by the blood mist. The 4 Wang family's Divine Realm martial artists looked at each other and rushed into the blood fog without any communication. Their thoughts were very clear: save the Wang family as much as possible and kill the enemy. As soon as they entered the blood fog, goosebumps appeared on their bodies, and their hair stood on end. It's a very strange blood fog. It's not poisonous, but it affects the mind. It doesn't affect us Divine Realm martial artists much, but it has a great effect on Heavenly Breaker. The 4 Divine Realm martial artists quickly analyzed the possible effects of the demonic sword domain on them. Order those Heavenly Breaker late stage and peak martial artists to enter the blood fog to save people. The others, surround the blood fog and don't let any enemy escape. We'll deal with the mastermind. Okay. Therefore, when the Wang family's dozens of Heavenly Breaker martial artists arrived, they accepted the order. In the blood fog, Lin Jia, who had gone mad, also discovered the newcomers. He licked his lips excitedly, and his scarlet eyes shone. Facing a strong enemy, he had no intention of retreating at all and acted according to his bloodthirsty instincts. Found him. Wait, it seems to be a Heavenly Breaker late-stage martial artist. Wang Guangshuan, the head of the Wang family, ordered, Wang Xiao, go and deal with him. Be careful, the others, spread out. There's definitely more than one enemy, be careful of sneak attacks. Yes, father. Never in his wildest dreams would the head of the Wang clan have imagined that the one who caused this turmoil in the Wang clan was actually just one person. Wang Xiao, an early-stage Transcendent Realm martial artist, was of the same generation as Lin Jia's uncle. However, Wang Zhao's talent in the martial Dao was not bad. He had successfully become a Transcendent Realm martial artist and could be considered a minor expert. Just as Wang Xiao was preparing to deal with Lin Jia also discovered them, as well as the Heavenbreaker Realm martial artists who had just entered the blood fog and were preparing to surround the blood fog. Lin Jia's blood-red eyes narrowed as he activated his body movement technique and rushed towards the 2 middle-stage Heavenbreaker Realm martial artists at the periphery of the blood fog at a speed far exceeding that of a Heavenbreaker Realm martial artist. Within the 3-layered demonic sword domain, there was a near-perfect mastery of the profound meaning of speed. Although the sword master couldn't fully control it, when the sword master moved, it would be boosted by the speed profound. This kind of amplification was of little value to the late-stage Qingyan, but to ordinary heaven-breaking realm martial artists, it was akin to having divine assistance. The blood fog was in the shape of a ball. The middle stage and early stage Heavenbreaker Realm martial artists of the Wang clan split into 2 teams and surrounded the blood fog from both sides, attempting to completely surround the blood fog. The blood fog spread very quickly, and they also paid attention to staying away from the blood fog. However, what one of the teams didn't expect was that the blood fog's expansion speed suddenly skyrocketed and enveloped them in the blink of an eye. Actually, the sudden increase in the blood fog's expansion speed was an illusion. To be precise, the blood fog suddenly moved towards their position. This was because the center of the blood fog was the red blood sword, Xianxia. When Xianxia took the initiative to move closer to them, the entire demonic sword domain would also move towards them. The demonic sword domain gave Xianxia a unique advantage. This advantage was not obvious when the sword master was normal. It should be because the side effects were too great, and it was extremely easy to cause chi deviation. However, when Xianxia was completely controlled by his inner demons, then the side effects of chi deviation could be completely ignored. The Heavenbreaker realm martial artists who had just been swallowed by the blood fog felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and even their thoughts were frozen. The blood fog was like the sea, and Xianxia was like a bloodthirsty shark, galloping in the sea and hunting all the prey in this water area. Wang Xiao also noticed Xianxia's actions. He cursed in his heart and chased with all his strength, wanting to stop Xianxia's actions. However, after he chased out, he found that the late-stage Heavenbreaker realm martial artist was terrifyingly fast. Even he couldn't catch up in a short time. Red Fire Divine Power, Red Flame Slash. The Crimson Sword Light chased after Xianxia. Xianxia, who was in the blood fog, felt the danger and turned his body subconsciously, but his speed was still not as fast as Wang Zhao's. He raised his left arm high. Before Wang Xiao could be happy, he found that the enemy with a broken arm didn't even make a sound and killed more than 10 Heavenbreaker realm martial artists of the Wang family. The strongest of those Heavenbreaker realm martial artists was only mid-stage Heavenbreaker realm. They had just been swept into the blood fog and hadn't had time to adapt. Many of them were in a trance. How could they be a match for Xianxia, a martial artist who was close to the peak of Heavenbreaker realm? For a moment, the withered corpses fell to the ground. Xianxia licked the blood on his face with intoxication, and then his speed increased a bit. He left Wang Xiao and rushed directly to the other Heavenbreaker realm martial artists who had entered the blood fog to save people. Because of the energy feedback from the red blood sword after killing more than 10 early stage and middle stage Heavenbreaker realm martial artists, his breakthrough speed was a bit faster. Even the spirit aura vortex above his head began to dissipate. Because his dantian had absorbed enough energy, there was no need to replenish it with spirit aura. Xianxia successfully broke through to the peak of Heavenbreaker realm. The gap between his strength and Wang Zhao's was further shortened. Wang Xiao was furious. He didn't expect that he, a divine power realm expert, couldn't even deal with a Heavenbreaker realm martial artist. Divine power, blazing sea of fire. This was the divine power that Wang Xiao had truly comprehended in the divine power realm. Just now, when the enemy rushed to more than 10 Heavenbreaker realm martial artists, he didn't dare to use a large-scale divine power, but now, he was angry. He had realized how difficult the enemy was to deal with. Even if his divine power would affect the 2 late-stage Heavenbreaker realm martial artists who had rushed into the blood fog to save people, he would still kill the enemy. The Crimson Flames, at an extremely violent speed, instantly covered Xianxia and the other 2 late-stage Heavenbreaker realm martial artists of the Wan family, and on Xianxia's side, under such circumstances, he didn't dodge. Instead, he directly killed the 2 late-stage Heavenbreaker realm martial artists with his sword by relying on the speed that surpassed the Heavenbreaker realm and his almost overwhelming strength, as well as the vision and perception advantage in the blood fog. Looking at the sea of fire completely engulfing the enemy, Wang Xiao revealed a ferocious smile. This time, the enemy should be dead. If a normal Heavenbreaking realm martial artist was sucked into the sea of fire, he would be seriously injured and lose the ability to fight even if he didn't die. A burning man flew out of the sea of fire and rolled several times on the ground. The burning man rolled twice on the ground and extinguished the flames on his body, revealing a charred figure. This man was missing a left arm. He raised his head and revealed his charred face. The owner of that face smiled at Wang Xiao ferociously. The muscles on both sides of his cheeks were torn apart, revealing the roots of his gums. Wang Xiao could see the pink color of his cheeks after the torn muscles. The charred figure's smile was indescribably strange. The air was filled with a disgusting smell of meat. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Xiao scolded. Right at this moment, something that shocked him occurred. On the enemy's left arm, which had been half-cooked by the flames, the charred flesh fell off piece by piece, revealing the pink flesh. Then, the pink muscles wriggled, and an arm grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only the arm, but the charred skin, muscles, and clothes all fell off. Then, his muscles and skin quickly covered his body again. What the hell is this? Wang Xiao couldn't believe his eyes. Not only did the other party recover in front of him, but he also grew an arm. Was this still a human? Transcendent realm martial artists could regrow short limbs, but definitely not at such an exaggerated speed. Lin Jia stood in front of Wang Xiao without a stitch of clothing on. His skin and muscles were all new. They were pink and tender like a baby's. Chen Hao glanced at Lin Jia and then looked into the distance. It was a bit embarrassing. If this was a game, he would definitely say that Lin Jia had completed a hidden achievement. However, Lin Jia, who was possessed, didn't feel anything wrong at all. You are Lin Jia? Wang Xiao asked uncertainly. Wang Xiao had seen Lin Jia before. Lin Jia was the #1 genius in Luqiu City. No one in the younger generation of the Wang and Tian families was his match. Wang Xiao naturally had a deep impression of Lin Jia. However, Lin Jia had left the Lin family for 4 years, and his appearance had changed a lot, which made Wang Xiao a little uncertain. You are possessed? Wang Xiao saw the abnormality in Lin Jia's body at a glance. Martial artists who had gone berserk were still very easy to identify. Normally, their eyes would be blood red, and they would completely lose their reason. Wang Xiao had lived for so many years and had seen with his own eyes quite a few martial artists of the Wang family going crazy. Lin Jia did not speak, or rather, he had completely lost the ability to think. He only glanced at Wang Xiao with a bit of fear out of instinct, then charged towards the other heaven-breaking realm martial artists. The vortex of spiritual energy above his head formed again. Seeing this situation, Wang Xiao was very anxious. This was the sign of a breakthrough. Where do you think you're going? However, in the demonic sword domain, Lin Jia's speed was not much slower than his. Coupled with his strong recovery ability, Wang Xiao could not catch up with him for a while. The heaven-shattering realm martial artists who entered the blood fog suffered heavy losses. Patriarch, come and help me! Wang Xiao shouted. He knew that he had to stop the other before he broke through to the transcendent realm. If she waited for him to break through, then she would be in big trouble. Wang Xiao's shout was very loud, and the whole Luqiu city reverberated with his voice. The remaining 3 transcendent realm experts of the Wang family immediately rushed over, but when they arrived, Lin Jia should have broken through to the transcendent realm. This was all thanks to the slaughter feedback, which greatly shortened Lin Jia's breakthrough time. The naked Lin Jia stood in front of the 4 transcendent realm martial artists of the Wang family. The Wang family's overall strength was above the Tian and Lin families. There were 2 early-stage transcendent realm experts and 2 mid-stage transcendent realm experts in the family. And Lin Jia had already broken through to the early-stage transcendent realm. In the demonic sword domain, the wind kept blowing, but Lin Jia did not seem to feel it at all. As soon as the 2 sides started fighting, the 4 transcendent realm martial artists of the Wang family all felt that it was tricky. It could not be helped. Lin Jia's speed was too fast in the blood fog. Even the 2 mid-stage transcendent realm martial artists of the Wang family could not catch up with him. A patriarch of the Wang family cursed. Who is this guy? I don't know, seems to be Lin Jia of the Lin family. But he seems to have gone crazy. Damn it, kill him, I must destroy the Lin family. Chen Hao didn't know if the Wang clan could wipe out the entire Lin clan. But he knew that if they did not kill Lin Jia, they would be in big trouble. This was because Lin Jia had started to break through again. Patriarch, he is going to break through again. The battle in the west of Luqiu City continued, but there were also many forces and martial artists in other parts of the city who were paying attention to the battle. What's wrong with the Wang family? In the south of Luqiu City, the Tian family martial artists continued to surround the Lin family and did not attack. The Tian family martial artists had already noticed the commotion in the west. It could not be helped, the commotion was too big. Luqiu City was a large city that occupied a large area and had a large population. However, it could not withstand the torment of transcendent realm martial artists. When transcendent realm martial artists fought in the city, they had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, the entire city would be razed to the ground. in less than 15 minutes, the entire west of Luqiu City was destroyed. Furthermore, the blood fog was still moving towards the center of the city. The Wang family seems to have met a tough enemy. A mid-stage transcendent realm martial artist from the Tian family stared at the blood fog and said, "For transcendent realm martial artists from the Wang family are attacking one person. That blood fog is strange, those who come into contact with it all go crazy." Many ordinary people who were involved in the blood fog went crazy, they had no ability to resist. The blood fog made the Tian family martial artists extremely wary. The three transcendent realm martial artists from the Tian family had already seen the tragic scene in the Wang family's base. That martial artist is so arrogant, isn't he afraid of being killed by all the forces? No, he seems to have gone crazy. At this moment, the Tian family martial artists discovered that two transcendent realm martial artists flew out from the city leader's mansion. These two transcendent realm martial artists were the city guard commander Zhao Yuanda and the city leader Su Lang. It was obvious that the city leader's mansion could not sit still. Once Luqiu City was severely damaged, the city leader Su Lang and the city guard commander Zhao Yuanda would have to bear a large part of the responsibility. At the same time, an unknown transcendent realm martial artist flew out from the North City, and almost all of them rushed into the blood fog. It was obvious that the three newly joined transcendent realm martial artists wanted to join forces with the Wang family to kill that Lin Jia who had gone crazy. At this moment, the head of the Lin family, Lin Jianyu, was thinking quickly. Taking advantage of the chaos in Luqiu City and the absence of the Wang family, the Lin family might be able to break out. As long as the people were still around, the family would still be around. So what if they gave up their family business? At least the strong ones were still around, and they could rise again. With the reinforcements of the transcendent realm martial artists, Lin Jia in the blood fog naturally noticed it too. The Wang family martial artists were even more elated. They dealt with him quickly, but with three more strong reinforcements, they could surround him and kill him. What they did not know was that Lin Jia was also elated. He was suppressed by the Wang family's four transcendent realm martial artists, and he was very frustrated. In his subconscious mind, the Wang family's four transcendent realm martial artists were already difficult to deal with. When he sensed that there were more transcendent realm martial artists coming from other directions, his blood-red eyes stared at the two transcendent realm martial artists who came together. Beasts had their instincts too. They could become stronger by killing people. Even if Lin Jia had lost his mind and his body was completely occupied by his inner demons. But that kind of knowledge still existed. Based on his instincts, he knew who was the best person to kill first. Just as the Wang family's martial artists were pleasantly surprised, Lin Jia had already abandoned them and charged towards the two newly arrived transcendent realm martial artists with a thick blood fog. "Be careful," Wang family's elder warned loudly. But it was obviously a little too late. Lin Jia rushed to Su Lang and Zhao Yuanda at an extremely fast speed and swept them into the blood blade. Seeing this, the four divine realm warriors of the Wang family immediately helped Su Lang and Zhao Yuanda to kill the enemy in a short time. However, they had obviously underestimated Lin Jia's killing intent and overestimated their own strength. The Wang family had two mid-stage divine realm warriors, so they were powerful. However, Su Lang and Zhao Yuanda were both early-stage divine realm warriors. They were not that strong and had the same cultivation level as Lin Jia. However, it was precisely because his cultivation level was almost the same as Lin Jia's that Lin Jia's advantage was completely displayed. Therefore, the four divine realm warriors of the Wang family saw Lin Jia withstanding their blade rays and paying the price of being seriously injured, killing the city leader and the city guard commander of Luqiu City. Lin Jia avoided the fatal injury, but his back was full of hideous wounds. One of the wounds had even severed his spine, almost splitting him into two halves. The three divine realm warriors of the Wang family were overjoyed to see Lin Jia seriously injured. Whether the city leader died or not, it had nothing to do with them. Anyway, they were not the ones who did it. Usually, the city leader of Luqiu City, Su Lang, had caused trouble for the Wang family. Now that he was dead, they were not sad at all. Instead, they were happy. Most importantly, Su Lang's death was worth it. Be careful, this person has practiced some kind of skill, his recovery ability is very strong. Wang Xiao looked at the charred bodies of Su Lang and Zhao Yuanda seriously and did not dare to be careless. He immediately reminded the Wang family, I just cut off one of his arms, and he grew a new one directly. The truth was just as Wang Xiao had said. Lin Jia took advantage of their attacks and ran a little further. After absorbing the blood qi of 2 early-stage Transcendent Realm martial artists, his strength had increased again, hence, under the watchful eyes of the crowd and in front of the 5 Divine Realm martial artists, the granulation at Lin Jia's wound started to wriggle slowly again. In the span of 10 breaths, it healed together again. As Lin Jia's clothes had long been burned, such healing was completely exposed in front of everyone. We must kill him in one blow. However, the problem was that the vortex above Lin Jia's head had finally quieted down. After killing the 2 early-stage Transcendent Realm martial artists, Lin Jia had greatly accelerated his breakthrough, and Lin Jia successfully broke through to the mid-stage of Transcendent Realm. The Scarlet Blood Demonic Sword's strongest taboo skill also reached its limit. It was a pity that the real Lin Jia could not see it. According to the original plan, he should have remained conscious by now. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to hold on. On this point, Chen Hao had actually been prepared long ago. Him being able to hold on until the middle stage of the heaven-shattering realm was already holding back that breath, erupting at the final juncture. You can't expect too much. Lin Jia stopped running. This time, he stared at the 5 Divine Realm martial artists in front of him. These 5 Divine Realm martial artists no longer made him feel threatened. 2 of them were mid-stage Transcendent Realm and 3 were early-stage Transcendent Realm. Lin Jia already had a chance of winning. He should have said earlier that he was already possessed and wanted to kill all living things. Chen Hao silently watched Lin Jia fight. Although the 5 Divine Realm martial artists were strong, Lin Jia had the red blood sword in hand and the demonic sword territory increasing his speed. It was as if he had comprehended the near-perfect speed profound meaning, as well as part of the illusion profound meaning and slaughter profound meaning at the same time, in addition to the 50% energy feedback from the demonic sword. Even if he was completely possessed now and did not have much intelligence left, he still had a high chance of winning against a group of martial artists of the same level. In the beginning, the Wang family martial artists could still cooperate with another unknown Divine Realm martial artist to barely block Lin Jia. However, Lin Jia became stronger and stronger as he fought. He was not afraid of death and fought with his life. Every time he killed a Divine Realm martial artist, as long as the injuries on his body were not fatal, they would quickly recover. This feeling made every Transcendent Realm martial artist present feel despair. In the Lin family of Luqiu City, the last Divine Realm martial artist of the Lin family, Lin Jianyu, stared at the Tian family vigilantly and was ready to break out at any time. When the Wang family left with their experts, he already had this plan. However, the Tian family members who stayed behind were too strict. He was confident that he could break out, but even if he escaped alone, his son and grandson behind him would not be able to escape. He could not abandon such a big family and drag out an ignoble existence. Later, he also realized that the Wang family seemed to have gotten into big trouble. To be honest, he was somewhat gloating. The battle between the Divine Realm martial artists affected the entire Luqiu City. In the beginning, the battle had almost destroyed the west city of Luqiu City. Originally, Lin Jianyu was a little worried that the cloud of blood fog was approaching the south city. However, he did not expect that the 2 Divine Realm martial artists who lived in the city leader's mansion in the center of the city seemed to want to besiege the enemy of the Wang family. In the end, the cloud of blood fog, which was originally near the Lin family, went straight to the center of the city. Lin Jianyu suddenly felt a sense of luck, as if the situation had taken a turn for the better. Seeing that the cloud of blood fog was moving at an extremely fast speed towards the east city of Luqiu City, Lin Jianyu rejoiced in his heart. He shifted his gaze towards the Tian family. As expected, the Tian family was panicking. The 3 big families of Luqiu City were all stationed in different locations to avoid conflict. The Lin family was stationed in the south city, the Wang family occupied half of the west city, the north city was the slums, and the east city was unfortunately where the Tian family was stationed. Family head, the cloud of blood fog is heading towards the east city. Someone said in shock. What are you waiting for? All of you go back and evacuate everyone. Divine Realm martial artists, follow me to stop the cloud of blood fog. What about the Lin family? The Tian family head stared hatefully at Lin Jianyu. They are lucky. Now was not the time to destroy the Lin family. The most important thing now was to stop the cloud of blood fog from involving the Tian family. After the cloud of blood fog wreaked havoc, the Tian family saw the tragic state of the Wang family. No matter how unwilling they were, the Tian family could not fight to the death with the Lin family over this matter. The Tian clan had left. They had left just like that. Lin Jianyu, his 4 sons, and other relatives felt like they were in a dream. Lin Jia's cousin Lin Hanyang sat on the ground. The other women in the family were also in a bad state. Just as the others relaxed, she stood up and asked, "Father-in-law, are we leaving now? I want to wait a little longer." Lin Jianyu stared at the blood mist and the figure fighting in it. He found that the figure in the blood mist didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Not only did he kill the mayor of Luqiu City and the commander of the city guards, but he also killed one of the other 5 Transcendent Realm martial artists. The blood mist was too thick and affected his perception. He was too far away, so he could only vaguely see it. Lin Jianyu wanted to see if the expert in the blood mist could cause serious damage to the Tian and Wang families. If the Tian and Wang families were seriously injured, it might be a chance for the Lin family. "I think you'd better leave." At that moment, a martial artist jumped in from outside the Lin family's wall, which shocked the Lin family. However, the person didn't seem to have any ill intentions and stood out. It was a female martial artist who looked quite young and was at the early stage of the Heavenly Break realm. Lin Jia's mother, Lu Yanru, felt that she looked familiar. However, when she noticed the cloud pattern on her chest, she finally recognized her. "Who are you?" Lin Jianyu frowned and asked. Lu Yanru replied, "Grandpa, she should be senior sister Qinglin from the Heavenly Cloud sect." Lu Yanru knew Lin Jia's junior brothers and junior sisters from the Heavenly Cloud sect. When her son was still in the Heavenly Cloud sect, his talent and strength were above Qinglin's, but now, Lu Yanru felt suffocated at the thought of her son. She was angry, worried, and angry at his incompetence. He was obviously talented, so why didn't he work hard? Heavenly Cloud sect's Qinglin greets the head of the Lin family. Qinglin respectfully bowed. "So it's Qinglin from the Heavenly Cloud sect. I've heard of you." The genius of the younger generation of the Heavenly Cloud sect. Lin Jianyu couldn't help but feel pity. He felt pity for his grandson. He glanced at Lu Yanru and didn't know what to say, so he could only sigh. He knew that Lu Yanru was actually a good daughter-in-law. Although she was a little selfish, it didn't matter. After all, everyone had their own selfish motives, including him. Lu Yanru was very capable. 1/3 of the shops in the family were under her control, and her business was very prosperous. She managed it better than his eldest son. Her only flaw was that she was too competitive. However, Lin Jianyu could understand Lu Yanru's feelings. Lu Yanru was also from her family. She had shown great talent in martial arts since she was young. Unfortunately, she had a twin brother. Lu Yanru's younger twin brother's talent in martial arts was not inferior to hers, but Lu Yanru's parents favored her younger brother more. Lu Yanru's share of the cultivation resources allocated to the 2 siblings was often cut off by her parents and given to her younger brother. This was what Lin Jianyu's in-laws told him when he was drinking with them. A few years after Lu Yanru married into the Lin family, her twin brother died from qi deviation. 5 years after Lin Jia was born, she did not train much and focused on nurturing Lin Jia. In the end, it could only be said that life was unpredictable. Hearing Lin Jianyu praise her, Qinglin blushed. She had never dared to call herself a genius of the Heavenly Cloud sect, especially in front of the Lin family. She decided to change the topic. "I think it's better for you all to leave first. A battle between divine tier experts could very well affect others. Even if Patriarch Lin isn't afraid, you still have to think about the rest of the Lin family, right?" Lu Yanru suggested, "Father-in-law, let second uncle take some people and send the child and the woman away first." "Yes, what you said makes sense. I was confused." Lin Jianyu ordered, "Second brother, listen to your sister-in-law. Send those who can't fight away first." "Yes, father." Lin Jianyu asked, "Qinglin, right? You came here for?" Qinglin glanced at the Lin family and said, "I heard that junior brother Lin came back and wanted to see him. Also, after learning that junior brother Lin has returned, the sect hopes that junior brother Lin can go back." "I see." Lin Jianyu sighed and said, "He did come back, but he left again. Lu Yanru's face was cold as she turned her head away. Does Patriarch Lin know where he went? Lin Jianyu shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Oh. Qing Lin glanced at Lin Jia's mother and tactfully did not ask. Sister-in-law, it's time to go. Lin Yihu said to Lu Yanru after gathering all the people who needed to be transferred. I'm not going. I have the strength of a heaven breaker now. I can also kill people. Lin Yihu looked at his father. Lin Jianyu looked at Lu Yanru's stubborn eyes and did not say anything. 2 hours were finally up. The crazy Lin Jia finally stopped after killing the last Divine Realm martial artist of the Tian family. From the west district of Luqiu City to the central district, then to the east district, and finally to the outside of Luqiu City. Lin Jia fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. There were no more enemies around him. With the help of 3 mid-stage Transcendent Realm martial artists and many other early-stage Transcendent Realm martial artists, Lin Jia, who had completely lost his mind, still managed to kill them all. The red blood sword was still in the hands of Lin Jia. Just when Chen Hao thought that it was over, Lin Jia, who was in the deep pit, suddenly coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. He slowly propped himself up from the pit. What's going on? You're possessed. Chen Hao guessed that this was Lin Jia's final burst of consciousness. Many sword masters, even if they were possessed, could still wake up temporarily when they were about to die after using the last elegy. Lin Jia jumped up from the ground. What about my mother? What about my father and the Lin family? It doesn't seem to be a bad ending. I haven't seen the Lin family. Chen Hao whispered, you should worry about yourself. You should be dying soon. My life is worthless. What does it matter if I die or not? Sometimes, I wonder how I can live for so long. Lin Jia looked in the direction of Luqiu City and felt a chill on his body. There were no clothes on his body. He was covered in blood. He took off the clothes of a corpse nearby and put them on. He also took the space ring of the corpse and ran towards Luqiu City. Chen Hao knew that he just wanted to go home and take a look. The city walls of Luqiu City had already collapsed, and most of the city was in ruins. Only the North District and the South District were slightly less damaged, but that was only relatively speaking. When he saw Lin Jianyu, Lin Jia's uncle, and his mother in the Lin family mansion, Lin Jia felt relieved. He knew that he had succeeded, everything he had sacrificed had paid off. Lin Jia felt that he was really a hero. Thinking that he was nearing the end of his life, he tried to calm himself down. Weren't all heroes like this in stories? They were not afraid of death. Why are you back? Didn't you say that you would never return to this home? Lu Yanru looked at the blood-stained face. Surprise and worry flashed across her face, but then her face turned cold and she scolded him. Her expression changed very quickly. If not for Chen Hao's attention on her, he would have been fooled by her. She changed her face faster than flipping a book. This was the type of woman she was. Lin Jia was stunned. He took a deep breath and turned to ask Lin Jianyu, Grandpa, where are my father and the rest? They have already moved. That's good, that's good. Lin Jianyu replied to Lin Jia, but his eyes kept looking at Lin Jia. If he was not wrong, Lin Jia had rushed over from the battlefield, even he was shocked by Lin Jia's aura. He could not see through Lin Jia at all. It seemed that Lin Jia was stronger than him. Lin Jia was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered. It was obvious that he had gone through a big battle. The murderous aura on him was so strong that it could not be dissipated. It was obvious that he had just killed a lot of people. He stared at Lin Jia's clothes and asked in shock, Jia, that Divine Realm expert in Luqiu City just now, could it be you? Eunuch, you can't be joking, right? He is a piece of trash. How could he be that powerful Divine Realm expert? Lin Jia's eyes were a little wet. Lin Jianyu was a little angry. How can you say that about Jia? He is my son, why can't I say that about him? Look at him, Qing Lin was not as good as him before, but now she is the disciple of the sect leader. Look at him. He is a good-for-nothing. Lin Jia closed his eyes and waved a blood-red blade in the shape of a crescent moon in the air. The blade shot up to the sky, and the whole Luqiu City was dyed red. Lin Jia's grandpa Lin Jianyu, mother Lu Yanru, and uncle all stared at the blood-red light in a daze. They felt the power of a Divine Realm martial artist. At least mid-stage of divine realm. Lin Jianyu could not believe his eyes. Yes, mid-stage of divine realm. How did you become a mid-stage transcendent realm martial artist? Lin Jia said slowly, I met an expert outside, and he accepted me as his disciple. He couldn't continue after that. Really? Lin Jia lied. Of course it's true. His strength can't be fake. Lin Jianyu asked excitedly, then the Wang and Tian families, the divine power realm martial artists. They were all killed by me. Lin Jia nodded. Lin Jianyu shouted excitedly, God is really blessing our Lin family. To actually give birth to a Qilin son like you. At that moment, Lin Jia was hugged tightly by someone. The hug was very warm. It was his mother. His mother was not as tall as him. Her face was pressed against his chest as she sobbed, That's great. My son has made a name for himself. My son has finally made a name for himself. Lin Jia held the crimson blood sword in his right hand and raised it up high. He was at a loss as to whether he should put his hand on his mother's back or not. He did hate his mother, but now that he was about to die, the hatred in his heart had more or less dissipated. I knew it. You're very talented, even better than your uncle. You will definitely make a name for yourself. Lu Yanru raised her head and looked at Lin Jia. Her eyes were full of love, and her tone was full of affirmation. This kind of affirmation made Lin Jia feel very unreal. It was a little unreal. Ever since he was young, he had never received affirmation from his mother. In the family, when he was first in the competition, his mother told him that the Lin family was very weak. There were no young martial artists in the younger generation of the Lin family at all. In Luqiu City, he consecutively defeated the genius martial artists of the Wang and Tian families. She told him that Luqiu City was just a small puddle, and his strength was nothing at all. When he became the chief disciple of the younger generation of the Heavenly Cloud sect, he didn't see his mother very happy. Because the Heavenly Cloud sect wasn't very strong, not even a top force. His mother even listed many geniuses of the top forces and told him not to be complacent. Mother, I don't remember saying that before. Lin Jia tried to calm his tone a little. He was afraid that he would cry out loud. What did I say before? You kept saying that I couldn't do it. Lu Yanru couldn't help but laugh. You even believed that? I was afraid that you would be complacent, so I attacked you. Then now, you are now a divine realm martial artist. There aren't many divine realm martial artists at such a young age in the whole continent, right? Seeing that you are promising. I am very happy. As she spoke, Lu Yanru kept wiping her tears. In the past, he didn't understand, but now that he understood, it was a little too late. Then why did you call me trash? I was just angry. When you came back in the day, I was actually very happy. Very happy. Lin Jia recalled that when he saw his mother in the day, he still couldn't see how his mother was happy. Sometimes, Lin Jia also doubted himself. Was he very stupid? You are too stubborn. If you had said some soft words and admitted your mistake, I wouldn't be angry anymore. Lin Jia didn't believe his mother's words. If he wasn't a divine realm martial artist now, perhaps he would have a different encounter when he met his mother. However, he felt that he was too petty and shouldn't have doubted his mother. When his mother was here, he couldn't tell which words were true and which were false. He knew that his EQ was very low. Even when he was in the Heavenly Cloud sect, he didn't have many friends. His relationship with Xianxia was also initiated by her. When he was with Xianxia, Xianxia often mocked him for being a fool, a training maniac who didn't understand a girl's mind at all. A girl's mind, a girl's mind. Lin Jia knew that he would never be able to understand in this lifetime. In Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao reminded him, Lin Jia, you don't have much time left. Chen Hao heard Lin Jia's lie. He definitely didn't want to die in front of his family. I'm leaving. You just came back, why are you leaving? Lu Yanru didn't understand what her son meant. I am training with Master. This time, I heard that the Lin family might be in trouble, so I rushed back. Master is very strict with me. As he spoke, Lin Jia lowered his head. He wasn't used to lying. Can't you give me a few more days? No, Master is really strict. I have to go back immediately. Lin Jia really didn't want to die in front of his mother. Yes, yes. Training is the most important. Lu Yanru looked at her son and immediately gave in. She was a little flustered as she said, "Wait a minute. I'll go pack some things for you. The food outside might not be clean. I'll also bring some gifts for your master." "No, I mean, father-in-law, do you have anything to give him? It doesn't need to be too expensive, but it must be special and meaningful. Jie's master might be a domain realm expert. He might not care about anything we give him. It must be something that can express our feelings." "Mother, I really don't have time." After Lin Jie finished speaking, he directly turned around and flew away without looking back. Before he left, he moved his lips slightly and disappeared into the darkness. Why did he leave just like that? It's rare for him to come back, and he didn't even bring anything? Lu Yanru said unhappily. Lin Jianyu did not answer and just looked at his grandson's back in confusion. Could it be that he's still unhappy about that matter? It's been so long, why is he still holding a grudge? I'm his mother. I'm doing this for his own good. Lin Jianyu looked at his third daughter-in-law and asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing, nothing." Lu Yanru realized that she seemed to have said something wrong, so she quickly changed the topic. "Grandfather, Jia is already at the age of marriage, who do you think is suitable? How about Qinglin from the Heavenly Cloud sect? I think she's pretty and barely worthy of Jia." "Wait, I don't think so, the Heavenly Cloud sect is not strong enough. Jia is so talented, and he's already a divine realm martial artist at such a young age. Maybe he'll become a real domain realm master in the future. Only beautiful girls from top families are worthy of him." "Grandfather, do you know anyone?" "Well, let's talk about this later. Maybe you can't even get involved in Jia's marriage. Doesn't he have a master?" Lin Jianyu had a bad feeling and did not know how to respond. "Oh, you're right. If that's the case, I hope Jia's master has good taste." Lin Jianyu did not mention anything about the Lin family. Lin Jia quickly left the Lin family and flew to an ordinary field outside Luqiu City. The field belonged to the Lin family, and Lin Jia had lived here for a short period of time. Flying into the backyard of the mansion, he did not disturb any of the servants and hurriedly took out the white jade sword box. Just as the white jade sword box was taken out, the scarlet blood sword in his hand suddenly trembled and broke free from his right hand. It flew out and changed into a bloody light in the air, disappearing into the horizon. Lin Jia looked at the direction where the red blood sword disappeared and did not say anything. He just took out a piece of paper and hesitated for a while. He only wrote a few words, "Use the secret method. I'm dead, don't worry about me." He wanted to write more, but he didn't have the time and didn't know how to write. He thought that his grandfather would find his body tomorrow. He didn't want to die in front of his mother, so he made up that lie. He also hoped that before he died, he could leave a protective talisman for his family. When he told this lie, it wasn't just the Lin family martial artists who were paying attention to him. However, this protective talisman was, after all, a fake. If the Lin family really took it seriously, there might come a day when they would be in big trouble. Thus, his grandfather had to know about his death. It was up to his grandfather to decide how to make use of him. Actually, what Lin Jia wanted to keep the most was the Crimson Blood demonic sword, but Lin Jia looked regretfully at the direction where the Crimson Blood demonic sword had disappeared. Almost as soon as he put down the pen, his body started to turn cold. His vision started to blur. He sat weakly on the chair and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but before he closed his eyes, he seemed to see the blood-red Crimson Blood demon sword and the fine cracks on its body. Ding, the 36th Renkenju has died. There was no need for the system prompt at all because Chen Hao was right in front of Lin Jia, watching him die. Chen Hao knew exactly when the sword owner died. After he flew out, he calculated the time and turned back, appearing in front of Lin Jia just as he was about to die. Qing Yan was dead, and now Lin Jia was also dead. For no reason, Chen Hao was a little disappointed. However, this kind of disappointment lasted for a very, very short time. For so many years, Chen Hao had his own way of adjusting his mood. Therefore, after being disappointed for a while, Chen Hao was a little excited again. He realized that Lin Jia's lonely death didn't seem to be a bad thing, because those who were more certain that the Crimson Blood demon sword was a jinx were all dead. In other words, he, Chen Hao, Jianling, was innocent again. The crimson blood demon sword had also washed away the bloodstains on its body and became a pure demon sword. There was no such thing as jinxing its master. It was impossible to jinx its master. If he had the guts, he should invite the person involved to confront him face to face. No, the crimson blood demon sword wasn't a demon sword at all. Chen Hao thought for a while and figured out a rough name in the future. It seemed like a good name to call it Red Blood Sword or Crimson Blood Sacred Sword. Sacred Sword, it sounded very sacred. It was very righteous. It was very positive. Thinking of this, Chen Hao was a little high. After a while, he looked at Lin Jia's body. Lin Jia, that brat, actually wanted to seal him. This made Chen Hao angry. No matter what, he had helped this brat and helped him save the Lin family, but this brat repaid his kindness with ingratitude. Unfortunately, he was too stupid and far inferior to Qing Yan. His intentions were too obvious, and his hand speed was also quite poor. Although Chen Hao wasn't afraid of being sealed and had also adapted to the quiet feeling of being in a daze, although he could stay at home and not go out for 3 years, it didn't mean that he would agree to others locking the door when he went out. What was that called? That was called imprisonment. The crimson blood demon sword trembled slightly, and Lin Jia's body turned into ashes, leaving only a robe that didn't originally belong to him. 2 spatial rings fell to the ground with clanking sounds and rolled over. Chen Hao took a look at Lin Jia's will and finally set his eyes on the white jade-colored sword case on the desk. This was the real purpose of his return. Dealing with the sword owner's body was secondary. With a crack, the red blood sword turned into a whip sword and a strong wind blew, rolling up the white jade sword box. The red blood sword flew out of the field with the white jade sword box in ashes, flying towards the dense forest in the distance. Along the way, looking at the ashes floating in the air, Chen Hao inexplicably felt that he was really too magnanimous and too kind. He actually left Lin Jia's clothes and space rings where they were. If old Lin was willing, he could even build a cenotaph for him. If Lin Jia had offended that stingy Qing Yan, his family would definitely not be saved. Thinking of this, Chen Hao was almost moved to tears. With such a kind Jianling like him, the crimson blood demon sword was already extraordinary. He was a little embarrassed to call himself a demon sword. If this matter was known by other demon sword Jianling, they would definitely be ashamed to be associated with him. When the ashes were scattered, Chen Hao also fell to the barren mountain. Chen Hao carefully sized up the white jade sword box and realized that he couldn't understand the array formation on the white jade sword box. However, the leaf symbols on the white jade sword box reminded him of the ancient teleportation array he had discovered in the Zhou kingdom. He couldn't help but wonder what the leaf symbol represented. Was it the same array master? Or a symbol of power? Like the trademark in his previous life, however, Chen Hao just thought for a while and gave up. The most important thing now was to deal with this sword box. There were many Dao artifact-level demonic artifacts in the southern region, but most of them were suppressed in one place. Unless it was a critical moment, they were rarely used by martial artists. It was Chen Hao's first time seeing a movable sealing array like the white jade sword box. Chen Hao knew that the white jade sword box was definitely a treasure. Its value was no less than a Dao artifact. But so what if it was precious? Chen Hao wanted to destroy it. To him, this thing was simply a scourge. It should not be left in this world. He placed the white jade sword box on the hard mountain rock and mobilized the stored true essence. The red blood sword floated in the air and slashed at the white jade sword box. With a dang sound, the mountain collapsed and the earth shook. The sound wave swept through the mountains and countless tall trees were snapped by the shock wave. But when the smoke and dust settled, Chen Hao was surprised to find that the red blood sword only left a barely noticeable scratch on the white jade sword box. This was very embarrassing. Chen Hao did not think that the red blood sword could split the white jade sword box in half. That was unrealistic. But what was that shallow scratch? That shallow scratch seemed to be mocking him for overestimating himself. Then, Chen Hao noticed that the array on the white jade sword box began to operate slowly. There was a strange spirit chi fluctuation. His heart tightened and the red blood sword retreated 10 miles away. Chen Hao did not want to be locked in again. After waiting for 2 hours and seeing that there was no movement, Chen Hao carefully returned to the white jade sword box. The scratch he made on the white jade sword box had disappeared. Damn, it automatically repaired itself. it had the same ability as the red blood sword. Xianxia was extremely angry. The red blood sword attacked the white jade sword box with all its might. After attacking it several times, Xianxia looked at the flattened mountains around him and finally calmed down. He knew that he could not do this. It would cause too much of a ruckus. Moreover, the vital essence stored in the red blood sword was not enough for him to continue acting so recklessly. His Xingyuan reserves were comparable to a Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle expert, but his Xingyuan recovery rate was nowhere near that of a true Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle expert. Seeing that the white jade sword box was beginning to emit spiritual energy fluctuations, Xianxia knew that it was about to start repairing again. The continuous bombardment just now had already left an extremely deep hole in the white jade sword sheath and destroyed many of the array formations, but Xianxia never thought that it could actually be repaired. Xianxia suspected that the array formation that could be repaired might be engraved inside the white jade sword box. However, Xianxia was cautious by nature and had no interest in opening the white jade sword box. After pondering for a moment, the hilt of the scarlet blood sword split into 10 whip swords with a cracking sound. Each of the whip swords had fine serrated edges on its blade. The 10 whip swords wrapped the white jade sword box tightly. Speed domain. The 10 whip swords wrapped around the white jade sword box began to spin wildly. Squeak, 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 an ear-piercing noise that was enough to make one go crazy rang out. It was effective. Xianxia saw fine white jade-colored powder sprinkling everywhere and was instantly shocked. His confidence rose. He believed that as long as his method was effective, even if it was an iron pestle, he could grind out an embroidery needle. With this grinding, Xianxia grinded all the way until dawn. When the sun rose, there was the sound of glass being smashed. The white jade sword box suddenly exploded with a dazzling white light and then turned into pieces. The pieces were very beautiful, so beautiful that Xianxia could not help but find a good place with good feng shui, dig a pit thousands of meters deep, and bury them like Lin Jia. Xianxia felt that this could be considered a good burial by tamping down the soil. It was also at this moment that Xianxia noticed a group of people rushing over. Xianxia's first reaction was the new sword master here? Therefore, the red blood sword was immediately inserted straight into the ground. Xianxia thought for a while and used the illusion domain slightly to retract the demonic bloody light on the red blood sword. Instead, it emitted a milky golden light. Holy and soft, although the cracks on the sword could not be removed, one only needed to look at it to know that this was a proper sword. Xianxia began to wait since the sun rose. When the sun was high in the sky, one of the people in the group, who looked like a rat, sneaked up. Rat, what do you see? Second in command, it's a sword, so beautiful. Hearing Rat call him second in command, Xianxia looked at the red blood sword awkwardly. He seemed to have misunderstood. Is there no one? No. In addition to the surrounding trees that had been broken, there was also a large piece of land that had been tormented by Xianxia. It looked as if a terrifying battle had just taken place. Hearing Rat say no, the group of people rushed over. How terrifying! Could it be that a heaven-breaking realm expert fought here? Maybe a transcendent realm expert. Where's the sword? Where's the sword? Before the group of people appeared in front of Xianxia heard their discussion. Here. Here. Rat shouted loudly. He walked 3 meters away from the scarlet blood sword and stopped. Xianxia finally saw the appearance of the group of people. The leader was a burly man. His face was dark, and he was tall and muscular. His face was covered with a large beard, and he wore a martial artist's uniform with a large sword on his back. His strength was around the true element realm, a bit mediocre. Behind him followed 7 men, all of whom looked extremely boorish and not like decent people. This sword, after the 8 newcomers saw the red blood sword, they were all stunned. Their eyes were filled with amazement, and then greed. Xianxia was very satisfied with their eyes. He felt that his painstaking efforts to recreate the new version of the red blood sword had not been wasted. The second head glanced at the other 8 with a warning look. The other 8 hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Second master, you're really lucky today. It must be because your opportunity has arrived that this sword appeared. The man who was called Mouse said flatteringly. When the others heard this, they immediately understood and said, that's right, that's right. The second head's luck is amazing today, picking up a treasured sword as soon as he went out. I've said it before, the second head isn't an ordinary person. You're a dragon in shallow water. Once your opportunity arrives today, you'll definitely become a divine dragon. Chen Hao looked speechlessly at the group of people who were flattering the second head. He felt that it was mushy. Become a divine dragon, why not just ascend directly? Your words are very reasonable. This sword is mine. The second head took the lead and walked to the red blood sword. Chen Hao could feel his nervousness. He held his breath and gently placed his hand on the red blood sword's hilt. Ding! Would you like to bind the third head, Xvii Ren Kenju, Suba? This name sounded very domineering, but this strength was hard to explain in words. Confirm binding. Ding! Congratulations on binding the 38th head, Ren Kenju, Suba. Suba, the name was quite domineering, but he did not know if his life was tough enough. Suba placed his hand on the hilt of the sword. Other than feeling a little cold, he did not feel anything strange. He heaved a sigh of relief. This unbelievably beautiful sword did not seem to reject him. Rumor had it that there was a Jianling in every divine weapon. These Jianling were sentient and had their own likes and dislikes. They even had high expectations of their masters. When Suba was drinking and bragging with his buddies, he boasted that he was the #1 master in the world. But he still had some self-awareness. He was not outstanding, had no background, and was not talented in martial arts. Otherwise, he would not have become a bandit. Under the envious eyes of his buddies, Suba gently pulled out the red blood sword. Under the scorching sun, the long sword shone brightly. It was gorgeous and magnificent. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. They had never seen such a beautiful longsword. Just by looking at its appearance, they knew it was a top-notch weapon. At this time, Suba also received the information about the red blood sword. Sacred sword, red blood. When he heard the name, Suba's expression turned serious. This name sounded very powerful. What was the level of the sacred sword? Sacred sword, red blood, forged by the Grandmaster of Swordsmithing, Xianxia. The red blood sacred sword is infused with the blood of innocent people. It likes to drink the blood of villains in the world. Every month, it must drink a certain amount of the blood of villains. If it does not satisfy the red blood sacred sword, it will not be loyal to the sacred sword. Suba began to feel uneasy. Drink the blood of villains? Did this mean that the master of this sword had to be chivalrous? But Suba endured the uneasiness in his heart and continued reading. The master of the sword cannot be discerning. If you accidentally kill a good person, you will need 10 times the blood of villains to cleanse it. Suba nodded. As a martial artist, there were always times when he killed the wrong person. What followed was a warning message. Upholding justice requires great perseverance and persistence. You need to constantly struggle on the edge of death. Those with insufficient willpower are not worthy of being the master of the sacred sword. It is best to choose to give up. Was this a piece of advice? Suba frowned. He felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. Between the lines of Crimson Blood's introduction, there was a strong and extreme sense of justice that was even somewhat paranoid. He began to suspect that the Grandmaster swordsmith named Xianxia was a man who hated evil as much as his enemies. Only a master of sword forging who hated evil would forge such an extreme sword of justice. Next was the introduction of the sacred sword Crimson Blood's abilities. 1. Sacred sword evolution. By using the scarlet blood sacred sword to kill villains, absorb their dirty blood and inferior souls, and other high-quality materials and weapons to evolve. 2. Righteous feedback. When the sword master kills the villains with the Crimson Blood sacred sword, the Crimson Blood sacred sword can absorb the blood and soul, and feedback part of it to the sword master. 7. Sacred sword territory. Closed integrate the sword intent, profound meaning, divine ability, and territory of the scarlet blood sacred sword. The more creatures killed, the stronger the evil aura gathered, forming a unique sacred sword force field. The sacred sword force field affects the minds of everyone within range, causing villains to feel fear, dread, and frightening illusions. Allies will become frenzied. The villains killed by allies will also slowly increase the strength of the life sword territory. At the same time, it will also have a certain negative effect on the master of the sword. Suba did not know what to say. This sword was indeed peerless. Many of its abilities only existed in legends. Not only could it allow the master of the sword to ignore bottlenecks, but it could also increase the master's talent and strength. However, its side effects were equally obvious. After a period of time, the master of the sword would have to drink the blood of villains, and he was not a good person. Inside the scarlet blood demon sword, Chen Hao saw Su Ba's conflicted expression and was overjoyed. He loved to see the master of the sword suffer. He did not have much malice, he just liked it. Why did Chen Hao change the name of the scarlet blood demon sword to the scarlet blood sacred sword? Wasn't it because he wanted to live a better life? The appearance of the white jade sword box made him feel a strong sense of danger. This was the first time he had encountered such a portable sealing array. Now, the scarlet blood demon sword was not famous, so it was better. However, it would become famous sooner or later, and many people would know about it. Chen Hao had to focus on the future and prepare for a rainy day. The demon sword autonomy. Oh no, it was now called the sacred sword autonomy. Indeed, in a critical moment, he could use the outbreak of misfortune to kill the person who tried to seal the scarlet blood demon sword. However, the outbreak of misfortune required time and was extremely unstable. Perhaps someone with good luck would be able to avoid it. How could he prevent it from being sealed? As the saying went, one could be a thief for 1,000 days, but not a thief for 1,000 days. Once the name of the scarlet blood sword was spread, the number of people who believed that the scarlet blood sword was a demonic sword would increase, and the number of people who wanted to seal the scarlet blood demonic sword would increase as well. Being constantly targeted, Chen Hao felt that he might not be able to defend himself, just like the white jade sword box. Chen Hao felt that the best way was to let people's first reaction to the red blood sword be that it did not have any side effects. Therefore, Chen Hao wanted to get rid of the title of demon weapon. The reputation of demon weapons was not good. They had very strong side effects on the wielder. Demon weapons were very difficult to tame and it was extremely difficult to formally recognize a master. Therefore, whether it was demon path martial artists or righteous path martial artists, when they encountered a demon weapon, their first reaction was to seal it first. The scarlet blood demon sword also had side effects. The side effects were even greater than ordinary demon weapons. With the enhancement of the concept of slaughter and the influence of the demon sword domain, it greatly increased the chances of cultivation deviation. Secretly, under the misfortune package, many sword masters died without knowing why. However, Chen Hao still felt that he had been wronged. The scarlet blood demon sword was not picky. When it recognized a master, it would always recognize one when it saw one. The scarlet blood demon sword was also incomparably docile. It would never interfere with the actions of the sword master. The sword master's death was their own fault. Therefore, Chen Hao believed that the scarlet blood demon sword was dragged down by the bad reputation of the other demon weapons. He had an idea to get rid of the bad reputation of the demon sword. He hoped that everyone could realize the various benefits of the scarlet blood demon sword. When all martial artists saw the scarlet blood demon sword, their first reaction was not to seal it, but to use it. In the past, Chen Hao had no choice. The scarlet blood demon sword's reputation in the Zhou country was too resounding. But now, he had a chance to turn over a new leaf and be a good sword. Chen Hao could indeed disguise himself as a weapon with neutral attributes, but this was not realistic. The demon sword domain, as well as the bloodthirsty nature of the red blood sword, would make most martial artists instinctively feel that it was a demon sword. Therefore, Chen Hao wanted to make the scarlet blood demon sword a holy sword. He needed to find a suitable reason for the bloodthirsty nature of the holy sword. Scarlet blood, a sword of justice that hated evil like an enemy and longed to drink the blood of villains. This was the rookie setting that Chen Hao had set for himself. No, it was a new sword setting. If the new sword setting failed, Chen Hao would not suffer any losses. He would just treat it as an experiment, a kind of entertainment. But once the setting was successful, if the sword master died strangely in the future, it would not be easy to suspect a righteous holy sword that hated evil like an enemy. After all, this was a sword of justice. How could a sword of justice kill its master? Even the beloved sword masters would feel more at ease using it because it was a holy sword. This would undoubtedly greatly increase the fun that the scarlet blood demon sword brought to the sword masters. Chen Hao believed that the most threatening person to him was still the sword master. This was his previous mistake. In short, he would deceive as many people as he could. The most important thing was to make the sword master believe in him without any scruples. This way, even if a righteous martial artist obtained the crimson blood demonic sword, they would not think of sealing him. As for the method of cleansing his sins by killing 10 times the number of villains, Chen Hao left a secret door for the demonic martial artists. Demonic martial artists were also qualified to become the sword master of the Crimson Blood Sacred Sword as long as they were willing to turn over a new leaf. As for whether the setting of only killing villains would affect the Crimson Blood Demonic Sword's upgrade, Chen Hao's answer was no. What was a villain? What was a bad person? Did someone who had done bad things count? Did someone who had killed someone count among the martial artists who lived in this world, as long as they had some strength? Which one of them had not killed someone before, who dared to say that they had not done anything bad, if he really met a martial artist who had never done bad things, who had always been kind, and who had never killed? Chen Hao would admit defeat. Anyway, there could not be many of them. Moreover, whether he killed a villain or a good person, the Crimson Blood Demonic Sword would reward him with justice. Even when he was cleansing his sins, it would still reward him. If the sword master did not even notice this bug, he would be an idiot. As for ordinary people, to be honest, Chen Hao did not care about the little energy in their bodies. Ding! Are you willing to become the sword master? A childish voice rang in Su Ba's ears. The nervous Su Ba did not notice the peculiarity of the voice. I am willing. Su Ba agreed. He had no reason to disagree. His desire to become powerful was 100 times stronger than those who worked hard to earn money. Actually, it was not up to him whether he was willing or not. This was just a ritual. If he was unwilling, he would never see him again. Congratulations, Su Ba, for becoming the third XVI Rin Kenju of the Crimson Blood Sacred Sword. Please carry out justice to the end. Carry out justice to the end. Su Ba's cheeks twitched slightly. Second Master, what's wrong? Why are you in a daze? You should be happy to get such a precious sword, asked the rat who saw the Crimson Blood Demonic Sword first. Oh, I'm happy. I'm very happy. Su Ba said perfunctorily. I just think that we should leave immediately. Second Master is right. Let's leave immediately. Someone immediately agreed. Let's go. Su Ba shouted. However, he himself stood where he was and did not move. Of the remaining 8 subordinates who called him second master, 5 of them directly turned around and walked outside, but 3 of them were like him, standing in the same place and not moving. After taking 3 or 4 steps, the 5 of them suddenly realized that something was wrong. Puzzled, they turned their heads to look at Su Ba and his 3 brothers. 3 of them suddenly understood. They looked at Su Ba with worry and vigilance. Only 2 of them were still confused. Why aren't you leaving? Among the 6 people, Mouse looked at the 2 people at the front as if they were fools. The atmosphere froze. Su Ba said awkwardly, why aren't you leaving? You're the second in command. Of course, you should walk in front. Mouse said with a smile. His tone was respectful, but he was looking at Su Ba vigilantly. Obviously, most of them were not fools. They were worried that Su Ba would attack them directly. They were bandits. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. Robbing and robbing were common. There was not much trust between them. I'll walk in front? Su Ba nodded. All right, I'll walk in front. Su Ba took the lead and walked to the front of the group. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the movements behind him. Any martial artist who had seen the power of the red blood sword would be tempted. Su Ba had already discovered the extraordinariness of the Scarlet Blood Holy Sword. Of course, he wanted to take the Scarlet Blood Holy Sword for himself. He was only a martial artist in the true energy realm. He had obtained the Red Blood Sacred Sword by chance. If he wanted to keep it, he could not let the news spread. Once the news spread, countless martial arts masters would flock to him. Su Ba's scalp tingled when he thought about it. Perhaps the companions behind him were also plotting to get the Red Blood Sacred Sword in his hand. Maybe someone had already planned to tell the leader of the vicious wolf stronghold that he had obtained a sword. Second in command, don't worry. We will never tell the leader about this. Someone behind Su Ba said while he was thinking. Yes, second in command, don't worry. We will keep it a secret. That's right, second in command. We will follow you wholeheartedly. I hope that when you become successful in the future, you can lead us to good food and drink. The 8 people behind him were all expressing their loyalty. The two who had been oblivious to the situation also understood. But their words still could not dispel Suba's worries. Among Suba's 8 subordinates, 2 had joined in the past month. 5 of them were his men, and the other 2 were the leader's men. Suba was not confident that his subordinates would be able to keep the news of the divine sword a secret, let alone the first master's subordinates. They were bandits, don't count on them to keep a secret. Suba did not believe that they would keep it a secret, even if it was the one he trusted the most. As long as he fed him some dirty wine, there was nothing he would not say. Therefore, for his own safety and to protect the red blood sacred sword, the best way was to kill all the people who knew about it. But Suba was not confident that he could take down all 8 of his subordinates. The subordinates behind him were all elites of the vicious wolf stronghold. Their martial arts were not bad. This time, he brought people out of the stronghold to collect taxes from the nearby strongholds. Naturally, he had to bring some good men with him. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the situation. The distance between each stronghold was very far. Usually, it would take 3 to 4 days to travel. Collecting taxes was actually a hard job. It usually took a month to collect the taxes. Fortunately, they had the space rings given by the leader. Otherwise, it would take even more time to transport the grains in the mountains. The 4 leaders of the vicious wolf stronghold, except for the leader, had to take turns collecting taxes from the nearby strongholds. This time, it was his turn to lead the team out. He glanced at the scarlet blood sacred sword in his hand. The scarlet blood sacred sword was still emitting a faint light. He felt that the light was a little dazzling. He hoped that the red blood sacred sword could be more low-key. Just as he was thinking about this, the light on the red blood sacred sword gradually dimmed. Other than the silver blade and the fine cracks on it, there was nothing unusual about the red blood sacred sword. It was indeed a good treasure. Thinking about the messy scene around the red blood sacred sword and the voices he heard, he had too many questions to ask. But he knew that now was not the time. As he walked, he thought and paid attention to the movements behind him. He finally made up his mind. He could not continue walking like this. He definitely could not return to the vicious wolf stronghold. In the vicious wolf stronghold, there was his big brother, the leader of the vicious wolf stronghold. Suba had always suspected that the other party was a Xianxia master. Other than the leader, there were 2 other true energy realm martial artists. Their strength was only slightly weaker than him. Once he returned to the vicious wolf stronghold, he would not be able to keep the treasure in his hands. There must be more than one of his subordinates who would snitch on him. Perhaps they were also after the crimson blood sacred sword. While Suba was hesitating, inside the red blood sword, Xianxia felt a murderous intent directed at Suba and his men. The murderous intent was very strong, and it was not concealed at all. In other words, the person did not know how to conceal it at all. Xianxia looked at Suba, and then at the 8 men behind him, who were staring at him vigilantly. Suddenly, he thought of something funny. The red blood sword in his hand suddenly vibrated violently. Suba stopped in his tracks. Just as he stopped, the hearts of the 8 people behind him all rose to their throats. Suba heard someone warn him, "There is a strong murderous intent. Sword owner, be careful. Someone is going to attack you." He was very familiar with this voice. It was the voice that asked him if he was willing to become the sword owner of the crimson blood sacred sword. It should be the sacred sword Jianling. There is a strong murderous intent. Someone wants to attack me. Suba's first reaction was the 8 men behind him. Could it be that they are after the crimson blood sacred sword? Holding the red blood sword, he suddenly turned around and looked at the 8 men behind him with a pair of fierce eyes. The 8 men behind Suba were startled by his sudden turn. They were already tense, and now Suba had provoked them. Bang! 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 The 8 bandits pulled out their weapons almost at the same time. Seeing that his subordinates dared to pull out their swords, Suba was furious. "Well, since you dare to attack me, don't blame me for being merciless. Second master, don't slander us. You are the one who wants to attack us." "That's right, brothers. We have to work together. Otherwise, none of us will die. Suba will never let the news get out. He wants to silence us," one of Suba's subordinates said directly. From their point of view, Suba wanted to kill them and keep the sword for himself. Even Suba's 2 confidants wisely stood on the opposite side of Suba. At a time like this, how could Suba believe the words of these people? Anyone who coveted the sword in his hand must die. He made his move. He already completely believed in the reaction of the scarlet blood sacred sword. If his subordinates didn't want to attack him, why would they draw their swords against him? Suba was a true element boundary martial artist and was very powerful. But his subordinates were not weak either. They were all elites of the evil wolf stronghold, and most of them were at the peak of the Qi High realm. Their strength was slightly weaker than Suba's. If Suba had not obtained the red blood sword, he would have been no match for these 8 people, but now, as soon as he started fighting, Suba realized that the red blood sword had given him a substantial boost. Putting aside the fact that the strength of his Jinyuan had doubled, even his movement technique and swordsmanship had become stronger. At the very least, they had doubled in strength. It made him seem like a completely different person. After an hour of fierce fighting, Suba finally caught up with his last subordinate and stabbed the red blood sword into his chest. Feeling the vital essence and blood qi transmitted back to him by the red blood sword, he felt extremely comfortable. Although his body was seriously injured, Suba's spirit was abnormally high. This was because he realized that his strength had increased. In the past 2 years, due to the lack of martial arts talent and cultivation resources, his cultivation had not improved at all. He was often troubled by this problem. Now that he had the red blood sacred sword, his future in martial arts was bright. Although he was a bandit who robbed and did all kinds of bad things, he suddenly realized that as long as he had the red blood sacred sword in his hand, being a good person was not a bad thing. Why did he become a bandit? Wasn't it because being a bandit earned him a lot of money? Wasn't it because he wanted to live a better life? If being a good person could increase his strength, and if being a chivalrous person could make him live a good life, then he really did not mind being a good person. Suba sat beside the corpse without caring about his image, gasping for air. He looked at the bloody wound on his chest, took out a bandage from his space bag, and wrapped it up carefully. Suba bandaged the corpse while thinking about his future. Now that he had killed all the people who knew about this, he had 2 choices. One was to return to the evil wolf stronghold and continue to hide and develop slowly. The other was to take the red blood sacred sword with him, give him a new identity, and go to the ends of the world. Suba was more inclined to the latter. After all, his big brother was the leader of the evil wolf stronghold. He was afraid of him. It was also at this time that the scarlet blood sword beside him started to tremble violently. Didn't I kill them all? How is this possible? Suba was shocked. Suddenly, he heard an ear-piercing shriek. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but his exhausted and injured body was still a beat too slow. A crossbow arrow pierced through his chest. Suba stared at the black arrow in his chest in disbelief. He slowly raised his head and looked at the big tree in the distance. There was a vague figure in the dense branches and leaves of the big tree. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to see it. He stared at the red blood sacred sword in his hand, his eyes full of resentment. Xianxia looked at Suba apologetically. He had only wanted to make a joke. However, Xianxia had a clear conscience about Suba's death. From the beginning to the end, he had not lied to this sword master. There was a strong murderous intent just now, but it did not come from the 8 subordinates behind him. It came from someone hiding in the dark. Why did Xianxia not tell Suba about the strength and location of the attacker? The reason was simple. It was because it belonged to the category of special services. It all depended on Xianxia's mood. Suba slowly closed his eyes and slumped to the ground. However, Xianxia could still sense that he was not dead yet. In other words, he was not completely dead yet. The crossbow arrow did not really pierce his heart. It had only severely injured him and put his life in danger. Xianxia quickly deduced that Suba was waiting for the attacker to come closer so that he could drag him to hell with him. However, when the second arrow came, Suba's plan was foiled. Suba did not even have the ability to block the arrow. He was nailed to the ground. Suba groaned and breathed his last. Using his divine sense, Xianxia saw the attacker through the dense foliage. The attacker was a teenager. There were a few branches stuck on his body, and he was crawling on the branches. There was a layer of sweat on his forehead. His eyes were filled with nervousness and excitement. His hands were trembling slightly. The teenager took a deep breath, as if he was trying to suppress his excitement. Then, he used his feet to pull the bowstring with difficulty. He placed the next arrow and shot it accurately at Suba's body. Was this really okay? Chen Hao looked at Suba's body and felt a little sad. After all, he was the sword master of Red Blood Sword. When the 5 arrows that he carried with him were all used up, the teenager finally stopped the cruel act of torturing the corpse. Chen Hao suspected that if the boy was given another box of arrows, he would turn Suba into a hedgehog. He carried the crossbow and jumped down from the tree. He picked up a stone, carefully approached Suba's body, and smashed it with the stone. Suba could not turn into a zombie, so he did not move. His head was smashed out of shape by the stone. He should be dead, the boy said to himself excitedly. I didn't expect the bandits to have internal strife. They deserved it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to take revenge. Chen Hao was embarrassed when he heard the words internal strife. He did not intend to kill Suba. He just wanted to see the internal strife. He liked to see the martial artists fighting each other for the Red Blood Sword. The boy kicked Suba's body again, his eyes full of hatred. It was as if Suba had done something heinous to him. Then, the boy began to search the bodies of the other 9 bandits, including Suba. He found some money, 2 gold rings, and a gold tooth on the other 8 bandits. He also found a space bag and a space ring on Suba's body. The boy stared at the space ring and wondered, is this the legendary space ring? He injected vital core into the space ring and took out a lot of food bags. He tried it a few times and had a lot of fun. After a long time, he carefully hid the space ring on his body. Then, he collected the weapons of the other 9 bandits and put them into the space ring. When he wanted to put the Red Blood Sword into the space ring, he was surprised to find that the sword in his hand could not fit into the space ring. Instinctively, he felt that the sword was unusual. He carried the Red Blood Sword on his shoulder and went into the depths of the forest. The boy was about 12 or 13 years old. He was thin and dark-skinned. If he were a little fairer, he would be good-looking. His strength was low, but he had practiced body movement. He shuttled freely between the rocks in the forest and was very agile. Just now, he learned from the system that the boy was called Deng Yifei. However, Chen Hao did not recognize him as the sword master. After all, the boy was too weak and too young. He wanted to follow the boy to the place where he lived. As long as there was no other choice, Chen Hao would not take the initiative to look for a sword master. This would make Red Blood Sword look unimpressive. Everything was up to fate. If it really didn't work, then he would accept this Deng Yifei. Just take it as making up the numbers, just take it as going overboard. Red Blood Sword had been around for so many years, but there were only 30-something Rinkenju. Every time Chen Hao saw this number, he felt a little ashamed. He believed that if the number of Red Blood Sword sword masters was too small, it would make it seem like Red Blood Sword was lacking in history and experience. When would he be able to find his 1001st Rinkenju? Deng Yifei's home was much further away than Chen Hao had imagined. He traveled for 3 whole days, relying on picking wild fruits and hunting to fill his stomach. On the 4th day, he finally returned to a small village. This small village was situated on a rocky cliff. It was extremely steep and easy to defend, but difficult to attack. It was a little like a small military fortress. Halfway up the mountain, a small path was blocked by a wooden gate. Beside it was a sentry post. A villager was standing on the sentry post. He saw Deng Yifei at first glance. He shouted, "Open the gate, Yifei is back." After that, he jumped down from the sentry post. When the gate creaked open, the villager who was standing on the sentry post came out to welcome him. This villager was in his 40s. He was tall and sturdy, with a bow on his back and a saber at his waist. He was probably a martial artist and was in the Qi Cyclone realm. "Uncle Deng." Deng Yifei greeted him loudly and waved at him. "Do you know how worried your mother was when you sneaked out?" "Uncle Deng, I know I was wrong." Deng Yifei lowered his head in the face of Uncle Deng's reproach. Then he asked softly, "Oh right, how is my father?" "Your father, he." The middle-aged man called Uncle Deng said sadly, "Your father has passed away." "What?" "There's nothing we can do. The people of the evil wolf stronghold were too cruel. We don't have a doctor in our stronghold, so there's nothing we can do." Deng Yifei finally couldn't take it anymore. His eyes turned red, and he ran into the stronghold without looking back. The middle-aged man looked at Yifei's back and sighed helplessly. Then he noticed the long sword on Deng Yifei's back. However, he didn't think much of it. He guessed that it might have belonged to Deng Yifei's father. The houses in the village were built with local materials. They were built with gray stones and the style was a little rough. Deng Yifei ran into the stronghold and ran down the gray steps into the village. He almost knocked into a few villagers. He didn't have time to apologize and went straight to his house. The villagers were so angry that they wanted to curse, but when they saw Deng Yifei's back, they kept quiet. Obviously, this village wasn't big. They all knew about Deng Yifei's father. Before Deng Yifei reached his house, he saw a woman running towards him and hugging him tightly in her arms. "Yifei, you damn child. Do you know how worried I was about you? Your father has passed away. I can't live without you. Mother." Deng Yifei hugged his mother and cried, "Father, after you disappeared, his injuries were too serious. Even the village chief couldn't do anything about it, so he passed away." The village chief of their village also knew a little about medicine. "Yes." Deng Yifei choked with sobs. The mother and son hugged and cried for a while. Deng Yifei's mother pulled her son home. When Deng Yifei returned home, he smelled a disgusting stench. He pushed open the door of his parents' room and saw his father's body lying quietly on the bed. His tears flowed down again. "The village chief said that he would bury your father, but I wanted to wait for you to come back so that you could see him one last time." "Yes." Deng Yifei gritted his teeth and said, "Damn the vicious wolf bandits. I'm going to kill them all." Deng Yifei had shot Su Ba on the way back. He had been a little happy and complacent, but now, his happiness had disappeared without a trace. He had thought that his father was only seriously injured. He had never dreamed that his father would be seriously injured and die. At his age, his understanding of death was a little vague. Now that he knew that his father was dead, he suddenly felt that killing Su Ba was not enough to vent his hatred. He had to kill everyone in the vicious wolf bandits to avenge his father. "Son, don't talk nonsense. Don't take revenge." Deng Yifei's mother hugged her son's head and said, "You don't know how worried I was when you ran out of the village alone after your father was injured. I don't want anything to happen to you. I just want you to live well. Mother, don't look down on your son. Your son is very powerful." Deng Yifei stood upright and choked with sobs. "The second in command of the vicious wolf bandits, Su Ba, was the one who attacked my father. This time, I secretly followed him and found a chance to kill him with my father's crossbow." He thought that his mother would be pleased after hearing what he had done. He never expected that his mother's face would turn pale after hearing what he had said. End of chapter 710. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.